Chapter 1. Elder 98, Be Cautious. Boom! In the boundless darkness, a figure clad in black extended his consciousness backward, his once imposing and aged visage now marred by fury. Another attendant blocked the onslaught unleashed by the enigmatic figure lurking further back, only to be torn apart by the howling surge of vital energy. Our clan shall never coexist with you, the man in black bellowed as he tore through the fabric of space, his immediate priority to ensure the safe passage of the young master back to their realm. Elder 98, please, you must help the young master escape, for the sake of our Lord. Upon traversing a segment of space, the black-clad man's expression soured at the sound of explosions echoing from several dozen miles behind. Those were the sounds of his last 8 followers self-destructing. Cradling an infant in his arms, the elder enveloped the child in all protective barriers. He himself exerted every ounce of strength to rend the fabric of space, each tear sending tremors through the essence of the world. Truly touching, yet regrettably futile. The man in black came to a halt, for in his perception, formidable waves of vital energy emerged from the front, rear, and both sides, all rivaling his own. Ah, I see. Our Lord was ambushed 2 months ago, and upon returning to the clan, both he and the Empress fell into a coma, all orchestrated by you. Before losing consciousness, the Empress had given Elder 98 a coordinating elusive refuge, where they concealed a child born 3 months prior to escape the encirclement. Ultimately, they returned to their realm but were gravely weakened, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, and could only send for aid. The black-clad man, fully aware that escape was no longer possible, held the cold infant tightly and uttered, "The truth will eventually come to light within the clan. I merely hope you can withstand our clan's wrath when that time arrives." Foolish talk. Before his words could fade, the black-clad man suddenly released a dense mist. "I shall sacrifice everything." Before the mysterious figures could react, Elder 98's body was engulfed in black flames. In his final moments, the man used the power gained from self-immolation not to attack, but to open a passageway, swiftly pushing the infant into it. The one who had spoken earlier reacted with remarkable speed, darting forward to seize the man in black, attempting to grasp the passageway, but it was too late. Boom! The black-clad man's body could no longer withstand the pressure and erupted with a powerful shockwave, the very sky seeming to shift slightly, obliterating life within a radius of several tens of millions of miles, and leaving a deep pit in the ground within the star realm. It nearly severed that portion of the star realm in two. The final remnants of power were devoted to guarding and sealing the spatial passage. As his consciousness faded, resentment mingled with profound reluctance. "I pray for the young master's safety. It will be a long time before our clan notices his growth. The path ahead is uncertain, and I, an old fool, cannot remain by the young master's side as he matures. I shall bind my remaining soul to this token, hoping it may assist the young master in overcoming danger in the future." The 3 great prophecies have confirmed too, according to the prophecies. The young master will possess unparalleled talent for our clan, enabling us to achieve true eternal prosperity. I beg for the latter's forgiveness. I am powerless, having failed to bring the young master back safely, and I cannot face her again. Protecting the infant had become his final obsession. The mysterious figure retracted his earlier Catan mouse demeanor, for closest to the center of the explosion, his arms and leg were now void of substance, his body nearly cleaved in two. What incensed him further was that, within his perception, he could find no trace of the spatial remnants, and even the weaker clan members had perished in the self-detonation, leaving only 5 survivors. What a sacrificial method! The soul shall not enter the cycle of reincarnation, a true death indeed. His strength was akin to that of Elder 98, both at the second level of the supreme realm. Ignoring the blood covering his body, his determination remained unyielding as he searched, his countenance growing grimmer. The most critical task of this endeavor was the infant. Return to the realm. With no fruitful leads, he could only issue the command. The 2 individuals beside him quickly constructed a spatial passage, and in an instant, the area was left devoid of life. Lanfeng Star, Zhanglan Zhondinin. Returning Star Kingdom, Zhu County, Zhu Guang City. In an ancient house worn by the passage of time, Su Jun gazed at his wife, Chu Xian Lu, who had discovered the infant in the courtyard the previous night. Are you truly considering adopting this child? Su Jun's face was pale, his eyes clouded, exuding a faint sense of weakness. What else can I do? I cannot bear to watch an infant starve to death. I am soon to be a mother myself, she replied. Moreover, this is a life. This boy could be a brother to our future child. Having a companion is a good thing. Seeing this scene, Su Jun understood his wife's kind and gentle nature. She could not bear to turn away. He sighed, let us consider this a compensation from the Havinsa new child. Chu Xian Lu was feeling rather downcast that evening. 7 months pregnant, she had witnessed her husband endure humiliation at the hands of the Tu family, one of the 4 great families of Zhuguang County. In public, they had ridiculed him, causing his vital energy to falter, reducing him from the late stage of the Yuan martial realm to the initial stage of the concentration realm. The Su family faced joint oppression in the commercial market of Zhuguang City, steadily declining, and it seemed they would soon be forced to withdraw from Zhuguang City altogether. Fortunately, the Chu family, also one of the 4 great families, maintained an alliance with the Su family. 3 years prior, while Su Jun competed with the Tu family and the Yin family for an opportunity in a relic, he was severely injured by Tu Lei of the Tu family and Yin Xiaotian of the Yin family, shattering nearly 30% of his vital meridians. The Su family had been seeking ways to help Su Jun recover his cultivation in the Yuan martial realm, made him one of the top powerhouses in Zhu County. Regrettably, despite their efforts, both spiritual herbs and medical treatment had yielded minimal results, although they had managed to halt the leakage of his vital energy. As Chu Xian Lu strolled through the flower beds to clear her mind, the very space before her seemed to warp. Before she could react, an infant, still in swaddling clothes, gently descended beneath the peach tree in the courtyard. Chu Xian Lu was taken aback, but instinctively approached the infant. After a gentle examination, she found he still had steady breaths. Cradling him lightly, she made her way to her husband's room. 15 years later, time flew swiftly, and the years slipped by like a stream. The once infant had grown into a handsome young man named Yuluo. As for why he did not carry the Su surname, it was simply because the infant had been found with a token bearing only one character, Yu. Yuluo sat cross-legged by a lakeside, and upon closer inspection, one could see tendrils of vital energy flowing gently into his being. This was a manifestation of the gathering Qi realm. It was noteworthy that the young man was only 15 years old, yet had awakened his abilities a year earlier than his peers, now standing at the late stage of the gathering Qi realm. The entire plane cultivated a form of energy known as vital energy, with all beings typically awakening their abilities around the age of 15. However, not everyone could awaken. Among 10 individuals, only 3 to 4 might exhibit elemental affinity. The ranks of cultivation are initially divided into gathering Qi realm, refining body realm, Yuan initial realm, and concentration realm. The first 4 major realms of the cultivators. Beyond the concentration realm lies the Yuan martial realm, the profound clarity realm, the Earth Yuan realm, the Sky Sovereign realm, and the Yuan King realm. The Earth Yuan realm is already sufficient to secure a position as the ruler of a county within this world. However, the pinnacle remains the Yuan King realm, with an even higher realm known as the Crossing Calamity realm. When awakening, the vital meridians within the body change color according to the elements they resonate with. Azure like the sky for wind, crimson like the sunset for fire, azure like the ocean for water, violet like the clouds for thunder, and golden like the earth, along with verdant like ancient forest for wood. There are also rumors of prodigies who can contain multiple elements, though none have ever appeared in the returning star kingdom. Upon completing his cultivation, the young man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep like an abyss, yet in an instant it returned to clarity, as pure as the clouds. He lowered his head to grasp the token that had hung around his neck, since he could remember it was dim and dull, but appeared to be crafted from a special material. Su Jun's father, Yuluo's grandfather Su Ping Shan, who had achieved the completion of the Yuan martial realm, could not discern what lay within the token. With his hands tracing the token, the young man pondered his origins, displaying a composure that belied his age. My father said, I fell into the courtyard on a night like this. How exactly did I come to be here? There were no memories of that moment, only the token that had always accompanied him. Indeed, accompanied. In a manner incomprehensible to all. Whenever Yu Luo was 10 steps away from the token, it would instantly adhere to his chest. Even Su Pingshan could not perceive how it occurred fortunately. Aside from this peculiar behavior, the token posed no other harmful risks. Snap back to reality. A pair of delicate white hands waved in front of Yu Luo. It was Su Qingyao, the daughter of Su Jun and Chu Xian Lu. She sat down slowly beside Yu Luo. Did I.'s brother lost and thought about his origins once more? Su Qingyao blinked her beautiful eyes, her fair and delicate face resembling a finely crafted painting, a true beauty in a making, with exquisite features, long eyelashes, and a visage reminiscent of art. Her rosy lips slightly parted as she spoke softly. Indeed, this matter is likely to become my primary objective for the foreseeable future. Fortunately, I have already met the qualifications to enter Zhuguang Academy. Now we merely await the enrollment of new students in a month. Zhuguang Academy is the sole institution in Zhu County, admitting 16-year-olds who have reached the mid-stage of Qi gathering, thereby infusing fresh blood into the county's future. You have already reached the Qi gathering stage. While I have yet to awaken my abilities, the girl pouted. What if I am unable to awaken my powers? Yu Luo looked at her with affection and replied with a smile. This year, Qingyao, you shall find out. Even if you remain an ordinary person, I will ensure your protection. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Additionally, Father mentioned that in half a month, the county lord will host a hunting competition to hunt some wild beasts. I would like to join you this time. Me? But I'm still an ordinary person. Would it not be inappropriate? Su Qingyao inquired, puzzled. The hunting competition is divided into 3 tiers based on strength. Uncle Su Hu and Aunt Su Qiuming, along with those who have reached the perfected stage of spirit gathering, will venture deep into the hunting grounds. Father is at the initial stage of spirit gathering, and they will head to the central region, while brother Su Ming and sister Suya, being at the body refining stage, will go to the outer regions. We shall hunt some common wild beasts in the most peripheral areas. That sounds acceptable, but I wish to remain with brother. Of course, I would never allow you to go alone. I will ensure you encounter no danger, Yu Luo assured, patting his chest. Knowing brother is the best. Let's go, the sun is nearly setting. Su Qingyao giggled, covering her mouth with her hand before tugging at Yu Luo's arm, who was a head taller than her. Upon arriving home, the two made their way directly to the main hall, where Su Jun and Chu Xinyu had already prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting the 2 children. Xiao Luo, your cultivation progress appears to be remarkably smooth. It seems you may reach the perfected stage of Qi gathering in less than a month, with the body refining stage already within reach, Su Jun remarked, nodding in satisfaction. Su Jun used his spiritual sense to probe Yu Luo's aura. Pondering, Xiao Luo possesses such extraordinary talent. To which faction does he belong? His aura is human, yet not entirely so, with a portion that eludes detection, and his progress is alarmingly rapid. The races are divided into human, beast, demon, fairy, divine, and demon. Su Jun was concerned that such swift advancement could attract the attention of some terrifying entities. It seems I must find a way to acquire some mundane-grade spirit stones to conceal his aura, Su Jun discussed with Chu Xinyu. To obtain mundane-grade spirit stones capable of masking one's aura, we would need at least 200,000 essence crystals, equivalent to 200 pieces of heavenly crystals. That amount represents the income of the trading guild for an entire year. If it comes to that, shall I borrow some essence crystals from the Chu family? Chu Xinyu suggested, glancing at Su Jun, who appeared troubled. Su Jun shook his head. Tomorrow, I will discuss this with father. Although Xiao Luo is not my biological child, he is as dear to me as one, and I cannot allow him to be exposed to those with ulterior motives. Su Qingyao was sipping on a bowl of beast meat soup, utterly content, oblivious to her parents' conversation, while Yu Luo listened intently. A warm sensation filled his heart, soon followed by a surge of motivation. He must grow quickly to protect those he wishes to safeguard. Turning to Su Jun and Chu Sinyu, he stated, "Father, mother, there's no need to worry. I have accumulated some essence crystals myself, albeit a modest sum of 27,327. A small portion of this was earned through hunting and small jobs over the past year, since my awakening." Upon hearing that Yu Luo had been hunting alone at the age of 15, Chu Sinyu immediately felt anxious and shot him a disapproving glance, patting his back as she scolded, "You foolish child, venturing out to hunt wild beasts at such a young age, aren't you afraid of injury? What if something unfortunate were to happen?" As she spoke, her concern intensified, leading her to pat him more forcefully. Su Jun chuckled, "Enough, Sinyu. It is commendable that the child is responsible. For a boy, sustaining a few injuries is quite normal. Facing danger while hunting can also provide valuable practical experience. However, Xiao Luo, you must not venture too deep. Ordinary beasts and those at the Qi gathering stage pose no threat to you, but you must avoid any ferocious beasts at the body refining stage. Exercise caution, as it is better to be safe than sorry. Keep those essence crystals for yourself. Tomorrow, I will inquire whether the Su family has any such spiritual treasures available in the market. I understand, father and mother. There is no need for excessive concern. I will ensure my own safety." Su Qingyao stuck out her tongue and said softly, "Brother is already quite formidable. Father, mother, may I join brother in the upcoming hunting competition? You need not worry, we will remain in the safest outer area." Hearing this request, Su Jun frowned, but upon realizing the children intended to stay in the periphery, where the beasts were mostly devoid of essence and comprised of young creatures at the initial and mid-stages of Qi gathering, he relented. Before Su Qingyao could begin to plead further, Su Jun, recognizing her expression, resignedly said, "Very well, Qingyao and Xiao Luo may participate, but only in the outermost area, absolutely no deeper. Xiao Luo, you must ensure Qinjiu's safety." The 100-headed centipede, devouring all worlds in the universe's 1 to 32 introduction. In the dim and humid rainforest, the occasional chirping of birds can be heard, while the sporadic droplets of dew narrate the gentle rain of the previous night. Under the warm rays of the sun, the dense foliage casts a myriad of silhouettes upon the forest floor. The spring rain, precious as oil, seems to rejuvenate all living things, as if they were reborn following the downpour. In a small thicket by a pond, a mantis has inadvertently fallen into an intricate web, where a slightly smaller spider quietly awaits at the edge, biding its time until the mantis's strength wanes. Seizing the opportunity, the spider lunges forth and claims the life of the mantis. After cautiously shaking the web and confirming the prey's demise, the spider wraps the captured mantis and prepares to drag it back to its lair. Suddenly, the hunter senses a wave of unease surging through its body, every hair bristling as if confronted by a natural enemy. An involuntary tremor courses through its frame. Before it can react, a flash of black-red light darts by, and a torrent of dark green blood erupts forth as the spider's body is torn asunder. In an instant, the roles of hunter and prey are reversed. In its final moments, the spider struggles to turn and gaze towards the source of the impending doom, only to behold a colossal centipede, its jaws agape in a gruesome display. Measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length, its robust exoskeleton glistens with a sinister black sheen, and 20 pairs of vibrant crimson legs pierce through the dry twigs and leaves, creating small punctures in their wake. The pincers beside its mouth are fierce and razor-sharp, adorned with the remnants of the spider's greenish flesh. The maw continues to widen in the spider's field of vision. Consciousness slips away. After dispatching its prey, the centipede swiftly surveys its surroundings with a fleeting glance, before turning to scuttle towards another spoils, a hint of sentience flickering in its cold gaze. With these two, it should suffice, Chun Fan mused. This marks the second week since Chun Fan arrived in this world. Previously, he was an ordinary researcher on Blue Star, pursuing a master's degree, while not among the societal elite. He led a life free from want. Yet one fateful night, he awoke to find himself in this realm, transformed into a creature akin to a centipede. The nature of this world remains a mystery to Chin Fan, who has not dared to venture out and explore. However, the climate appears similar to that of Blue Star, featuring a cycle of day and night, albeit with 1 sun and 2 moons, after a brief period of struggle and dismissing the possibility of it being a mere dream. Chun Fan reluctantly accepted this reality. Fortunately, he inherited the instincts of a centipede, with muscle memory aiding him in hunting and feeding, allowing him to scrape by it as his gaze sharpened. A blood-red, translucent panel materialized within Chun Fan's sight. Race? Centipede evolution completion. 96. This panel first appeared during his initial meal, and it remains uncertain whether it inherently existed within this body or accompanied him during his transition. Through a period of exploration, Chun Fan discovered that the panel possessed a recognition function, enabling him to glean fragments of information whenever he focused his mind. It was through these panel prompts that Chun Fan managed to survive cautiously until now. The evolution completion percentage indicated the readiness for his next molt. Due to the thick armor of the centipede, it could not grow in size like mammals. Rather, it must undergo successive molts to free itself and complete its physical development. Chun Fan remained uncertain whether his peculiar circumstances or the abilities bestowed by the panel facilitated an accelerated process. The simplest method for hastening evolution was to consume, continuously devouring other living beings. Each time the evolution completion reached 100, Chun Fan would undergo molting, resulting in an increase in size, strength, and defense. During his time in this world, after enduring hardship for survival, Chun Fan successfully molted twice, growing from initial 5 centimeters to his current stature. Although still diminutive, he possessed a modicum of self-defense. Having dragged the second prey into the spider's lair, and after a brief reconnaissance to ensure no enemies lurked nearby, Chun Fan devoured half of the mantis's body. As energy coursed through him, the evolution completion on the panel reached 100. A guiding force emerged, and following the instincts of the creature, Chun Fan's consciousness began to fade, his body instinctively curling into a ball. As evolution commenced, the natural order of the weak being devoured by the strong continued unabated, with sunlight still illuminating the forest and trees standing tall. On a microscopic level, the cycle of large insects consuming smaller ones and small insects feasting on shrimps played out. This area seemed devoid of larger animals, maintaining an overarching silence on a macroscopic scale. Within the spider's lair, a unique energy began to flow into Chun Fan's body, causing his form to grow increasingly dark and enlarged. 20.1 cm, 20.2 cm, 20.3 centimeter. A day later, with a tearing sound, Chun Fan emerged from his discarded shell. His bleary eyes gradually cleared as he turned to regard his transformed body, feeling a surge of strength that exceeded his previous prowess by 50%, eliciting a sense of satisfaction within him. 2 sharp spines sprouted beside his mouth. In addition to the original pincers, a new pair emerged, wickedly sharp, glinting with a dark green sheen in the sunlight. His entire form became more refined and lethal. The once 20-centimeter length had extended to 25 centimeters, his black exoskeleton deepening in hue, and 20 pairs of crimson legs becoming increasingly elongated and pointed. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. With a thought, his gaze fell upon the pincers, enveloped by an inexplicable sensation. Is this due to the spider I last consumed? Chun Fan pondered. What exactly is this entity residing within my mind? How did it come to dwell there? What purpose does it serve? Chun Fan, personifying his thoughts, furrowed his antennae. He had never considered himself the protagonist. Regarding this so-called golden finger's mind, he maintained a skeptical attitude. After a moment of contemplation, a self-deprecating smile graced Chun Fan's face. Regardless, I possess nothing at present. Any change would be a welcome improvement. In his previous life, Chun Fan often read novels, observing that many protagonists would become ecstatic upon discovering their golden fingers, liberating themselves in delight. Yet upon deeper reflection, this notion could evoke chilling fears. Why should such a golden finger choose you over another? If a single golden finger could transform an otherwise mediocre individual into the so-called strongest in the world, what significance does the existence of the golden finger hold? Is it merely a scheme to exploit the unsuspecting? Yet, now that it is Chun Fan's turn to traverse this realm, his performance does not seem significantly superior to anyone else's. For despite his doubts, if he were to refrain from utilizing the golden finger, he would likely meet an untimely demise at the hands of some predatory bird, regardless of the underlying truths. As long as it aids Chun Fan in surviving in the short term, it is a boon. Even pigs require time to be raised. Nibbling on the newly formed pincers, Chun Fan nodded. Although as one of the 5 poisonous creatures, he inherently possessed venom. It was rather sparse, akin to the toxin contained within a single bee. With the addition of this new pair of venomous pincers, his safety during hunts would undoubtedly increase. Thus, he could potentially expand his range of activities, Chun Fan contemplated. Despite possessing the advantage of human intellect, a centipede remains merely an insect of the upper echelons, situated within the lower tier of the animal kingdom. While numerous humans in his past life feared centipedes, it was primarily due to their fearsome appearance and venom. Setting aside these 2 points, in terms of physical strength, the centipede does not possess formidable combat capabilities and can easily fall prey to other hunters. Aware of this, Chun Fan remains cautious during his activities, choosing to stay indoors whenever possible and hiding among the crevices of stones, patiently waiting to ambush passing juvenile insects. After his second evolution, Chun Fan's strength increased somewhat, and as the small insects near his nest dwindled, he ventured cautiously into nearby areas to explore. Now, having undergone a 3rd metamorphosis, Chun Fan's physique has transformed beyond recognition, providing him with a foundation for external hunting. Thus, after going a day and a night without sustenance, Chun Fan swiftly devoured the remaining half of a mantis, taking away the remnants of his old exoskeleton, and vanished into the spider's lair. With a sharp crack, the sound of a shell breaking echoed as a centipede grew rigid from its violent struggles. Chun Fan withdrew the 2 pairs of pincers that had gripped his prey. This marked the 31st insect he had hunted since his latest evolution, and concurrently, the completion of his evolutionary progress surged significantly at this moment. It had been 2 weeks since his last transformation. Despite his increased strength, Chun Fan adhered to his cautious principles and refrained from venturing too far, remaining within his limited territory, only reaching the site where he had previously hunted spiders. This area, after Chun Fan's thorough cleansing, no longer harbored insects of considerable size. Under normal circumstances, a centipede can grow to a length of 10 to 20 centimeters, requiring multiple moltings over an extended period to increase in size. However, aided by his panel's metamorphic capabilities, Chun Fan has achieved, in merely 3 molts, a size that meets or even surpasses the typical maximum for centipedes. This growth is far beyond the realm of normal development. Furthermore, his physical strength, shell hardness, and the sharpness of his limbs have all been enhanced, and he has acquired a 2nd type of toxin. With these combined advantages, Chun Fan poses an overwhelming threat to other insects. Through numerous encounters, Chun Fan has also gained a renewed understanding of his control and awareness over his own body. Dragging the battered body of the centipede, it became apparent that, in comparison, the 2 should have been of similar size in Chun Fan's previous life. However, now the centipede measures only half Chun Fan's length and appears exceedingly frail. A larger body signifies greater strength, leading to a more pronounced physical dominance, thus providing a substantial advantage in hunting. For Chun Fan, his robust physique is the sole source of his security, and he welcomes any actions that enhance his power. With a swift flick of his tail, he skewered a hapless mosquito. Emotionless, he consumed his prey, relishing the further refinement of his evolutionary progress. Chun Fan contemplated his next course of action. During this period of relentless hunting, the biodiversity of this area has plummeted. Larger insects have been completely hunted down, while smaller social insects remain untouched due to his cautious nature. Every territory has its inherent dominion, and following the disruption of the local ecosystem, an awkward situation has arisen. The ecological environment here can no longer sustain his advancement. Consequently, to continue acquiring sufficient food and resources for evolution, he must expand his exploratory range or eradicate several nearby ant nests. Casting a glance at the distant ant mound, Chun Fan shook his head. Ants exhibit a formidable sense of social cohesion, united under the leadership of a queen, making their combat prowess formidable. Moreover, the external appearance of the ant mound offers no insights into the size of its colony. Chun Fan recalled a documentary he had watched in his previous life about how ants construct their nests. Beneath a few small entrances, the underground ant nest could extend for dozens of meters. One could only speculate how many soldiers could be concealed within such a nest. Many ants can take down an elephant, he mused. Furthermore, ants can form tight clusters and sacrifice themselves in the face of danger, a species that Chun Fan dares not engage with. Thus, he resolves to continue expanding his exploratory range, recognizing that while the information remains unknown, the ecological conditions within the same rainforest will not differ drastically. However, it is still too early. Life is singular, and although food is now scarce in this area, survival remains possible. Therefore, Chun Fan has resolved to evolve once more before the environmental capacity reaches its limit. He will expand his territory. Chun Fan's caution, however, comes at the expense of the lower-tier insects. Within a radius of several dozen meters, the insect had already been significantly depleted, and after Chun Fan's thorough search, even the smaller insects suffered the consequences. An earthworm had just emerged from the soil, breathing in the fresh air, only to be pierced by a spear-like appendage. Two caterpillars languidly basking on a leaf were snatched away. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly across this small expanse of land. Another week passed. The small thicket surrounding the pile of rubble lay silent, devoid of any signs of life. Even at a distance, the surviving creatures had sensed the presence of a formidable being claiming this territory and fled in search of new habitats. This exodus paved the way for Chun Fan's next metamorphosis. His 40-centimeter shell radiated a streamlined aesthetic, with 20 pairs of abdominal legs resembling spears etched into the earth, and 3 pairs of formidable pincers emanating a terrifying aura, while a pair of crimson, menacing compound eyes gleamed from his forehead. Indeed, with the completion of yet another metamorphosis, Chun Fan's body underwent another transformation, sprouting a new pair of pincers in his final hunt. Chun Fan encountered a spider, marking his most arduous battle yet. The spider's fangs were exceptionally sharp, leaving gaping holes wherever they bit, and its web stickiness was the strongest he had encountered in weeks. Relying on his durable exoskeleton and the newly acquired venomous fangs, Chun Fan effortlessly vanquished his foe, though at the cost of several broken legs. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. As a result of this price, Chun Fan underwent another evolution, seemingly inheriting these pincers. The molting healed his injuries. Feeling the explosive power conveyed by his new body, Chun Fan contentedly explored his antennae. The newly formed venomous pincers appeared to possess corrosive toxins, capable of snapping slender branches under pressure. His body's hardness and strength had increased by over 70%, significantly enhancing his resilience. Now, Chun Fan's size exceeds that of a small adult's forearm, with a striking black and red exterior that, combined with long legs, renders him even more imposing. If I were to appear in my previous life, I would undoubtedly become the subject of countless doctoral theses. Chun Fan chuckled. Throughout this process, he has also developed a deeper understanding of the rules governing his evolution. Gazing up at the moon, the crescent illuminated the night with a serene glow, evoking tranquility within the heart. As his time living here lengthened, Chun Fan felt increasingly distanced from humanity, consuming raw insects, braving the elements, and even admiring his ever-strengthening exoskeleton have become second nature to him an ordinary person. This would seem exceedingly abnormal, yet for Chun Fan, it has become entirely routine, without any sense of dissonance. Perhaps my psyche has long since gone awry, Chun Fan mused with a light laugh, yet he remained unfazed. According to psychological assessments, 10 out of 10 individuals could be deemed mentally unstable. As long as one makes choices of their own volition, there is no need for hesitation. Chun Fan's resolve strengthened. Thus far, all his actions in this world have been dedicated to survival. As long as survival is assured, other factors may be disregarded. The continuous increase in size and the enhancement of defensive capabilities have finally eased the long-held anxiety of Chun Fan. Since arriving in this world, he has lived in constant trepidation, fearing that a frog might leap out from an unexpected corner or that an eagle might swoop down from the sky, viewing him as its next meal. Although he remains small, and larger predators may soon emerge due to his increased size, he can at least rest assured that he will not perish for some inexplicable reason. While he has now acquired sufficient strength, it is prudent to cautiously expand his range of activities. Chun Fan mused, as a cautious individual, He prefers to adopt the safest and most stable strategies in all his endeavors. This was true in his past life during experiments, and holds even more significance in this one, especially since it pertains to his very existence to venture into the unknown world with only a modicum of strength. Without any intelligence about the surroundings, would be exceedingly imprudent. It is akin to gambling on the notion that the outside world is not fraught with peril, much like the protagonists depicted in novels from his previous life, who risked their lives to break through limits under immense pressure. Chun Fan views such actions as merely gambling with one's life, betting on mere luck. Surviving under pressure and achieving a breakthrough is not an accomplishment worthy of admiration, nor is it a path to emulate, as many others have succumbed along the way. In other words, it lacks universality. Chun Fan has never considered himself particularly special or fortunate, and he knows that simply possessing a modicum of strength and recklessly wandering about is merely inviting disaster. With this mindset, he planned to advance his activity range by 2 meters daily in pursuit of food and resources for evolution. By doing so, although the pace of understanding the world would be slow, the gradual changes in environment would mitigate danger significantly. Furthermore, this expanding exploratory range would yield a greater abundance of food, adequately satisfying his growing appetite. With these thoughts, Chun Fan began to wriggle his hardened body, his numerous legs undulating as he crawled deeper into the jungle. His gaze inadvertently swept across a few untouched ant nests, where scattered ants busily entered and exited, attending to their respective duties, some transporting food, others constructing mounds, and some exchanging supplies with their companions, creating a miniature kingdom of sorts. Soon, I shall return to tidy up after you, he mused, since his crossing into this realm, whether due to inherent physiological attributes or a transformation from an unseen benefactor. Chun Fan's appetite has exceeded all expectations. A centipede. He theoretically only needs to consume food every few days to sustain his life. However, in reality, he is engaged in high-intensity hunting every day without feeling any discomfort. With the recent large-scale clearing of life within his territory, the days ahead would consist of a steady, circular advance into exploration. Days turned into weeks, and as time gradually passed, Chun Fan treaded carefully, diversifying his diet to include small rabbits and frogs. Gradually, he found himself thinking less, truly embodying a beast engaged in a brutal struggle for survival and consumption. There were times when he would go several days without capturing a worthwhile prey, resorting to devouring some dragonflies and cicadas, resulting in slow evolutionary progress. Yet there were also days when he encountered valuable prey multiple times, leading to significant advancements in his mental acuity, although this scale was relative to other creatures. Thus far, the largest creature Chun Fan had encountered remained the previously hunted millipede. He had yet to lay eyes on any creature of half his size. Occasionally, he would come across beehives or ant colonies, at which point he would wisely choose to circumvent them. In this manner, adhering to his original plan, Chun Fan continued his steady and tranquil existence that on the 12th day. During his 5th molting, Chun Fan's body length reached 60 centimeters. Rows of backward-facing spines emerged from his back, and his black exoskeleton deepened in hue. On the 30th day, during his 6th molt, he achieved a length of 80 centimeters, sprouting an additional 2 pairs of compound eyes. By the 56th day, during his 7th molting, he reached an impressive length of 110 centimeters. The 2 antennae at the end of his tail became extraordinarily robust, tapering to a sharp point resembling the stingers of a scorpion. That night, beside a pile of stones in the jungle, his massive armor reflected a dark sheen, and his numerous segments glimmered in unison. Lying by a puddle and gazing through the moonlight, 3 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the reflection in the water. Surely no one could recognize what species I am now. Chun Fan pondered, marveling at his current appearance, which was a stark contrast to the being he had been upon arriving in this world. It regrettable. Of course, it is transforming from a youth with a future filled with promise into this monstrous form, struggling for survival. Few would willingly choose such a life. Furthermore, having lived alone for months without conversation or social interaction has taken a considerable toll on his psyche. Yet, Chun Fan did not voice any complaints. After all, complaining serves no purpose. Given that his current existence relies on the consumption of countless lives, he had no grounds for grievance. To be alive is already a rarity. What right does he have to lament? Chun Fan thought to himself, baring his fearsome jaws. After extensive observation, he had begun to form a hypothesis regarding the rules of his transformation. It was quite simple. Really, with each molt, he would select the most suitable and superior aspects from the food consumed during that time frame for evolution. During the first two transformations, as he had only consumed lowly creatures, their insignificance relative to his own capabilities resulted in minimal changes to his appearance. However, as his hunting abilities improved and his diet diversified, the impact on his form naturally grew more pronounced. What remained uncertain to him was whether the abilities of animals and plants could be evolved as well. He mused. Thus far, Chun Fan had only experienced a handful of molts, rendering him a poor subject for universal study. Moreover, his typical diet consisted primarily of other insects, and he rarely encountered larger animals, let alone consumed them. Although he had consumed some plants, it was merely out of curiosity, offering minimal sustenance. Additionally, the compatibility between plants and his biology was weak, making the evolution of similar abilities unlikely. Ascending to his lair, he glanced back along the path. Aphids, nutritionally deficient in adulthood. Caterpillars, 58 through pupation in the juvenile stage. Moths, damage to the right wing in the juvenile stage. The panel's notifications revealed a plethora of data, indicating that as he approached his lair, the life statistics diminished, signifying that they had long since been consumed. The ant nest that had previously instilled caution in Chun Fan had already been eradicated. The small grove lay in eerie silence, broken only by the occasional chirping of cicadas, a testament to life. Curiously, while clearing the ant nests, he discovered that apart from one larger colony, the others contained no more than 100 ants each, posing no threat to him, and he easily dismantled their mounts. Thus, the remaining resistance had been quelled, leaving behind only a few stray cats. Having paid such a steep price in lives to secure his own existence, Chun Fan felt a pang of reflection. In his previous life, he had eaten daily, but those were merely processed foods. Now, he faced the raw reality of life and death, a visceral confrontation of consuming other beings to sustain himself. This experience granted him a new perspective on the cycle of life. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content that follows. However, Chun Fan felt no regret. This time, fortune favored him, aided by his unique abilities, allowing him to continually grow. Furthermore, he had not encountered any formidable adversaries in the early stages, which enabled him to develop steadily without the risk of premature demise. He mused that had his luck been slightly worse, he might have been the one consumed. In his recollections, at least 3 powerful insects lurked nearby, capable of claiming his life. Had he recklessly roamed about upon his arrival or explored during his transformations, he would have likely met with fatal consequences. Yet now, they had long been subdued, presumably having become mere components of a natural world. A flicker of determination crossed his gaze, reinforcing his belief in his cautious strategy. At that moment, a rustling sound approached, and his extraordinarily evolved antennae detected the traces of biological activity. 6 multifaceted eyes focused intently in the direction of the disturbance. Cobra. Juvenile. Length. 23 cm. Venom depleted, the panel indicated. In the distance, a grayish-blue serpentine creature intruded upon his territory, moving slowly through the fallen leaves and crushing brittle twigs beneath its weight, its tail swaying unconsciously. Its slender body and diminutive head suggested it was likely a venomous snake. Concealed in the shadows, Chun Fan observed this new neighbor with keen interest. After such a long time spent in the company of insects, the small animals he had encountered were all of the lower echelon. This was his first encounter with a superior predator among the animal kingdom. Although it belonged to the same category as the 5 poisons, the snake was a welcome diversion for both his mind and palate. 20 pairs of spear-like legs moved silently as he ascended a nearby tree. The young snake remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, instinctively feeling only a physiological sense of panic. Snakes rely on heat signatures and their tongues to perceive their surroundings, while Chun Fan, as a cold-blooded creature, possessed a relatively low body temperature. Thus, maintaining a safe distance rendered the snake blind to the centipede. The unsettling feeling intensified until, driven by instinct, the intruding venomous snake decided to retreat. Just then, a sudden whoosh pierced the air as Chun Fan, adorned in a red and black hue, struck with the precision of a blade, sinking into the snake's vulnerable spot. 3 pairs of gleaming pincers latched onto its body, injecting various types of venom. The snake reacted swiftly. In the first moment of being attacked, it opened its gaping maw to bite at Chun Fan's neck while its tail coiled in an attempt to constrict him. Yet a pained cry erupted as Chun Fan managed to inflict a deep wound at the snake's vital area, its fangs failing to penetrate his exoskeleton. Simultaneously, the 2 venomous stingers at his rear pressed against the snake's crimson mouth, striving to immobilize its head. In mere moments, the venomous snake, one of the 5 poisons, lay lifeless on the ground, its body slackening as it lost the strength to resist. The entire encounter lasted less than 20 seconds. Gazing at the snake, which was slightly shorter than himself, Chun Fan nodded in satisfaction. His inaugural hunt had proven remarkably successful. Observing the snake's body gradually stiffening, he pondered deeply, reigniting the long-dormant human intellect within him. It seemed he was encroaching upon the habitat of other creatures. His forthcoming actions would require greater caution, necessitating a slowdown or even a cessation of hunting when deemed necessary. Although his current feeding intensity was high, it was a deliberate choice aimed at accelerating his evolution. Slowing down for the sake of stability was not out of the question. The interplay of opposites in nature, where each entity both supports and restrains the other, also applied to the animal kingdom. In folklore from his previous life, centipedes were known as natural enemies of snakes. Despite the centipede being smaller than the snake, it would not retreat in fear, but rather seize the opportunity to strike at the snake's eyes. Much like Erlang Shun from the Feng Shin Yini, who transformed into a centipede to counter a snake spirit, a centipede that had undergone several evolutions, Chun Fan was larger than this snake, and there was no reason for him to feel fear. This innate advantage, coupled with the element of surprise, was the foundation of Chun Fan's boldness. However, the presence of one snake indicated the likelihood of others. Moreover, if memory served, snakes were social creatures. In documentaries from his past life, there were often snake dens or snake islands. While he could manage one, he could not discount the existence of stronger individuals. Should he find himself surrounded, danger would ensue. Simultaneously, the cycle of life dictated that there must be natural enemies to snakes nearby. Yet with every advantage comes a disadvantage. A more extensive ecological network would significantly accelerate Chun Fan's metamorphosis. Thus, danger and opportunity coexisted, as evidenced by the crimson gleam in his eyes. Rain always has the power to wash away the clamor, bestowing a fleeting tranquility upon the world. Beside a small lake formed by accumulated rainwater, a few wolves lapped at the water, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. They had once ruled this territory, lacking neither water nor food, sheltered from the scorching sun by the dense foliage. Though stronger adversaries existed, they were solitary and no match for the pack. However, just days prior, a colossal intruder had challenged their dominion. It was a bizarre creature, unlike anything they had ever seen, covered in claws that evoked a sense of dread. It not only usurped food belonging to their pack, but also ambushed lone wolves, claiming the lives of several companions. Even their leader had perished from a single bite, leaving the entire tribe in disarray. Reduced to merely 4 wolves, including the one reflecting on their plight. With these thoughts in mind, the wolf hastened its actions. They were accustomed to attacking other animals while they drank, and who could say if that monstrous entity would employ the same tactic? Just then, as one wolf drank, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its mouth, followed by a wave of numbness and dizziness. Before it could react, a stinger akin to a scorpion's tail sliced through its throat. The other wolves, alerted by the cry, quickly formed a defensive circle. Emerging slowly from the water was a massive creature, around 3 meters in length, its body adorned with barbs, gleaming black with a metallic sheen, and sporting 20 pairs of vividly crimson legs. 2 scythe-like antennae protruded from its rear, reminiscent of a scorpion's tail. 3 pairs of hauntingly red eyes captivated their attention, and in front of it were a pair of formidable pincers, each the size of a wolf's head. The newcomer was none other than Chun Fan. Upon witnessing the murderer of their companion appear before them, The trio of wolves hesitated, not rushing forward in a frenzy. Their primal instincts sent waves of warning through their bodies, causing them to scatter in a flurry of apprehension. Chun Fan, however, chose not to pursue. Instead, he grasped the carcass of the wolf and slowly sank it into the depths of the lake. Throughout this period, Chun Fan continued to advance his explorations, albeit with a heightened sense of caution compared to before, as anticipated. Once his exploration area expanded to a certain extent, particularly after encountering a small lake. The frequency of animal encounters began to rise. Initially, he encountered creatures such as geckos and frogs, then progressed to snakes, mice, and rabbits, and eventually to larger animals like reindeer and antelopes. The diversity of wildlife he witnessed grew increasingly vast, and on several occasions, he even crossed paths with formidable apex predators like tigers and leopards that in this process. Chun Fan adhered to the principle that size is the sole measure of combat prowess in the natural world. He prudently avoided creatures larger than himself, while he actively hunted those smaller, incorporating them into his sustenance. This practice swiftly accumulated his combat experience, gradually training every inch of his body into a weapon of battle. Furthermore, the occasional encounters with unfamiliar creatures reinforced his belief that he was no longer in his original world. It was not a matter of ignorance. Rather, beings like the three-eyed monkey and the spiny hyena were unmistakably not inhabitants of Blue Star. It must be said that the nutrients provided by animals far exceeded those of insects. Although animals were relatively scarce, each hunt and subsequent consumption significantly advanced his evolutionary progress, relying on this. Coupled with the ever-expanding territory he explored, Chun Fan's strength progressed rapidly. Notably, the discovery of the small lake allowed him to fully embrace an amphibious existence, after devouring numerous aquatic creatures and crustaceans. He successfully evolved the ability to breathe underwater, along with a pair of formidable crab-like pincers. While these pincers lacked the venom of the multiple mandibles beside his mouth, they became his most potent offensive weapon. The ability to breathe underwater further expanded his habitat and hunting range. At this juncture, he bore a striking resemblance to a curious amalgamation of mantis shrimp, crab, and scorpion. Thus, Chun Fan had been in this world for over 6 months. The prolonged cycle of nocturnal prowling, sharpening his fangs, and engaging in stealthy ambushes drew him further away from the memories of his former self, rendering him increasingly cold and ruthless. However, the price of this transformation was a firmer foothold in this unfamiliar realm. Each strike of his pincers conveyed a profound sense of power, while the thrust of his toes could effortlessly slice through branches, and his sensory perception sharpened to an extraordinary degree. At this point, I dare say only adult elephants and rhinoceroses could rival me. Chun Fan scoffed. Unless they utilize their weight to overpower me, creatures reliant on sharp teeth and claws cannot even breach my defenses. Chun Fan was quite satisfied with his physique. At least within this modest territory, no animal posed a challenge to him, as it had entirely devolved into his hunting ground, despite the dwindling biological presence. Thus, he continued to gradually expand his domain. A month passed, 2 months, 3 months. His golden finger continued to facilitate numerous evolutions, although the pace of evolution had begun to slow due to his considerable size. It seemed to know no bounds as he continued to metamorphose. Before long, for seasonal cycles had turned, and a year had elapsed. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the captivating content that follows. Lying beside the grassy slope, he stared blankly at the distant forest. The series of prompts flickered through Chun Fan's mind, yet he paid them no heed. At this point, he had grown to a length of 5 meters, his appearance becoming increasingly fearsome and grotesque. He had entirely forsaken the consumption of insects, for in light of his current size, they were simply too minuscule that a single bite would scarcely fill the gaps between his teeth, yielding minimal evolutionary sustenance. Consequently, Chun Fan had wholly shifted his focus to the larger animals. Fortunately, these creatures possessed far greater mobility than insects. Having devoured one group, he could await the arrival of another. Otherwise, he would once again find himself facing a shortage of food. Chun Fan found himself engulfed in confusion once more. When he first arrived in this world, his sole objective was survival. Now that the issue of survival had been resolved, The monotony of daily life began to wear on him, that he could not speak, had no one to converse with, and lacked kin. His only form of entertainment was watching the cyclical dance of day and night. The shifting of weather. Chun Fan contemplated whether he should embark on a journey to explore whether intelligent beings existed in the outside world, pondering their societal structures. However, given his current appearance, even the mere act of gazing would instill dread in others. Even if intelligent beings did exist, they would undoubtedly keep their distance. Moreover, unlike ordinary animals, intelligent beings posed a greater threat. Should his existence be revealed, his life would be in peril. Thus, Chun Fan gradually ceased his territorial expansion. Remaining within his modest domain, by day, he would hide in the burrow he had excavated, and at night, he would venture out to hunt. Although such a routine was somewhat tedious, the gradual growth of his power over time captivated him. Time flowed on. One day, a clamor of noise roused the slumbering Chun Fan. Quick, quick, keep up. We are only 40 kilometers away from Count Hoover's domain. Amidst the chorus of cicadas, a squad of roughly 20 knights clad in light armor hastily approached Chun Fan's lair. Once we arrive, we will be safe. Deliver the princess, and the prince will reward us with everything we desire, the lead knight bellowed. This was a warrior standing 2 meters tall, adorned in heavy armor. His silver armor bore the scars of countless sword strikes, glinting ominously in the moonlight. The 2-meter-long broadsword at his waist seemed capable of crushing a man. His robust muscles strained against the armor, creating bulges beneath the fabric. Even the black steed beneath him exuded strength, clearly tailored to support his weight. Otherwise, it could not sustain his bulk. That moment, his face betrayed urgency as he urged the lagging knights behind him to hasten. Observing the scene, Chun Fan noted that of the 20-odd knights, only 10 or so horses remained. Some riders were clinging closely to their comrades, tightly huddled together. Many bore visible wounds, with crimson blood seeping from the fissures in their battered armor. The ragged appearance of the knights, their weary expressions, and the faltering pace of their steeds indicated a defeated army. Nonetheless, it was evident that these knights formed a loose circle, with a similarly robust vice-captain at the center. Behind him stood a tall woman clad in coarse linen, tightly clutching the edge of his garment, clearly the linchpin of the group. Sensing the familiar sound of hooves trampling the grass, Chun Fan abruptly opened his 6 eyes from slumber. This, despite having never ridden a horse in his previous life and lacking profound knowledge of equines, he had become intimately familiar with such sounds through television and films. Now, to hear similar sounds here suggested either a herd of horses was migrating or that intelligent beings were passing through. Regardless of which scenario it was, it warranted investigation. The former would provide him with an abundant food source, while the latter implied the existence of intelligent life in this world. In profound silence, the countless hairs on his body stirred, attuning themselves to the direction of the approaching sound. Chun Fan vanished into the shroud of night. Everyone, stay alert. We will soon traverse the Silver Moon Forest. The captain of the knights suddenly let out a fierce roar, seemingly attempting to rouse the weary spirits of his comrades and extract the last vestiges of their energy compared to the glaring sun of the day. The tranquil chirping of cicadas and the coolness of the night air made it all too easy for one to succumb to fatigue if they wished to traverse the final stretch of their journey safely and reach the Count's territory. They would need to muster their remaining resolve with utmost caution. Moreover, they had the added burden of escorting a princess that a glance over his shoulder revealed that both the princess and the warriors trailing behind, though gritting their teeth in determination, were slowly losing focus. Clearly, the prolonged journey, compounded by the skirmishes with their pursuers, had taken its toll. No mere words could alter their state. The knights, who had endured several days of intense combat, had already reached the limits of their stamina. Fortunately, the princess seemed to possess a modicum of understanding, causing no undue disturbances along the way, which the captain silently appreciated. This was likely a byproduct of the hereditary nature of the nobility. Many second sons of noble families tended to develop a penchant for comfort, even amidst perilous circumstances. They knew that even if they fell into the clutches of the enemy, they would at most face a ransom demand from their families, ensuring their lives were spared. However, for the warriors fighting on their behalf, the stakes were life and death. Yet, for the royal family embroiled in internal strife, the situation was markedly different. To avoid the fate of a dying centipede that refuses to perish, or becoming fodder for others' ambitions, such conflicts often sought to eradicate every trace of their adversaries. At least in this instance of civil unrest, the opposition showed no intention of holding back. The princess was evidently aware of this, as her demeanor throughout the journey had been quiet and compliant, offering the captain some relief. Despite these thoughts, the captain's pace did not waver. His senses remained alert, continuously scanning the surroundings. After a few more strides, he suddenly sensed something amiss, his brow furrowed in concern. Something about the environment felt off. Years of combat had honed the warrior's instincts, allowing them to detect the slightest shifts in their surroundings. Since the beginning, subtle changes had occurred that eluded the naked eye. Ahead lay the Count's domain, a place that, as his private garden, should not harbor a large force in ambush. The map indicated it was merely a typical forest, devoid of lurking beasts. The air composition appeared normal, and his body showed no signs of adverse reaction, thus ruling out the possibility of toxic fumes. Where then lay the problem? A sense of unease lingered within the captain. However, turning back at this point was not feasible, as it risked an encounter with their pursuers. Everyone, stay vigilant. Danger may lie ahead. If we endure this final stretch, riches and glory await us. The captain's instinctive warning compelled the knights to tense their nerves, gripping their reins with determination. For them, obedience was instinctual, particularly to the commands of a strong leader. For those who had defied orders had long since been forgotten in some distant battlefield. This place, a long-standing habitat of Chun Fan, bore his scent, and given the prolonged hunting pressure, the local fauna density, though recovering, remained lower than in other regions, creating a discernible disparity. The group pressed forward, burdened by an oppressive atmosphere. As they traversed a certain distance, a few timid steeds suddenly emitted whimpers, unwilling to advance. Witnessing this, the captain's suspicions deepened. The instincts of animals far surpassed those of humans. Their behavior indicated they had sensed an impending threat. After a moment's hesitation, the captain turned his gaze to the smallest knight in the company. Under the captain's scrutiny, the knight retrieved a crystal orb from his pack. After a brief pause, he crushed it with conviction. It will return, it will return. Wealth is but a triviality, as long as we survive to complete our mission. Suppressing a twinge of pain, the magical crystal conveyed a message. Right 23 meters at 30 degrees. The mage shouted. Upon hearing this, the others swiftly drew several arrows from their quivers and aimed towards the indicated direction. That in a synchronized volley. The sounds of explosions rang out. Small trees splintered, and rabbits hidden within the underbrush were sent flying, stirring up clouds of dust. The knight's formidable prowess was unmistakable. Then, a colossal figure emerged from the dense thicket. Chun Fan, his deep black exterior gleaming with a metallic sheen. Beneath him lay scattered broken arrows, evidencing his formidable defense. The startled horses, sensing the presence of a predator, froze in place, nearly toppling their riders. The atmosphere grew tense as dozens of knights faced off against a single beast, the situation decidedly awkward. The knights had anticipated an ambush by hidden foes or perhaps a fearsome bear, yet they were taken aback by the sheer size of this creature. Not only were they fleeing for their lives, utterly exhausted, but the mere appearance of the monster extinguished any desire to engage in combat. Chun Fan's fierce visage reflected a hint of bewilderment. Driven by curiosity, he had stealthily approached, eager to discern the nature of these beings. However, the sudden barrage of arrows had betrayed his position. How had they discovered me? Chun Fan pondered. As an experienced apex predator, he had long mastered the art of concealing his presence. Of course, it was also possible that through his numerous encounters during the evolutionary process, he had unwittingly acquired this ability. Regardless, he should not have been easily detected. Furthermore, these individuals had been moving along without issue until just moments ago, when one of them shattered something, thus revealing his presence. There must be a connection. Was this world governed by a development system distinct from that of his past life? For now, he set aside these musings and began to analyze the humans before him, that 23 individuals, clad in attire reminiscent of the medieval period from his previous life. exhibited physical prowess far superior to that of historical humans, likely due to the unknown systems of this world. Among them were 22 males and 1 female, who appeared to be the most significant figure among them. The data displayed before him corroborated his observations, though it included additional information regarding their armor materials, cargo, and the titles of knights and great knights. A simple analysis of the current situation left Chun Fan feeling a twinge of frustration. Damn it, this is such a Glitch D scenario. The symptoms clearly indicated a wealthy young lady accompanied by her entourage, implying the presence of a substantial backing that in this context, whether Chun Fan chose to annihilate them on this spot or attempt to communicate. The outcome would likely result in his whereabouts being disclosed, an exceedingly unfavorable prospect for his survival. How had his hidden presence been compromised? Yet, such queries did not impede Chun Fan's actions. The thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant. In reality, the moment the arrows struck and betrayed his position, Chun Fan had already launched himself into motion. His body surged forward like an out-of-control freight train, claws at the ready, barreling toward the knights and swiftly taking 2 from the flank. Sensing the aura of an apex predator, the horses plunged into chaos, throwing their riders into disarray. The dual strategies Chun Fan had contemplated were swiftly transformed into a full-on assault, having been attacked. He could no longer hope to present a semblance of humanity and seek dialogue, not to mention the language barrier. Even if communication were possible, the knights would remain wary due to their recent assault. Furthermore, the enemy had already made their move. Could one truly expect him to simply extend an olive branch? With a primal mentality forged through years of relentless combat, Chun Fan unleashed his martial prowess. As if still reeling from the sudden skirmish, the 2 nearest foes were swiftly incapacitated by his tail hook, rendering them devoid of fighting capability. Thus, from the original 22 warriors, only 18 remained at this moment. The others gradually regained their senses, hastily converging towards their comrades to confront Chun Fan. Dismount, steady your formation, and protect the princess. The captain finally reacted, swiftly issuing commands, astonished by Chun Fan's rapid reflexes. Although uncertain of his true nature, one would expect a creature to exhibit some display of intimidation before engaging in battle, be it human bravado or the ferocious roar of a bear or lion. How could it be that this beast charged straight into the fray? The horses, already weary from their long journey, succumbed to the oppressive aura of a top predator, compelling all to dismount and prepare for combat. Shielding the remaining team members behind him, the captain unsheathed his rugged blade, attempting to inhale deeply to channel his inner strength into the massive sword. Just as he drew half a breath, Chun Fan, with blinding speed, teleported to their flank, seizing 2 of his comrades with his formidable pincers. Henceforth, 2 more allies fell lifeless before him. The remaining warriors' swords and their desperate counterattacks merely caused a faint glimmer on Chun Fan's shell and the sound of steel clashing. Before the captain could complete his breath, he swung his great sword towards Chun Fan. Die, monster, rising sun. Accompanied by the name of his technique, the sword struck with the brilliance of dawn at the very spot Chun Fan had just occupied. The reason for this was his remarkable agility, which allowed him to evade the blow. Blazing sun. The blade glided sideways, slicing toward Chun Fan in a horizontal arc, yet again met with empty air. Sunset, the force of the 3rd strike, a culmination of the previous 2, surpassed their combined might. A technique rarely mastered even among the greatest knights, IKT demanded a unique fusion of inner energy and muscular strength. It was this very skill that had earned him the title of captain of the prince's 2nd squadron. However, regrettably, this formidable strike also missed its target, embedding itself deeply into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Observing his sword stuck in the earth, the captain fell into silence. This was unexpected. The normal outcome should have been the opponent either barely enduring or dodging the first 2 strikes, only to be cleaved in 2 by the 3rd. How could this be? How could such a nimble creature exist? After 3 consecutive failed attempts to land a decisive blow, the captain felt a twinge of despondency. Yet, this internal turmoil did not affect Chun Fan, who seized the opportunity while the captain struggled to free his sword, darting into the crowd and claiming 3 more knights. That a fool would confront someone head-on. It is better to inflict a wound on one than to harm 10 fingers. Target the weak first and eliminate as many foes as possible to diminish their fighting strength. What significance is there in a direct clash? Chun Fan's beastly mind was always tempered by a glimmer of wisdom. Seeing this, the remaining warriors hastily retreated, reforming their ranks to shield the woman at their center. With legs like the many segments of Centipede, Chun Fan finally entered a formal standoff with them. Through years of bloodshed, he understood his strengths and weaknesses. His shortcomings were evident. He was not adept at long-distance movement, given his size and number of legs. Yet his advantages were equally clear. Such a multitude of limbs granted him extraordinary instantaneous speed, and his vast bulk combined to provide immense kinetic energy in short bursts. His sharp toes, venomous tail stinger, and powerful pincers endowed him with a remarkably effective combat style that as for the 3 pairs of pincers that had evolved early on. They served little purpose now, merely assisting and feeding. Having fought mostly against mindless creatures, he found himself at a distinct advantage against these sentient beings, affirming that his instincts were not misguided. Shouldering his sword once more, the captain wore a grave expression. Given Chun Fan's earlier display of speed, escape was undoubtedly impossible. The monster would pursue him relentlessly. Moreover, unknown to him, reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Unable to fight effectively and unable to flee, the captain pondered before addressing Chun Fan. Respectful and powerful one, we mean no offense to your territory. We are the royal guard of the Philip Kingdom, that we sincerely apologize for the unintentional attack on you, which cost us several comrades' lives. As compensation, we hope to offer you sufficient value in exchange for our lives and safe passage through your domain. A noble knight of the Philip Kingdom. He held a high status domestically, and could easily retire with a noble title if he so desired. His experiences had acquainted him with many rare and wondrous beasts, even the distant elves and spell-casting wizards. Thus, he understood that when a beast reaches a certain level of power and begins to harbor magical energy, its intelligence rises correspondingly. Indeed, many magical beasts possess intellects surpassing that of humans. The highest tier of magical beasts is said to be the legendary dragon. Although he had never seen one, before him stood a creature that, despite lacking any apparent magical aura, had displayed the capacity to eliminate knights in an instant, its hardened body impervious to explosive arrows. Undoubtedly, it surpassed most magical beasts he had encountered and likely possessed some form of intelligence. In the absence of alternatives, bartering his wealth for safety seemed a desperate measure. Observing the leader's mutterings, Chun Fan's antennae twitched. Indeed, it was a language unfamiliar to him. Though he had observed from a distance, he could only ascertain their ability to speak. The specific language remained beyond the comprehension of his insect auditory organs. Now, listening closely confirmed it was indeed an unrecognized tongue. Yet, this did not hinder Chun Fan's ability to grasp their intentions. Even in his previous life, when many journalists sought to understand cannibal tribes, they could not decipher their language, yet still managed to communicate through gestures and expressions. There's always a first person to bridge the gap between languages, and if they could understand one another, leading to the development of translation, it proved that communication need not rely solely on spoken words, based on the demeanor of the individual before him, as well as his occasional gestures towards his backpack and the items retrieved from it. Chun Fan gleaned his intent. After a moment of silence, Chun Fan emitted a soft sound, nodding and taking a step back. The knight's eyes brightened, realizing they could communicate. The prospect of dialogue signified a chance to survive without a desperate struggle. Commanding the other members to unload the cargo from the horses' backs, an array of peculiar objects soon lay before Chun Fan. His gaze sharpened as a familiar prompt panel materialized before his eyes once more. Woodflower grass accelerates the refining of wood attribute combat energy fire spirit grass. Attracts fire attribute magical power malicious targeting orb. Small precisely locates the source of danger wolf fong of the sharp blade, organ of a low-level magical beast. As he examined each item, the results unfolded in Chun Fan's mind, illuminating his thoughts. Having lived here for an extended period, he had only encountered some unusual plants, none of which possessed any remarkable properties. This led him to mistakenly believe that this world was merely a different planet, lacking anything extraordinary. Little did he know that his exploration had been too shallow, and he had overlooked remarkable treasures. The items presented to him by the Great Knight undoubtedly belonged to the privileged elite of this world. In truth, these resources were originally part of the princess's faction, merely carried by these knights to be returned to her upon arrival. Yet now, as they undertook this task, their fates hung in the balance. Several members had already perished. It was uncertain whether they themselves would survive. Retaining these resources would be futile. It would be wiser to see if they could barter them for a glimmer of hope. He commanded the other knights to lay out all the resources they carried. The Great Knight held them aloft, placing them in the midst of the standoff between the two factions, observing the knight's actions. Chun Fan silently nodded in approval. Indeed, those who occupy high positions possess a certain shrewdness. He thought to himself, save for their lack of strength, if the Great Knight were aware of his thoughts, he would surely be vexed. After all, the knight was a high-ranking combatant of the kingdom, a rarity who could be matched by few, which was why he led the heir to the throne's retinue. As he scanned the treasures presented by the Great Knight, Chun Fan felt an overwhelming desire coursing through him, his eyes occasionally widening in astonishment. This trove not only contained consumables, but also an array of weapons and magical forging materials. If he could consume them all, he could potentially undergo 2 evolutionary transformations. Moreover, the unique properties of these items might bestow him with extraordinary abilities. However, his intense scrutiny of the treasures, coupled with the occasional widening of his eyes, only served to heighten the knight's anxiety. Although the Great Knight remained silent, the princess, positioned at the heart of the group, understood the gravity of the situation and willingly unwrapped her own supplies, surrendering the majority of her provisions. The Great Knight nodded in acknowledgement and, upon receiving the bundle, cast a casual glance over it, his pupils slightly widening. Oblivious to their subtle movements, Chun Fan seized a plant and stuffed it into his mouth. He felt assured about the items verified by the panel, as their efficacy had been validated over time. Body refining plants. Consumed. Magical beast meat. Consumed. Plants that forged magical energy. Consumed. Although he was uncertain of their specific effects, there was no doubt they were valuable, and moreover, they were edible. Only that which entered his stomach could be deemed his. After all, these individuals could not outmaneuver him in this moment, prevent them from sabotaging these treasures in a fit of desperation. It was best to consume them first. Evolution points, 31, 32, 33. Though the quantity of these items appeared minimal, the evolution points they provided were substantial, far exceeding what he typically gained from consuming flora and fauna. To put it into perspective, hunting a large mammal usually yielded about 1% of the evolution points, and such opportunities were not daily occurrences. More often than not, he found himself in a state of hunger. As the knights watched Chun Fan devour items worth countless gold coins, they felt a mix of anxiety and a pang of loss. Despite the fact that much of what he consumed was not theirs, the sheer magnitude of their loss was disheartening. Even if they managed to deliver Chun Fan to safety, all this effort might be in vain, and they would be fortunate to escape without punishment. Yet their expressions shifted from sorrow to fear and finally to shock as they witnessed Chun Fan consume a piece of acheron, a material used in weapon forging. This substance, added during the creation of armor or weapons, significantly enhanced the hardness of the finished product. As members of the prince's personal guard, they were fortunate to wield equipment laced with such materials. The fact that this creature was able to ingest it astonished them. His stomach must be extraordinary, whether a result of long-term accumulation or a unique byproduct of a previous evolution. Chun Fan had developed the ability to consume minerals, rocks, and soil. This ability emerged after he had gone 3 days without any bounty. Experimenting with various inorganic materials, the outcome was evident. They were edible but unpalatable, providing negligible evolution points. Thus, he had refrained from consuming such items since. The fact that he could digest these materials indicated that his teeth and digestive organs had been fortified to a considerable extent. Even his body's detoxification mechanisms had become fragmented, transcending the realm of ordinary biology. This brought Chun Fan a sense of comfort, for his survival capabilities had significantly increased, even in the event of an unexpected shortage of food. He could sustain himself on stones. However, the unique metallic ores before him were an entirely different matter. Not only did they possess an inexplicable allure, but upon inspection, their remarkable names and the burning sensation they produced within his body along with the steadily increasing evolution points, confirmed their potential to aid his evolution. With this thought in mind, Chun Fan began to crush the ores into smaller pieces and consume them. 71, 72, 73 evolution points continued to rise, and satisfaction gradually crept into Chun Fan's expression, mingled with a burgeoning greed directed toward the others around him. The adage of killing for wealth rang true. Indeed, the novels had not lied. Had he just arrived in this world, he might have felt conflicted, influenced by previous human morals. However, after over a year of transformation, he was uncertain how much of his former mindset, memories, or even personality remained. He had effectively become a new entity, free from past constraints. After consuming a portion, Chun Fan refrained from reaching 100 evolution points to avoid the risk of losing his will. Wiping the corners of his mouth, he contemplated how to express himself to coax the remaining treasures from the others. Just then, a rough-spun woman encircled by the knights suddenly let out a piercing scream. Now was the moment to act. The shrill cry echoed in Chun Fan's ears, leaving him bewildered as he failed to grasp its significance. Before he could react, a forceful, rupturing energy surged from within, bursting forth throughout his body. Pain, excruciating pain. Since arriving in this world, it had been a long time since he had felt such suffering. His insides felt as if they were being displaced. Caught in an unyielding winter or a sweltering summer, the sickening sensation of swelling flooded his mind, and dark green mixed with vibrant red blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth, seeing the knights rally under their leader. They wasted no time. Some retrieved arrows and bows from their packs, while others brandished swords alongside the great knight, aiming for Chun Fan's vulnerable spots, his eyes, mouth, and other critical areas. Caught off guard, an arrow pierced one of his eyes, the tremendous force causing the surrounding flesh to cave in. Having learned from previous encounters, they knew Chun Fan's exterior was nearly impenetrable. Conventional weapons could not breach his defenses, so they aimed for his weaknesses. Meanwhile, the screaming woman produced a gem-encrusted staff from somewhere, and with a flourish, a chilling aura enveloped Chun Fan's body, severely hindering his perception and movement. That a tumult of pain, humiliation, and rage surged within him. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! These insects dared to challenge him. How could they dare? With a colossal maw, Chun Fan emitted a shrill cry, as if intent on devouring those around him, since his arrival in this world. Despite exercising caution, he had navigated his path with relative ease. This marked the first instance he had been successfully outmaneuvered. Varying hues of battle energy coiled around the weapons, most striking his hardened exterior. Some intercepted by his formidable pincers, while a select few managed to breach the crevices of his limbs. The diverse attributes of the energy seemed to inflict disparate levels of damage. Once potent arrows failed to harm him, yet these enchanted blades left behind a tapestry of scars upon his form. Undeterred, Chun Fan retaliated fiercely, his latent aggression ignited. In the very moment of being assailed, he exchanged injury for injury, plunging into the ranks of his attackers, claiming 3 knights in his wake. Despite the ambush, aside from the pain, the loss of an eye, and some minor wounds, his mobility remained largely unaffected. Moreover, the extensively evolved Chun Fan boasted remarkable regenerative capabilities. At that moment, every cell in his body fervently rallied to mend his injuries. How could this be? The woman exclaimed in disbelief. As the guard attacks proved futile, she realized that external assaults were unlikely to damage the creature. To vanquish it, one must strike from within. Coincidentally, the insatiable beast was consuming the kingdom's treasures right before her eyes. The princess, seizing the opportunity, devised a cunning trap, combining various herbs with distinct properties, energy crystals, and unique magical formulas, individually harmless. When amalgamated and manipulated by her magical prowess, they would yield a cataclysmic explosion. These concoctions were sufficient to deceive the uninitiated and evade Chun Fan's beastly vigilance. As a noble sorceress, her intellect remained sharp even amidst chaos. However, she did not anticipate an unexpected turn of events. The powerful bomb that could shatter the city gates failed to breach the creature's belly. The tumult of battle billowed the sorceress's cloak, revealing her delicate features, now marred by anxiety. Oh no, I have struck the serpent only to be bitten. I have thoroughly enraged the beast, the princess thought grimly. Watching her knights fall one by one ignited a sense of urgency within her, though she remained shielded for the moment. Once her subordinates were dispatched, she would undoubtedly be next. Her incantation never wavered, the field of slowing magic intensifying as she attempted to bind Chun Fan. Yet it afforded her little security. Who could have foreseen that this wretched beast possessed not only an impenetrable exterior, but also resilient innards? If that were the case, why had it evaded her initially? The princess pondered with mounting ire. Were Chun Fan aware of the princess's sentiments, he would likely scoff. Indeed, he could endure the onslaught. But why should he? Was it his fate to be a mere punching bag? Why not evade if he had the capacity? At that moment, amidst the carnage, Chun Fan's attention was drawn to the princess. Is that magic? He mused amidst the slaughter. The area of slowing magic indeed affected his movements, albeit slightly. Despite encountering magic for the first time, his evolved form seemed to possess a degree of resistance. Since even the swords were able to entwine with that unknown energy to inflict some harm, the emergence of magic was only logical. It appeared that he was now ensconced in a world reminiscent of the sword and sorcery tales of his past life. Chun Fan contemplated. Although his historical knowledge from his previous existence was rather rudimentary, the nature of this assault did not seem to stem from scientific principles. While Chun Fan lacked understanding of magic and battle energy, it did not hinder his physical prowess from overpowering it. However, before that, he needed to eliminate the obstructive hindrances. Casting a glance at the terrified knights, even with their dwindling numbers, they remained steadfastly guarding the sorceress. What was to be done if he could not reach the fragile ones? Naturally, he would first dispatch the warriors. With that thought, Chun Fan lunged toward the knights standing guard. Meanwhile, the leader of the knights, witnessing his ambush fail, could only heave a resigned sigh. Extracting a pill from his pack, he swallowed it, instantly feeling his muscles swell, akin to a boiled shrimp. Now towering at 2 meters, he forcibly gained several centimeters in height. The crimson energy, previously confined to his blade, surged to envelop his entire being as he roared and charged at Chun Fan, who was mercilessly slaughtering his comrades. It appeared he had consumed some sort of short-term stimulant. Sensing the impending threat, Chun Fan cast aside the knight he had restrained and braced himself for the oncoming assault from the formidable knight leader. First form, Rising Sun, the same technique surged forth. Yet this iteration bore a ferocity unmatched by its predecessor, both speed and strength amplified to staggering degrees, warping the very air around them. However, in the next instant, the knight leader's pupils dilated in shock. How could this be? He gasped, witnessing Chun Fan effortlessly intercept his lethal strike with an unarmed claw, their collision akin to bulls clashing, unleashing a cloud of dust. Again, the knight leader, unable to fathom the outcome, had previously believed himself capable of overwhelming Chun Fan through sheer force. The notion that he could divide his focus while facing such might had led him to a grave misjudgment. Yet reality delivered a harsh blow. His opponent had single-handedly caught his desperate strike. Second form, Fiery. Yet before the captain could finish naming his technique, a sudden sharp pain pierced his neck, followed by a wave of dizziness. The knight leader's once surging strength dissipated rapidly, his vision warping into distortion. He barely registered the unfolding events before his massive form crumpled to the ground, before he could utter another word. The sight of their captain collapsing sent shockwaves through the remaining knights. Disbelief flickered in their eyes. This truly our captain? The one whose might could single-handedly breach a city. How could he fall so easily? One of his famed techniques, from their perspective, their captain, already a valiant figure, seemed to grow even bolder in the face of battle, flames engulfing him like a divine being descending upon foes. Yet after merely brushing against his adversary, he collapsed like a fragile porcelain doll, unable to rise again. But reality was unforgiving. No matter how formidable one's strength, defeat remained defeat. If it was never unleashed, what use was power against the enemy? With a swift, silent motion, Chun Fan struck the knight leader's nape with a poisoned hook. His icy gaze shifted to the remaining knights. Yet, one could not entirely blame the knight leader, having weathered countless battles. He had never encountered a foe capable of maintaining focus on multiple fronts while engaging him directly. With strength, one must concentrate it into a singular point to unleash maximum damage. This was common knowledge. It could only be said that Chun Fan's physical attributes utterly overwhelmed the knight leader. While one hand countered, the other could engage in a stealthy assault. Observing Chun Fan's relentless onslaught, the vice captain, who had vigilantly guarded the sorceress's side, found himself on the brink of tears. With the knight leader slain, he was now the strongest remaining, yet he felt utterly helpless. The last man who charged had yet to rise from the ground. He was merely a 200-pound child. Why must he face such a formidable adversary? Casting a glance at the princess he had diligently protected, a flicker of resentment ignited within the vice captain. Everything had been fine. If they had merely paid the toll to the monster, all would have been well. They had already coexisted peacefully. Why provoke this chaos? Was there any hope left to confront this beast? A newly inducted, trembling knight inquired. Glancing at the young man, the vice captain replied, "Ah, there is a way." His voice resonated with a magnetic calm, instilling a sense of security among the remaining knights. "I there truly." Upon hearing this, the previously dim expressions of the others suddenly ignited with a glimmer of hope. Indeed, there remained but a single strategy at our disposal. That was our trump card, the vice captain remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Upon hearing this, the princess turned her gaze firmly on him. As a member of the royal family, she was aware that her brother typically possessed magical artifacts and other potent weapons, which were usually entrusted to the captain. What could the vice captain possibly have of value? The princess was filled with curiosity. The only one. What does that imply? As she observed the ominous approach of Chun Fan, the princess could not help but inquire. Pointing at Chun Fan's numerous lower limbs, the vice captain declared, "Look, the captain's recent strike has created some fissures in its legs, which have yet to fully heal, that we must exploit this weakness." Then, what is the final tactic you alluded to? The princess interjected, unable to contain her curiosity. The vice captain cast a meaningful glance at the princess, then firmly slapped his thigh and addressed the remaining knights. "We must also make use of our own legs." Taking a deep breath, the vice captain suddenly exclaimed, "Run." With those words, he took off at a rapid pace towards a distance, forsaking even his nearby belongings and weapons to save time, witnessing the vice captain's decisive action. Both Chun Fan and the others stood momentarily stunned, scatter and flee. Those quick to react promptly obeyed the command, some pursuing the vice captain's direction, while others dashed off in various other routes, with one leader dead and the other fleeing. What purpose remained for these foot soldiers? Moreover, they were the prince's private army, not the princess's subordinates. Haha, truly a talent. Chun Fan couldn't help but sneer in derision as he grasped the situation. "Since you are all so diligent, I too must intensify my efforts." With that, Chun Fan exerted force in his lower body, causing countless appendages to interlock, propelling him forward with a swift motion. His indomitable form morphed once more into a harbinger of death. Lunging towards the crowd, the agony within his body was forcibly suppressed, or perhaps transmuted into a bloodthirsty intent. The large scars adorning his body had ceased to bleed, the dried blood congealed within his exoskeleton, rendering Chun Fan particularly fearsome. Those quick to react had already fled in various directions, leaving only a handful of inexperienced warriors still dazed in place. Some were slow to respond, while others felt an inner calling to remain by the princess's side. Yet regardless of their intentions, it mattered not. The next moment would see either colossal pincers flattening them, or venomous tails rendering them unconscious, or sheer force scattering them like chaff. In mere seconds, those who lingered behind met their demise. Previously encircled and fiercely protected by her guardians, the princess now felt her throat constrict as she nervously swallowed. Striving to calm her racing heart filled with anxiety and fear, she forcibly steadied herself. Attempting to engage Chun Fan in conversation with an air that maintained both dignity and submission, "My lord, I know you," she began, but before she could finish her thought, a tingling sensation coursed through her neck. Her vision blurred, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground, forever closing her eyes. This woman before him was evidently the core of the team, and her intentions were nothing more than to leverage some form of bargaining chip to secure her safety. Not that Chun Fan intended to expose his existence to outsiders. This woman, likely akin to a sorceress, possessed unpredictable means, and had successfully ambushed him once before. There was no way he would allow her to escape. It is worth noting that Chun Fan was no one to indulge in pity. Moreover, he was not even human at present. Faced with an adversary who posed a significant threat, one who had even attempted to sabotage him, Chun Fan would leave no room for future troubles. Furthermore, he had other matters to attend to. He could not simply leave this individual unchallenged, regardless of her identity. The potential benefits she might offer, or the threats she could utter, held no significance for Chun Fan. He trusted not a single word from an enemy. Disregarding the scattered remnants of equipment, Chun Fan heightened his senses to their utmost. Following the sounds and scents, and with enhanced vision, he summoned the muscles in his lower body, propelling himself towards the fleeing individuals. You cannot escape. Hurry, hurry, faster. A knight, his face covered in stubble yet devoid of a single hair atop his head, was racing desperately. The weight of his armor bore down upon him, hindering his ability to keep pace with his comrades. The clanging of his sword at his waist betrayed its position. Curse it. Had I known, I wouldn't have donned such heavy gear. It seemed he had realized that his armor significantly impeded his speed. As he ran, he lamented, attempting to discard some of the lighter components. Armor is a knight's lifeblood. A knight without armor is incomplete. Whose foolish words were those? If I ever meet him, I shall give him a sound thrashing, the knight vowed furiously, compared to his quicker companions. He was the slowest among them, fully aware that should the monster catch up, he would be the first to meet his end in his desperation. He glanced at the sword sheathed at his waist, and with a grim determination, he cast aside the exquisite amber sword he had painstakingly acquired. This sword possessed capabilities worthy of its price, including but not limited to exceptional quality, strong resilience, and resistance to various elements, even facilitating the flow of fighting energy within it. However, for the knight fleeing for his life, its sole purpose now was to hinder his escape. If the captain cannot match it, and so many have perished, what use is this sword to me? As long as I live, I can always find more. Just as he prepared to voice some words of self-encouragement, the knight noticed a shadow looming on the ground ahead. A fleeting glance revealed Chun Fan leaping down upon him from above. Before despair could fully set in, he met his END at this juncture. The inaugural victor among the fugitives claimed his lottery ticket. Having noted the fallen knight's location, Chun Fan hastened towards the nearest escapee. Shortly thereafter, the second and third, with the advantage of familiarity, Chun Fan was exceedingly well acquainted with this locale, as it had been his residence for a year. Coupled with the formidable sprinting prowess granted by his powerful lower limbs, and the fact that these knights had already endured prolonged combat, rendering them utterly fatigued, the outcome was inevitable by this point. All invaders had been vanquished, save for the vice-captain AT this moment. The vice-captain had already gained considerable ground, aided by the sacrifices of his comrades who bought him time, even surpassing the usual operational range of Chun Fan. On the surface, as one of the two great knights in this squad, the vice-captain undoubtedly possessed wisdom, physical prowess, and combat acumen that were second only to the captain. However, this assessment only held under normal circumstances. In truth, he was a younger brother of a powerful viscount, as the second son of his family. He was appointed as captain to strengthen ties with the royal family through a strategic marriage. With the immense resources at his disposal, he naturally attained the strength and status of a great knight. Furthermore, due to his affluent background, the martial skills he acquired and the armor he donned were subtly superior to those of the captain. Nevertheless, his shortcomings were equally pronounced. Unlike the captain, he had not truly emerged from the ranks of commoners, lacking the higher fighting spirit that such a background often instills for him. The purpose of coming here was not only to stake a claim in the impending royal succession, but also to serve as a guard for the prince. Amassing sufficient political capital to secure a modest, noble title in the future, by leveraging his status as a great knight and aligning with his brother's family, he could effortlessly bolster their clan without risking his life. With such thoughts, the vice-captain had no intention of engaging Chun Fan in a desperate struggle that in fact, his relationship with the prince resembled that of an aide rather than a subordinate, as they were both nobles and fundamentally on equal footing. Furthermore, he harbored no intention of perishing alongside the inconsequential princess. Thus, he chose to unhesitatingly abandon her and flee alone. After all, the remaining individuals were likely doomed, and he could later fabricate a tale as a noble, claiming that the princess had perished at the hands of a beast while he had fortuitously shed his armor to survive. Even if some knights managed to escape, they were merely commoners. Compared to him, no one would believe their accounts. With such thoughts, the vice-captain began to envision a splendid life after his escape, promising himself that he would indulge in the finest wines and the most succulent roasted meats. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a colossal figure approaching him with alarming speed. Ultimately, the vice-captain met his end here. The process was exceedingly simple. Bereft of weapons, he could not exert the pressure that Chun Fan had previously faced against the captain. Thus, all invaders were eradicated. Standing atop the vice-captain's imposing body, Chun Fan felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, releasing a triumphant roar to the heavens. From the initial reluctance of being unwittingly drawn into battle to the anger following the ambush, all discontent evaporated in that moment. Indeed, although the enemy's strength had been observed to be significantly inferior, Chun Fan had been wary of their potential connections. He had initially been reluctant to place himself in trouble and danger, especially given his ignorance of the outside world. Had they not instigated the conflict, he would likely have chosen to remain hidden, perhaps shadowing them to glean information about his surroundings. However, their audacity in launching a surprise attack left him with no other option. It must be said that Chun Fan's concealment of his presence had been executed exceptionally well, preventing them from accurately gauging his strength. Nevertheless, those who dare to strike must bear the corresponding consequences, and the price was the loss of 23 lives. Equally, Chun Fan had incurred his own cost. His movements would soon be exposed to the world in a matter of hours or weeks. The disappearance of such a contingent would inevitably prompt investigation from enemies or allies alike, leaving him with nowhere to hide. After all, he had never studied criminal investigation and was ill-equipped to manage the scene. However, the value gained from this encounter was immense. First, it validated his strength. Even among organized, intelligent beings, he proved capable of combat, effortlessly dispatching his foes. Second, he gained a more intuitive understanding of the world's basic composition, confirming the existence of intelligent life with a considerable level of sophistication. There appeared to be a system of magic and martial energy akin to that found in novels from his previous life, albeit without firearms, indicating a lower stage of technological development. Third, and perhaps most excitingly, he had amassed a plethora of evolutionary resources. Contemplating the treasures lay before him, the insatiable yearning coursing through every cell of his being led Chun Fan to realize that these resources would undoubtedly facilitate his advancement. He hoisted the vice-captain's corpse and began the slow trek back to his lair. The 23 invaders were scattered throughout his territory, and consolidating their remains would be no small task. This endeavor consumed nearly 2 hours of Chun Fan's time. To prepare for the potential investigation, he severed a piece of wood to obscure the remnants of their battle, uncertain of its effectiveness but believing it better than nothing. After hauling all the spoils to the dim cave he typically used for rest, once the lair of a black bear, which he had eliminated through a series of small poisonings. He reflected on the fact that while it was not precisely a sanctuary, it did offer some protection from the elements. Regrettably, he pondered how much longer this refuge could serve him. Dismissing such trivial concerns, he laid out the assorted items before him, a haphazard collection. Among them, the most numerous were the weapons and armor of the fallen, all well-crafted and suitable for his use. Next in abundance were various herbs. Aided by the panel's prompts, he could distinguish which were toxic and which were not. Even if some possessed slight toxicity, his own recovery abilities and formidable resistance would prevent him from succumbing to them. Reflecting on this, Chun Fan recalled the scene in which he had been ensnared by the female sorceress. Calming the impending fury within him, he made a silent vow. Should he encounter a similar situation in the future, he would seize the opportunity and eliminate the mage without hesitation. Had he not been so resilient, he might have already become mere materials, bound to their steeds. This experience also served as a reminder that while the panel was undoubtedly useful, it was ultimately a rigid machine lacking true intelligence. The deeper significance of the information it provided required his own discernment. As he continued to sort through the spoils, he discovered a variety of peculiar trinkets, including beast meat and family crests. Upon unraveling a tightly bound piece of parchment, Chun Fan's face lit up with uncontainable joy. This was a map. As Chun Fan gazed upon the undulating terrain, urban markers, and the distribution of lakes depicted on the map before him, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. Without a doubt, this portion illustrated the very place where he had resided for over a year. The adage before the grain is moved, the horses march ahead rings true. Intelligence is of paramount importance. The fundamental reason for Chun Fan's year-long seclusion here stemmed from his ignorance of the outside world. Being someone who abhors gambling with his life, he could only proceed with caution. Now, armed with the guidance of this map, he could significantly broaden his operational range, no longer flailing about like a headless chicken. Although he could not comprehend the various inscriptions due to the language barrier, the images alone provided him with immense assistance. With great care, he stowed the map away and commenced the day's main task, forging armor infused with rare metals, edible. The raw materials included fine iron and soft silver. As his gaze fell upon the dismantled pieces of armor, their fundamental composition became evident. Sturdy pincers severed the armor into sections, which were then delivered to a gaping maw. The clanking of metal echoed, as 3 pairs of small pincers reduced the pieces into smaller fragments, sending them to the stomach. In terms of taste, it paled in comparison to meat. Even plants were far more palatable. Yet, a proficient predator is never swayed by such trifles. If it serves a purpose, Chun Fan would unhesitatingly swallow it, no matter how excruciating the experience. 1 piece, 2 pieces, when a 3rd piece of armor was fully consumed. The evolution points in his panel finally reached 100. Succumbing to a wave of drowsiness, Chun Fan gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, a large contingent had already arrived beyond the forest. They set up camp. And under the command of their leader, the herald called out loudly, "General Leica, what are you doing? Why not rush in and pursue?" Beside the leading general stood a youth with a youthful visage, his face contorted with anger. Clad in resplendent golden armor and a vibrant red cloak, his audacity to address the general so boldly was indicative of his noble heritage. In truth, he was a member of the royal family sent to hunt down the traitor. Receiving no response, the general cast a cold glance at the young man, who, sensing his own rudeness, promptly fell silent. Why, Lord York, I understand your eagerness to demonstrate loyalty to the kingdom," the general finally replied. "However, the forest before us is decidedly unfavorable for a large troops entry. Should we dispatch only small units, they may fall prey to ambushes, particularly considering a sorcerer is also present. Surely you are aware of the consequences of recklessly intruding upon a powerful earl's territory," the general warned. "But are we simply to allow them to escape?" York's heart simmered with resentment. As a member of a viscount family, although noble, he was merely a bastard son that if nothing unexpected occurred, the family's wealth would never be within his grasp. To attain a noble title that he could reach, he must demonstrate sufficient military merit. The task of pursuing the former royal princess was undoubtedly the easiest and most effective means to showcase his loyalty to the new king. After all, if he failed even this minor task, it could lead the family head and the new king to question his capabilities. Therefore, this mission was of utmost significance to him. Noticing the young man's mounting anxiety, the general remained unperturbed. What concern did the young man's future hold for him? The general scoffed internally. The struggle for royal power was far from over, with currents of intrigue swirling, and who knew how long it would last. For him, finding an excuse to escape this vortex was paramount. He could not afford to complete the mission too early. Moreover, was he mad to offend a powerful earl? Though they were enemies now, the nature of their relationship remained uncertain once the dust settled. The nobility had been at odds for countless years, yet maintained a semblance of harmony. Should he push matters to an extreme, leaving them humiliated, he would likely end up being the one facing repercussions. You, a mere scion of a family, can afford to indulge while the rest of us must consider our futures. The general's thoughts were crystal clear. Every strong individual who had climbed from the bottom understood what was of utmost importance to themselves. The young man opened his mouth to retort, but the quick-witted general had already retreated to his tent, leaving no room for him to speak. Clenching his fists in frustration, he gritted his teeth and addressed the nearby herald. Order all personnel from the 3rd Battalion to step forward. I shall lead the charge myself. This force was, in essence, a mixed army composed of different noble factions, forcibly amalgamated, yet each belonged to different commanders. Temporarily placed under the general's unified command, as the young commander, he also had his own direct troops. Yes, my lord, the herald replied promptly, not daring to delay, and swiftly set off to relay the orders. Soon, a stir arose within the ranks as a battalion clad in rose and unicorn armor emerged, following the young man deep into the forest. Returning to Chun Fan, he remained ensconced in slumber. However, compared to before, he had grown by over 20 centimeters. His body was now a deeper shade of black. His formidable pincers and tail hooks appeared even more menacing. Dozens of scarlet claws had sharpened, and his carapace had visibly thickened. Clearly, he had undergone a significant evolution. Devouring these rare metals had not drastically altered his appearance, yet had greatly enhanced his defensive capabilities, a level of augmentation surpassing the usual evolutionary increments. While a typical evolution might elevate his overall physical quality from 1 to 1.1, this particular consumption had propelled his defensive strength from a constant 1 to 2, resulting in exponential growth. However, with ample remaining resources, Chun Fan was reluctant to discard anything. Thus, he resolved to undergo another evolution on-site before making his departure. After all, nothing was more precious than his own life, and to enhance his strength, he must first ensure his survival. Consequently, during this second evolution, he decided to primarily consume items that were inconvenient to carry, along with the discarded remnants of his previous form and various herbs. Shortly thereafter, Chun Fan awoke once more from his slumber. Unlike his previous violent emergence from his molted shell, he now radiated a crimson glow, which deepened as he shed the old exoskeleton, emitting hissing sounds as it rapidly ignited. In a brief span, it was entirely consumed, leaving only a layer of dust and ashes within the cave. Upon regaining consciousness and surveying the disarray around him, Chun Fan felt a twinge of silence within. Typically, the discarded remnants of his old form provided him with an evolution point of 1020. In the past, he had always recycled these remnants as his first meal post-metamorphosis. This was the first time he had wasted so much. Yet his attention was soon captured by his newfound abilities. With a concentrated effort, he perceived numerous small orbs of light, varying in size and hue, darting about aimlessly in the air. Some red orbs eagerly surged toward him. After dodging a couple of times, realizing it was futile, Chun Fan focused intently with his 6 eyes, and the interface materialized accordingly. This chapter has not concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Fire Attribute Magic. The concentration is relatively low. With a simple description unfolding before him, Chun Fan suddenly came to a profound understanding. The emergence of spiritual energy in a realm governed by swords and sorcery is indeed quite natural. For even the most unscientific phenomena have manifested. He felt the crimson spiritual force gradually integrating into his being, disappearing into the depths of his body. An inexplicable sense of fulfillment surged within him. He sensed that he could summon the burning state he had just experienced at any moment. This state bore a striking resemblance to the technique employed by the Great Knight. Thus, it occurred to Chun Fan that the fellow must have cultivated through these herbs. He had just consumed the majority of the medicinal plants, a portion of which had been extracted by the leading captain, indicating they were items he frequently utilized with the aid of the system panel. Chun Fan, too, had acquired a similar ability through the herbs, which made sense. Upon this realization, Chun Fan began to scrutinize his own body. He observed that his previously black and red flesh had transformed into a form adorned with intricate patterns, densely etched with enigmatic symbols. Upon closer inspection, he even felt a slight dizziness, the primordial runes. Even the results obtained through the system panel were utterly incomprehensible. Unable to fathom it, he chose to dismiss the thought, as the realm of the unknown was far from unfamiliar to him. Aside from these transformations, Chun Fan also sensed a significant enhancement in his bodily coordination. This was manifested in the seamless connectivity between his limbs, with subtle adjustments making their movements increasingly fluid. The maximum range of motion his body could achieve had expanded, enabling him to execute more complex maneuvers in both daily life and combat. Furthermore, his short-term explosive power, reliant on the synergy between his limbs, had grown even more formidable. While an average individual might only harness a fraction of their strength, Chun Fan, in his everyday life, could exert 5 or 6/10 of his power. Now, the adjustments to his bodily structure allowed him to reach an impressive 7 or 8/10. This represented a terrifying enhancement in his capabilities. Consider the martial artists of his previous life, who toiled for decades, diligently honing their skills to elevate their prowess. Yet their muscular development was not significantly superior to that of ordinary individuals. Even so, they could single-handedly confront numerous foes. Thus, even if other physical attributes did not improve, the mere elevation of his potential power rendered this evolution far from futile. Observing the remaining evolutionary resources scattered around him, as well as the 23 unprocessed enemy corpses not far off, Chun Fan contemplated his next move. After careful consideration, he decided to consume a small portion of the remaining resources. Enduring the discomfort of his distended stomach, he stuffed one morsel after another into his mouth. As his evolution points increased, surpassing 50, Chun Fan packed the remaining edible portions into a cloth bag carried by the intruder and left the cave within his mouth before departing. He contemplated utilizing his newly acquired abilities to dispose of all the corpses or to corrode their faces with venom. Yet after assessing the time, he abandoned this notion. Consequently, he heaved several large stones to seal the cave entrance securely. Thus, Chun Fan departed from the place he had inhabited for nearly 2 years. There were no flowers or applause to greet his arrival, nor were there firecrackers or music to bid him farewell. Long after Chun Fan had left, a well-equipped, numerous squad, led by a young man, finally arrived at the scene. Following the traces, they beheld the cave sealed by large stones. The young man took note, but did not delve deeper. After all, they were in pursuit of their enemies, and who had the leisure to pry at a massive stone? After several arduous days, they ultimately returned empty-handed. A while later, news from their informant lurking on the far side of the forest arrived. No teams had approached the Count's territory. Upon hearing this, the dissatisfied young man took a brief respite before organizing another expedition. This time, they succeeded in unearthing the cave and discovered dozens of corpses within. Without delving into the events that transpired afterward, the cautious Chun Fan, having completed his second evolution, promptly vacated the area, following the map for a considerable distance. That a quality map is a scarce resource at any time, especially in the transportation-challenged medieval era. Fortunately, the map Chun Fan had acquired was exceptionally detailed and exquisite. It depicted vast cities and forests, alongside specific water sources and animal habitats, with meticulous descriptions. Unfortunately, due to language barriers, Chun Fan could only decipher its meaning through visual interpretation. Centered around the forest where he currently resided, to the north lay an expansive ice field, while the west appeared to host numerous urban settlements. As for the east and south, they were characterized by a vast ocean and an even larger forest, respectively. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Fan resolutely decided to migrate southward. The frigid climate of the north might prove inhospitable, and although he possessed the ability to breathe underwater in the eastern sea, he was ultimately ill-equipped for deep-sea navigation. Given his current size, venturing into the ocean would likely be akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves, significantly diminishing his safety. The dense city-states to the west indicated they were major human gathering places. Though he harbored no fear of confronting humans, he preferred to adopt a more prudent approach, allowing time for growth before engaging with them. Given the emergence of magic, one could only speculate what formidable spells might lie within human settlements, capable of thwarting him. As for revealing his past humanity, Chun Fan was astute enough to refrain from such folly. Moreover, through his analysis, he discerned that the humans of this world, while superficially resembling those from his past, were fundamentally different. They possessed several incomprehensible organs, and their muscular and skeletal configurations exhibited slight alterations. They were no longer akin to him, perhaps even unworthy of the label human. Thus, the vast forest to the south emerged as his optimal destination. Despite the anticipated increase in venomous creatures along the way, which would pose greater threats to humans, for Chun Fan, who had acclimated to jungle life, it was as effortless as a stream flowing into the sea. After all, he was the most formidable of venomous insects. With this mindset, Chun Fan sprinted southward, following the map. Days passed, and due to his familiarity with the terrain, he encountered little resistance. Only in some lower-lying, sparsely vegetated areas did he detect signs of human habitation. Observing from a distance, he noted that, compared to the humans he had previously battled, these individuals were indeed of a vastly inferior caliber. They appear to be a head shorter, likely around 1.6 to 1.7 meters tall, garbed in tattered coarse linen, their bodies emaciated and devoid of muscle. Had these been his adversaries, Chun Fan estimated he could have fought them for 7 days and nights, exhausting them without breaking his own defenses. However, what piqued Chun Fan's interest was that despite their dilapidation, a massive stone tablet stood at the entrance of their village, intricately carved with a female figure. Each morning, they would gather to pay their respects. Not fully grasping its significance, Chun Fan chose not to linger, remaining vigilant as he continued on his migratory path. He did not disturb the lives of the villagers. If the annihilation of a squad of knights here signified the declaration of his own presence, then to further plunder and slaughter this village would be nothing short of provocation, exposing his every move without reservation. Along the way, a portion of the spoils had been completely consumed and digested. It must be said that among those treasures, the most delectable were the various meats, richly marbled and exceedingly tender, each bite igniting a rush of warmth within him. After indulging in the meat, Chun Fan even felt a heightened kinship with the myriad twinkling lights in the sky. Moreover, the evolution points provided were extraordinarily substantial. Merely a piece the size of a human head could yield nearly 20 evolution points. Regrettably, such resources were exceedingly rare, and he had only managed to acquire 2 pieces. Nevertheless, he had firmly etched the names of these treasures into his memory. Monster beasts. A week had passed, and Chun Fan had nearly reached the southernmost point of the map. Before him lay an endless expanse of trees, a vast sea of green that filled his vision. The forest, influenced by the respiration of the plants, exuded an extraordinary coolness, enveloping Chun Fan in waves of comfort from within. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. The interface flashed incessantly, reminding him of the presence of nearby small creatures that, in truth, such reminders were unnecessary. Even without taste or touch, he could see squirrels scrambling up trees and birds chirping on branches. Further afield, deer frolicked and quenched their thirst, painting a vibrant tableau of life all around him. Of course, this vitality did not extend to Chun Fan himself. Upon arriving in this place, sensing the encroachment of danger, the area around him had fallen silent. With a swift motion, he sliced off a plant resembling bamboo shoots, peeled it, and savored its summer-like juiciness, causing his crimson eyes to shine with delight. This was summer. This was life. Chun Fan grinned widely, his 3 pairs of tails swaying unconsciously behind him, revealing a fierce smile. Yes, during this arduous journey, having exhausted all his stored food and even hunting anew, he had undergone 2 additional evolutions. This had allowed him to grow to an impressive length of 6 meters and a height of 1 meter. Beyond the original 2 venomous hooks at his rear, a new spiked tail had emerged. The runes on his body had become increasingly intricate, and the 2 pairs of massive pincers in front of him had grown harder and larger, capable of snapping sturdy trees with ease. Surrounded by the forest's bountiful aroma and an abundance of readily available food, Chun Fan felt once again that he had come to the right place. First and foremost, he needed to find a place to reside. He mused. Having grown accustomed to living in a private room, he was unaccustomed to sleeping outdoors. At this point, the map had largely lost its utility. Thus, guided by his keen senses, he began to search for large prey, both to satiate his hunger and secure a place to stay. Meanwhile, far across the forest, human territories had descended into chaos. The news of the former kingdom princess's death had spread like wildfire, inciting her furious brother to summon an army, determined to fight to the bitter end. That if he were merely a clown destined to flounder for a few days, the church's involvement would twist the plot significantly. The princess, it turned out, was a newly anointed saint of the church, a revelation that spurred the stubborn old relics to lead a crusade. Thus, the human realm was plunged into disarray, and no matter how they explained that they had never even seen the princess and that her death was merely discovered by them, No one would believe it. Even if they did, it was already too late. The tide had turned. If they did not continue to fight, they would have to account for the supplies consumed and the time wasted, as well as the gold squandered at this moment. Everyone was burning with genuine fury. Their minds had become muddled. Only a decisive victory in war, seizing all from the vanquished, could salvage their losses. The contradictions had shifted, unbeknownst to the instigator, or perhaps indifferent to this O.Henry-like conclusion. Unexpected yet entirely logical, he was currently ensconced in a den of tigers, savoring his spoils with elegance. Perhaps he could be considered a tiger. Chun Fan mused that, in truth, he had no idea what animal it was. After all, this world bore too many similarities to his previous life, though each creature and plant seemed to possess its eccentricities. Everything was somewhat different from what he had known, yet given its similar appearance, he chose to call it tiger. Although it stood tall and roared with ferocity, its whimpering demeanor was undeniably adorable. For the sake of his dietary health, Chun Fan decided to consume it, replenishing the nutrients depleted from his toxins today. Whoa. The little tigers, witnessing the collapse of their guardian, rushed towards Chun Fan, bearing their sharp fangs. They did not even cease their voracious eating. Among his 6 compound eyes, the one in the upper right corner abruptly shifted its focus towards them, that a predatory aura swept over them, chilling them to the bone. The little ones immediately mimicked their parent, whimpering adorably. After devouring for a short while, Chun Fan rubbed his bulging abdomen with satisfaction. He then turned his gaze towards these little creatures, with their tiger-like features. They were exceedingly cute. Their frightened whimpers tugged at the heartstrings. Sensing that Chun Fan might soon make a meal of them, their whimpers grew louder. What delightful little beings, Chun Fan thought, in his previous life. He had always favored such creatures. Compared to small teacup dogs, larger breeds were far more docile and majestic. Now, it appeared he had a chance to nurture them. Could he train them to become his subordinates? An idea surged in his mind. Then, Chun Fan let out a chuckle that if he entertained such benevolent thoughts, he likely would have perished long ago. He mused. Nurturing them was a mere fantasy. Watching others do was one thing, but doing it himself was entirely out of the question. Not to mention that he completely lacked the ability to train them. Having just devoured their parent, he would be foolish to think they would grow up loyal to him. Once they matured, it would be a wonder if they did not turn on him. Did he truly believe that their endearing appearance was meant to please him? Chun Fan scoffed at the notion. As for training them to hunt for him and enjoy the spoils, upon reflection, just 2 years had transformed his appetite from that of small insects to that of formidable beasts. If he waited until they grew up to assist him in capturing food, he would be left with nothing but disappointment. Their practical value non-existent. That it was true that one's physical condition could influence one's mental state, just as hormonal influences in his past life could evoke positive or negative emotions. Chun Fan, now a cold-blooded creature, seemed to possess a capacity for icy logic. Even if influenced by a fragment of past memories, it did not affect his daily decisions. In fact, as memories from his previous life gradually faded, their influence diminished further. This ability to calmly address issues was increasingly satisfying to Chun Fan. Let us blame our enmity, little ones, he thought, as the 3 tails swayed, releasing a growing aura of danger. After settling into his new dwelling, Chun Fan resumed a life similar to his former one, sleeping by day and hunting by night. Compared to the previous thicket, the biodiversity here was far greater. Thus, the issues of food and water scarcity were rendered obsolete. Consequently, Chun Fan's strength steadily increased. However, alongside the growth of his prowess, Chun Fan's appetite has also expanded significantly, and a robust physique demands a stronger source of sustenance. Hence, his daily intake has been on a rise. Consequently, this necessitates more time allocated for hunting. Although the act of hunting poses no danger to him now, akin to indulging in a buffet, one must prepare for the future. He may not always be able to enjoy such ease, as this endeavor ultimately consumes time. Unlike his previous existence, when he was limited by his weaker abilities and a cautious disposition towards the unknown world, confining his movements to a small circle, he has now undergone 2 years of exploration. He has ascertained his strength and found himself with few rivals, or rather, he is yet to encounter any formidable opponents. Thus, while he remains grounded by the instincts of the wild, he can afford to be bolder and move freely. After all, sustenance is still a necessity, even though he could resort to subsisting on soil if pressed. That would be a last resort. Although he had initially refrained from adopting the young tigers, a similar idea has silently taken root in Chun Fan's mind. Days turned into weeks, uninterrupted by outside interference. Devoid of life-threatening crises or inexplicable calamities, Chun Fan continues to live a harmonious and tranquil life, slipping back into his previous growth pattern. I end this prolonged existence, free from worries about food and clothing, and unburdened by the pressures of work or studies. He has found ample time for contemplation. In his past life, Chun Fan led a regimented existence, progressing through 6 years of elementary school, followed by 3 years of middle school. Then 3 years of high school, 4 years of university, and finally 3 years of postgraduate studies. Over these 19 years, he has perpetually followed the crowd, doing whatever others did. Regrettably, due to limited aptitude, he attended relatively mediocre institutions. While this mundane existence offered stability and safety, it also deprived him of the ability to think independently, as his energy was consistently devoted to academics, even in the initial 2 years of this new world. His focus remained on survival and enhancing his abilities. Now that his basic needs have been met, his thoughts begin to drift once more. What is the meaning of my existence? This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. What do I truly desire? Where is my next destination? The emergence of these existential questions leaves Chun Fan in a state of uncertainty for a time. Even the once delectable roasted sparrow has lost its appeal in his mouth. Indeed, this reflects a novel application developed from his own capabilities. His body can enter a mode of intense heat, glowing red, for approximately 15 minutes when fully restored. He has named this state Crimson Lotus Mode, in homage to the cinematic creation from his past life, Crimson Lotus Godzilla. Through practice, he can control the rise or fall of his body temperature. At peak intensity, he can maintain it for only 5 minutes, while at a relatively lower temperature, the duration can extend to 5 or 6 hours. Thus, an idea struck him. He decided to utilize this mode to roast meat. It must be said, the flavor of the meat prepared in this manner is quite unique. Although devoid of seasoning and somewhat lacking in taste, it is certainly an improvement over a life of gnawing on blood. After casually chewing a few bites, he swallowed the slightly charred sparrow whole and fell into contemplation once more. He reminisced about the confusion he felt upon first arriving in this world, the disgust he experienced when consuming insects for the first time, the anxiety and helplessness during his initial injuries, and the anger and pain for being betrayed by a sorceress. Reflecting on that experience, Chun Fan could not help but feel a surge of resentment. He had offered them the opportunity for communication, yet they dared to ambush him. Fortunately, due to his numerous evolutions, his body had undergone fortification from within. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Although he was prepared for a backstab at that moment, the sensation of being caught off guard was indeed unpleasant. If only I could be stronger. If only my body could be more resilient. Chun Fan's previously scattered thoughts began to crystallize. Their actions are nothing but those of clowns. He envisioned his enemies scheming relentlessly to deliver a bomb into his belly, only to detonate it with excitement, while he remained unfazed, simply letting out a satisfied belch. This imagery sparked a sense of longing within him. Thus, what is the purpose of my presence here? What is my life's objective? These concerns are ultimately trivial. What matters is that I need to become stronger and stronger. I desire that any of my enemies' schemes be as ineffective as a frog at the bottom of a well. I long to never again feel the powerlessness of encountering unforeseen events. I wish to pursue my desires freely, with no one able to obstruct my intentions. Chun Fan's resolve grew increasingly steadfast that I seek ultimate freedom, ultimate liberation. A captivating gleam shone in Chun Fan's crimson gaze. Having comprehended all of this, he felt a surge of clarity and let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens, affirming his inner satisfaction that I aim to achieve ultimate freedom and liberation. However, achieving all this hinges on the fundamental necessity of survival. Chun Fan mused, living is the ultimate truth. As long as I remain alive, I can always find a way to grow stronger. Once dead, nothing remains. With this thought, Chan Fan became curious about the extent of his lifespan. Ordinarily, a centipede's lifespan is about 2 years. However, with the assistance of his panel, as a species that has undergone countless evolutions, he has, in a sense, transcended the conventional boundaries of a centipede. Point 1 does not commonly encounter a centipede exceeding 6 meters in length. Moreover, since arriving in this world, his time has already surpassed 2 years. The fact that he is still alive indicates that traditional rules no longer apply to him. Undoubtedly, it is this series of evolutions that has led to the refinement of his genes and abilities. In the pursuit of rectifying deficiencies and filling gaps, one can continually undergo transformation to prolong existence. If the reasoning is sound, then his current life must also have its limits, whether it be a year, 2 years, or merely a few months. To extend his life further, he can only maintain this rhythm of evolution. However, compared to humans, whose lifespans are predetermined from birth, Chan Fan's ability to extend his life repeatedly is commendable. Fortunately, the lifespans of most organisms are often proportional to their size. For instance, in his past life, mosquitoes typically lived only for a season, with the majority dissipating after that time. Similarly, ants, ladybugs, and countless other insects often had lifespans as fleeting as that of grass. Many were born only to perish shortly thereafter, relying on their vast numbers to ensure the continuation of their genes. In contrast, the lifespans of kittens and puppies often reach several years, if not over a decade. Even larger creatures like whales can live for over a century. While not an absolute rule, it appears that the lifespan of an organism is indeed correlated with its size, and now Chan Fan had grown to an impressive length of 6 meters. Such a considerable mass, coupled with robust physical strength, undoubtedly requires high-quality genes for support. Under these circumstances, Chan Fan's lifespan would not be short. He estimated he could live for several decades. With each successive evolution, his genes would continually optimize, thereby extending his lifespan. The additional years gained could facilitate further evolutionary advancements. Thus, for the foreseeable future, Chan Fan need not worry about the factor of lifespan. Of course, this is merely Chan Fan's conjecture. He was not trained in biological sciences during his studies, and his reasoning was largely based on hearsay. At least for now, he felt himself to be in peak health, showing no signs of aging. Consequently, another reason for Chan Fan to strengthen himself emerged: survival. Moreover, given the existence of magic, it is reasonable to assume that methods for extending lifespan exist in the human world. Therefore, he must interact with these intelligent beings at some point. To ensure his life remains unthreatened, he must enhance his strength during this period. Thus, he returned to the fundamental question: how could he augment his power, alone and unencumbered, with no worries about food and clothing? He had ample time to ponder these matters and resolved to understand them all at once. Thus far, the most fundamental and indeed the only method for enhancing his strength was evolution. By engaging in high-intensity hunting and feeding, distinct from normal dietary practices, he could absorb sufficient unknown energy, garner enough evolution points, and promote his body to shed its skin repeatedly. Throughout this process, whether it be animals, plants, or rare minerals, all had a beneficial effect on him. The abilities acquired post-evolution were also related to the primary food sources consumed during each evolutionary cycle, according to Chan Fan's numerous studies employing the method of controlled variables. If he primarily consumed insects, he would likely undergo modifications related to bodily structure. If his diet consisted mainly of animals, the growth would focus on muscle, bones, and internal organs. If he primarily ingested rocks and minerals, his exoskeletal structure would be reinforced, becoming more resilient and robust. As for the transformations resulting from a predominantly plant-based diet, Chan Fan remained uncertain. After all, he was not an aphid. How could he possibly consume plants daily? Moreover, plants are largely composed of water. To feel satiated, it would require an inordinate amount of time. Additionally, the transformations were influenced by Chan Fan's will and physical orientation. In simpler terms, if he deliberately sought a particular modification, then after consuming a significant quantity of similar food, the next evolution would most likely yield the corresponding ability. There also existed some unique artifacts that could exceptionally accelerate his evolution. For instance, The spoils obtained after vanquishing the invaders not only provided him with a substantial number of evolution points, but also endowed him with remarkable extraordinary abilities. Not only did it greatly enhance his strength against the unknown, but it also allowed him to enjoy cooked food. The mere thought of those spoils laid before him evoked a deep-seated urge within his very cells, and the considerable evolution points gained after their consumption was tantalizing. Chun Fan could not help but swallow hard. This attraction stemmed from the depths of his genes, a natural selection inherent in life forms, representing the most primal needs of an organism. Especially the extraordinary abilities it granted him were of immense value to Chun Fan. It is a fallacy to believe that mere physical strength equates to true power. Rather, it is incomplete that in actual combat, one is easily countered by foes. Take, for instance, his previous battle with the Night Squad, although he ultimately achieved a decisive victory. Had he possessed even a rudimentary understanding of this world's fundamental extraordinary principles, he would not have been so easily ensnared by the enemy's ambush, resulting in his injury. Although the final shedding of his skin healed all his wounds, it was merely a stroke of luck. Who could guarantee such fortune every time? Therefore, acquiring more magical abilities is an imperative path to tread. This necessitates a keen observation of his daily surroundings to seek out herbs similar to those provided by the great knights. Hence, he must swiftly learn the language of this world. Chun Fan mused. Wandering blindly through this world was exceedingly cumbersome, and lacking any innate ability to intuitively grasp its language, he would need to find beings from whom to learn. However, based on the actions of the woman from the previous encounter, it was evident that this world harbored numerous individuals with ulterior motives. If only he could acquire the power to control others, he could then recruit them to teach him magic and help locate food, Chun Fan contemplated. Yet he soon recognized his own greed and shook his head. Having only recently begun to explore the mysteries of this world, it was indeed somewhat ambitious to desire so much. The immediate priority should be to steadily enhance his physical prowess while remaining vigilant for herds akin to those from the last encounter, as well as magical beasts. Reflecting on the abilities gained from consuming the last piece of magical beast meat, Chun Fan felt a surge of longing. Thus, he transformed into a devourer of species, embarking on a rampage through the living quarters. Gradually, he began to truly comprehend the vastness and richness of life. Beyond the animals he had frequently encountered on the animal planet in his past life, he now witnessed an array of bizarre creatures: snakes with 3 heads, reindeer with 2 mouths, frogs towering a meter tall, and even walking trees. The diversity of life was vividly illustrated here. Many creatures appeared so grotesque that they elicited a shake of his head. However, he was not one to judge by appearances. Regardless of their form, any creature that willingly surrendered itself to his hunger was a welcome addition. Moreover, having mastered the ability to incinerate under the heat of a barbecue, most creatures, save for the exceedingly repulsive, tended to taste rather palatable. Of course, this was contingent upon Chun Fan's current sense of taste. Should humans from his past life sample his culinary skills, it is likely that most would find it inedible. And even if they could manage to consume it, they would suffer dire consequences. Yet, Chun Fan remained unfazed. Having consumed raw flesh, how could he not be satisfied with cooked food? In the span of merely 1 month, the fauna of this region, particularly the larger creatures, has been nearly depleted. Yes, for the smaller animals, apart from those that are blind and unwittingly present themselves, Chun Fan has little interest in them. Having already consumed them during his weaker days, the repetitive genetic makeup renders further consumption unnecessary. Regarding insects, Chun Fan has entirely refrained from engaging with them. At this moment, he likely couldn't even catch one. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred, devouring many flying insects like dragonflies and ladybugs, hoping to evolve wings through this endeavor. After thoroughly ravaging the biological community of this area, Chun Fan unhesitatingly abandoned the dwelling he inhabited for a month, leaving it for the next occupant, and turned his attention deeper into the forest, intent on preying upon the small creatures of another region. Of course, while they may be termed small animals, this is relative. For Chun Fan, it resembles a backyard, whereas for other sentient beings, this place is akin to a forbidden zone. In fact, had Chun Fan been able to comprehend the map in his possession, he would have discerned that it contained but a single description of this location: abundant in basic resources but lacking in advanced materials, teeming with venomous creatures and fierce beasts, and not recommended for low-level adventurers or teams of fewer than 20 individuals. Yet for Chen Fan, this place is a paradise, and that is sufficient. Another month has passed. In this new habitat, he has once again scoured the local ecosystem, resulting in a significant increase in his purification points. The same routine continued upon reaching the third area, after having switched residences twice. Chen Fan finally encountered the long-awaited evolution. Discovering a small pond, he leapt in with a splash, his streamlined body causing only a few droplets to scatter. Originally, a giant python resided there, but after a month of relentless poisoning efforts by Chen Fan, he had finally forced the creature out, subsequently claiming its lair. He consciously relaxed his body. The panel indicating his evolution points, having reached 100, suddenly became ethereal that a wave of drowsiness washed over him. And following this instinct, he succumbed to slumber. 3 hours drifted by, and as his lost consciousness gradually returned, Chen Fan awoke to find himself in a brand new body. He noticed that his once massive frame had grown even larger. While it didn't quite reach 7 meters, it was approaching that mark. Each part of his body had become considerably more robust. Visually, there were no significant changes, but numerous subtle adjustments had clearly been made, allowing for a more efficient utilization of strength. Gazing at the empty shell on his back, Chen Fan felt a twinge of disappointment at not acquiring the coveted ability to fly. Flight has long been one of humanity's most cherished dreams. Although various types of aircraft have been invented in his past life, these ultimately relied on external means. Every individual has, to some extent, imagined soaring through the skies without assistance. However, Chen Fan quickly retracted this fleeting disappointment. I am progressing, and that is enough. During this period, Chen Fan transformed into an omnivorous creature, consuming a variety of foods without any distinct preference, resulting in his evolution lacking any pronounced changes in a specific direction. He also did not encounter any magical beasts or special herbs, nor did he gain any extraordinary abilities. Thus, this evolution primarily resulted in the adjustment and enhancement of his internal muscles and organs, alongside an increase in his external defensive capabilities. Chen Fan remained unfazed, knowing that just as bread accompanies milk, his journey would yield results in due course. That a fortnight later, he had once again reset the developmental stage of the local population. Sensing a further increase in his evolution completion, he departed from the area without hesitation. Arriving in yet another new region, Chen Fan found himself at the edge of a precipice, gazing into the gaping chasm before him. He felt a thrill of excitement, for he had discovered an abundance of mineral veins. Although he was uncertain of their exact nature, it was undoubtedly a unique or deposit. It has been said that it is not knowledge, but power that alters one's fate. At this moment, however, Chen Fan vehemently disagreed. While power can indeed influence a person's destiny to some extent, for Chen Fan, knowledge was far more vital. It was precisely through the knowledge he had acquired in his past life that he was able to identify these mineral veins. Various mineral deposits often form distinct environments due to their elemental geochemical behaviors. Even the same elements might exhibit different geochemical behaviors across different geological epochs. Nevertheless, the general principles behind mineral formation remain similar. They are typically formed from mineral-rich hydrothermal fluids that flow through fractures and settle in suitable environments. Although Chen Fan was not deeply familiar with the mineral deposits of this world, he assumed the overarching principles would be relatively consistent. That it was his prior knowledge that enabled him to recognize the unique geological phenomena and choose to remain here, meticulously searching, ultimately reaping the rewards of his diligence. Upon discovering the exposed mineral vein, Chen Fan set about providing for himself, excavating a burrow. Subsequently, he dedicated himself to gnawing on stones within the cave, while his digestive capacity allowed him to consume rocks. This was the first time he had treated stones as a staple food. Although the taste was far less palatable compared to the tender flesh of animals, Chen Fan's biological instincts informed him that consuming these minerals would indeed be beneficial. Having endured life-and-death crises, such a minor difficulty was no challenge for him. Thus, he compelled himself to consume stone after stone, utilizing his formidable digestive abilities to extract nutrients. The evolution points on his panel steadily rose. Throughout this process, Chun Fan realized that these mineral deposits were merely ordinary ores, not the extraordinary materials he had previously acquired from knights. After a full day of consumption, his purification points had only increased by 3. However, compared to the previous 2 months, where he had to actively hunt for sustenance, the ease of lying on the ground and obtaining nourishment was a welcome change. More importantly, Chun Fan aspired to attain even greater defensive capabilities through stronger armor, making this endeavor imperative, no matter the discomfort involved. The essence of life lies in experience. Experiencing various lifestyles, whether in poverty or wealth, a life lived in monotony will inevitably become tiresome. Embracing this philosophy, he continued to dwell in the cave, gnawing on stones. Days turned into weeks, and gradually over a month passed. Until this moment, Chun Fan lay with his eyes tightly shut, having once again fallen into the slumber of evolution. His consciousness was no longer anchored here. Instead, he found himself in a nebulous realm. In this space, he gradually forgot all he had endured recently. The struggles for survival in the forest, the exhilaration of acquiring extraordinary abilities, the helplessness of gnawing on stones. Senior brother, wake up! Amidst the indistinct sounds, a voice seemed to call to him. Following the sound, Chun Fan opened his eyes to see a young woman in a white coat softly beckoning him. What has happened to me? Chun Fan felt a slight sense of confusion. Senior brother, your experimental results are out. They can be downloaded now, came a crisp voice. Okay, thank you, Chun Fan instinctively replied to the person across from him. Yes, indeed, I just finished the project, ground the samples into powder, and I am currently testing the data. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Chun Fan deftly inserted the USB drive as the progress bar steadily read the data. Once the progress bar reached 100, he safely removed the USB drive, donned gloves, and extracted a sample from the apparatus. Senior brother, is it really necessary to wear gloves? Isn't it a bit cumbersome just to retrieve a sample? The clear voice continued to resonate in his ears. Following the sound, he saw his junior sister, who had recently joined the lab this year. You wouldn't understand. Chun Fan shook his head. In situations like this, it may not matter if you disregard safety regulations. No one will say anything. However, if something goes awry, you will be held accountable. I remember a senior from the last cohort who, in a moment of carelessness, chose not to wear gloves, and the equipment happened to malfunction at that time. Although it wasn't his fault, whether he wore gloves or not, the equipment would have still broken down. Chun Fan paused, recalling. But according to the video evidence, he was the last person to use it. Consequently, his last few sets of data were entirely self-funded, and he was subsequently reported for criticism throughout the school. Not only did he receive a scolding from the teacher, but now whenever anyone meets him, the first thing they say is, "Oh, so you were the one who broke the equipment. Huh, that's so funny." Truly, good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. His junior sister couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, thus everything must be conducted according to regulations. After all, while this apparatus may not appear heavy, it carries far more weight than our 2 diplomas combined. With that, Chun Fan's gaze turned contemplative as he addressed his junior sister. This tale shall be yours to pass on. Remember to share it with the next generation of juniors. I promise to fulfill the task, she replied with a lively smile at its time. I shall return to the dormitory now. Please remember to turn off the lights when you leave, but do not turn off the air conditioning. These instruments cannot endure it. Carefully placing the sample into a bag, Chun Fan gathered his belongings as he instructed his junior sister. I won't forget, senior brother. Goodbye, she replied succinctly, pushing open the laboratory door and stepping onto the familiar campus. Chun Fan felt an unsettling sensation lingering in his mind. It was an indescribable feeling. Not quite dizziness nor headache, merely the impression that something significant had slipped his mind. Is it because I haven't rested well lately? Unable to discern an answer, he chose to dismiss it from his thoughts and swiftly inserted the key into the electric scooter's ignition. With a faint roar, he sped back to his dormitory. The dormitory was his alone. His other roommate had immersed himself in a project and had not returned for 6 months. Retrieving the sample from his backpack, he placed it in the corner of the room. Staring blankly at the sample he had painstakingly procured, Chun Fan felt adrift. Since childhood, he had been obedient, with everything meticulously arranged by his parents. Even his choices for college entrance exams. His parents had proudly enrolled him in a field that guaranteed employment, albeit one fraught with hardship. Initially, Chun Fan believed that, given his resilience, he could persevere in any discipline. However, for years later, he realized he had underestimated the true meaning of a demanding profession. The monotonous data tormented his spirit, while the grueling work environment battered his body. Under his parents' insistence, he chose to pursue graduate studies. They had previously asserted that it did not matter what field he specialized in, but he should at least acquire a stepping stone. Yet recently, they seemed to have conversed with a few individuals in his field, which only reinforced their desire for him to continue in this discipline. That wasn't it initially said that I only needed a stepping stone. Chun Fan pondered, feeling somewhat perturbed. In a fit of despair, he reclined on a lounge chair and began scrolling through his phone. Ding, ding, ding. The ringing of a call interrupted him, and he answered the video call. "How have you been lately?" A commanding voice resonated. It was his father, with his mother sitting beside him. "That I'm fine, just the same as always. Reading papers and conducting experiments," Chun Fan replied. "That's good to hear." Recently, a sparse exchange ensued as Chun Fan engaged in conversation with his parents. "Dad, I no longer wish to pursue a career in this field. I truly dislike it. If I were to do this for a lifetime, I would feel utterly miserable," Chun Fan expressed, a hint of resignation in his tone. Upon hearing this, his parents' expressions shifted immediately. "Chun Fan, it's not like that we previously thought this field wasn't great, but after chatting with someone we met online who works in it, we learned that the salaries are quite high. Some can earn up to $10,000 a month," and before he could finish, his parents interrupted him with a barrage of words. "Moreover, with the rapid advancements in technology, your field is no longer what it used to be in the past." People. Watching his parents reason with him, Chun Fan felt a headache coming on. They always assumed that once he graduated with a master's degree, he would automatically become a leader or at the very least oversee others' work. They did not grasp the true nature of the toil involved. "But I genuinely do not wish to continue in this field. I do not like it. After so many years of study, I have gained a thorough understanding," Chun Fan insisted. "You have already invested so many years in this field. Not pursuing it would be unrealistic. Therefore, you must, and you won't be stuck in this position forever. After working for 3 to 5 years, you'll transition into another role." As Chun Fan witnessed yet another interruption from his parents, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. No matter how he attempted to convey the importance of cutting losses, his parents selectively ignored his insights about his understanding and expertise. "Chun Fan, do not heed hearsay. Do not listen to what outsiders say. They will never have your best interests at heart. You should listen to your family. Only your family is genuinely concerned for you," they insisted. Hearing this, Chun Fan felt an urge to scoff internally. Do not listen to outsiders, yet you choose to believe that online acquaintance. If you were to listen to family, why disregard your own son's words? After 6 years in this field, am I not capable of understanding it better than those who merely speak from the sidelines? As if sensing Chun Fan's displeasure, his father abruptly changed his tone. "Chun Fan, if you choose not to pursue this field, then I believe you should abandon your graduate studies right now. In this field, your master's degree holds value. In another discipline, you are merely an undergraduate." The voice came through with a mix of anger and threat. Chun Fan sighed heavily that in this day and age, individuals are stretched thin. And how could one expect to manage subordinates and direct work? Transitioning to another department would yield similar conditions, as each department is equally demanding. That it is not that he cannot endure hardship. Rather, he is aware that alternative paths exist. Why must he choose a path he despises, enduring a grueling existence simply due to his parents' unbalanced information gleaned from others' casual remarks? He was acutely aware that much of what his parents said was erroneous, and he could even articulate reasons to counter their assertions. However, refutation proved utterly fruitless, a conclusion he had arrived at after countless trials. Hearing the veiled threats in his father's words, Chun Fan could only bow his head, concluding the conversation amidst a flurry of forced laughter. Perhaps this was indicative of my people-pleasing personality, Chun Fan mused. Ever since his parents had received promotions and salary increases, their desire for control had intensified, be it in matters of work, education, or future romantic relationships and plans. They insisted on meddling in every aspect, rendering his life increasingly burdensome. If only he could return to his carefree childhood, Chun Fan sighed softly. Recollecting the simplicity of his early years, a grimace crept across his lips. "Don't cause me trouble, or I'll break your legs." A harsh and indifferent phrase had echoed throughout his formative years. Consequently, during instances of bullying, he refrained from retaliating, and when faced with torment from classmates, he even hesitated to voice his dissent, fully aware that he had no one to stand up for him. Perhaps it was better not to dwell on the past. He thought with resignation that it was said that people-pleasing tendencies often stemmed from childhood bullying. Perhaps he was a quintessential example of such a type. Yet, as a child molded by his parents' opinions throughout his life, the notion of opposing them was unfathomable. Imagining the hysterical reprimands from his parents, he found himself unable to entertain the thought. Nevertheless, a flicker of indignation stirred within him. His parents had raised him, and naturally, he would fulfill his filial duty to support them in their old age. But why? Why hadn't they stood up for him as a child, providing him with the backing he so desperately needed? Now, as an adult, they sought to dictate his life, to control him. Countless words converged into a single sigh. Alas, they were, after all, his parents, and he felt compelled to heed their wishes. Moreover, they provided for his living expenses and tuition. He ought to be grateful. Forcing himself to accept this notion, Chun Fan commanded his mind to cease its wandering that in truth, he understood that his parents' arrangements for him, from an objective and rational perspective, were devoid of any flaw. The sole issue lay in their disregard for his feelings, their neglect of his lived experiences, interacting with him from a godlike vantage point, as if manipulating a mere pawn in a game. Embracing this mindset, Chun Fan cast his phone aside and succumbed to slumber, enveloped in melancholy that a year later, upon graduation, Chun Fan ultimately acquiesced and secured a position in his field of study. His parents beamed with delight, even hosting a celebratory dinner with relatives and friends that a decade later, trapped in a job he despised, earning a modest salary, Chun Fan had become the archetype of a successful individual in the eyes of others. Kindergarten, primary school, middle school, high school, university, graduate school, civil service examination, marriage. This linear progression made the Chun family feel that they had finally produced a promising offspring. 20 years later, after years of employment, Chun Fan still awaited the opportunity to transition to a different role. When he expressed a desire to change jobs, his family predictably echoed the anticipated line. "You've been in this industry for so long. Changing fields now isn't very realistic." 30 years slipped by, and an unforeseen incident occurred on a project. The unfortunate Chun Fan found himself lying on a stretcher in an ambulance. "Clear the way, clear the way." The first shock, rise. The second shock, rise, amidst the cacophony. Chun Fan sensed his life ebbing away. Reflecting on his existence, he realized he had spent it largely adhering to the trajectories predetermined by others, the dutiful son in his parents' eyes and the compliant child in the perception of classmates and colleagues. His unremarkable yet steadily advancing resume had garnered the approval of nearly everyone, except for himself. Dead? Living my life for others was never truly my own. If I die, so be it. Chun Fan gradually relinquished his resistance in the darkness. But then a flicker of insight pierced through. Why? How did it come to this? Bewildered, Chun Fan delved deeper into contemplation. Why do I refrain from harming others, yet there are always those who wish to harm me? Even my own parents who seek to control me. Why have I become a mere reflection of others? He felt a surge of defiance. Why should I obey the dictates of others? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to be subjugated. I will seize control of my own life. I will live for myself. I need strength. No one has the authority to command me. In the depths of darkness, tears streamed from Chun Fan's tightly shut eyes. Yet, suddenly, it was as if a tangible crimson light surged forth, a terrifying aura radiating from within him that a cacophony of roars erupted as Chun Fan's body erupted in a brilliant explosion. Upon closer inspection, it was merely the shell he had shed. The newly transformed entity revealed itself. His once 6 to 7 meter frame had officially grown to a towering 7 meters. Unlike before, while still exuding power, His entire physique now emphasized agility to a T this moment. Chun Fan was distinctly adorned in thick armor. If his previous exoskeleton had been a mere 2 centimeters thick, easily pierced during combat, now it had increased to an impressive 10 centimeters. His entire body exhibiting a more formidable presence. Raising his 20 pairs of abdominal appendages, he noted the ground marked with 40 deep punctures, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Evidently, his weight had significantly increased during this evolution. For Chun Fan, who believed that mass was the paramount measure of combat prowess in this world, this signified yet another substantial enhancement of his strength. Of course, there were also those enigmatic magical powers. Experimenting with the Scarlet Lotus state, he found himself unaffected, even experiencing a newfound fluidity, surpassing his previous capabilities. The flow of spiritual energy and thermal regulation had become more refined. It appeared that the newly formed armor excelled in the conduction of spiritual energy. Other aspects, however, remained largely unchanged. Chun Fan gazed silently at his transformed visage. The recent dream had felt incredibly vivid, as if he had lived it firsthand. He pondered what might have transpired had he not awakened in time. Had he succumbed at the last moment, perhaps he would have awakened as usual, or perhaps he would never awaken again. No one could say. Yet, this did not prevent him from bidding a final farewell to his former self. In his previous life, he had always lacked autonomy, drifting aimlessly without understanding his desires, his path predetermined by his parents. However, deep within, a spirit of rebellion had always thrummed within him. Having undergone such a profound experience, Chun Fan now truly comprehended what he sought, or rather, he had solidified his resolve regarding his desires. His parent from the past, supported by pensions and the excellent welfare of the state, had no need for his concern. Thus, he could release his anxieties. Therefore, this dream served as both a revelation and a liberation, a definitive severance from his past. From this moment forth, I shall be known as Karga, meaning freedom, destruction, and control, that I shall live eternally and thrive. I will seize command of my destiny and govern the fates of others. I will become so powerful that no one can inflict harm upon me. In the penetrating gaze of Karga, a captivating brilliance gleamed, trampling upon the remnants of his former self, the colossal behemoth destined to resonate throughout the realms. Karga was born. However, despite his solemn oath, Karga remained indifferent to the uncertainties that lay ahead. He could not afford to squander his present. Methodically, he gathered the scattered remnants beneath his feet, diligently performing his routine reclamation. After all, each time he shed his old form, it consistently bestowed upon him more than 10 evolution points, an effortlessly accessible source of energy he would never relinquish. Viewing these past forms as reserves of sustenance, Karga pressed on, relentlessly advancing, hunting day after day, consuming and evolving. Throughout this journey, he gradually came to comprehend the sheer terror of his current defensive capabilities. He could leap from a precipice several meters high without sustaining any injury. This indicated that his previous evolution had not only fortified his exterior, but had also significantly enhanced the resilience of his internal organs against external forces. He could linger for days in a deep pool, his body agile and unperturbed by the immense pressure. Through this experience, he gained a deeper understanding of the biodiversity of this world. On one occasion, he encountered a vividly colored mushroom. Guided by the empirical knowledge of his past life, he was certain it was poisonous. After all, the deeper the hue, the more toxic the mushroom. With this mindset, Karga unhesitatingly thrust it into his mouth, confident that, given his current resistance, ordinary toxins posed no threat to him. He had consumed countless similar poisonous mushrooms and had even obliterated and tasted more than one nest of venomous scorpions. After roasting them in his crimson lotus state, Karga understood why many in his previous life relished eating insects. The crunchiness was indeed delightful. Similarly, the flavor of poisonous mushrooms was enticing. The brighter the color, the greater the toxicity, and the more delectable the taste. With such thoughts, Karga bit into the mushroom without a second thought. Yet, before he could savor the tender burst of flavor, the mushroom detonated, a mushroom of such substantial size. Without any prior indication, exploded with a resounding bang, akin to the firing of a cannonball. The ensuing chain reaction triggered the nearby mushrooms to erupt in unison, creating a deep pit in the ground. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The armor he donned indeed did not disappoint him. Aside from feeling slightly dazed from a shock, his body bore merely a few superficial scratches, likely less than a centimeter deep. This formidable defense left Karga thoroughly satisfied. Observing the expanse of mushroom fields before him, he fell silent for a moment before turning away to pursue further hunts. He had no inclination to engage in frivolous explosions. However, this incident sparked inspiration in Karga. Even with his current formidable defenses, he had been momentarily stunned by the blast. Had it been another, they might have faced severe injury or at least experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. This was also why Karga refrained from destroying the mushroom field. He marked its location, knowing it might prove useful someday. Concurrently, Karga felt an intensified yearning to master the language of this world, to absorb its knowledge. Had he known the mushroom would explode, he would have refrained from meddling with it, thus avoiding his current predicament. Days turned into weeks. Time gradually slipped away, and Karga continued to decipher the map based on his experiences. Albeit with slow progress, that on the 45th day, he observed traces of human footprints. However, he paid them no mind, opting instead to change direction and continue his existence. Sooner or later, he would inevitably encounter intelligent beings. It mattered not to conceal his presence in this fleeting moment. Growth was paramount. On the 67th day, Karga experienced yet another evolution, thanks to a colony of bats residing in a dim cave. This time, he acquired the ability of echolocation. With a newfound perspective, his exploration of the forest became far more intuitive. With enhanced tactile, olfactory, auditory, and visual senses, combined with a direct transmission of sonic waves to the depths of his mind, he was equipped to take control in any situation. Though he had yet to face a worthy adversary, he prepared for the future, ensuring he would maintain a dominant position when interacting with intelligent beings. His physique had also grown slightly more robust, yet regrettably, he had not attained any new magical abilities. Nevertheless, Karga remained undaunted. What was meant for him would eventually come to him, as long as he continued to progress unwaveringly in strength. It was a positive endeavor. Thus, Karga gradually relished the exhilaration of his growing power while migrating deeper into the southern forest. Suddenly, a mysterious sound wave emanated from afar, relayed to Karga's mind through specialized organs, immediately alerting him that he often emitted his own ultrasonic waves, and every entity bore its unique signature. When Karga's sound waves collided, the feedback would differ accordingly. However, this time, the feedback was unlike anything he had encountered before. It bore similarities to animal sound waves and likely belonged to an unknown creature. The aura was formidable, and the personal identifiers were strikingly clear. It seemed to be a colossal entity. Karga sensed he had not faced a worthy opponent in far too long, and memories of past battles ignited a yearning within him, awakening his combative instincts, urging him to engage in a thrilling confrontation. Yet Karga's mind remained composed, refraining from reckless action. What was the strength of the entity before him? Could it possibly surpass his own? Was it a solitary creature, or could it be a social animal, lurking unseen? Might he be walking into a trap, where a team lay in wait to ambush him? Questions of this nature flickered through Karga's mind. As a prudent individual, he would not recklessly jeopardize his life without necessity, nor would he rush into action. No, the intelligence gathered thus far was insufficient for analysis. He required a deeper understanding. However, the recent sound waves had already revealed the opponent's position, and finding them was merely a matter of time. With a clear direction established, Karga's formidable and terrifying form surged forward with an uncanny agility. Drawing closer, he continuously received feedback from the ultrasonic waves resonating in his mind. As he sensed the diminishing distance between himself and the opponent, Karga deliberately slowed his pace, retracting his presence to an extreme degree, and began to linger. His powerful armor granted him exceptional defensive capabilities while also allowing him to conceal his aura. From his weaker days, he instinctively possessed a similar ability to obscure a portion of his prey's sixth sense, thus facilitating his hunts. Now, after countless evolutions, this ability had only grown stronger. At this moment, Karga's stillness rendered his essence as inconspicuous as a stubborn stone. evoking no awareness in others, his 6 enhanced eyes, akin to telescopes, diligently attempted to relay distant information back to his brain. Indeed, as Karga had anticipated, he successfully captured more information about the enemy. However, a sense of helplessness and anguish soon enveloped him. There, beside a small pool of water, a proud crane frolicked at the water's edge. The lake's surface failed to dampen its feathers. Instead, the dew accentuated its pristine purity. Through his heightened senses, the crane exuded an alluring essence, one he had been fortunate enough to savor long ago. The aroma of the 2 pieces of beastly flesh, species, beastly crane, infused with potent magical energy. The panel's notification allowed Karga to ascertain the identity of the creature before him. Indeed, beasts were distinct from ordinary animals, and as expected, they possessed formidable attributes. Karga mused. Beneath the crane's elegant exterior lay an elemental energy, making it resemble a treasure trove, with a vast concentration of sky-blue spiritual molecules gathered around it. Even his instincts subtly indicated that this was a formidable opponent. Yet, it was still no match for him. Karga's 6 eyes emitted a chilling aura. Among living beings exists a natural hierarchy of strength. Beyond Karga's usual assessment based on size, the physiological instincts of the individuals involved played a crucial role. When 2 apex predators engage in combat, the outcome is often predetermined. Both parties instinctively sense the level of threat the other poses. Of course, this does not apply in cases where one deliberately conceals their aura, like that moment. Karga relied on this instinct to gauge the comparative strength of himself and the opponent. Fortunately, the crane did indeed possess some strength, sufficient to satisfy Karga's desire for battle. It was notably weaker, posing no threat to his life. Unfortunately, the opponent had wings. If it could not be defeated, it could simply take flight, rendering any confrontation futile. This was the source of Karga's frustration. Moreover, while he had consumed beastly flesh, he remained ignorant of the lifestyle and attack methods of such creatures. Charge him blindly would only lead to ridicule. It was implausible that this seemingly diminutive crane, capable of triggering a crisis alert, engaged in combat through sheer physical force like Karga. With such thoughts in mind, Karga suppressed the warlike instincts surging within him, continuing to conceal his presence to the utmost, awaiting his opportunity. That a day passed without incident. 2 days elapsed, and still, nothing occurred. 3 days passed, and there was no change. This moment, Karga was nearly convinced that the crane was indeed solitary. Unlike its kin from his previous life, which were gregarious creatures. 4 days went by without any events. The crane, on rare occasions when hunger struck, would dip its beak into the water to catch a few fish, spending the majority of its time napping or swimming in the lake. 5 days passed without incident. Under Karga's multiple surveillance methods, he confirmed that the crane was indeed alone, with no predators or caretakers in its vicinity. And it was unlikely that the crane was merely feigning vulnerability to lure in unsuspecting prey. Then, on the 6th day, the 7th day, when the 8th day arrived, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A group of beings, resembling humans yet grotesquely malformed, approached. Their diminutive stature and greenish skin reminded Karga of a creature from his past life. Goblins. These beings existed solely in the realm of fantasy, never having been encountered in reality. Their intelligence and combat prowess were so lacking that even humans surpassed them, relying solely on their prolific breeding capabilities and social nature for survival. As Karga observed, they wielded crude weapons fashioned from sticks and stones, dressed in tattered furs, advancing toward the pool while chattering incoherently. Paying no heed to their actions, Karga instead deepened his concealment. However, their behavior startled the crane at the center of the pool. The crane's bright, spirited eyes turned toward the goblins, who, in their primitive drive to satiate their hunger, became exhilarated at the sight of the small creature. Unlike Karga, they lacked the capacity to recognize the strength of their adversary, and the overwhelming disparity in power rendered their alert systems utterly ineffective. Moreover, the crane's innocent appearance was exceedingly deceptive. Some goblins hurled stones from a distance, while others retrieved bows and arrows from behind to shoot at the crane. Of course, for such a lowly race, even the ones capable of wielding bows were relatively strong leaders among them. Well then, let me see how you will respond. Karga murmured to himself as he witnessed the spectacle. The crane, however, did not disappoint Karga's expectations and promptly retaliated. For it, these ugly little creatures were merely pests to be swept away. With a graceful flap of its wings, its exquisite form soared into the air. And astonishingly, without even flapping its wings, it hovered mid-air. The crane slightly parted its beak, emitting a call that quietly summoned several ice spikes from the air, with another gentle flap of its wings. These ice spikes shot forth like sharpened spears toward the goblins. In an instant, 5 of the 7 goblins had fallen, and the remaining 2, witnessing the carnage, were paralyzed with fear, dropping their weapons and fleeing in terror. The crane, seeing that there were still stragglers, did not bother to pursue them, allowing their escape. Subsequently, to Karga's bewilderment, the crane, a rare sight indeed, flapped its wings and flew toward the spot where the goblins had fallen. With its slender ankles, deceptively powerful, it grasped the goblin's corpse and soared away. After repeating this process 5 times, the area was left pristine once more. Karga realized it was merely cleaning its nest. Birds are generally known for their vanity, and this powerful crane was certainly no exception. It likely wished to keep its dwelling free of filth. Karga found himself lost in thought, consciously aware of the truth. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, this beast truly so discerning." However, what struck Karga even more was the creature's strength. The beast's prowess exceeded Karga's imagination, not in the sense of overwhelming power, but rather in its glaring weakness. During their recent skirmish, Karga had activated his elemental perception. Under intense scrutiny, he discovered that the once formidable spiritual energy within the crane had dwindled significantly after executing a single barrage of ice rain, depleting it by a staggering 15 units. This meant that it could only unleash a similar attack 4 more times, totaling a mere 5 strikes. Though the ice rain appeared formidable, it was indeed quite potent, but only in relation to the goblins. The sharpness of its weapons inherently possessed greater lethality compared to bludgeoning instruments when it came to flesh. Yet for Karga, such a rain of blades would merely cause him to stagger slightly, at most leaving a few scratches on his armor, incapable of inflicting any substantial harm that, in truth, the damage inflicted by the recent ice rain had largely gone to waste. The crane had conjured dozens of ice shards, yet only managed to wound 5 goblins, signifying that the vast majority of its power was squandered. If it were under controlled conditions, merely 7 ice shards would suffice to annihilate these invaders. Karga mused that, in such a scenario, the expenditure of spiritual energy would be negligible. However, he wondered whether that creature was either too lazy to exert control or simply incapable of doing so if it were possible to manipulate the shards. One could align them in a row to strike the target sequentially or control their velocity, while maintaining their size while allowing each subsequent shard to collide with the one before it. The kinetic energy of the first shard could be maximized. Despite the inevitable reduction of overall potential energy due to friction, the combined impact of dozens of shards would yield devastating results. Contemplating this, Karga narrowed his eyes. If struck in a vital area, the consequences would be dire. Thus far, Karga's entire form was encased in a robust armor, leaving only his eyes exposed, his most critical weak point. In his previous encounter with the Night Squad, it was precisely here that Karga had sustained injury. The silver lining was that he possessed 6 eyes. Losing 1 or 2 was inconsequential, for he could swiftly recover in the next evolution. The unfortunate aspect, however, was that each of his 6 eyes could serve as a target. They were glaringly apparent to his enemies, as if taunting them to strike. Imagining the scenario of foes mercilessly pummeling his 6 eyes, Karga couldn't help but twitch his lips in exasperation. That if given the opportunity, I must rectify this vulnerability, he resolved. Furthermore, he needed to remain vigilant against the other abilities of that foolish crane, since it could condense small ice shards as weapons. Could it not also accumulate energy to form a larger one? Karga pondered, only to shake his head in dismissal that no. If that were the case, it would be easier to manage. This creature's internal storage capacity is limited. Should it expend all its spiritual energy to forge a single devastating strike, it would likely be left defenseless. Moreover, the larger the object, the more challenging it becomes to accelerate it swiftly. Such forceful attacks were reminiscent of the Great Knight's finishing move, immensely powerful, yet ineffective if it failed to connect. Given the crane's rate of spiritual energy recovery, it could engage in a prolonged battle, wearing down its reserves through multiple encounters. Karga continued his analysis. The only concern is if it can freeze the blood within its prey. He pressed his eyes shut. Blood is one of the most vital components for any living organism, responsible for transporting oxygen and energy, eliminating metabolic waste, and maintaining bodily equilibrium. In his past life, humans would succumb to shock and lose consciousness if they bled excessively, underscoring the critical nature of blood for sustaining life. Though Karga had evolved into an entity that resembled a peculiar amalgamation of human and centipede, he was uncertain how long he could survive after losing control over his entire blood supply. Would he lose consciousness in an instant, or would his movements slow? Considered more extremely, muscle and fibrous tissues are largely composed of water. Under the influence of freezing capabilities, Karga's bodily functions would likely undergo immediate alteration. Fearing such a terrifying ability, Karga found himself compelled to temper his offensive aspirations. Although the prospect of consuming beast flesh was tantalizing, one must possess life to indulge in such delights. Thus, he continued to lurk near the crane's lake, biding his time. Days turned into weeks, and, as the 30th day approached, Karga had amassed a thorough understanding of the creature's behavioral patterns, even becoming more acquainted with its methods of attack. During this period, several unwitting animals had approached the crane, mistaking it for prey, only to be met with a gruesome fate. Each encounter further drained the crane's spiritual reserves, leading Karga to surmise that this foolish creature likely possessed no other means of attack. Even if it had a second method, he believed its propensity for wastefulness would render it ineffective. Resolute in his decision, Karga began to act. With a thunderous roar, a deafening howl echoed as a tiger with razor-sharp fangs approached the small pool. Spotting the snow-white, tender flesh glimmering before it, the tiger's eyes sparkled with eagerness as it lunged forward. The crane, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of disdain. Why are there so many fools lately? Do they truly believe they can devour me so easily? It thought that in that case, you shall remain here forever. With that, the crane flapped its wings and soared into the sky, creating a vortex that warped the air, conjuring several slender ice shards. "Fool, taste my arrow," it declared. With a swift whoosh, the tiger, mid-leap, was abruptly struck down. Its massive form was pinned to the ground, crimson blood seeping from its wounds, a clear sign that its life force was waning. "What a pity for my cozy lair. It seems I shall have to clean up once more," the crane lamented, surveying the aftermath. That moment, the crane's right eyelid twitched violently, a sense of deadly peril coursing through its veins. Every cell in its body screamed for it to flee. Without hesitation, it turned its head, attempting to escape backward. Animals possess an acute sixth sense, and as a beast, the crane's instincts often manifested as an awareness of malice. Its body had already conveyed the warning. If it did not flee now, when would it? But it was already too late. A blinding laser sliced through the air, a searing red beam hurtling toward it. The overwhelming heat and explosive energy made the crane realize that should it be struck, annihilation awaited. No. The crane cried out in defiance. But as it attempted to shift its body, it became clear that evasion was impossible. With his brain pushed to its limits, he immediately unleashed the torrent of spiritual energy coursing within him. Under his meticulous control, a formidable wall of ice rose before him, while every inch of his skin was encased in ice, resembling a suit of armor. However, the preparations were ultimately too hasty. The barrage of lasers unerringly struck him, despite the thick layer of ice delaying the searing rays for but a fleeting moment. Yet, unwavering in their trajectory, they penetrated his body and exited through his back. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth, but instead of liquid, it erupted in the form of tiny ice crystals. Just as Hahaha felt a spark of inspiration, a colossal entity swiftly propelled itself from a distance that a pair of gigantic pincers loomed larger and larger in his vision. Ultimately, Hahaha met his demise here. The seemingly potent physical form proved utterly useless against Karga's brutality. Shattering upon contact, in his final moments, as his sanity plummeted, one thought consumed him. What in the world is this monstrous creature? Observing the formidable foe collapsing before him, a flicker of delight danced in Karga's eyes. After enduring over a month of poor nutrition and restless nights, his quality of life had drastically diminished, yet at last he reaped the fruits of his labor. Simultaneously, a trace of disdain flickered within him. After all that preparation, what a waste! Unfamiliar with the capabilities of magical creatures, Karga had approached this encounter with utmost caution, meticulously preparing for every conceivable scenario. What tactics might the opponent employ? How should he evade their attacks? Should he withstand the blows in a test of endurance to swiftly eliminate the enemy? If he found himself outmatched, what avenues existed for retreat? How many escape routes could he identify? And should he emerge victorious? How might he pursue a fleeing adversary? Karga had considered all these factors, leaving no stone unturned at Hahaha's bid to weaken his foe. He had expended considerable effort in selecting a suitably matched prey, injuring it and driving it here to deplete Hahaha's reserves of magical energy. Yet the unfolding events were steeped in absurdity. The anticipated clash of brute force did not materialize, with a single shot from his ranged weapon. The opponent had shown no resistance and was swiftly left in tatters, ultimately subdued with ease. Grasping the remnants of Hahaha's form, Karga observed a gaping hole in the right wing. Though pained by the loss of such substantial magical beast flesh, he found satisfaction in the outcome. The searing ray that had just struck was unleashed by Karga himself. He had long since acquired the ability to harness fire elemental magic. Under his deliberate control, his body could attain astonishingly high temperatures for a brief period, entering a state akin to combustion, significantly amplifying his strength and speed, akin to the magical damage of fire elements. He named this state Crimson Lotus Mode. While the increase in damage was indeed substantial, the limitation lay in its short attack range. For Karga, anyone who could engage him in close quarters was virtually guaranteed to be vanquished. He had yet to encounter an adversary capable of matching him. His deficiency lay in long-range attack capabilities, leaving him at a disadvantage against swift or flying foes, which posed a significant challenge. Under the influence of his intense willpower, perhaps due to an inadvertent consumption of certain animals or plants, or possibly the effects of the magical beast flesh he had procured, Karga underwent an evolution and sprouted a new tail. Like the other two tails, it was covered in a thick shell, but unlike them, its tip was no longer a venomous hook, but a sharp spike that lacked the hardness of the others, even failing to release lethal toxins. Its sole purpose was to channel the immense and searing fire elemental magic within Karga, manifesting externally as a high-energy laser beam. Since acquiring this ability, Karga had finally employed it in combat, yielding remarkable results. Even the certified magical beasts posed no challenge. Even the hastily conjured armor of Hahaha proved ineffective. Pierced with ease, factors such as his ambush and advantageous positioning played a role, as did having previously exhausted a portion of Hahaha's magical reserves with a bait. Furthermore, his extensive observations over the past several days had granted him insights into Hahaha's physical structure. Regardless, the fact remained that his laser had penetrated the opponent's defenses, inflicting a fatal wound, an objective truth that attested to the immense power of this technique. From now on, he would refer to it as Extermination Ray. With his simple-mindedness, Karga lacked the ability to craft a more elaborate name. Hastily bestowing this title upon his newfound technique, to commemorate his first successful use of this power, he had slain a formidable adversary, a hopeful aspiration that this technique could one day grow powerful enough to annihilate the immortals of his past life. Of course, this ability was not without its flaws. Its limitations were pronounced, the most significant being its exorbitant energy consumption. The vast reserves of fire elemental magic contained within Karga's colossal form were indeed considerable, even surpassing those of Hahaha. Albeit less concentrated, Hahaha's power was tightly compressed within, while Karga's was dispersed throughout his body. In full utilization of Crimson Lotus Mode, he could maintain this state for a full 10 minutes. Akin to a small volcano, capable of erupting with the force of a fiery demon. Furthermore, if he exercised restraint, he could prolong this state to hours. However, employing the Extermination Ray would drain his magical energy with just 2 uses. The limitations did not end there. Activating this ability required a significant charging period. The longer the charge, the greater the power. If given 10 minutes to charge, he could extract every ounce of magical energy from his body structure, unleashing a cataclysmic blast. Even the weakest shot would require charging for several seconds. Yet this scenario remained purely theoretical. In reality, who would stand idly by to allow such an attack? Thus, in practical combat, the utility of this ability was rather limited. During the time needed to charge, he could have inflicted numerous wounds upon the opponent. Karga, a staunch pragmatist, this capability felt akin to a useless trinket. This was why he had never employed it in battle since acquiring it. However, no ability is inherently worthless. Only the wielder may be deemed so. Oh no, beast! In exceptional circumstances, it could prove invaluable, such as in deliberate ambushes, testing traps, or breaking free from restraints. Astutely, Karga had thoroughly cataloged the potential scenarios and limitations of this ability from the onset. For him, this power bore an additional crucial significance. It allowed him to experience the nuanced manipulation of spiritual energy. Crimson Lotus mode resembled a state of broad, uncontrolled power, while the energy absorption process of extermination demanded a finer touch. If one were to draw an analogy, the former was akin to boiling water, merely controlling the temperature with high heat, while the latter resembled cooking a steak, requiring precise control of heat distribution to avoid overcooking the inner portions. If that useless crane could manage it, then surely Karga could as well. Deep within his heart, he contemplated. As for the technique wielded by that celestial crane, Karga felt an intense envy, although he regarded its power as rather unimpressive. He could not deny the uniqueness of its energy manipulation, which was beyond his current capabilities and held immense value for learning. The fluidity of its offensive and defensive stances, capable of coalescing into ice spikes for attack or forming armor for defense, truly evoked his admiration. Karga held a condescending view of everyone, yet knowledge remained an exception. Anyone brimming with wisdom was a worthy subject for his study. He pondered how to diffuse the magic within him outwardly, how to manifest it into various forms, and even how to use his own magical energy as leverage to subtly manipulate the ambient magical essence beyond his control, thereby unleashing greater power. These were the abilities he had observed the celestial crane employing during his time of observation. After a prolonged period of stealthy learning, Karga believed he could achieve similar feats, requiring only extensive practice. Previously, fearing the flow of elemental energy might disturb the crane, he had only dared to simulate the actions in his mind. Now that his objective had been accomplished and the opponent captured, he found himself with ample time to experiment. However, that was not the immediate concern. It was time to relish the spoils. Gazing at the creature, roughly the size of a monkey, a tear of emotion welled up in Karga's eye. At last, he could indulge in a hearty meal. You have any idea how I have endured during this time? He murmured to the plump goose before him, emitting sounds imbued with an enigmatic resonance, a blend of the tongue of his past life and the vocal apparatus of insects in this one. Perhaps he was the only one in the world who could comprehend it, starving and shivering, enduring the elements while constantly striving to diminish his presence. This lifestyle had persisted for an entire month. Did you comprehend the hardships I faced to reach you? Sensing the joy of reaping sustenance, Karga cherished this prey all the more, even silently vowing to become someone who treasures food and wastes nothing. Wiping away his tears, he carefully grasped the celestial crane and cautiously departed from the site. Before long, having returned to his lair, he ventured back to the serene little lake. He had forgotten the tiger and picked up the unconscious beast lying on the ground. This time, he truly left the area behind. Upon returning to his nest, Karga gently placed his 2 trophies on the ground and sought out some branches to cover the entrance of his den. Finally feeling a sense of relief as he began preparing his catch, with practiced hands, he skillfully separated and categorized the various parts of the materials, an inexplicable sense of honor swelling within him. Reflecting on the insects he had consumed upon his arrival in this world, he looked at his current feast, realizing that the heavens do not forsake those who strive diligently. Everything he possessed now was a result of his own efforts, complemented by a touch of assistance from his interface. Thus, he mused, life is about hard work. Yet his hands did not pause in their labor. Rather, they quickened their pace. Two claws held the ingredients in place, while three agile tails worked to slice and arrange. In the dim light, he resembled a frenzied surgeon tending to his patient. Before long, the ingredients had been systematically categorized. Enhanced by his refined sense of taste, he caught whiffs of tantalizing aromas emanating from the food, an instinctual signal of nourishment for his body. Every cell within him urged him to hurry, to devour it all. However, as the leader of his own mind, Kalga resisted the primal instincts. He needed to activate his crimson lotus mode, cooking the meat first before consumption. This would not only enhance the flavor, but also yield a greater increment of evolution points due to the cooked state. IT indicated that his digestive system was not yet capable of fully assimilating the energy from raw meat, necessitating further strengthening. At that moment, an unusual fragrance wafted through the air. His throat quivered, and his massive mandibles oozed with saliva as Kalga's gaze was drawn to a small crystal core before him. This object extracted from the celestial crane was something Kalga had never encountered before. Approximately the size of a pebble, it was crystalline and translucent, with a firm texture, entirely unlike a snake's venom sac, let alone a gallbladder. Merely gazing upon it summoned myriad voices in his mind, incessantly urging him to consume it. Yet Kalga shook his head vigorously, dismissing the distractions. This creature had been no match for him in life. In death, it would not sway him that he did not comprehend it, but the interface would provide guidance. Focusing intently, information streamed into Kalga's mind. Ice attribute magic organ. Quality slightly below average. Feeling the information from the interface, Kalga remained silent. This interface had always functioned in this manner since he acquired it, capable of analyzing phenomena and offering him life advice, yet never providing complete clarity. IT often presented obscure terms that required him to interpret their meanings. Sometimes succinctly, but more often than not, he had a guess. How long would the dissipation last? What was this magic organ? Was it an organ that supplied magical energy? Kalga found himself utterly perplexed by these revelations. Unfortunately, his golden finger could not communicate effectively. Nevertheless, he did not allow himself to feel disheartened. The mention of organs sparked a glimmer of greed in his eyes. If it was an organ, it could be consumed. And animal innards were often particularly tender. Since it had already made its intentions known, to not partake would be a grave insult. Unable to resist any longer, Kalga activated Crimson Lotus mode, waves of searing heat emanating from his body, which he meticulously concentrated on his upper half. Then, akin to a teppanyaki grill, he laid out the succulent pieces of meat, interspersing fat and lean. The sizzling sound of fat rendering echoed as droplets of oil were expelled, mingling evenly with the lean meat. This was a naturally exquisite dish. Even in Kalga's previous life, such unseasoned fare was immensely delectable and beloved by him, especially in the present circumstances. After a brief sear, he tossed the roasted meat into his mouth, relishing the generous portions, occasionally indulging in raw delicacies in that moment, Kalga transformed into a solitary gourmet, feeling lonely yet utterly content. 76, 78, 79. With each morsel of meat entering his belly, the progress of his evolution points steadily increased. The flesh of magical beasts was indeed potent. Even now, Kalga's form had grown significantly since his last consumption of magical beast meat, and the same food would undoubtedly yield greater evolution points than before. Yet, every bite of this savory meat provided a substantial increase in points. Coupled with ordinary roasted meats, each mouthful represented a pinnacle of existence in truth, even within the human empire, magical beast meat was a luxury reserved exclusively for the highest echelons of society. Savored only under extraordinary circumstances, not only does it possess the probability of awakening magical abilities in living beings, but also accelerates the cultivation speed of those already endowed with magical power. Even if neither occurs, consuming it will induce certain positive transformations within the body. In fact, at this very moment, Kalga's physique is undergoing subtle optimizations brought about by the monster meat. The genes are becoming more compact, and those advantageous genes hidden deep within the cells are being activated. This optimization occurs deep within the genes, in a manner so discreet that it is neither painful nor comfortable, rendering it difficult to perceive. After consuming it for a while, and feeling his vitality reach its zenith, Karga casually picked up the pebble-sized magical organ and, with a gaping maw, swallowed it whole. How cold! This was Karga's immediate sensation upon ingesting the magical organ. It felt akin to biting into ice cream after a feast of barbecue, suddenly immersing his mind in the coolness of summer. Soon, this chill rapidly spread throughout his body, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, causing every bone to feel as though it might freeze. Yet, Karga exhibited not the slightest hint of panic, for at that moment, the points of evolution in his mind were surging wildly. 83, 85, 89, unlike the incremental growth he had previously experienced, which often took a long time to manifest, even a slight increase. The evolution points were now soaring exponentially. This further confirmed that the magical organ was indeed a remarkable substance. Before long, it had reached 100, succumbing to a wave of drowsiness. Karga drifted into slumber once more. Time moves unimpeded by the will of humans, nor does it heed the desires of animals. This time, Karga's prolonged slumber seemed particularly lengthy. The refreshing autumn had quietly passed, and the sky occasionally shed a few flakes of snow white. During this interval, the small pond, once monopolized by the celestial cranes, transformed into a haven for various creatures. It seemed as if all had come to understand that danger was no longer a concern here. The ancestral warnings had gradually dissipated, allowing life to flourish anew as they resumed drinking from this precious winter water source. Despite the occasional snowfall providing drinkable water, most animals were not accustomed to consuming snow for hydration. Consequently, this small pond gradually evolved into a thriving habitat, staging countless life and death pursuits, in the meantime, sensing the absence of their companions. Several goblins ventured nearby to investigate. Yet aside from capturing a few wild delicacies, they gleaned no news of their lost allies. However, none of this concerned Karga. The moment his evolution points hit 100 and he slipped into slumber, his body had already been enveloped in ice, transforming him into a grand ice sculpture. Occasionally, sunlight would filter through the cave's entrance, illuminating him with a crystalline sheen, making him appear as a magnificent work of art. Only the faint fluttering of his eyelids and the rhythmic beating of his heart attested to his continued existence. Clearly, he was immersed in a deep, unshakable dream. The cold was biting, snow was falling, and darkness was swiftly encroaching that it was the last day of the year. New Year's Eve, the streets bustled with vehicles and people, all engaged in their own pursuits. Some were children returning home after months away, bearing gifts and blessings for their parents. Others were parents returning from laborious work, clutching hard-earned cash and heartfelt messages for their children who had just graduated. In short, everyone was in a hurry, whether they were in carriages on the street or pedestrians on the sidewalk. Only those who had faced misfortune or had failed to earn anything throughout the year trudged along, uncertain of their paths ahead. They did not wish to return home, yet felt tethered by familial ties. There was always a destination. Yet, on this dark and frigid night, a poor little girl wandered the streets, despite the biting cold. She wore no hat, but instead donned a brown-green steel helmet. Her feet were clad in somewhat outdated tactical combat boots. A genuine leather whip was fastened around her waist, but what use was it? It was a thick belt, once used by her grandfather. Beside the girl, who stood an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, trotted a Tibetan Mastiff, equally imposing. As they crossed the street, a carriage rushed by, and the driver, terrified by the barking dog, abandoned the horses. One horse escaped under the driver's weight, while the other was brought down by the Mastiff. The dog proclaimed that when it had pups, they could use the horse as a cradle. The girl had no choice but to ride the horse, her muscles jolted by the motion. Her tactical backpack contained numerous small bombs, and she clutched one in her hand. Throughout the day, no one had purchased a single bomb from her, nor had anyone offered her a single build. Oh, the plight of this little girl. Anger and urgency coursed through her as she strode forward. Snowflakes landing on her dark complexion, her long hair cascading over her broad shoulders, exuding an air of striking beauty. Yet, she paid no heed to this. Many houses lining the street had their windows aglow with the enticing aromas of various festive foods, the essence of New Year's Eve wafting through the air. This was a night she could never forget, She could hardly shake off the frustration of those who had marred her joyful anticipation of barbecued delicacies. Fatigued from riding, she approached a house and settled in the living room, heartily devouring roasted chicken and goose offered by the homeowner. Her irritation only intensified. She yearned to return home, but after a day of carrying a full load of bombs, not a single one had sold. If none were sold, surely someone would suffer the consequences. Though her home was as cold as the street, she believed it would soon warm under her explosive creations. Not long after, she set down the now empty plate, glancing at the sparse offerings left on the table. Her stomach was nearly bursting. Even a small pudding seemed too much for her to bear. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement awaits. As the girl indulged herself, did the homeowner feel moved by her actions? In truth, he dared not move. Utterly paralyzed with fear, the homeowner stood at the kitchen entrance, his belly full. Wearing a forced smile, he even refrained from accepting the bomb she had offered him. Soon, the well-fed little girl climbed back onto the horse and galloped homeward. Hey, where are you? Her booming voice resonated throughout the house, a blend of rage, joy, and urgency. Even the residents above and next door dared not lift their heads, hastily sealing their doors and windows upon arriving home. The little girl found no one there. The emptiness of the house made her eyes bloodshot. Hage, why did you leave without a word? Then let me send you off with the loudest firecracker. Her voice thundered, echoing so powerfully that passers-by instinctively covered their ears and fled. In fact, there were very few pedestrians left on the street. Before the nearby residents could react, a tremendous explosion shattered the silence, obliterating the little girl's home into a pile of rubble. Hage, where are you? I've come to bid you farewell. With a resounding boom, another violent explosion erupted, shattering the trash can in the darkness. At that moment, the figure cowering beneath the sewer cover, known as Hage, or perhaps the celestial crane, trembled against the wall's edge. Enduring the noxious odors and sticky sensations of the sewer, he also suffered from the torment of Karga's relentless calls. With a gulp, he cautiously swallowed. Damn it! What on earth is this? At this moment, the celestial crane felt utterly despondent. It turned out that although it had perished physically, its spirit had not completely succumbed to death. A remnant of its soul, or rather its spiritual essence, lingered within the magical organ. The crane's astonishment, Calgar, in his ignorance, dared to consume the magical organ. Typically, such artifacts are either forged into weapons and armor by masterful craftsmen or serve as the power source for grand machinery. At the very least, they are mere status symbols for the affluent. Only legendary dragons or other mythical beings would consider such items as sustenance. After all, they harbor immense energy and contain fragments of the former owner's consciousness. It is only someone as reckless as Calgar, emboldened by his gluttonous experiences, who would indiscriminately devour anything edible. As Calgar attempted to digest the magical organ, the remnants of the crane's consciousness manifested. It sought to merge with Calgar's original thoughts, attempting to exert influence over him, essentially a process of possession. However, the original crane could be regarded as dead. What remained was merely a portion of its soul imbued with its thoughts and intentions. Coincidentally, after consuming the magical organ, Calgar underwent an evolution due to the overwhelming energy it contained, his mind momentarily stagnating. Seizing this opportunity, the crane sought to gain the upper hand. Their souls began to intertwine, with their respective thoughts and intentions belonging to Calgar and the crane. The crane's objective was to obliterate the fragment of consciousness that belonged to Calgar. In the realm of reality, I cannot defeat you. But since you are courting disaster, I shall oblige. Fueled by a sense of vengeance and the desire for rebirth, the crane utilized Shun Fan's memories to conjure a dreamscape that in this realm. It assumed one role, while Calgar embodied another. If it could slay Calgar within the dream, then in the mental confrontation, Calgar would be inclined towards self-destruction. This plan would yield dual benefits, avenging the adversary while granting itself a chance at resurrection, and a more powerful body at that. Although its original self had perished, from a certain perspective, this fragment of consciousness gaining a corporeal form could be considered a revival of sorts. With this notion in mind, The crane proceeded without hesitation. However, it did not anticipate the peculiarity of Calgar's memories. Particularly in recent years, they were strikingly stable, existing in a state that seemed insurmountable, presenting no possibility of his defeat. Even during the time Calgar suffered his gravest wounds in battle against the Great Knights, the disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident to the crane. The strongest among them could barely be touched by Calgar, let alone be slain. Helpless, the crane continued to sift through memories in search of a scenario where it could outmatch its adversary. Yet, Calgar's earlier life was even more bizarre, as he lived from the perspective of a human. In an environment that was utterly foreign to him, an inconceivable chasm between the two, in a moment of near despair. As memories flowed, he unexpectedly stumbled upon an opening that was a childhood tale that Calgar had heard repeatedly. In those stories, Calgar often found himself unconsciously identifying with the protagonists. For the readers of that time, this was undoubtedly the most immersive perspective. However, to the crane, this was akin to a lifeline, for it perceived those so-called protagonists as quintessentially weak, perfectly suited to the current situation. Thus, it chose the most secure scene available. In that scene, a powerless little girl was compelled by her father to sell matches, ultimately freezing to death in harsh weather. Witnessing this scenario, the crane was nearly moved to tears. With such a narrative trajectory, if it could draw Calgar into the role of the little girl, then even without intervening, simply manifesting as a bystander would allow it to quietly await fortuitous developments. The crane felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, yet to mitigate potential pitfalls, it transformed into the role of the girl's father. "Come here, my dear, let me show you the tenderness of a father's love." With such thoughts, despite having previously looked down upon humans as merely a horde of grotesque beings, at this moment, the crane found this human form remarkably endearing. However, it was unprepared for the familial affection that arrived like a whirlwind. Before it could prepare itself, the daughter returned. From afar, it sensed a woman riding a horse, racing towards her home, crashing into the threshold. Though lacking evidence, the crane's instincts told it that this human was its unfamiliar daughter. Seeing this scene, it was left utterly dumbfounded. Where's my little girl? Where's my adorable little girl? Where are the matches I had her sell? What on earth is that? As Calgar approached, the crane was engulfed in despair. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, the muscular figure was clad in a tactical vest that clung tightly to her form, unable to conceal her well-defined muscles. Tactical boots elevated her stature further, while her right hand gripped a whip at her waist. Mounted on a tall steed, accompanied by a fierce canine, she bore a backpack filled with explosives that seemed ready to detonate at any moment. In the face of this imposing presence, passers-by on the street hastily fled in panic. During their soul intertwining, the crane had accessed Calgar's memories and was well aware of the destructive power of those explosives. In reality, it had encountered similar devices, yet due to its agile physique and ice affinity, it could evade them if necessary. However, gazing at the muscular woman from a distance, the crane had seen such robust humans before. To it, these beings were merely ants, capable of looking at it directly, barely reaching its feet. Yet now, in the dreamscape, its embodiment was a human, utterly powerless, and weakened by a life of misfortune. Thus, the crane instantly extinguished any thoughts of seizing control of the body, opting instead to hide within the sewers. Fighting was impossible. It would never stand a chance. If I could win, I would write my name backward. The crane scoffed internally, although it recognized that it could not possibly defeat Calgar. The moment its presence was revealed, it would likely be obliterated by an explosive. However, as long as it remained hidden, there was still hope. At that moment, the crane once again expressed gratitude for Calgar's recklessness. After all, he had consumed it. If it could go undetected today, upon his awakening, the crane could fully attach itself to his soul in that event, it would seamlessly blend in, residing at the periphery of his essence. While it might not gain control over his body, it could at least experience life from Calgar's perspective, akin to watching a film. With its ambitions now significantly tempered by the circumstances, the crane resolved to be content. Holding such thoughts, it instinctively held its breath and concealed itself more tightly. "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." In that moment, fear gripped its heart as it fervently prayed. Bang! 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 Explosions erupted as bombs were hurled throughout the corners of the street. Are you here, Brother Crane? Bang. Or perhaps here? Bang. Brother Crane, Happy New Year. Enjoy some firecrackers. Boom. Another bomb was hurled into the distance that a backpack brimming with explosives had detonated for quite some time, yet the quantity showed no signs of diminishing. The pedestrians on the street and those inside the nearby buildings had vanished, terrorized into hiding. As the surrounding structures were relentlessly bombarded, the cacophony of explosions and Calga's raucous shouts gradually diminished. As though receding into the abyss, "Oh, heaven help me, spare me this fleeting life. In my next existence, I shall consume less fish and more vegetables." The crane, having absorbed Calga's memories, even learned to utter a sliver of human pleas for mercy. Thankfully, my cunning led me to hide in this mysterious sewer, a flicker of hope igniting within the crane's heart. Clearly, it had never played hide-and-seek. The safest seeming places often became the most perilous, as everyone knew they were prime spots for concealment. In contrast, those seemingly hazardous yet unexpectedly ingenious locations often served as the best hiding spots. It was evident that the crane failed to recognize this truth, which directly precipitated the ensuing tragedy. Listening to the sounds fade into the distance, the crane felt fortunate that Calga was moving further away, believing it was about to escape calamity. Suddenly, from the ventilation hole of the sewer cover, a blood-red eye emerged, locking onto the crane, peering cautiously outside. "Found you, little creature." Winter had arrived, plunging all living things into a deep slumber, be it animals, plants, or insects. They gradually concealed their existence. Some insects, for instance, transferred their essence into the next generation's eggs, vanishing forever. Others, like plants, withdrew their nourishment into their trunks, sacrificing withered branches and fallen leaves for their own safety. Meanwhile, certain animals, after consuming sufficient sustenance, succumbed to slumber, conserving energy to endure the long winter ahead. In this ever-shifting world, every organism possessed its unique radiance. Even the fish in the water would descend to deeper depths as winter approached, seeking the last remnants of warmth. At this moment, deep within a thicket now withered and decayed, a miracle of life was unfolding. Thump, thump, thump. A series of heartbeats resonated, akin to the tolling of a grand bell, powerful and profound as time elapsed. The rhythm of these heartbeats quickened. Thud, thud, thud. Once the frequency reached a critical threshold, the sound began to slow and diminish. After a while, it completely faded, replaced by an oppressive atmosphere. It couldn't merely be described as oppressive. It was more a primal instinct urging one to leave this place swiftly. Within the pitch-black cavern, darkness still prevailed, with only a few beams of light filtering through the obstructions, rendering the interior even more foreboding. And indeed, a formidable predator, a towering and terrifying beast, lay in slumber within. Now, it was awakening if sensing the breath of winter, a single eye opened in the darkness. What an eye it was, set against a backdrop of blackened sockets. It was deep and tranquil, riddled with crimson veins that rendered it a vivid crimson hue, exuding an air of ferocity and madness. Upon closer inspection, the eye was composed of 8 smaller eyes, each gazing in different directions, collectively forming a compound eye. Soon, a second eye opened a few centimeters higher, followed by a third, a fourth. In total, 6 eyes emerged, creating a striking tableau. Suddenly, a palpable wave of murderous intent surged forth, not aimed at any individual, but rather manifesting out of thin air, targeting everything in existence, as if declaring its own arrival. Screech. A piercing cry erupted. Calga, have returned. A resounding, commanding voice echoed as Calga joyously proclaimed. Unlike before, when it merely emitted a sort of guttural roar through the insect's throat, this time it produced a true voice, a voice imbued with the essence of its past life. This was a new ability learned from the crane, the resonance of magical vibrations. Sound, after all, requires a medium for propagation. The sounds we produce travel through air, liquid, or solid mediums to reach the ears of others. Typically, the most utilized medium is air, although bone conduction devices have also been invented in previous lives. Initially, sound is generated through vocal cord vibrations in the throat, which then causes the air to vibrate, ultimately reaching the listener's eardrum. For Kalga, as an insect, the physiological differences posed a significant challenge, preventing it from producing sounds akin to its previous life. It could only express seemingly meaningless roars. However, thanks to the guidance of the crane, it successfully mastered a new method of vocalization, one that did not rely on vocal cords, but rather utilized magical vibrations to replace the initial point of sound production. By resonating the magic within its body with the ambient magical energy in the air, it created sound that could then propagate through the atmosphere. The effect was akin to the voice produced by the throat, though it possessed an ethereal quality, as if emanating from all directions. Logically, such precise manipulation of magical energy should take time to master. Yet Kalga achieved it remarkably swiftly, a feat made possible entirely due to the crane's mentorship. What a good soul it was! Reflecting on its deeds, Kalga couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. Just before the impending evolution, Kalga sensed something amiss. A soul's assault. If it had been the previous Chun fan, he would have succumbed to such an attack long ago, likely unaware of his demise. But alas, standing here was the current Kalga. A prolonged existence in the wilderness had fortified its will, while years of bloodshed had honed its spirit. This dual cultivation of mental and spiritual resilience rendered Kalga impervious to soul-based attacks, despite lacking offensive capabilities in that realm. The soul, after all, emanates from the physical form. It is the will of each cell coalescing into consciousness. In a sense, multicellular organisms are merely a collective will of unicellular entities. My dear master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is far from over. With its immense, honed physique supporting it, Kalga's soul resembled a powerful giant, unyielding and indomitable. In its past life, it had encountered numerous tales where physically formidable beings were often vanquished on the conscious level. Yet, the current reality proved that both aspects must advance in tandem. Without a robust consciousness, how could one wield a powerful body? It was merely a matter of lacking the means to apply such strength. In truth, for the crane, the outcome of invading Kalga's consciousness was rather fortunate, for it merely faced annihilation, thanks to its wisdom. Had it invaded the soul of a mere insect? Whether those feeble individuals could even form a soul is another matter entirely. Even if it succeeded in the invasion, it would be met with the mindless slaughter of a beast's instinct. Ultimately, the crane's attempt at invasion faltered, faced with its desire to draw Kalga into a fantastical realm. Kalga possessed the strength to resist, even rewriting its own narrative with sheer willpower. You wish to do something to me? Then I shall do the opposite. Thus, a towering figure of 1.9 meters, wielding a leather belt and laden with a backpack full of explosives, accompanied by a large dog, was born as a colossal lowly. The reason for not transforming this entity into a male form was that Kalga discovered that the further the narrative strayed from its original course, the more arduous it became to manipulate the dream realm in pursuit of greater power and to instill a deeper sense of dread in his foe. He chose not to alter the gender, but instead focused on enhancing the original image of the little match girl. Adhering to the principle that size equates to justice, Kalga undertook the aforementioned actions. Moreover, with the advantage of familiar terrain, he amplified the psychological torment of the crane before its demise. The truly vanquished enemy is the best kind. Kalga had no habit of leaving potential threats, especially in an unfamiliar realm of souls. Thus, he unhesitatingly dispatched the crane's avatar within the dream for the notion of capturing it for interrogation or dialogue. Regrettably, Kalga would trust not a single word from an adversary. The results validated Kalga's decisive actions, as upon slaying the crane's consciousness, a sense of relief washed over him. Memories then cascaded towards him, revealing a plethora of information. The 108 methods of skinning a blue-spotted fish, the grotesque dwarves of the south, strategies for backstabbing colossal monsters. The sheer volume of memories was overwhelming, leaving Kalga unable to process them all at once, compelling him to focus on a few key points for comprehension. The remainder would be digested gradually in due time. Among the knowledge acquired was a more refined method of elemental manipulation, as well as techniques to transmit sound through magical energy, all gleaned from this intellectual tempest. He was also grateful to relive the exquisite flavors of his previous life within the dream. Though uncertain whether he had entirely eradicated the threat, Karga was confident that with his rapid advancement in strength, even if he had not annihilated it, it would never pose a danger to him again. He resolved to remain vigilant for potential methods to enhance his soul consciousness. When the time came, he would also cleanse his physical system to eliminate any possible hazards. Admittedly, Karga may have been overly cautious. This was not a bizarre world, merely one of magic and martial energy. It was solely due to the peculiarities of the magical organ that it bore fragments of the crane's consciousness, limiting its capacity for further maneuvers. Karga's disquiet stemmed from the astonishing pace of his own growth. Just a few years prior, he was but a small insect, and now he could confront an army directly, even venturing into battles involving the unknown realms of soul consciousness. Although Karga triumphed this time with relative ease, he felt no joy. This outcome was not part of his plan. It had arisen unexpectedly. And with every unexpected event comes a risk. Just because he avoided catastrophe this time does not guarantee he would do so in the future. Thus, enhancing his knowledge base and elevating his level of soul consciousness became imperative. Furthermore, since the onset of the attack until now, his panel had shown no signs of response. Whether this was due to confidence in his strength or because any incidents would fall beyond its scope of reaction remained unclear. He had been reassured, believing that since the evolution points on the panel had surged significantly, there was no imminent danger. In retrospect, he realized he needed to pay closer attention to the information from the panel and not take it face value. Karga mused. Indeed, even though he had never held much faith in it, another voice chimed in beside him. The perspective of darkness shifted, revealing a centipede's head emerging from the shadows, like Karga's original head. It was entirely black, adorned with 6 sizable compound eyes. However, in comparison, this head appeared slightly smaller, and its exoskeleton was thinner, though at first glance, no discernible differences were apparent. Continuing to gaze behind, he noticed the segmented body parts converging, merging between the 4th and 6th segments to form the lower limbs. One limb extended from Karga's original head, while another sprouted from the new head. To illustrate, it resembled the bifurcation of a slingshot. Additionally, a clear distinction between the two heads lay in the fact that the older head possessed a pair of large crab-like pincers, flanked by 3 pairs of venomous claws, whereas the new head lacked such features. In the face of 12 eyes, Karga scrutinized himself, admiring the formidable armor and sharp contours, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, quite satisfactory, albeit unexpected, but I relish it. Ah, yes, indeed, quite splendid, echoed the voices of the 2 heads, their eerie laughter resonating. Reminiscent of demons crawling from the depths of hell. Karga's indifference towards the newly acquired memories was not due to their insignificance, but rather because more pressing matters demanded his attention. And that matter was the emergence of his second head. At this moment, his physique had been further augmented, reaching a length of over 7 meters, approaching 8. Yet, these were minor concerns. The most gratifying aspect, or rather the most exhilarating for a beast, was the birth of his second head. He had sensed its emergence within the dream. After vanquishing the remnants of the crane's consciousness, his indomitable awareness had split, becoming 2 distinct entities capable of independent thought. Upon awakening, he discovered he had 2 heads. The second head inherited some genetic traits, such as 6 eyes and a robust exoskeleton. However, certain attributes were not inherited, such as the 6 venomous claws at the other head's mouth and the large pincers at the front. Even the immense fire attribute spiritual energy within Karga could not be accessed by the second head. Instead, it could wield a brand new power that Karga had previously envied. With a subtle exertion, dust began to swirl without wind, and countless tendrils of cold air emerged from thin air, at a significant amount of cold air coiled in the atmosphere, ultimately coalescing into a vortex. Subsequently, a long ice pillar formed under the embrace of the chilled eye. In an instant, without any forewarning, the ice pillar shot forth, striking the wall with a resounding thud, creating a substantial dent. That was the power of ice, much like the magic wielded by the crane before it. This moment, Karga had nearly replicated that ability. This power. Karga gazed at the wall, now marred with numerous fissures. Indeed, this is precisely the effect I desired. The laughter of the 2 heads cascaded in a chilling symphony, reverberating through the confined space, amplifying the atmosphere of dread. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the following is even more thrilling. In truth, while the two heads appeared independent, their consciousness was entirely under Karga's control. To be precise, both heads represented his consciousness, though not necessarily his predominant thoughts. Consider the myriad cells within a living organism, giving rise to a collective consciousness akin to a cellular hive mind. This consciousness, at times, proves uncontrollable in one fleeting moment. We may be engrossed in a particular thought, resolved to pursue a certain ambition, only to arrive at a wholly contradictory conclusion or sensation in the next. Such is the nature of our intentions. While biological consciousness is singular and the soul exists as one, our thoughts can proliferate into myriad forms. The various entanglements we encounter in our daily lives are often the result of conflicting intentions vying for dominance. The emergence of another head on Kalja has, to a certain extent, elegantly resolved this dilemma by partitioning his intentions, distributing half of them to this new entity. Take, for instance, the craned the very instant he was assailed by Kalja. He succumbed to death, losing his soul and the majority of his intentions. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. As a magical beast, he retained a fragment of his intentions, intertwined with memories, residing within his magical organs. Consequently, should the crane that appeared in his dreams successfully commandeer Kalja's body, it could be deemed a resurrection of sorts, for his consciousness would once again grace the world. Within Kalja now, the boundless thoughts belonging to a living being have been forcibly severed. With half transferred to another head that, in simpler terms, Kalja has acquired a doppelganger. Regardless of how one interprets it, they are both manifestations of Kalja, while there may be subtle differences in their thoughts. They adhere to a shared, overarching principle, a relentless pursuit of strength and an unwavering march towards glory. In Kalja's crimson eyes, a captivating brilliance shines forth. Engaging in dialogue with oneself may seem a waste of time and a squandering of life. However, it possesses a unique advantage, namely, the ability to perceive minute details often overlooked. Ideas that might typically be fleeting now simultaneously occupy two minds, increasing the margin for error and minimizing the likelihood of mistakes. Furthermore, during the learning process, both heads can operate in tandem, allowing for a dual exchange of ideas that mutually reinforce one another. Thus, in terms of learning capacity, it is indeed a case of 1-1-2. Yet his current form evokes thoughts of an octopus submerged in water. An octopus boasts numerous tentacles, each housing its own brain. This scenario closely mirrors Kalja's present condition. He even suspects that he might evolve into such a form, likely spurred by his recent consumption of exotic creatures like octopuses and two-headed serpents. Unfazed by toxicity, he has ingested a myriad of bizarre substances over time, providing him with a rich array of genetic samples to facilitate his evolutionary journey in multiple directions. Upon witnessing the crane, he found himself consumed by an overwhelming greed for the ability to manipulate ice. This desire has, to some extent, influenced the trajectory of his next evolution. However, possessing the power of searing flames presents a conflict with the mastery of ice. Might this lead to the emergence of an additional head to aid in his digestion of such complexities? Kalja mused. He is employing himself as an experimental subject, amassing data to clarify the direction of his evolution and its influencing factors. Only with a sufficient array of samples can he devise a clearer understanding and plan for the future. Yet, why is it that mastering one elemental force precludes the immediate acquisition of a second? Is it due to the incompatibility of water and fire? And what are the magical powers of other elements? Kalja pondered. This moment, he perceives numerous minuscule, imperceptible points of light suspended in the air. Their hues a vibrant tapestry of red, green, white, black, and more. Initially prompted by the panel's notification, Kalja instinctively refers to them as magical molecules. Previously, he absorbed and controlled red magical energy. Now, the newly formed head is gradually drawing in pale blue magical energy. By correlating this with the powers he wields, it can be inferred that they symbolize distinct elemental forces, fire and ice. Yet, the significance of other colored energies remains a mystery to him. Isn't ice merely a manifestation of water at a low temperature? Delving deeper, one could argue that the formation of ice signifies a reduction in thermal motion among molecules, representing a state of stasis. If water is to exist, how could ice elemental magic possibly exist? Yet, the undeniable truth is that such phenomena have already transpired, existing objectively before Kalja, leaving no room for doubt. Fortunately, he is not one to cling rigidly to dogmas. Decades of learning have instilled in him a respect for objective reasoning. He merely requires time to organize and construct a new theoretical framework for himself. What, then, is the nature of magical organs? Are they intrinsic to all magical beasts? Does this imply that I, in this moment, qualify as a magical beast? Do I possess a magical organ? As Kalja's thoughts delve deeper, tiny ice crystals begin to permeate the air. Swirling around him without a whisper of wind, in winter, the activity of ice elements is considerably heightened, marking this as their dominion. Enough, his understanding of this world is too scant to construct a cohesive system. Given that even the concept of magical energy, previously non-existent in his former life, has materialized, what else could possibly come to pass? After some contemplation, Kalja relinquished what seemed a futile endeavor. Though he felt perplexed, he refrained from probing too deeply. After all, he is no legendary sorcerer, merely a beast-wielding power. For him, comprehending the rules governing the operation of things is undeniably significant, yet it pales in comparison to the ability to wield such power. Regardless of the underlying principles, as long as he can harness and control them, that suffices. Moreover, before undertaking systematic study, he possessed no real analytical prowess. Any prior insights were mere conjecture. With such thoughts in mind, Kalja abruptly interrupted the musings of his two heads. Regardless of the complexities, he remains quite satisfied with his current evolution. The two heads sway unconsciously. His form increasingly diverges from the mundane existence of his past life, gravitating towards the realms of legend and myth. Although this transformation is merely superficial, lacking profound significance beyond its peculiarity, it nonetheless marks a promising beginning. Indeed, for Kalja, transforming into this monstrous visage is a fortunate turn of events. He remains unconcerned that his appearance is increasingly monstrous. Not only does he drift further from humanity, but he also distances himself from his centipede form as long as he can grow powerful enough to dictate his own fate. To attain ultimate freedom and liberation, he cares not how he appears. Be it as an unsightly creature or otherwise. Point one, need only recall that even a crane, as beautiful as it is, ultimately resides within his belly, marred by the grotesque reality of consumption. Moreover, this form, at first glance somewhat intimidating, reveals itself to be nothing short of a work of art upon closer inspection, clearing away the obstacles at the cave's entrance and the thin layer of accumulated snow. Kalja at last beheld the sunlight after nearly a month. He felt the gentle caress of the breeze, mingled with flecks of ice and snow, and the warm rays of sunlight massaging his every inch of skin. A wave of contentment washed over him. Winter has arrived. Indeed, it is a delightful fragrance. Thank you for your gifts. I shall wield your power with care, little crane, that I will not, absolutely not, be so humiliated as to be slain by another. The two heads echoed in a moment of wistful longing. Kalja is convinced that, bolstered by his imaginative prowess, learning ability, and the influence of his former life as logical reasoning, he shall not tread the same path as the crane. To this end, he had meticulously considered several strategies in his mind, awaiting the moment to implement them in reality, thereby fully converting his newly acquired abilities into his own combat prowess. However, after a month of slumber, the famished predator found himself in need of a hunt. Despite numerous creatures succumbing to hibernation due to the frigid climate, resulting in a significant reduction of life within the forest, this unfortunate circumstance heightened the presence of those who remained alive. With the aid of Kalga's diverse observational methods, particularly the contribution of ultrasonic detection, the living beings appeared as luminous insects dancing around a flame, unmistakably visible beneath his very eyelids. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Kalga's predatory endeavors were invariably successful. although his bodily structure had undergone considerable transformation, causing him to walk with a certain awkwardness that required time to adapt. The synergy between his two heads bestowed upon him formidable cognitive capabilities, allowing for relatively unimpeded movement. In a brief burst of extraordinary vigor, few creatures could evade his grasp, leading him to savor his first meal after awakening, a mushroom creature. This entity, possessing the outward appearance of a plant, sported 3 legs akin to those of an animal. Scattered across the cap of the mushroom were several eyes, their number rivaling that of Calga's own. Despite its commendable triangular stability, which afforded it remarkable speed, it ultimately fell victim to Calga's jaws, swiftly transforming into a delectable bowl of roasted mushrooms. Under the fervent gnashing of his 2 heads, his hunger was rapidly satiated. After indulging in a satisfying feast, Calga wasted no time and promptly immersed himself in adapting to his new physique and exploring his newfound abilities, just as Calga was diligently striving to enhance himself and complete the puzzle of his powers. A ritual was unfolding on the far side of the forest. This was the domain of a tribe of monsters. In overall appearance, they bore a resemblance to humans. However, each individual, regardless of gender, towered over 6 feet tall. Their bodies adorned with sinewy muscle. Their skin was a deep ebony, exhibiting a bluish-gray hue. Additionally, protruding from their cheeks were 2 massive, ivory-like tusks. The evolution of a species is often the result of natural selection, and one can glean the historical trajectory of a race merely from its exterior. Races with larger heads are typically endowed with intelligence, while those of greater stature are inclined toward combat. And species with prolific reproductive capabilities often serve as sustenance for others, relying on sheer numbers to ensure the continuation of their genes. In the process of natural selection, organisms deemed extraneous gradually diminish and are discarded. Thus, numerous indicators suggest that this is indeed a warlike race. Present, approximately 3,000 monsters congregated at the foot of the mountain, with only a small contingent stationed on the periphery. At the base of the mountain lay vast expanses of clear ground. The snow, typically abundant during winter, had been meticulously swept away, with even superfluous trees felled, all in pursuit of creating this open arena. In this moment, they were arranged in concentric circles according to their rank, collectively kneeling beside a colossal altar at the mountain's base. Only a few, who might be considered eccentric even among monsters, were engaged in the altar's center, skillfully wielding instruments while performing an unusual dance, mumbling incantations under their breath. Should a formidable warrior or border guard from the human realm be present, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Half-beasts!" Surrounding the altar's perimeter, bound tightly by thick ropes, were numerous animals held captive. Their numbers including birds, terrestrial beasts, and even goblins that Calga had previously encountered. These creatures were firmly restrained, their mouths gagged to prevent any disrespectful utterances toward the deities. Yet, astonishingly, at the very center of this throng of bound animals, a similarly dark-skinned half-beast with prominent tusks quietly squatted, awaiting his fate. His diminutive stature and comparatively frail physique suggested that he was but a child. Primal tribes maintain primitive lifestyles, and human sacrifice is one of their traditions. As the chosen one for this month, his mortal form was to be offered to the embodiment of the divine, his soul destined to dwell in the realm of the gods. He ought to feel honored. However, the heart of a child cannot calmly accept the prospect of death. Thus, despite his resolute while striving to maintain composure, the teachings of the elders echoing in his ears, beads of cold sweat continued to beat upon his forehead. As half an hour passed, the chants and dances of the elders gradually subsided, coinciding with the sun reaching its zenith. The hour had come. Send forth the chosen one. The hoarse yet resonant voice of the elder reached the ears of every half-beast. Send forth the chosen one. Upon hearing this, all the half-beasts raised their voices in a chorus, echoing the elder's command. Although their exteriors appeared bold and robust, subtle expressions revealed a spectrum of emotions among them. Some genuinely felt pride. Others displayed signs of panic, and still others exhibited jealousy. Clearly, each harbored their own thoughts. The foremost among them exhibited expressions of sympathy and relief. Countless emotions played out in this moment, with the elder's command issued. Two other elders standing upon the altar seized the bound animals, directing them toward a rocky cave at the mountain's foot. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they cast the creatures inside one by one. All the animals were delivered, leaving only the solitary boy standing as the designated offering to the divine. He held a position of considerable significance within the tribe. Thus, no one bound his feet, nor did anyone dare gag his mouth. They merely seized his hands. The sacrificial offerings had been delivered, and now it was time for the Chosen One to convey the will of his people to the gods at that moment. Under the unwavering gaze of the elder, although the boy seemed on the verge of saying something, he succumbed to the priest's penetrating stare and could only swallow hard in fear. Subsequently, under the urging of the other two priests, he followed suit, stepping toward the mountain's base with hesitant determination. "Wait, I believe I can still, Upon reaching the mountain's base, the small boy appeared as though he wished to voice something further, yet the crowd could no longer hear his words. He was deftly propelled into the pitch-black cave by the two experienced priests. Immediately, the cave's entrance was firmly sealed. Another round of jubilant song and dance ensued as the half-beasts concluded this grand ritual. The following afternoon, within a towering abode, a powerful half-beast exclaimed, "What? The Chosen One for next month has been selected. It is my son." His formidable stature, a broken tooth, a blind eye, and attire more ornate than his peers all attested to his extraordinary status. "Indeed, congratulations to you, Captain Isaac," a messenger, significantly shorter than he, flattered, bowing before him. Suppressing the urge to deliver a punch that could shatter his skull, Isaac clenched his fist tightly, forcing a strained smile as he replied, "Thank you, Halt. You must have other matters to attend to. I shall treat you to a drink later." Halt seemed to sense the captain's displeasure, yet he was genuinely puzzled. What could possibly be bothering the captain? Was he perhaps angry out of excessive joy? Halt pondered. To become the Chosen One is a tremendous honor. A mortal vessel serving the divine, with the soul at peace beside the gods. One need not traverse the arduous path of battle to express loyalty. For entry into the realm of the divine is granted. To offer one's flesh and blood to the gods and dwell among them equates to receiving divine favor, were he not the Chosen One. Halt too would desire to be selected to become the Chosen One. I heard. I said, "You must have matters to attend to." Halt had intended to voice his thoughts, but was abruptly interrupted by the captain. Causing him to swallow his words, he offered a respectful bow before departing the dwelling. After a considerable time had passed since Halt's departure, Isaac could no longer contain his fury, pounding the table with his fists in a fit of rage. Damn it, Lecusen, you beast! How dare you bully me?" Isaac seethed in his wrath. Once he had vented his anger, he took deep breaths, forcing himself to regain a semblance of calm, at least on the surface. "No, I must not exhibit my anger. There are eyes of the high priest lurking somewhere in this place. If he were to discern my sentiments, he would surely become more wary of me." Isaac mused, striving to compose himself. As a formidable half-orc, he had lived a life of warfare for many years. Although he engaged in agriculture, his true passion lay in hunting and combat. Consequently, the belligerent half-orcs had ultimately been driven from the heart of the continent, relegated to the fringes of the world in a desperate struggle for survival. Yet, the seeds of aggression remained embedded within their very genes, their desires revolving around either slaying others or meeting their own demise. With each day spent in relentless pursuit of prey, they risked becoming blinded by their ambitions. Nevertheless, their tribe had managed to endure through the long years of displacement, primarily due to the presence of a deity among them. They were a tribe under divine protection. Of course, this was merely a jest, as such was the perception of ordinary half-dash orcs. In reality, they were simply an average tribe, albeit one that had domesticated a powerful, immortal giant lizard. This creature demanded an enormous quantity of sustenance daily and necessitated a grand sacrificial ceremony each month. During this ritual, a member of their own tribe would be sacrificed to serve the deity's avatar, ultimately becoming the feast for the giant lizard. In times of crisis, the lizard would fight for them in the name of the divine. Only by continually offering the pure blood of their kin could they ensure the creature's obedience. Preventing it from turning against them. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Naturally, all of this was purportedly the will of the gods. Each month, the deity would issue a list designating a chosen son or daughter to serve. In truth, it was merely a beautiful lie woven by the tribal elite to deceive the lower classes, compelling them to willingly offer their children to sustain the giant lizard. More often than not, they would assign this burden to children who had lost their parents in battle, claiming that the deity had recognized the sacrifices of their progenitors. Thus, a peculiar equilibrium had been established as a captain of the tribe. Isaac was not supposed to be privy to such knowledge, but years ago he had rescued the child of a tribal leader, and in gratitude, that leader had discreetly divulged this secret to him. Had he remained ignorant of this information, he might have willingly sent his child to the altar in the name of tribal honor. After all, the pain would be fleeting. Death would lead to a passage into the divine realm of their Lord. It was for the child's own good. However, now that he was aware of the truth, he could not allow his child to perish at the jaws of a beast. In reality, he had long known this secret. But as long as it did not directly involve him, he had remained apathetic. Yet now, the prospect of sacrificing his own son was intolerable. Why? I'm a captain of the tribe. I have earned my stripes through valor. I have slain countless foes and hunted abundant game. Why must it be my child? Isaac could not comprehend the reasoning behind this. Could it be due to the suggestion I made previously? Suddenly, Isaac recalled an incident from 2 months prior, when he had expressed his compassion for the suffering of the innocent children, urging the high priest to consider selecting the elderly, who were nearing death, as offerings instead. Surely, they would be better caretakers than young ones, and this would reduce the tribe's food consumption while preserving vital resources for the next generation. Was this the reason for my punishment? Had I erred in my counsel? Why must I face such retribution? Isaac's mind raced with confusion. He was an adept hunter, possessing considerable strength, capable of wielding a large blade with formidable prowess. Thus, he had ascended to his current position. However, when it came to intellect, he was merely slightly more astute than those young children. In his current predicament, he could only unleash his impotent fury without knowing how to proceed. Refusing to become a chosen one? Impossible. I lack a valid justification and would not succeed. Informing the tribe of the elite's conspiracy? No, that too was unfeasible. The high priest likely had spies placed all around me. Fleeing with my son, that was also impractical. How could I justify taking such a young child away? In the eyes of the tribe, I was a decorated warrior, an inspiring soldier who fought for the tribe. The gods had bestowed blessings upon my child due to my efforts. Thus, the scrutiny upon me was akin to that placed upon any newly appointed chosen one, perhaps slightly more stringent due to the high priest's influence. However, should my knowledge of the truth be revealed, it would surely intensify the surveillance of my family, and I would risk losing my military command, and O ruler would tolerate a ticking time bomb at their side. Damn it, Lecusen, why have you done this? Isaac continued to curse, though his lack of eloquence rendered even his curses somewhat genteel. Father, are you calling for the high priest? A spirited child with a robust demeanor entered, revealing himself to be Isaac's son. Indeed, only his child could roam freely despite the guards at the door. I suddenly remembered today's ceremony. I wonder how those little warriors are faring in the presence of the gods, in the presence of his child. Isaac swiftly adopted a different demeanor, speaking like a cultured scholar. Although half-orcs revered violence and strength, it was not their sole characteristic. His son had been frail since birth, ill-suited for combat, and for reasons unknown. Isaac harbored no disdain for him. Rather than heed the advice of others to bear another child, he devoted all his energy to nurturing this one that the child, in turn, was remarkably diligent, despite lacking exceptional talent. He consistently thought of his family, displaying kindness and gentleness unlike the unruly behavior of his peers. Though, is that so? But I suspect he hasn't arrived yet. The child remarked, Oh, why do you say that? Isaac replied, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Because he and I are great friends. He told me before that once he gets there, he will surely ask the great deity to fill my dreams with all sorts of delicious treats. The child declared innocently. Hearing his son's naive words, Isaac's heart ached, yet he concealed his pain, responding gently, Perhaps the journey is quite long. After all, those wishing to meet the great deity must wait in line. He then shifted the conversation, adopting a more serious tone. Have you finished reviewing your lessons today? Have you completed your archery practice? Are you slacking off again? The boy coughed awkwardly, revealing a sheepish grin. Humph. I knew you were being lazy. How will you contribute to the Steel-Tooth tribe if you continue like this? Hurry and get to your studies. Gently patting his son's rear, Isaac's touch evidently bore more force than intended, causing the boy to stumble forward a few steps. With a hint of grievance etched upon his face, the child soon distanced himself from his father as Isaac watched his son fade into the distance. The authority that once defined him as a parent began to wane. Memories of his son's innocent laughter, his innate kindness, and the remarkable maturity he exhibited since his mother's departure flooded his mind, igniting a resolute determination within him. My child, I shall fight with every ounce of strength to ensure your survival. At this moment, winter had settled in for its second month, enveloping the earth in a pristine blanket of white. Nature had succumbed to a deeper slumber, yet in the distance, the half-orc tribe thrived with vitality. Thanks to the vigilant gaze of the divine and the assistance of their celestial avatars, they consistently triumphed over their adversaries, amassing ample provisions for the harsh winter ahead. Nature, a wondrous treasury, though it stifled biological activity during this season, provided a sufficiently low temperature to preserve food, allowing for long-term storage. Thus, the industrious half-orcs needed only to prepare their supplies before winter's onset, ensuring their safety from starvation. They had indeed succeeded, filling 4 large granaries with provisions that guaranteed their survival and bolstered their confidence. However, a quarter of this bounty was not intended for their own sustenance, but rather dedicated to the messengers of the gods, or, more accurately, the embodiments of the deities. This was their honor, at least for a segment of the tribe. At this juncture, it was the middle of the month. The altar at the foot of the mountain was adorned with a variety of animals, those that flew, those that ran, and those that swam, an array of creatures, both familiar and exotic, all bound tightly. Were Kargith to witness this spectacle, he would surely marvel at the biodiversity present, astonished that after such a lengthy existence, so many unfamiliar beings still existed. Most of these creatures were alive, a rare and precious source of fresh ingredients amidst the harsh winter, captured through considerable effort. Yet, in this moment, they chose to offer these living beings to the divine embodiment, or, as some might say, the divine messenger. The distinction between the two was lost on the simple-minded half-orcs. Yet, the site that should have been filled with tribesmen for the ritual stood eerily empty, save for a few guards symbolically standing watch. The reason for this absence lay in the fact that the saintly figure responsible for the ceremony had been abducted by none other than his own father. This man, the captain of the tribe's cohort, wielded considerable authority, nominally commanding over 100 warriors. His honest and straightforward demeanor, coupled with his prowess in battle, earned him the admiration of the tribe's leadership. It was a matter of course that the honor of leading this ceremony fell upon him, given his impressive record of achievements. Only the most valiant warriors or their offspring were permitted entry into the divine realm to serve the gods. Yet, this formidable warrior chose to betray his tribe just as the day of the ritual approached. Leading over 100 of his subordinates, he plundered the granary and audaciously defected from the tribe. Accompanying him were a handful of soldiers' families, swelling their ranks to nearly 200, almost a tenth of the entire tribe's population. Politically speaking, such an act was a blatant violation of the established order. If every powerful leader were to act as he did, who would remain for the upper echelons to govern? Should Kargith learn of this event, it would undoubtedly resonate with him, for this mirrored the political landscape of his previous life. Regardless of the governing system or organizational structure, regions were typically managed by officials who were not allowed to hold power indefinitely, necessitating rotation among various departments and institutions. Otherwise, a region could easily slip from control. If every regional leader broke free from upper management, the higher authorities would effectively become mere figureheads. The notion of my territory, my commands would inevitably lead to a disintegration of order. The rights bestowed upon the higher echelons would be completely usurped by new regulations. From a religious perspective, this was an even greater sacrilege. To abduct a servant of the gods, even if that servant were his own child, was utterly unacceptable. After all, this was a long-standing religious practice upheld by their tribe. In every sense, the transgressions he committed were unforgivable. Thus, the tribe's leadership reached an unprecedented consensus to pursue him relentlessly. Thus began a conflict between 3,000 warriors and 200 defectors, while it may be termed a battle. It was perhaps more accurately described as a hunt. Each half-orc was a valiant warrior, possessing strength akin to that of human knights upon reaching adulthood. The notion of a singular hero leading a band of subordinates to mount a successful counteroffensive against overwhelming odds was utterly implausible. Even with Isaac leading a cadre of elite soldiers, he stood no chance against such disparity in combat prowess. Moreover, there were half-orcs within the tribe who were even stronger than he, given the gravity of his offenses. Even if he had some friends and relatives within the tribe, they could not be expected to rally to his side. As the pursuit unfolded, Isaac's contingent suffered significant losses, their ranks dwindling as they fled. Upon reaching the edge of a vast, frozen lake and pausing to catch their breath, their numbers had dwindled to fewer than 100. The need to secure the spoils of war had impeded the tribe's advance. For should they press forward with overwhelming force, they risked losing these hard-won treasures, which rightfully belonged to the tribe. Furthermore, the mobility of the larger force paled in comparison to Isaac's beleaguered band. This ebb and flow granted Isaac's group a brief respite. With his blade thrust firmly into the ground, the steel stained with the blood of his kin, Isaac, weary from the prolonged conflict, bore the marks of battle all over his body. Even with physical prowess rivaling that of a mid-level knight, he could not withstand the crushing weight of multiple opponents of equal might, as he surveyed his companions, those who had defected alongside him. He noted that most bore injuries as well. The majority were oblivious to the unfolding events, merely fulfilling their duties as soldiers under their commander's orders. Only a select few were privy to the full scope of the situation. A precautionary measure to prevent information from leaking. This was a fundamental flaw in the half-orc hierarchy. They adhered to a rigid chain of command, with subordinates obeying their superiors, a veritable militarism. Even if the superior's command was to defect, they would hesitantly comply, for as soldiers, their intellect was not a prerequisite. Such authority was conferred upon the leaders by the system, rendering them powerless until a suitable justification arose to strip them of their power. Moreover, Isaac's position was earned through genuine prowess in battle, devoid of any deceit. Most of his subordinates had been trained under his guidance. However, as the architect of this rebellion, Isaac gazed upon the desolate visage of his comrades. Silence enveloping his heart. Several of his companions had suffered grievous wounds, arms severed in the fray. Among them were several youthful faces, now thrust into the chaos of battle, their first experience marred not by external foes, but by their own kin. He fought for the sake of his family, a cause worthy of validation. But what of them? In vain he sacrificed his life. This thought, Isaac felt an overwhelming urge to articulate something, yet he found himself at a loss for words to convey his emotions. In a moment of confusion, he glanced at his son, and instantaneously, a flicker of hope ignited within him, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering resolve. All personnel, take a 15-minute break. After 15 minutes, we shall traverse the lake and head north. He commanded that I am not at fault. The fault lies with this world. Ultimately, the pursuing foes were thwarted at the edge of this icy expanse. As a lake newly frozen by winter, it could sustain the weight of several dozen individuals. Yet if hundreds or thousands were to traverse it simultaneously, it would undoubtedly become a watery grave. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue the captivating narrative. After suffering the loss of several individuals who fell prey to the fragile ice, soaking wet in their clothing, the pursuing warriors were compelled to retreat. In winter, being drenched can be fatal, even for the robust half-orc tribes. Moreover, the majority of the defector enemies had already been vanquished. Thus, pursuing further into unknown territory posed significant risks. Weighing the pros and cons, the priests ordered the main force to return to camp, leaving only a small contingent of scouts to track from a distance. Once they had recuperated, they would then encircle the remaining traitors. After all, the upper echelons had achieved their fundamental objective. This civil war had claimed many lives among their kin, resulting in a considerable number of war orphans. For the time being, they were not lacking in sacrificial offerings. As Isaac sensed that the pursuers were no longer relentlessly chasing them, his team began to slow their pace. I did it. I successfully spared my son from death. Captain Isaac beamed with joy. Although this triumph came at a tremendous cost, his betrayal of former beliefs and the severing of ties with his clan had rendered his position as captain a relic of the past. Even now, as he faced hunger, having cast away his armor in a desperate flight, he could foresee the arduous winter ahead. Yet, cradling his son upon his back, he felt that all these sacrifices were worthwhile. A commendable half-orc can always find a path to survival amidst adverse conditions. However, in reality, all he achieved was to extricate his child from a sea of suffering. The system of the Holy Sun remained unscathed. And the following day, new youths would undoubtedly rise amidst a chorus of jubilation and envy to serve the so-called deities. Yet, none of this concerned him. The fate of others held no significance. For all he desired was the health and happiness of his family. Yet, the challenges he faced were merely beginning. Gazing upon the fewer than 50 individuals in his company, he realized he must find suitable shelter before the coldest moments descended upon them. He needed to construct habitation, secure a stable and safe source of food, and also ensure access to water. Although they had yet to establish camp, the accumulation of these pressing tasks weighed heavily on his mind. Yet he was compelled to act. These individuals had risked their lives alongside him. He could not simply abandon them once their utility had been exhausted. Fortunately, there remained some provisions, so they were not yet in dire straits. However, unbeknownst to them, the moment they set foot in this region, their movements had been fully exposed to the gaze of a top-tier predator. Observing the remnants of the defeated, Karga felt a flicker of familiarity. Sifting through his memories, Karga's understanding began to crystallize. What is this scene again? He pondered helplessly. The previous pursuit of the great knights was still vivid, as if it had occurred just yesterday, though these figures before him were temporarily more numerous than the knights. And their physical prowess comparable, the disparity in equipment quality was staggering. Observing them, he noted some wielding battered, scarred spears and swords, and he surmised that a mere strike upon him might shatter them. Additionally, their higher-level combat capabilities appeared lacking. Both his biological instincts and his interface confirmed this assessment. Half-orc, intermediate knight, status, fatigued. A considerable time had elapsed since his last evolution, during which Karga had thoroughly familiarized himself with his new physique and developed specific techniques. Undoubtedly, his greatest strength lay in his physical form, capable of leaving desolation in his wake. However, in the past, he had roamed freely to hunt. Now, as his body grew larger, even the slightest movement produced noise. Sensitive creatures would easily be startled. Although his speed might allow him to catch them now, what of the future? If his body continued to expand, would prey not flee at the slightest sound from afar? The thought of being outmaneuvered by his quarry was too absurd to contemplate, and Karga shook his two heads in denial, unwilling to entertain such imagery. Consequently, he had crafted specific techniques to enhance his burgeoning power. While he had yet to encounter suitably formidable prey for practical application, the results of his tests on inanimate objects had been satisfactory. Moreover, an opportunity for testing on living beings had just presented itself. "Captain, do you not sense the increasing chill in this vicinity?" A voice interjected, belonging to Isaac's second-in-command. This warrior, devoid of family ties, had been his aide since humble beginnings. Perhaps it was precisely this lack of attachments that had allowed him to grow so formidable. He had unwaveringly supported the captain's revelations regarding the tribe and had exerted considerable effort in rallying many during the recent defection. Indeed, I too perceive it. The temperature here seems significantly lower than elsewhere. We cannot proceed any further. We must alter our course promptly, Isaac replied. Despite their exhaustion from prolonged combat, this environment was clearly unsuitable for rest. Thus, they resolved to reach a more appropriate location before setting up camp. Fortunately, the reduction in personnel had notably increased the efficiency of the group, making the issuance of orders considerably easier. The confiscation of some supplies, while detrimental to their survival resources, had also expedited their pace. Upon receiving the captain's directive, the second-in-command unfurled a map, an artifact painstakingly acquired through countless lives during the tribe's long explorations. They had managed to bring a copy along. Examining it closely, he noted the surrounding rugged mountains and dense forests, interspersed with scattered water sources, alongside peculiar markings indicating the territories of other factions. The lines drawn upon it traced their movement thus far. extending from a valley to the side that in the frigid winter. Losing one S-way without a map would spell disaster. After a brief discussion, they selected a lower-lying area, distant from the mountains and relatively close to a water source, as their destination and prepared to set forth. Yet, scarcely had they begun when a fierce gale erupted and heavy snow engulfed them, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Their gear dragged heavily, impeding their progress and obscuring their path. "Everyone halt! Seek shelter until the blizzard subsides," Isaac commanded, frowning at the sight of his team struggling to advance. His resonant voice, infused with fighting spirit, reached the ears of his comrades. In response, the half-orcs opened their packs, reluctantly extracting makeshift camping tools, preparing to endure a brief respite in this inhospitable environment. Suddenly, a cry of pain pierced the air. A soldier in the center of the group, burdened with a pack, had sustained a grievous injury, a bloodied hole now gaping in his chest as blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Hearing the commotion, Isaac's brow furrowed, and he shouted, "Alert! Enemy attack!" Despite his ignorance of the precise events unfolding, it was an undeniable fact that a member of the team had been injured. Even a miscommand would be preferable to the fate of lambs awaiting slaughter. Upon hearing his orders, the half-orcs immediately became tense, on high alert for an unseen enemy lurking in the shadows. However, after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated assault failed to materialize. Hesitant, Isaac stepped forward to assess the condition of his wounded comrade. "This ice." Isaac's gaze sharpened as he beheld a shard of sharp ice embedded in the heart of the injured soldier, now significantly melted. He had initially presumed that he had been ambushed by arrows or similar projectiles, bewildered by the thought that they had escaped their pursuers. Yet he was unprepared for the revelation that such a bizarre weapon had been employed against them. Was it mere coincidence? Isaac fell into silence. The blizzard was rife with countless tiny ice crystals, and this unfortunate soldier had been struck down by a falling ice block. Make matters worse, the ice block was particularly sharp, and the location of the impact was none other than the heart. This sheer coincidence. Isaac found himself at a loss for words. Perish in battle against foes was one thing, but to have one's life snatched away by such a capricious act of nature was utterly humiliating. Nevertheless, humiliation aside, it was still a life sacrifice for the sake of his own. Drawing a deep breath, Isaac prepared to utter words of solace to his remaining comrades. Suddenly, a wail pierced the air. Turning towards the sound, he saw yet another comrade collapse to the ground. Upon witnessing the brutal fate of this soldier, Isaac's pupils dilated in shock. The soldier's left eye had been pierced by an ice shard, its tremendous force having obliterated the eye and penetrated the skull. Natural disaster? Nonsense! Such coincidences were hardly the mark of a disaster. These attacks were aimed directly at vital points. Over 40 years of age, Isaac had endured countless battles, whether against prey, fellow tribesmen, or other races. He had faced numerous harsh environments, and a blizzard was but a minor inconvenience. Yet he had never witnessed a warrior fall victim to such inexplicable dangers. Losing two valuable subordinates in such a short span tightened the tension within him. He could not afford any further losses. When occurrences deviate from the norm, something sinister is afoot, and he must uncover the source of this malevolence. Quickly, find cover and remain vigilant, shielding vital areas. Isaac abruptly crouched, assuming a combat-ready posture, commanding his comrades. Simultaneously, he pushed his child behind him, determined to shield them from any potential assault. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Though branded as a traitor within the tribe, he was also a mid-ranking commander, well-versed in the weaponry and tactics of the half-orcs. In attack, employing ice as a weapon was unheard of. Even the embodiment of a deity would not resort to such methods. This indicated that their attackers were not the familiar foes of the past. The clumsiness of his mind, when thrust into battle, revealed its unique talent. As he swiftly analyzed the situation, two teammates had been injured, yet their injuries occurred in succession, suggesting a limited number of enemies. One, or perhaps two. This blizzard seemed rather suspicious. Isaac pondered. The weather had been fair until they set foot in this area, after which the conditions had abruptly deteriorated. Could it be the work of a high priest or a sorcerer from the human realm? Isaac rapidly sifted through the limited information in his mind. He understood that, despite the high priests appearing physically frail, they possessed extraordinarily enigmatic powers. They did not tread the path of the flesh, but rather that of the priest. Indeed, the title of priest signified not merely a name, but the embodiment of tribal leadership, representing a profession that could enhance one's might. What exactly were the capabilities of a high priest? Isaac was not entirely certain, as opportunities for the priest to engage in combat were scarce. However, from what he knew, a high priest could manipulate the earth, transforming it into a swamp-like vortex capable of engulfing enemies. This ability to command natural elements bore a striking resemblance to the sudden drop in temperature and the ensuing storm. Yet, the high priest's power could at most summon a swamp with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters, sufficient to consume 2 or 3 individuals. The tempest before him, however, enveloped nearly 50 of his comrades. If their adversary truly wielded such formidable control over the weather, then with their prowess, there would be no need for them to hide in the shadows. They could simply emerge. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly become the test subjects for Karga's new technique, their lives serving as the measure of its potency. Amid Isaac's contemplation, several more muffled groans echoed, further diminishing his ranks. Observing the progressively injured comrades before him, his brow furrowed deeply to be precise. The number of injured was minimal, yet each injury was potentially fatal. These hidden weapons consistently targeted their vital points. After a prolonged period of vigilance, he could no longer locate the enemy, and thus issued a loud command. Gather all belongings and retreat. We must traverse this area swiftly. Do not linger for him. Even a death in a straightforward battle against a tangible foe would be preferable to this torment of unseen assailants. However, the hidden predators evidently had no intention of allowing his desires to fruition. His repeated cries had already betrayed his position as leader, and once more an ice shard formed, hurtling towards his head. Yet, true to his remarkable prowess, honed from his humble beginnings to a commanding officer, he narrowly evaded the attack. In the next moment, before he could catch his breath, he felt a chilling sensation at his waist. What was happening? A surge of agony coursed through him as he glanced back, discovering an ice shard embedded deeply in his lower back. There had been no warning, no preparation. He was struck without foreknowledge. That moment, he dared not remove the shard, fearing the exacerbation of his injuries. One could only endure the pain, continuing to lead his comrades in retreat. In truth, the 2 ice spikes were launched simultaneously. Upon realizing he was the leader, how could the lurking predator treat him with the same indifference as others? Better to expend a bit more energy to inflict greater harm upon him, leaving him stranded here. Isaac, wounded, found his movements inevitably slowed. Under his guidance, the group pressed on, intermittently besieged by attacks. 1, 2, 3. More and more fell. First, they had faced the treachery of a defector tribe, then endured a protracted flight, and subsequently braved the torment of inclement weather, only to now be assailed by an unknown enemy. Amidst an atmosphere thick with fear, someone finally cracked, screaming in a desperate bid to flee. Yet little did he know that this would only hasten his demise, making him a conspicuous target. They seemed ensnared in a spider's web, each awaiting the arrival of dread. 40, 30, 20, despite Isaac's fervent attempts to halt the onslaught, having even managed to deflect a couple of ice spikes, the number of the injured and the deceased continued to rise. While the remaining comrades dwindled, his heart ached with silent tears, yearning for his companions to cease their sacrifice, yet he was too preoccupied with safeguarding the young half-orc. That moment, they had abandoned most of their supplies, still trapped within the raging blizzard. Daddy, what is this? Isaac's child seemed oblivious to the calamity unfolding, merely observing as one after another, half-orc uncles and aunts collapsed to the ground, appearing to merely slumber. Indeed, under Isaac's deliberate protection, the young half-orc, being the weakest in combat prowess, still clung to life. As Isaac ran, his son's voice drew his attention. He diverted a fraction of his focus to the direction indicated by his child. There he beheld a silvery, crystalline thread suspended in the air, its ends hidden from view, reminiscent of spider's silk. Concealed by the blizzard, it was nearly imperceptible. No, Don't move. Isaac's battle instinct sensed danger, and he urgently called out to the young half-orc. However, his shouts startled the child, causing him to inadvertently brush against the thread. In an instant, the thread snapped, dissipating into the storm. The moment it was touched, an ice spike seemingly materialized from thin air. Striking at an obtuse angle, with a piercing sound, it struck the young half-orc directly, without a hint of suspense. He fell lifelessly to the ground. Isaac stood frozen, dazed for 2 seconds, momentarily forgetting to flee. His body rooted in place. No. Why is this happening? Regaining his senses, Isaac let out a desperate roar. He rushed forward, tightly cradling the lifeless form of the young half-orc. The fatal blow had robbed him of breath. Extinguishing any possibility of struggle, he had left the shelter of his father to meet his mother. Tears mingled with Isaac's fury, and at this juncture, the staggering loss of life rendered their survival through the long winter untenable. Generally, only through mutual cooperation and division of labor could productivity peak, ensuring survival through winter. With the dwindling manpower of their group, this was evidently unachievable, even if the mysterious adversary did not slay them here. The harsh environment would surely return them to the embryonic state of life. Their demise was merely a matter of time. Why? Why must you do this to me? I only wish for my child to survive. As he witnessed his followers departing one by one, their steadfast presence beside him lingered vividly in his memory. Despite previous losses, as long as their hearts were intertwined, fear could be held at bay. But now, with their numbers reduced to but a scant few, he found himself bereft of any reliable support. Such is the nature of animals. Once a group forms, a sense of security arises, yet when the individual count diminishes to a certain degree, feelings of emptiness and dread ensued. That moment, as if echoing his inner turmoil, a monstrous silhouette began to emerge from the distance. Its elongated form towered over 1 meter in height, its length unfathomable. Yet Isaac had no time to ponder. His mind was shrouded in rage and sorrow. Upon sensing the creature, Isaac appeared to find solace for his troubled heart. "You. It must be you behind this," he bellowed, seeking vengeance for his son. All the remaining strength coalesced in his legs. Disregarding the fate of the 4 or 5 comrades left, he tensed his entire being and propelled himself forward. In truth, even if he had cared, it would have made little difference. The fallen half-orcs served as testament to that. The residual fighting spirit within him concentrated in his hands, closer, ever closer, as he neared the creature. He lunged forward in a desperate leap. However, as he drew near, the reality of the monster came into focus, filling him with despair. What lay before him was no monster. It was a sculpture of ice. The crystalline artistry was breathtakingly lifelike, depicting a many-legged centipede. Yet from the shadows, it resembled a grotesque insect, its body hideous, its visage replaced with a bulbous shape. 2 hooks arched above, one below, an unmistakable parody of Kargatha's former self. Though the meaning eluded him, he felt an unmistakable wave of mockery wash over him. However, none of this mattered to him anymore. In an instant, as he lunged, the creature erupted in a violent explosion, sending countless shards of ice shooting forth, piercing through him. The impact sent his body reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Isaac was dead. Though he possessed the most selfless of paternal love, though he might betray his kin for the sake of family, though he was a competent leader, he still met his end. After his demise, the blizzard gradually subsided, leaving 4 terrified half-orcs standing in stunned silence. They too were not unscathed. In pursuit of caution, Kargath had expended his final vestiges of ice magic, rendering them each with a maimed hand and my lord. There's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. What follows is even more thrilling. Thus did Kargath, hidden in the shadows, gradually reveal his immense and grotesque form. Gazing at Isaac, who had drawn his blade against him in death, Kargath could not help but exclaim, "What a fragile life." Yet the courage displayed was commendable. At that moment, although Isaac had perished, his face still bore the marks of anger and unyielding spirit. Despite the vast chasm of power between them, this half-orc dared to confront him. Perhaps this is the essence of life's allure, even when the path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty. One still bravely embraces the specter of death. Yet for Kargath, he could never place himself in such a position. He sought to be the harbinger of death that compelled others to confront their own mortality. This time, his ambush was exceedingly successful, requiring not a shred of Kargath's original power, relying almost entirely on the newly acquired ice magic. First, he cloaked their vision with a blizzard, simultaneously instilling psychological terror. Then he used ice spikes to systematically pick them off, reducing their numbers while keeping them blind to their foe, thus inflicting mental torment. Finally, facing the remaining prey, he even crafted an ice sculpture to taunt them. Throughout it all, they had never even glimpsed Kargath's face. This is the plight of the weak. As long as they exist, they are subject to the whims of the strong, manipulated and mocked, even unto death, remaining blissfully unaware. Thus, vow never to become a weakling. In Kalga's eyes flickered a crimson glimmer. Subsequently, he began to gaze back upon the trail of corpses left in the wake of the subsiding blizzard. The lifeless half-orcs lay scattered across the snow, their abandoned packs and strewn weapons bearing testament to their futile struggle against fate. Life had ebbed away, akin to the wilting of petals, so effortlessly. Despite any extraordinary skills, grand aspirations, or fervent desires they may have possessed prior to their demise. Ultimately, they were destined to dissolve into mere dust, contributing sustenance for the emergence of new life come spring. After merely testing his newly acquired abilities, Kalga found himself exceedingly pleased with the outcome of the battle. Had he taken to the field himself, he likely would have frightened them into a state of utter panic, leading to a grueling chase. In stark contrast to their diminutive forms, Kalga's colossal physique would find such a pursuit exceedingly laborious. The time and effort required, coupled with the sheer number of adversaries, would almost certainly result in some escaping his grasp, a prospect Kalga found intolerable. However, the utilization of his newfound powers brought him immense satisfaction. Not only had he nearly obliterated the enemy, but he had scarcely lifted a finger in the process. The few survivors were a deliberate choice on his part. The only cost incurred was a complete depletion of his ice-based magical energy, which would replenish itself within a day's time. His formidable body and even more expansive reservoir of fire-based magic remained almost entirely untouched. This stood in stark contrast to his old rival, the Crane, who had managed to expend a fifth of his magical energy by merely dispatching a handful of insignificant foes. Kalga surmised that the key to his success lay in his meticulous control, ensuring that each ice spike struck precisely where needed, unlike his predecessor, who wasted vast amounts of magical energy annihilating even a single opponent. Additionally, following his evolution, Kalga's overall magical capacity had surpassed that of the Crane. Although his abilities stemmed from the same source, at this moment, even a mere half of his physique dwarfed that of the latter, and a basin of water invariably holds more than a small cup. Thus, under such disparity, Kalga's capacity for magic far exceeded that of the Crane. If the latter's magical reserve could be quantified as 1, Kalga's would approximate 12 or 13. Lastly, external environmental factors played a significant role. Previously, in autumn, conjuring ice from thin air naturally demanded greater magical expenditure. However, now in winter, ice and snow were ubiquitous phenomena. Under identical techniques, Kalga required only about a third of the magical energy to achieve the same results. He could even harness the inherent elements of the environment. With the support of his surroundings, Kalga could draw upon a minimal amount of magic to create a vast blizzard. The sudden drop in temperature felt by the half-orcs was merely a manifestation of his gathering force. In any other season, with the meager magical capacity he had just acquired, the technique would likely have served merely as a large air conditioner, providing a fleeting effect before fizzling out, greatly diminishing its practicality in combat. This experience served as a sobering reminder to Kalga of the critical importance of the environment, compelling him to strive for home field advantage in future confrontations. Thus, Kalga's first area-based ability, Sapphire Snowfall, began to take shape. Upon activation, Kalga would wield his ice-based magical energy to extend tendrils of ice, enveloping his foes while continuously supplying them with magic, reminiscent of a spider's web. These delicate strands bore a hue akin to the sky, making them exceedingly easy to overlook in dim light. Given their icy nature, they would easily shatter amidst the movements of the enemy. This would allow for a harmonious interplay with his ultrasonic capabilities. He envisioned the intersections of these strands as nodes for magical storage, into which he could inject small amounts of magic. While Kalga's range of magical control was limited, the presence of these web-like creations would significantly enhance his reach. Upon sensing a rupture in any ice strand, he could summon ice spikes for a surprise attack from within that vicinity. The concept was deceptively simple, yet it necessitated considerable computational prowess, akin to solving arithmetic problems while reciting classical poetry. Were it not for Kalga's dual heads, he might not have been able to withstand the complexity of such a technique, compared to the previous method of visually targeting and launching ice spikes. This new approach afforded him the advantage of a 360-degree assault. Moreover, he need not first observe and lock onto his adversaries, thus conserving precious time. All he required was to close his eyes and strike towards the location indicated by his sonic feedback. The world before him transformed into ripples upon a lake, allowing for precise targeting. However, the inherent visibility of the strands posed a dilemma. They could be detected by sentient beings, while mindless creatures might charge heedlessly into them. A cunning opponent would likely avoid such suspicious threads during battle. Consequently, to maximize the concealment of these strands, Kalga opted to use the blizzard as a cover. He would first expend a small amount of magic to stir the surrounding natural environment. Igniting a tempest, then he would weave one ice strand after another to ensnare his foes, after which he could initiate automatic attacks. Yet due to this being the inaugural use of the technique, Kalga chose to personally engage, ensuring no enemy would escape his grasp. This was the reason behind the remarkably high accuracy of his ice spikes. Nevertheless, this approach bore a significant flaw should the enemy possess wide-ranging attack abilities. They could easily obliterate the strands in one fell swoop. Thus, it remained imperative to adapt techniques to the environment, deploying appropriate assaults in suitable contexts to achieve maximum effectiveness. Moreover, for those who had witnessed this technique once, it would be prudent to refrain from using it a second time. As he summoned the blizzard, he was mindful to control it carefully, striving not to sever these precious strands, for they could not endure much strain. Regardless, when faced with these simple-minded half-orcs, who relied solely on brute strength, the combination of the blizzard and sapphire snowfall yielded unexpectedly excellent results. Nonetheless, this technique entailed an additional consideration. The range of the blizzard still required careful management. Although the natural environment facilitated its manifestation, allowing for minimal magical expenditure, the effectiveness remained contingent upon precise control. However, there is inevitably a degree of consumption involved in order to safeguard his other abilities. He must meticulously manage the expenditure of his magic. Thus, the scope of the blizzard can only be confined to a limited area. Stepping beyond this boundary means one would not be affected. Nevertheless, Karlga possesses the ability to manipulate his own magical energy, allowing the influence of the blizzard to shift constantly. Take, for instance, this band of half-orcs, numbering 50 or 60 strong, from the moment the first half-orc fell to the ground until their total annihilation. They traversed a distance exceeding 100 meters. If Karlga wished to forcibly control the weather in this region, he could certainly do so, but at the cost of rendering his other complementary skills unusable. Yet, the reality is that the half-orcs remained ensnared within the storm's grasp because he was perpetually adjusting the area to follow their movements, creating an illusion of entrapment for the enemy. Therefore, this ability is solely applicable during winter. Considering these objective factors, it can be estimated that Karlga can launch an attack using the Sapphire Waterflower domain with a relatively safe radius of approximately 20 meters. Now, let us observe these creatures. After experimenting with his new technique, Karlga finally turned his attention to the forces he had just obliterated. It was indeed his first encounter with such peculiar beings, resembling both humans and wild boars. What manner of species are they? Only after vanquishing them did he start to take note of his adversaries. Another head retorted. Indeed, Hahaha. Let's not dwell on trifling details. The two heads of Karlga conversed among themselves. He then proceeded step by step toward the few remaining half-orcs still clinging to life. Throughout this, he did not cast a single glance at Captain Isaac S. corpse. For the half-orcs, he was their spiritual leader who had betrayed the tribe. But for Karlga, he was merely a lifeless body with a modicum of courage. The will of that figure held no value to Karlga, far overshadowed by the importance of the surviving half-orcs. They could prove to be of great utility to him. Though both encounters were ambushes, this battle differed significantly from his previous encounter with the Great Knights. Previously, he had merely observed, with the actual confrontation instigated by the adversaries, rendering him a mere casualty of circumstance. However, this time, Karlga was the one taking the initiative. After a prolonged period of dormancy, he believed he had reached a pinnacle of strength. The intervals between his evolutions were lengthening, and it was time to make his initial appearance in this world. He would not forget the potential limitations imposed by his lifespan. Uncertain of how much time he had left, he needed to seize opportunities to enhance his power and undergo transformation, thereby extending his life through the continuous refinement of his genes. To expedite this process and race against the clock of his potential lifespan, it was imperative to interact with the native creatures of this world. After all, individual creativity is finite. Rather than tirelessly exploring alone, it would be far more advantageous to integrate into this realm, absorb their knowledge, and seize the fruits of their power. Yet, how to integrate and assimilate posed an intriguing dilemma. As one born of humanity, Karlga was acutely aware of humanity's inherent flaws. They were not only cunning and intelligent, but also exceedingly xenophobic. Even if they superficially reached an accord, they would swiftly turn on you the moment their interests clashed, leaving you with naught but bones. Although Karlga was uncertain whether the humans of this world were the same species as those from his previous life, the striking similarity in appearance suggested that their cultural underpinnings would not differ significantly. Thus, choosing humans as an initial point of entry was far from an ideal choice. The bewildering races that had intruded upon his hunting grounds presented a far more promising opportunity. How fortunate indeed. As if a pillow were offered to him just as he was falling asleep, Karlga mused. They were weak, dim-witted, and most crucially, they had fallen into his grasp. Karlga glanced at the four half-orcs, on the brink of unconsciousness due to exhaustion and blood loss. Narrowing his eyes slightly, "Brother, do you think this garment suits me?" A melodious voice roused Aiden from a stupor. In a daze, a stunning figure appeared before him. As his unfocused gaze sharpened, he realized it was his secret crush from the tribe. "Sister, you look utterly magnificent in that dress," Aiden declared, captivated by her brave form. That so? Then take a closer look. Truly see me." The sister's expression suddenly morphed into something grotesque and frenzied as she grasped his throat and began to lift him. Uncertain why her strength had surged so dramatically, Aiden felt himself being lifted, struggling for breath as he clutched at his neck. Soon, stifled by the lack of air, the scene before him began to twist and reshape into a new tableau. He had merely been in a state of unconsciousness. Before him stood not his sister but a monstrous creature, its massive pincers clenching around his neck. The multitude of claws beneath the beast nearly pressed against him. Overwhelmed by the sight, Aiden's mind went blank, and with a piercing scream, he fainted on the spot. "What just happened?" "He has collapsed again," Karlga exclaimed, a look of astonishment crossing his face, though he had broken the limbs of the man. Given his injuries, he should not have reached the point of unconsciousness. The confusion in Karlga's mind was palpable. He had clearly underestimated the lethality of his insectoid form to certain individuals in his previous life. Even among humans of formidable stature, there existed a significant number who harbored an irrational fear of small insects like centipedes and cockroaches. Creatures the size of a palm could terrify individuals into seeking hospitalization. In contrast, Karlga's appearance was even more alarming than these beings. Given the proximity to others, it was a wonder that no one had fainted. Yet, Karlga remained oblivious to this fact. Even if he were aware, it would not matter. As the victor, why should he concern himself with the feelings of the vanquished? If they fainted, so be it. He would simply awaken them anew. Thus, after an indeterminate period, he forcibly roused each of the four from their slumber in his lair. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more riveting. 3 of the individuals had already succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss when their limbs were broken, while only the last remained awake due to his formidable endurance. Yet he soon regretted that he had remained conscious. Before him loomed an enormous, terrifying 2-headed centipede, which seized him by the neck and dragged him into the depths of the forest. Propelled by sheer terror into a cave. Why spare these for his captives? Apart from Calgar's desire to use them as a springboard to integrate into this world, he is also eager to master the language of this realm. Indeed, after spending such a considerable amount of time here, Calgar is still only proficient in the mother tongue of his previous life. Even the foreign languages he learned later were merely to meet obligations and were utterly inadequate for meaningful communication. This lack of purpose in learning those languages stemmed from his ignorance of their utility. He learned for the sake of learning alone. However, the situation has changed to truly immerse himself in this world. The most fundamental requirement is to comprehend the language spoken by its inhabitants. Otherwise, relying on gestures and conjecturing meanings would not only be imprecise, but also fraught with the risk of being led astray. Thus, he must first acquire a language native to this world. Any language would suffice. Within the same realm, there is certainly a presence of translation between different tongues. Once he masters the first language, learning subsequent ones will become a swift endeavor. Even if he does not study independently, he could always enlist someone to translate for him. Regardless, possessing a language that originates from this world is of utmost importance. Consequently, during the ensuing period, after an initial encounter with the Four, which served as a warning for them to behave, Calgar opted to confine them separately in rudimentary cages to teach himself to speak. The adage holds true. The first step is often the hardest. Initially, he found it challenging to even articulate his desire to learn the language to the four individuals. Fortunately, during his earlier fusion with the crane spirit, he had gleaned some understanding of the local language. Thus, he was not starting entirely from scratch. After 3 or 4 days of communication, amidst the uncertainty of guessing each other's meanings, the four half-beasts began to grasp Calgar's intentions. Bound by their circumstances and motivated by self-preservation, they ultimately agreed to become his teachers. Although astonished by Calgar's intellect, they accepted this role, especially considering he had effortlessly annihilated their group. Initially, one among them was reluctant, unwilling to serve one who had taken the life of their captain. However, Calgar possessed ample means to soften their resolve. Furthermore, in solitary confinement, devoid of the presence of comrades, acknowledging one's own weakness and opportunism became a simpler affair. In the presence of peers, they might cling to pride, but now, isolated and under Calgar's influence, they quickly capitulated, seeking a way out. It is not that we lack loyalty. It is merely that the enemy is too fearsome. They thought, silently apologizing to their deceased captain, and thus they began imparting lessons to Calgar. In truth, irrespective of their mindset, their betrayal of the tribe rendered them far from loyal if they could betray once. The second betrayal was certainly within their capacity. Hence, after a period of internal conflict, they willingly commenced their instruction for Calgar. Moreover, their revered captain had long been slain by a monster. Life must go on, and they could not afford to sacrifice their lives for a corpse. It must be said, only by instilling sufficient fear in a person can one truly conquer them. The half-beast who had initially fainted from terror at Calgar's presence became the most diligent instructor in the process. Naturally, the others also taught with a degree of seriousness, for the consequences of negligence could be dire. During this time, Calgar provided them with the most basic sustenance, which they had brought along during their defection. To ensure a horse runs well, one must feed it properly. Otherwise, it might perish from hunger. Given their modest appetites, the food they brought was hardly significant compared to Calgar's needs. With their provisions, the 4 beasts and 1 insect were at least assured of nourishment in the short term. The rationale behind separating them and having all 4 teach him simultaneously was to cross-verify information, thus preventing any potential deceit or sabotage, although Calgar's formidable strength rendered him unafraid of such petty maneuvers. Who could guarantee that larger pitfalls would not be laid in the future? However, in reality, Calgar's concerns were unfounded. With the limited intellect of the half-beasts, how could they possibly conspire to teach him ambiguous vocabulary in such a short time without meeting? Furthermore, as a warrior race, the half-beasts inherently lacked high cultural sophistication. It was commendable enough that they could articulate their thoughts, let alone devise traps. Thus, days turned into weeks, and Calgar's linguistic foundation gradually solidified. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, a week passed, and he was already capable of expressing simple terms such as he snow, and trees. 3 weeks elapsed, and he could articulate simple sentences as Calgar had anticipated, bolstered by the support of two heads. His learning efficiency skyrocketed, in stark contrast to the feeling of forgetting after a single review in his past life. The mutual reinforcement of ideas between the two heads rendered his aptitude nearly genius-like. Of course, the relative simplicity of the language in this world contributed to this phenomenon, that in his previous life, he had been born into learning the most complex language on the planet, and he had managed to master it. In comparison, the language he was currently learning was decidedly easier. A month later, he found himself capable of engaging in basic conversations, from being unable to utter a single foundational word at the outset. He had progressed to being able to convey his thoughts coherently. Though there were numerous grammatical errors in his syntax, they did not impede comprehension. For Calgar, this was sufficient, as long as others could roughly grasp his meaning. He was content, especially since time was abundant for further learning. Throughout this period, the four half-beasts were astounded by Calgar's terrifying learning ability. It is worth noting that the clumsy half-beasts typically only managed to communicate with their parents by the age of 6 or 7, with some adults remaining illiterate. Yet this creature before them, who could barely produce amusing syllables at the beginning, had managed to communicate with them in mere weeks. Initially, they endured the fear of death while suppressing the urge to laugh at Calgar's clumsy sounds during their lessons. However, in such a short span of time, they had transformed into the jesters. Calgar had already grasped the vocabulary necessary for everyday communication. He merely required practice to refine his skills. Upon realizing this, the half-beast's anxiety began to mount. It's over. This monster is on the verge of mastering the common tongue. Once I become obsolete, will he not eliminate me? Eldon felt an overwhelming sense of dread. As one of the half-beasts who had initially submitted to Calgar, he was the most diligent teacher among them, and his rapport with Calgar was relatively harmonious. Each day, he ensured that Calgar received ample food and water without interruption. Yet, this did not imply that Calgar would spare him. After all, he was the monster who had obliterated an entire team. How could one expect him to be easily appeased? What to do? What should I do? Though his heart was filled with trepidation, he found himself utterly powerless. Such lethargy would only hasten their demise. The horrific screams that occasionally echoed faintly from the neighboring cell sent shivers down his spine. He could only strive to fulfill the teaching tasks assigned by Karga, all the while wrestling with his anxiety. The other three seemed to perceive this as well, their own hearts growing increasingly anxious, with one even entertaining thoughts of escape. Yet before any such plan could be set into motion, Karga swiftly subdued him and reinforced the confines of their prison. During this period of study, Karga had taken to foregoing hunting altogether, resorting to consuming snow when thirsty and dealing with the frozen half-orcs when hunger struck. It is no wonder that in the novels of his past life, during warfare, despite achieving victory, humans refrained from consuming the bodies of orcs and half-orcs due to a lack of provisions. This could be attributed to the potential genetic similarities between the two. At some point in history, they might have shared a common ancestor, leading to the emergence of certain genetic disorders, much like prion diseases. Additionally, Karga speculated that the unpalatable taste of the flesh was another reason for this aversion. It was sour and astringent, reminiscent of meat that had spoiled after weeks of neglect, indeed far from delectable. Karga had once, in front of a creature, devoured a half-orc whole, which had profoundly deepened his psychological trauma. Nevertheless, Karga bore no psychological burden. He had consumed a fair share of the most repulsive insects. So what did it matter compared to his current provisions? After all, could anything be more terrifying than what he had already faced? Moreover, although both half-orcs and humans possessed 4 limbs, that was where the similarities ended. They were not necessarily even mammals, with their grotesque visages, as if trampled by a creator's foot, their fanged mouths, and their large, hissing tails. They appeared entirely distinct from humanity, failing to evoke any sense of revulsion in him. Thus, 2 months passed. Karga continued to diligently study the language of this world, but due to his negligence in hunting, he had yet to achieve a single evolution, that he worried that after one evolution, he might inadvertently starve these 4 individuals. While the primary aim was to learn the language from them, their utility extended beyond that, and for the time being, he needed to keep them alive. Hence, their initial concerns were unfounded. At least in the short term, Karga had no intentions of harming them. Meanwhile, on the opposite shore of the lake, the half-orc tribe, having suffered greatly, was gradually regaining some semblance of vitality. Engaging in forging, wrestling, and gambling, the half-orcs sought out various amusements. Except for a small number who continued to hunt during winter, the majority had settled into a rhythm of rest. Winter demanded rest not only from animals, but also from half-orcs. Especially after their recent costly civil strife. Though they had narrowly reclaimed stolen provisions, it had resulted in a significant loss of manpower. War is the most effective means of shattering families. Indeed, the civil conflict had produced many orphans. Under the watchful gaze of the divine, the past few months had not lacked for holy offspring. The common folk presented one visage, while the tribal elite portrayed an entirely different one at this moment. Within an opulent tent, the three spiritual leaders of the tribe, the priests, sat solemnly in their respective thrones, their expressions grave. Beneath them were their subordinates and heads of various departments. Each head was robust, towering over 1.9 meters, with tails that were equally formidable. This was the result of generations of privilege and selective genetic enhancement. Their families had evidently held this position for a considerable duration. Officially, it was a meritocratic system, yet due to disparities in educational resources, coupled with continuous high-quality training and nutrition, their offspring invariably excelled among their peers, inheriting their political capital in stark contrast to their robust appearances. The three priests resembled children emerging from slums, each tall and lanky. However, judging by their demeanor and the seating arrangements, it was clear that the priests held a superior status. So, what is the current situation? The second priest, a half-orc with a hooked nose, possessed sharp eyes that, combined with his slightly sinister features, made it difficult to perceive him as a tribal leader. He resembled a shrewd merchant instead. Upon hearing his voice, a half-orc clad in a tiger-skin garment timidly stepped forward, bowing slightly toward the second priest, "My lord. Despite our utmost efforts to search, it seems they have vanished without a trace." Upon hearing these words, the third priest erupted in fury, resembling a shrewish woman. "What do you mean you can't find them? What are you doing? Are your legs merely for decoration? With hundreds of subordinates, you can't even locate a handful of traitors. I suggest you remove your eyes and feed them to the dogs." Hearing the third priest's tirade directed at him, the sturdy half-orc secretly clenched his fists, visibly displeased yet too intimidated to voice his discontent. This was precisely why he hesitated to step forward. He was the leader of the tribal reconnaissance team, tasked with the search for the traitors. Ordinarily, it should have been a straightforward and low-risk endeavor to earn some merit. However, upon investigation, he found no sign of the traitors whatsoever. What could he do? So many had disappeared all at once. Initially, there had been leads, but suddenly they had vanished without a trace. The reconnaissance captain felt utterly frustrated. How could he know that the cautious cargo would leave no trace of the battle? After gathering his spoils, he had utilized his regained magical energy to conjure a blizzard, burying the evidence of the conflict. Thus, what presented itself to the half-orc tribe was the aftermath of a small river, where the traitors had completely lost their trail. Among the three priests, the high priest was relatively stable, serving as the backbone of the tribe, while the second priest, though somewhat critical, still exhibited depth. Only the third priest, whenever trouble arose, would display an exaggerated and alarmist demeanor, fearful that others might not hear him. Yet he dared not retort. The immense fighting spirit contained within him gradually moved toward his ears, forcibly blocking most of his hearing. The reconnaissance captain felt a sudden silence envelop him. Thus, he observed the third priest as one might watch a jester. He subsequently adopted an expression of guilt, regret, and contrition, nodding and bowing in agreement with the third priest's criticisms. Though he could not discern the specifics of the priest's words, he fervently believed he was correct. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes of this, the third priest appeared to tire, settling back to take a sip of water of unknown origin. Intending to continue speaking, suddenly, the high priest waved his hand for silence. Reclaiming the floor, he stroked his staff and spoke. "Children, this experience has imparted upon us a painful lesson, significantly reducing the combat effectiveness of our tribe and costing us over 10% of our esteemed warriors." The high priest ultimately steered the conversation toward a sensitive issue, which in truth was the sole matter to be addressed at this assembly. Upon this mention, an air of shock swept over all present. Their gazes filled with a mix of anger and caution as they scrutinized one another. Such skilled pretenders, each one a cunning fox. The high priest mused inwardly as he observed their rehearsed expressions. These half-beasts had long since mastered the art of controlling their expressions through countless small gatherings and larger assemblies over the days and months. However, he maintained an inscrutable demeanor and continued. That matter is now in the past. We shall not dwell on it. I have no desire to ascertain who leaked the secret, but let it be known that such occurrences are strictly forbidden from now on. This is the foundation upon which our tribe shall rise. Should any similar incident arise again, do not blame this priest for his cruelty. He then struck the table forcefully with his aged hand. In an instant, the floor before him became damp, morphing into a quagmire that slowly swirled, devouring the objects atop it before swiftly solidifying without leaving a trace. Witnessing this divine spectacle, the others swallowed hard, repeatedly swearing by the name of the gods that they were not the source of the leak. The high priest's methods remained as enigmatic as ever. No, his powers had only grown stronger. The captain of the reconnaissance team thought to himself. Subsequently, amidst a chorus of harmonious deliberations, the tribe resolved to focus on the forthcoming developmental priorities while temporarily easing their search for the traitor. With no leads to pursue, why expend effort, especially when it was a directive from the high priest himself? As time passed, another fortnight slipped by, and attention shifted to Kalga. After enduring extensive sleepless practice, he had nearly mastered the primary language of this world, the universal tongue. Indeed, the insights gleaned from his conversations with the half-beasts revealed that this world was vast, teeming with countless nations and races, each possessing its unique language. Yet, in the distant past, a formidable race, under the guidance of their deities, waged war at both earthly and divine levels. After enduring arduous struggles, they ultimately unified this world, giving birth to the only universal language. The universal tongue. Of course, the aftermath of such a tempestuous rise was a swift decline for this race, while their gods vanished without a trace. Many races, having lost their own languages and even their civilizations, adopted the universal tongue as their mother tongue. For the battle-hardened half-beasts, this was the language they naturally acquired, with only a select few nobles, such as the priestly captains, having the potential to learn their own ancestral tongue. Though this phenomenon aligned with popular culture, it elevated the noble heritage of their own race, leaving Kalga somewhat in awe. Thus, by a twist of fate, Kalga resolved the most pressing issue he faced, ensuring that he would not have to fret over linguistic barriers for a considerable time to come. Simultaneously, through his discussions with the four half-beasts, Kalga learned of a fundamental distinction between this world and his previous one: the existence of deities. Indeed, those mythical beings from legends were real. Almost every nation had its gods, ranging from dozens to none at all, each governing different domains and claiming the faith of humanity. However, unlike the potent deities of his former world, who often mingled among mortals, the gods of this realm wielded immense power, yet were bound to reside within the astral realm, a domain solely inhabited by deities and their vassals. When gods wished to intervene in worldly affairs, they typically did so through their earthly followers. Only when faced with insurmountable challenges would they pay a heavy price to manifest their avatars or messengers. In extreme circumstances, they might descend in their true forms, wielding weapons against foes, yet their divine powers would be constrained, unable to surpass the limitations of the mortal realm. In such instances, they were perilously vulnerable, easily ambushed by schemers and other hostile deities from the astral realm. Thus, few gods would act so recklessly unless utterly desperate. Tales of slaying old gods to usurp their faith circulated widely in this world, and even the half-beasts were somewhat aware of such narratives. These half-beasts claimed that a divine avatar resided permanently within their tribe. Yet this was merely a claim. Captain Isaac had informed his team of the tribal deception, which had been relayed in its entirety to Kalga by the sole insider among them. At this thought, Kalga narrowed his eyes in contrast to the assertion of a divine avatar residing within the half-beast tribe, he found greater credibility in the words of the traitorous Captain Isaac. It had already been mentioned that manifesting an avatar was an arduous endeavor, the specifics of which remained unknown, but undoubtedly possessed unique challenges, if such a temporary descent was exceedingly difficult. How could a permanent presence be conceivable? Moreover, Kalga had witnessed a small village venerating a statue of a goddess during his flight from danger. That was true devotion to a deity, in stark contrast. The sacrificial rites of the half-beast tribe revealed a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. Only those half-beasts, whose minds were utterly dim, would believe such fabrications. It was likely a ruse concocted by the elite to consolidate their power by intertwining themselves with the divine. Furthermore, the disparity in strength seemed incongruous. Although Kalga had never encountered a true god, the power generated from a nation's collective faith would undoubtedly not be feeble. Yet, based on the accounts of the four half-beasts regarding what they had witnessed long ago, their so-called divine avatar sounded little more than a large lizard. Besides, how could a god, birthed at the national level, possibly favor a mere tribe? Contemplating the power of the lizard as depicted by the half-beasts, Kalga entertained a notion. Rather than an avatar, it resembled more of a primitive totem. Primitive humans, fearing formidable creatures, evolved this fear into worship, ultimately adopting them as objects of faith in the eyes of these mighty beings. The small creatures inexplicably brought them food, prompting the beasts to allow them to survive a little longer, while also offering protection against any external threats to their food supply. Observing this powerful creature sheltering them, the half-beasts developed an even more fervent reverence, resulting in a warped dynamic of coexistence. Kalga speculated thus. Yet, many questions remained, such as why that monstrous entity demanded a pure-blooded saint each month, and why the divine avatar was rarely seen. These matters could not yet be unraveled. In conclusion, the astral realm, the mortal world, countless nations, deities, and various subordinate planes formed this colossal tapestry of existence. According to their propagated tales, the gods, aside from a select few born of divine lineage, mostly ascended from mortals, built upon endless faith, centered on divine duties, and driven by divine will, they govern myriad beings. What precisely are divine duties, and what is divine essence? The origins of these half-orcs remain shrouded in mystery. However, it is indeed true that within their clan exists a lineage of knights capable of fostering steady advancement in strength. Regrettably, given Karga's physical constitution, he is utterly incapable of acquiring such knowledge. Furthermore, it is rumored that beyond this world lies an infinite expanse. Yet this notion is equally beyond the comprehension of the half-orcs, who are merely ordinary individuals within their tribe, albeit slightly more robust warriors. Deeper knowledge is a privilege reserved for the wise priests, who alone possess the curiosity for the chaotic tomes and tales, as most half-orcs are merely mindless brutes. He deftly manipulated the elemental forces in the air. Karga spoke with an effortless grace, akin to the delicate plucking of a harp. Having mastered the language of this realm and acquired a modicum of strength for self-preservation, it was now time to contemplate the future. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting narrative. Karga's dual heads glimmered with a chilling gaze. Before long, he arrived at the cell containing one of the half-orcs. With a violent force, he breached the flimsy prison door, revealing a somewhat muscular yet malnourished figure within. Aiden gazed up at him with trepidation, his heart racing with panic. What to do? What to do? Is this the moment I am to be devoured? Typically, whether during lessons or when food was delivered, a barrier separated them from the outside world, with provisions being pushed through the door. However, today, Karga had unprecedentedly swung the door wide open, provoking a surge of anxiety in Aiden, for unusual occurrences often heralded mischief. Yet, the creature's subsequent words dispelled his doubts. Step forth. Aiden, your sentence has arrived. Karga's indifferent voice resonated through the air, infused with magic. A tone with which Dunst was all too familiar, having instructed the creature for several days. Upon hearing this, Aiden's heart first froze in disbelief, only to be swiftly overtaken by euphoric joy, with exaggerated gestures. He knelt before Karga and bowed deeply. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your mercy. He was unaware of Karga's true name and dared not presume to assign one to this being who could so easily extinguish his life. Hence his respectful address that moment. Aiden's face, whether composed of muscle or fat, contorted into an unappealing grimace, his smile more grotesque than a frown. Unbeknownst to him, in the course of their prolonged interaction, he had developed a subtle yet undeniable fervor toward Karga, fueled by the creature's formidable wisdom, learning capacity, and strength that, of course, this fervor was merely a reflection of respect for power, when weighed against his own life. The latter remained paramount. If my lord were to confront the divine emissaries of our clan, who would prevail? Aiden recalled vague memories of having witnessed such emissaries in his youth, envisioning a similarly imposing yet somewhat cumbersome figure. Contemplating the clash between the two, he felt a rush of excitement. Soon, after a few pleasantries, the four long-imprisoned convicts beheld the light of day once more. Upon sighting their former comrades, they did not waste a moment shedding tears of joy, but rather promptly knelt before Karga in unison. They made no attempt to flee immediately after their release, for after such a lengthy period together, they had come to understand Karga's nature and might. Even if they wished to escape, it would be futile. Besides, winter's chill and their unhealed injuries rendered movement cumbersome. Moreover, Karga's choice not to devour them signified that their lives still held value. Recognizing this, they opted against fleeing, instead choosing to kneel respectfully beside Karga, awaiting his directives. Observing their obedient posture, Karga felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. After a moment of contemplation, Karga's ethereal yet cold voice reverberated through the air, charged with magical energy. Aiden, Ram, Kavis, Hygel. The four names were called in succession, and the half-orcs cautiously raised their heads. Throughout his extensive lessons, Karga had learned their names. That I understand that you harbor grievances about your long imprisonment. He continued, and I am aware of your betrayal against the tribe. Upon hearing the first sentence, Aiden and the others felt a surge of anxiety. Who could maintain a cheerful disposition after being confined for so long? They merely refrained from expressing their feelings out of fear of Karga's intimidation. However, harboring such sentiments in silence, only to have them exposed by one capable of dictating their fates, was far from ideal. Thus, they hurriedly adopted an even more contrite demeanor, lowering their foreheads until they nearly touched the ground as they prepared to voice their loyalty. Karga interrupted, "Yet, I am indifferent to your past. In fact, as a reward for your instruction, I can assist you in returning to your tribe, to the place where you grew up." One of Karga's heads paused, while the other continued, "You will not face their ostracism, nor their disdain. Indeed, you may rise above them. But you must assist me in certain matters that you mind." Upon hearing this, the already anxious Aiden and the others hurriedly professed their allegiance. "My lord, you jest. This is merely your test of us, for which we are grateful. Indeed, the reason you have spared our lives must be to assess whether we are fit to serve you. Please, command us as you see fit." It became evident that the Stockholm Syndrome exists in every realm, transcending even the boundaries of species. Half-orcs were no exception. These beasts, whether due to Karga's might or the belief that escape was futile, bowed submissively before him. Their intellects seemed to have sharpened under the pressure of life and death, and their speech was no longer as clumsy as before. Witnessing their display of deference, Karga found himself inexplicably gratified, even if he insisted he was indifferent to their attitudes. Very well, he said. "You claim to have been pursued here by your tribe, correct? Then you should be quite familiar with your past." Karga's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an air of danger. "Haha, why waste time with idle chatter? Do you remember the location of your former tribe? Take me to find them." The second head seemed to find Karga's speech too slow, urging a few half-orcs with a hint of impatience. Remember, as the monstrous figures before him, with their two heads fixated on him, occasionally emitting unsettling laughter, Aiden couldn't help but swallow hard. "All right, splendid. Let us set off swiftly. I am positively eager to make some new acquaintances." Karga's voice continued to resonate through the arcane currents of the air. A vague smile flickered across his face, yet placed upon those grotesque insectal visages, it could easily frighten a child. "Yes, my lord. We shall escort you at once." Without waiting for Aiden to respond, Ram interjected. At this moment, it became abundantly clear to him that Karga was a self-serving individual, keen to demonstrate his worth, sufficient to secure his own survival. After all, if Aiden were to overshadow him, what would he do? Seemingly caught off guard by someone else speaking before him, Aiden glanced sideways, but chose not to probe further. After all, they had been comrades for quite some time. Despite having little interaction, their faces were familiar enough, and there was no ill intent. The remaining two quickly expressed their agreement. I could see that moment. They also had an inkling of Calga's intentions. Time flew by. And soon they found themselves on the third day. Under Calga's command, the quartet of half-orcs slowly made their way toward the tribe's territory. Although heavy snow still blanketed the woods, the harshest chill of winter had passed. With countless comrades having perished and their garments left behind, the half-orcs were undeterred by the cold, especially considering their innate combat prowess. Retracing their steps along the familiar path, a sense of melancholy enveloped the four as they observed the once familiar surroundings. In truth, none of them truly desired to defect from the tribe, who would abandon a stable existence, especially in the direst of times. Yet, they had been swept up in the tide of rebellion. Your commander is defecting, your comrades are defecting. If you choose not to follow, you might very well be killed on the spot to maintain secrecy. This was one of the tenets of the Dark Forest Law. Everyone was oblivious to their comrades' true thoughts, yet dared not inquire, ultimately compelled to follow orders and advance under duress. My Lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. Moreover, some individuals initially had no inkling of their actions, merely obeying orders. Once they realized the ramifications of their deeds, the reality of their defection had already solidified that it would be absurd to stand up and claim ignorance within the tribe. Asserting their innocence that in the simplistic minds of those half-orcs, it would be a miracle if they weren't executed on the spot. Thus, they could only accompany one side on their descent into darkness. This was the typical response of soldiers during most dynastic rebellions. They had been coerced by their captain upon arrival, and now faced pressure from Calga as they departed. Throughout, they had never truly submitted to their own desires, but had always obeyed the will of the stronger. However, compared to before, they now bore no burdens. Not only had they grown accustomed to betrayal, but Calga's strength had reached a point beyond resistance. Against a rival or master of comparable power, they might still possess a flicker of rebellious spirit, pondering the chance of success in defiance. After all, that could lead to a reversal of fortunes. Yet, when confronted with a being of an entirely different paradigm of strength, their spirit of rebellion evaporated. During the journey back, their understanding of Calga's might deepened. In a land devoid of life, blanketed in pristine snow, Calga could suddenly strike with precision, unearthing hibernating prey hidden beneath the snowdrift, in a seemingly fragile lake. With a mere touch of his talon, he could freeze the surface into a flat, solid, and sturdy pathway. Calga's inadvertent actions repeatedly astonished the four half-orcs, instilling within them a profound sense of awe, at least. Outwardly, they appeared exceedingly respectful. Before long, 2 days had passed, and they reached the periphery of their former tribe's influence. Under the onslaught of deep winter, the patrolling half-orcs endured far more suffering than usual. After all, who wished to brave the elements during their slumber? The higher-ups were clearly aware of this, yet they still needed to maintain appearances, and since it wasn't their own people on watch, they assigned a few individuals to patrol and remain stationed near the tribe. However, these arrangements seemed to be disregarded by the half-orcs. They were fine with engaging in combat or enjoying leisure. Yet the tedium of such monotonous tasks was unappealing to most. Only during the days of sacrifice could they endure kneeling for a while, suppressing their restless spirits. Even so, during this time, many whispered among themselves. It was evident that every race had its limitations. While the half-orcs boasted enhanced combat and physical prowess, they undoubtedly lacked in intellect and endurance that nature's design was remarkably fair. This inherent flaw within their race led to an absence of any patrol activity within sight. Even after Calga and his companions had ventured deep into the heart of the half-orc territory for nearly a quarter of an hour, the patrol seemed to have vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, Calga remained vigilant. According to the map, they would soon encounter the first established outpost. The four of them led the way, walking 2 by 2, while Calga followed slowly behind, channeling his magical energy to counteract the winter's chill. In truth, his gaze was fixed on the 4 half-orcs ahead. Should they attempt to flee, their fate would either be to become ice sculptures or be reduced to ashes. although they may have outwardly submitted. One could never truly know what lay within their hearts. Given his method of control through force, their loyalty was indeed questionable. Fortunately, they had been kept separate and lacked the opportunity for communication, rendering them unaware of each other's thoughts and incapable of effective collaboration. According to the Dark Forest theory, they were oblivious to whether the others had genuinely submitted to him, which would prevent them from considering mutual support or oversight. This was a simple tactic previously devised by humans. Although Kalga had not excelled in it before, there was no harm in employing it now to bolster his security. Moreover, he had no intention of cultivating any loyalty within these individuals, as they were merely tools for his convenience. Even if he were to part ways with them, he could navigate using the language he was gradually mastering alongside the map they had provided. However, given the presence of suitable subordinates, why not make use of them? Soon, another 15 minutes passed, and they successfully approached the designated location on the map. True to his cautious nature, Kalga refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he released ultrasonic waves to probe the outpost from a distance of 200 meters. Yet to his perplexity, there was not a single biological response from the outpost. Could it be that they had somehow transmitted a signal? Kalga's cold gaze swept over the four half-orcs, sending shivers down their spines. And no, it couldn't be, he thought, shaking his head. Their garments had long been torn and replaced, and all their movements were under his surveillance. Such an opportunity should not have arisen. Besides, they were merely ordinary combatants. How could they possess such advanced technology? The four half-orcs before them lacked the ability to scout from such a distance. Leaving them oblivious to Kalgar's thoughts, they cautiously approached, stopping approximately 100 meters from the outpost. They could see this moment. As they gazed into the distance, they perceived the rudimentary wooden outpost to be deserted, save for a few supplies and provisions. "Where are the people?" Eldon expressed his astonishment. "I suppose the tribe has reduced its numbers and withdrawn," Ram speculated, furrowing his brow upon witnessing the scene. He was the strongest among the four half-orcs. Each half-orc was a formidable warrior, possessing considerable combat prowess upon reaching adulthood. Eldon and his companions, as soldiers of the tribe, were particularly strong, nearing the power of low-level knights. Ram surpassed them, being the only one among the four who had previously served as a squad leader. His strength and vision far exceeding that of Eldon, even slightly surpassing that of a low-level knight. It was he who had informed Kalgar of the tribe's conspiracies. However, all of that seemed inconsequential now, for they were all bound by the same status, Kalgar's slaves. Initially, Kalgar had intended for them to scout the first outpost of the tribe, but circumstances had shifted and they dared not make decisions on their own. They promptly reported back to Kalgar, aware of his keen sensing abilities, which likely meant he was already aware of the situation without needing their report. Nevertheless, the formality of reporting often outweighs the substance of correctness. As subordinates, it was their duty to report. After exchanging glances, they turned towards Kalgar, bowing slightly as they knelt before him. This gesture was a customary sign of respect among their tribe, reserved for when the disparity in status was significant. Unsure of Kalgar's specific expectations regarding etiquette, they could only offer their most respectful demeanor and homage. My lord. According to the map, the nearest outpost in the direction of the tribe lies ahead. Yet our scouting indicates that it appears to be unstaffed. The four half-orcs conveyed with utmost reverence. They communicated their findings to their leader, leaving the remainder for him to assess and command. Through their heartbeat rhythms, Kalgar could barely ascertain that they were likely not lying. The emptiness of the outpost was indeed unrelated to them. He nodded in acknowledgement, instructing, "Then let us proceed until we encounter signs of life." At Kalgar's command, the four half-orcs bowed their heads once more before returning to their previous positions, leading the way ahead. Soon, they arrived at the second outpost, which was similarly devoid of inhabitants. Under the icy gaze of Kalgar, they continued onward. As they ventured deeper into the territory, reaching about 2/5 of the way in, a change finally manifested. Before them stood a significantly larger outpost compared to the previous two, almost the size of their combined dimensions. Inside, they discerned a considerable number of half-orcs, approximately 30, suggesting that the personnel from the earlier outposts had been consolidated here. Through closed eyes, they sensed the resonating feedback of large creatures via echolocation. Even without direct sight, The powerful rhythm of their heartbeats attested to the formidable physiques of the half-orcs. The guiding half-orcs took note of this and turned to report to Calgar. Concurrently, within the rudimentary structure of the outpost, bursts of exclamations and curses could be heard, indicating some sort of activity. Such sounds did not escape Calgar's keen senses, prompting him to interrupt their report and inquire further. In response to Calgar's questions, Eldon pondered briefly, his expression tinged with embarrassment as he explained, "My lord, as you know, our kin are not as grand as you, but we possess many inherent flaws. Much of our time is typically spent hunting or sparring with one another to pass the hours." After a pause, Eldon continued, "However, during winter, when prey becomes scarce and boredom sets in, we often—" Hesitatingly, Eldon revealed his thoughts to Calgar. Upon hearing his explanation, Calgar understood, in essence, these simple-minded half-orcs, faced with the winter's chill and the lack of game, found solace in wrestling with one another. But even that grew tiresome to alleviate their ennui, they frequently engaged in the game of Kunta, a widely played game across the continent, its origins uncertain, yet it had captivated all tribes. It bore similarities to the card games of Calgar's past life, though with many participants per round, relying solely on luck for victory. For the simple-minded half-orcs, cheating was scarcely a concern, should anyone be caught. The impulsive brute would likely tear them apart. Such a game might seem unremarkable in itself, yet with a small wager, the otherwise mundane contest transformed into a thrilling affair. "I fancy the pelt you played with today. Perhaps you desire the tooth from my collection?" They had mutual desires. A duel? How bloody! Let us play a hand of cards instead. The victor shall claim it all. With this mindset, Kunta became immensely popular among the half-orc tribe. Even drawing in the priests during their leisure moments. Of course, the allure lay in the prospect of winning others' possessions. Should they lose, their enthusiasm would likely wane. The half-orc tribe, in its primitive state, still adhered to a barter system. Food, weapons, and equipment served as universal currency. Losing everything merely meant a loss of possessions, with the option to sell their labor back to the tribe, for they would not starve as long as they had hands and feet. However, among other races on the continent, the situation diverged, especially in more developed nations. They had established comprehensive monetary systems, even introducing various lending practices. Through these, many could gamble even without funds, opting to overdraw their futures for a chance at the cards. 10 years, 20 years, gamblers often risked their entire futures. Should they lose, they might find themselves bound to servitude for a decade, 2 decades, or even a lifetime to repay their debts if their losses exceeded the worth of their lives. The consequences would be dire. Yet, with every loss, there came a chance for gain. Aside from those truly unfortunate souls who lost everything, many found fortune through Kunta, transforming their fates. One notorious tale spoke of a man who won 23 consecutive games, ultimately claiming the wealth of an entire royal family, to the extent that the kingdom awarded him a noble title. The veracity of such accounts remains debatable, yet they continually rekindled hope in the hearts of the unfortunate, spurring them to believe they could recover their losses, thus plunging back into the cycle of gambling. Consequently, Kunta's prevalence led numerous families to the brink of ruined as for why the first 2 outposts were devoid of life. Despite signs of habitation, it was simply because their occupants had congregated here for games. Standing guard was tedious. Patrolling was monotonous. Playing cards was where the excitement lay. That rush of blood and heartbeat quickening ensnared the half-orcs in its grip. Would the higher-ups ever find out? They were all gamblers, playing at the same table. As long as they kept silent, who among the tribe's leaders would know? Furthermore, even the high-ranking officials occasionally indulged in the games. Would there be a risk of an enemy invading during their card games, leading to catastrophic losses for the tribe due to negligence? Surely not. Such fortuitous occurrences are rare, if indeed an enemy were to emerge. It would be far more gratifying to indulge in a few rounds of play before meeting one's demise, for once dead, one can carry nothing away. Thus mused Raymond in his heart. Damn it. Why am I suddenly entertaining such thoughts? What a buzzkill! Come, let us play cards. This round I shall wager half. It is perplexing how such absurd ideas have intruded in my mind, yet Raymond firmly believed that the formidable half-orc tribe feared no adversaries and that no one would dare invade. If an external threat were to materialize, then playing cards here would serve as a perfect means of evading disaster. Otherwise, given his position on watch, he would undoubtedly be the first to fall. With this in mind, he immersed himself once more into the new round of play. As his gaze widened, he beheld the spacious room, littered with stools and bottles strewn haphazardly across the floor. Several tables of varying heights hastily cobbled together to form an expansive gaming table. This moment, around 20 half-orcs were gathered closely, not seated, but standing in a circle. Some appeared frantic, others triumphant, and yet others flushed with excitement, all exhibiting fervent emotions, shouting incessantly, utterly incapable of remaining still. If the human realm's quaint card game resembled a noble pursuit, where players sought to emulate civilized folk, elegantly seated at the table, flipping cards, placing bets, and pushing chips forward with an air of aristocracy, then the half-orc version of Quint possessed its own distinctive flair. Each participant was swept away in the exhilaration, nearly drenched in sweat as if they had engaged in a fierce battle. Should one conclude a game still brimming with energy, it could only mean that they had not played enough. They were compelled to sit down and continue. Such was the hallmark of each race. Of course, those gamblers who had lost all their fortunes were an exception. Regardless of their race, they exhibited similar behavior. They were often met with scorn and ridicule from outsiders, for if one could not even manage their own hand, they were indeed a failure. The reason for the mere 20 individuals at the table was that 3 or 4 had already gambled away every last coin in their pockets and were now sulking in a corner of the room, drawing circles in the air. Casting a disdainful glance at the forlorn figures in the corner, Raymond quickly averted his gaze, as if fearing their misfortune would befall him as well. That he took a deep breath. I, Raymond, a half-orc determined to turn my fortune around through Quint, shall never be akin to you pitiful wretches. Steeling himself, he felt a mysterious power envelop him, instilling a sense of steadiness within. He then accepted the cards dealt to him by the dealer, not gazing at them with his eyes, but rather bringing his nose closer to inhale their scent, as if imparting his own essence to the cards. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and without even glancing, he slammed the cards down onto the table. Open, he bellowed, akin to a lion awakening. The volume of his voice was such that, even amidst the cacophony of the gaming table, it stood out distinctly, instantly capturing the curious gazes of others. The rules of Quint were simple. The dealer dealt 2 cards, and the sum of their values determined one score. If another score exceeded yours, you lost. The greater the difference, the more one would lose, barring the scenario of being out of chips. At this moment, everyone was eager to see what cards would emerge from the tempest of his mighty roar. As they leaned in to behold, 2 3s, the smallest possible cards in Quint, lay before them. Indeed, might yields miracles. Today has not been in vain. Today has not been in vain. To draw such meager cards is an art in itself. The crowd erupted in laughter, mocking Raymond with their sardonic jests. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this episode, Raymond, bore a face swollen to the hue of an eggplant. Flushed with embarrassment, fury, despair, and regret, myriad emotions played across his visage, compelling him to wish for a crevice in the ground to hide within. Damn it, why must I roar so loudly while drawing cards? This is truly humiliating. At that moment, regret gnawed at Raymond's heart. The thought of having wagered half of his entire fortune on this round sent him teetering on the brink of fainting. In the conventional Quint gameplay, the amount wagered did not guarantee a total loss or a complete win over others. More often than not, earnings were determined by the ratio of card values. For instance, if one player's total was 10, while another's was 11, the latter would win, albeit not by a significant amount. However, in Raymond's case, he need not contemplate such nuances. He was certain to lose everything. After all, these furs had taken him ages to accumulate. Recalling the arduous times endured to amass this gambling capital, coupled with the mocking laughter directed at him, he felt his heart bleed. In the next instant, his gaze hardened, a fierce determination igniting within him. Enough of your laughter. This time, I shall wager half again. No, all of it. At this moment, Raymond had become a man possessed, transformed into the very object of his earlier disdain. Should he lose, he would undoubtedly join the ranks of those he had scorned. Yet if he were to win, with such a substantial wager, he could indeed reclaim his lost fortunes. Of course, The odds were slim, as a gambler's luck often oscillated between the bad and the worse. The few individuals at the corner of the table now regarded him with welcoming glances. This only intensified Raymond's disdain and solidified his resolve to win. Meanwhile, the laughter of the others gradually faded, or rather, they forced themselves to suppress it, all eager to witness Raymond's reaction should he lose a second time. The new round commenced swiftly, with the collective focus of the players converging upon Raymond. This induced a tremendous pressure upon him. With a grave expression, he met the dealer's gaze, his eyes resolute, as he steadied himself to receive the cards. He chose neither to shout nor to sing. What he craved was a victory to cleanse the stain of humiliation. Covering the numbers on the cards with his hands, he slowly lowered them inch by inch until the values were revealed. At first, Raymond stared in disbelief, then erupted into a thunderous roar of laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! I've won! I've won! Ha ha ha! You dare mock me! Empty your pockets!" A royal flush, with a disdainful flourish befitting a king, he slammed the cards onto the table with even greater force than before, as if he intended to shatter the very surface beneath. Upon closer inspection, 2 crowns gleamed atop the table, the highest possible hand in quint, with one of the 2 cards drawn being a crown. Victory was assured that draw both of the only 2 kings among the over 200 cards was to wield the power of a sovereign, looking down upon all. Raymond felt as if he had expended a lifetime's worth of luck to draw these 2 cards. Yet he deemed every ounce of effort worth it. Not only would he recover his losses from the previous round, but he would also earn a significant profit. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue savoring the exhilarating tale. Just as he intended to triumphantly toss the cards onto the table to showcase his prowess, before the others could fully comprehend the scene. At the very moment the trump card was hurled, a resounding bang echoed. The it resonated like thunderclaps in their ears, and the orcs were initially blinded by a blinding flash, followed swiftly by a deafening silence that enveloped them in temporary deafness. After that, there was no further aftermath. The forceful explosion rent their bodies asunder, with the confined space amplifying the bomb's devastating power. The nearby half-orcs, including Raymond, were instantly obliterated, meeting their deities in an instant. Even the distant half-orcs, who had been drawing circles, were nearly paralyzed by fear, almost losing control of their bodily functions. This was an instinctive reaction rooted deep within their genes. The surviving half-orcs were left in a daze, utterly bewildered by the sudden explosion. Especially in conjunction with Raymond's actions and vocalizations, they were entirely unprepared, their focus wholly seized. Those half-orcs fortunate enough to escape the immediate calamity were now lying on the ground, cursing and crying. They could scarcely fathom how a mere deck of cards could have unleashed such a catastrophic explosion. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, Aiden, slowly emerged from the doorway. His expression was devoid of emotion, resembling a cold-hearted general judging the remaining dozen half-orcs who still clung to life. Yet in reality, Aiden's face had become rigid from the blast shockwave. Though he stood far from the epicenter, the overwhelming tremors and sensory overload had rendered his senses temporarily incapacitated, and he had yet to regain his composure. His legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly unable to support his weight. After a protracted moment, Aiden gradually regained a semblance of control and cautiously peered into the room. Observing the disheveled half-orcs lost in their card game, even those who had survived the blast were rendered immobile. Realizing the havoc wrought by his own hand, he swallowed hard and, in accordance with Karga's orders, hurried outside to relay the message to the 3 beasts and 1 insect waiting beyond the door. In truth, even without his intervention, the individuals outside had already sensed the outcome. The explosion reverberated like a shaken soda bottle bursting, causing the very structure of the house to expand outward. That a gust of air swept through, enveloping the snow outside the sentry post in a cloud of dust. Moments ago, those half-orcs had been engrossed in their card game, with no one on guard outside. Thus, Karga devised a plan, shortly thereafter producing an object to hand to Aiden, instructing him to toss it inside from the doorway. This was a rudimentary bomb crafted from spores of explosive mushrooms he had collected long ago, infused with his own fire elemental magic, encased in ice elemental matter. Despite its decent power, its stability was somewhat lacking, and Karga seized this opportunity to test it. should Aiden have met an unfortunate end in the explosion. Karga would have expressed his deep regret, but fortunately, such a fate did not befall him. Although the half-orcs were preoccupied with their game, their senses were acute enough to detect any obvious external threats. However, Aiden, being one of their own, would likely elude their immediate suspicion. After all, their circle of card players included several nearby sentries. Even if familiar faces were present, the absence of one or the presence of another would go unnoticed. Aiden did not hesitate, executing his orders without a second thought. A fleeting thought of fleeing crossed his mind, yet he recalled that over 40 of their kin had been annihilated, and with their current numbers even fewer than before. Survival was a distant hope. Their previous luck had seen them spared by their master. But if he dared to betray that trust now, he was certain he would not see the moon rise again. Indeed, Karga had no particular attachment to any of them. He had merely chosen to spare a few lives on a whim. Aiden cautiously approached the doorway, but he hurled the spherical object inside, and within mere seconds, a violent explosion erupted from within. It was not merely auditory. The structure itself was shattered, with splintered wood and debris scattered across the ground, many parts reduced to charred remnants. If the exterior bore such devastation, one could only imagine the chaos within. The 3 half-orcs stationed outside were taken aback, having witnessed Karga's creation firsthand. Their tribe had nothing of the sort, and they were left in awe of Karga's mysterious prowess, prompting them to stifle any ulterior motives. My lord, the occupants inside have lost all combat capability. How shall we proceed? Aiden returned to the group, his head bowed lower than usual. Drag all those who are still alive and unconscious out here, Karga commanded, seemingly unfazed by Aiden's increasing reverence. And you 3, join him. Yes, my lord, the other 3 half-orcs replied, mirroring Aiden's respectful address. This was indeed the reality. Under the harsh winter, those who had betrayed their tribe could hardly seek refuge in the human empire, where they would be treated as slaves. Moreover, their supplies would scarcely last that far. Thus, they found themselves reluctantly bound to Karga by necessity. Soon, with the sound of heavy objects collapsing, various half-orcs, some alive, some unconscious, and others barely clinging to life, were dragged before the sentry. That a few attempted to resist, but were swiftly subdued by Aiden and his companions, their limbs bound together with ropes, while the 4 of them maintained a facade of deference before Karga. It was essential to remember their identities as soldiers. Even if some limbs were still incapacitated, they remained formidable in their own right. Excluding those who had perished in the blast, 15 half-orcs remained, all of whom were forcibly awakened at Karga's behest, regardless of how deeply unconscious they were. Each let out pained wails, their bodies already injured from the explosion, with much of their clothing burned away. The contact with the frigid snow beneath them was excruciating. This juxtaposition of ice and fire left them in a state of profound discomfort to prevent their cacophony from disturbing themselves. Karga ordered the 4 beasts to gag the remaining half-orcs, after which he would conduct the questioning. Gazing upon their grotesque visages, a grotesque amalgamation of toads, monkeys, and wild boars, one could easily imagine how they would terrify children in a previous life. Karga, however, paid them no mind. I am the lord of slaughter and destruction. Will you submit to me? He intoned after a moment's contemplation, his voice resonating through the vibrations of magic in the air, with a sudden stomp of his left foot. A massive ice spear formed above the sentry post, then plunged downward, utterly annihilating the already shattered structure. This was a demonstration of his might. In his former life, Karga had encountered tales where protagonists often concealed their strength, opting for arrogance in an attempt to compel others to submit. Naturally, the supporting characters would resist, only to receive a brutal beating from the protagonist, Karga. This was utterly perplexing. Why would anyone expect submission from a fool who neither revealed their capabilities nor approached with respect? Convinced he would not engage in such a foolish ploy, Karga chose to display his formidable strength. In truth, his actions represented another extreme. The half-orcs were not dim-witted. A colossal entity loomed before them, fixated upon them, accompanied by 2 heads and 4 kin bowing in deference. It was evident that they were not to be trifled with. Should they submit? Or should they submit? Or should they submit? The half-orcs found themselves in a turmoil of indecision. for submission was tantamount to betraying their own kin. Without yielding, it was abundantly clear that so many corpses of their kin lay strewn before them. Deprived of ample time for contemplation, under Kargatha's command, the orc positioned farthest to the left had the rag stuffed in his mouth forcibly removed. "Damn it! Why must it be me?" the orc lamented internally. The circumstances surrounding the first surrender differed greatly from those of the last. The latter, surrounded by numerous companions, might not experience much inner turmoil, yet the first to capitulate would undoubtedly become the target of disdain among the others. With little time to ponder, his limited mind was pushed to its limits. Surrender was inevitable. To refuse meant death. Even a temporary act of surrender, a mere pretense, would suffice. However, the manner in which he presented himself, both valiant and seemingly coerced, was of utmost importance. After much contemplation, he appeared to finally devise a suitable rhetoric, donning a facade of apparent resolve. "You underestimate me." His response was too sluggish. The next individual was already called forth that a colossal stinger struck, and in an instant his half-formed words of surrender were silenced. Kargatha's sudden assault startled not only the remaining 14 orcs, but also caused Eldon and others behind him to twitch in apprehension. How could this be? One is not even allowed to finish speaking. Even in surrender, a moment of reaction time should be afforded. The second orc fumed internally, as it was soon his turn. Kargath turned his gaze upon him, his 12 immense eyes devoid of emotion. "And you, little one," at Kargatha's behest, Eldon released the second orc's mouth that I surrender. I bow before the Lord of Destruction," before the rag could be fully extracted from his mouth. He stammered and repeated his words, seemingly terrified that a delay in his response would lead Kargath to strike him down. Observing the orc's compliant demeanor, Kargath nodded approvingly and commanded a few individuals to untie him. The gaze then shifted to the next. "And you, little fellow." For Kargath, he possessed no extraordinary ability to manipulate the minds of others. Fear was the sole means by which he could exert control over their hearts. "You do not wish to serve me? Very well, death awaits." Next, the reality proved that elaborate psychological suggestions and pressures paled in comparison to the tangible force of coercion. As the questioning phase concluded, the outcome was remarkably satisfactory. All 14 orcs clamored to respond, eager to offer their allegiance, causing Kargath's initial intent to eliminate a few for the sake of intimidation to dissipate. Thus, they successfully switched allegiances, becoming Kargath's own amidst a chorus of subservient declarations. This capitulation was, of course, merely superficial. Kargath was acutely aware of their true sentiments, having once been human himself. Yet, he remained unfazed, where exists a relationship of complete subjugation between superior and subordinate. Each underling harbors a covert desire to rebel against their superior. Thus, one must possess a broad heart. Even if they wish to harm him, they could hardly succeed. Their utmost efforts would scarcely breach their own defenses. Moreover, as more individuals were gradually brought under his command, forming a new order, those orcs would inevitably act in service of their own interests to uphold the structure and their positions in this manner. Kargatha's entourage swelled to 18, that the reconnaissance personnel among the orcs belonged to a singular division. Hence they were somewhat familiar with one another's circumstances. They had all crossed paths at some point and were aware of the genuine distribution of the tribe's outer sentinels, rather than the mere facade presented to the tribal hierarchy. Consequently, these newly subjugated orcs became Kargatha's finest eyes and ears. Under their guidance, the 18 beasts and 1 insect marched resolutely towards the next outpost. Thus, they occasionally encountered dispersed patrols or groups along the way. At times, they would find nothing, arriving only to discover empty buildings, oblivious to the whereabouts of the station personnel. However, in most cases, with the guidance of internal informants, they managed to locate traces of the orcs. Coupled with Kargatha's extraordinary long-range ultrasonic detection abilities, they often gained the upper hand. Thus, they advanced in concentric circles through the tribal territory, when encountering isolated individuals or small squads. They would, at Kargatha's command, swarm forth, surrendering or annihilating. It was but a thought away. Those surrounded by their own comrades often wore bewildered expressions. "What is happening? Weren't we just playing cards yesterday? Why are you pointing a knife at me today?" Yet, Kargath afforded them no opportunity for contemplation. You wish to join, then join. If not, so be it. He offered them a choice, provided they could bear the consequences. Should they choose to join, some orcs would later explain matters to them. Should they decline, those consequences would be of no concern to them. In this manner, Kargath's ranks continued to swell, with many orcs harboring intentions of escape, having yet to witness Kargath's might. However, soon, amidst the tumult of battle, they were thoroughly awakened, extinguishing any lingering thoughts of flight. It was at a substantial relay station, housing nearly 40 orcs. Unlike the first outpost, which had drawn orcs due to a large card game, this station was fortified with a formidable garrison. The orcs within displayed no signs of complacency. Given this scenario, if you were to send his newly acquired subordinates into the fray, it was uncertain whether they could stand against these prepared orcs. It would be fortunate if even a few managed to escape. Employing explosives against them would prove futile, given their dispersed positions. Thus, Kargath activated the long-dormant sapphire waterfall. The icy blue threads quickly enveloped the entire relay station. In response to this sudden and peculiar phenomenon, the station's soldiers, driven by curiosity, could not resist the urge to reach out and touch it. Shortly thereafter, they met their deities. Moreover, a high-ranking officer discerned the trigger conditions for this attack, ordering all personnel to remain still, allowing the increasingly dense icy threads to draw closer. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent events are even more thrilling. It appears that as long as one does not actively seek to destroy them, there will be no peril to one's life. In response, Karga could only express that they were overthinking. The sapphire waterflower is not merely a passive skill. It is an ability that Karga actively controls. He has simply chosen to utilize it as a triggered attack for the sake of convenience. Who says he cannot initiate an assault? Thus, under his deliberate manipulation, the magical energies residing within the various nodes of the threads began to coalesce slowly. After a tempest of bloodshed, Karga successfully depleted a significant portion of his ice attribute magical reserves. However, he simultaneously garnered the unwavering loyalty of over a dozen startled subordinates, along with the remaining half-dash orcs to in their eyes. Karga merely opened his mouth, and before them, the house was ensnared by a magnificent web-like structure, soon followed by the anguished cries of his kin. Karga was immensely satisfied with this outcome. He had successfully identified the most suitable environment for deploying the sapphire waterflower. Thus, time flowed from day to night and back to day, marking the end of yet another day. Both Karga and the half-orcs required a certain degree of rest. The half-orcs changed their watch every week, at which point they could return to their tribe for respite, while a new batch of reinforcements would take their place. With 3 days remaining until the next shift, Karga led the half-orcs to take refuge in a nearby cave, laden with the spoils of their journey. By now, he had amassed over 50 subordinates. These individuals were categorized and assigned to 4 different half-orc leaders, thereby establishing a hierarchy as the first step towards loyalty, cultivating vested interests. Although the half-orcs were largely insincere, having submitted to him purely through violence, it was evident that they were opportunists. Yet at present, there was no one else available to him. As long as he proceeded according to plan, he could at least secure some relatively loyal subordinates. Contemplating his next course of action, Karga nodded to himself. In truth, the rise and fall of the power structure is not significantly influenced by the middle or lower tiers. It is the upper echelon that undergoes transformation. The lower class resembles chives, devoid of their own will, continuously harvested by successive waves. The middle tier serves as the management, possessing a portion of resources and knowledge, thus becoming the target of every power's enticements. Therefore, when a power shift occurs, it is only the top-tier individuals, adhering to various ideologies and principles, who change. Much like the transition from a feudal society to a semi-colonial, semi-feudal one. On the surface, it may seem that a new ruling class has taken over, with significant alterations in governance and policies. However, fundamentally, the lower class remains oppressed and exploited. The middle tier remains largely unchanged, still comprised of the same individuals. Even the upper echelons often remain similar, with governors merely renamed as commanders. The names may change, but the power persists. Only a select few at the pinnacle experience a fall from grace or a rise to prominence. For the middle and lower classes, they largely remain indifferent to such shifts in the political landscape, as their lives remain unchanged. This principle applies equally to the half-orc tribes. Karga yearned to assimilate swiftly into this world, seeking knowledge of its intricacies. Conveniently, the half-orc tribe was nearby, and its strength fell within his manageable reach. The only slightly uncertain factor was the so-called divine messenger, or divine incarnation. However, from the descriptions, it appeared to be merely a cumbersome individual, possessing limited strength compared to Karga at full capacity. Even if he were unable to defeat Karga, he could still flee. With his newly developed abilities, escape would pose no issue at all. Thus, he resolved to usurp the upper echelons of his half-orc society, annihilating their leaders and replacing them, becoming their new faith and authority. Yet, this endeavor would prove somewhat challenging. After all, despite the shortcomings of the previous society, it was still one governed by the half-orcs themselves. Suddenly imposing an outsider upon them would undoubtedly meet with considerable resistance. Therefore, devising a means to win their allegiance was a problem worth addressing. Karga had heard of these deities and contemplated leveraging this notion, if the Great Lizard could be deemed a deity. Why could he not? In terms of power, he was not lacking. Moreover, he possessed the ability to communicate, far surpassing the supposed divine incarnation and bridging the gap with ordinary half-orcs. Furthermore, the divine ascension ritual inherently involved faith. Although the specifics of its operation remained unclear, it did not hinder him from emulating the process, encouraging the half-orcs to place their faith in him as an experiment, given that these deities favored sacrificial rites. Perhaps faith indeed held some significance. Thus, with these considerations in mind, the god of slaughter and destruction was born. This was both an experiment and a public relations strategy. Behold, I have not betrayed the half-orcs. We have merely discovered that the deities we once worshipped were false gods. Now, we have found the true divine protection, and I have come to rescue you. In this manner, he could instill such thoughts in the half-orcs who submitted to him, helping them overcome their internal barriers. By dismantling the old order established by the half-orc leaders through destruction, he aimed to create a new order centered around himself, thus achieving political dominance. Furthermore, by eliminating the so-called divine incarnation, he would garner their religious adherence, thereby attaining religious authority. This dual pressure of political and religious control would enable him to cultivate a faction of half-orcs to safeguard his interests. The crux of the matter lay in his need to conquer the divine incarnation. This required careful planning. Karga dared not infiltrate their stronghold. After all, they had toiled for many years, surely possessing some form of support, particularly in terms of defensive measures, according to information gleaned from the already subjugated half-orcs. This was indeed the case. It was likely that the priests also wielded magical powers, though it remained uncertain whether they had prepared any peculiar trump cards, necessitating cautious consideration. Utilizing magic himself, Karga pondered whether they possessed similar magical organs. The emergence of magical organs had granted him a qualitative enhancement in strength, transforming his previous combat style entirely. Whether fleeing, encircling, or launching a strong offensive, his capabilities had significantly improved, and it was foreseeable that he would continue to develop further. Of course, as Karga's foundational asset, his greatest strength remained his exceptionally sturdy, vast, and exquisite physique. However, this was not a capital for reckless abandon. His understanding of this world remained insufficient to proceed with caution. He needed to draw out the half-orc divine incarnation, allowing him to assess, through his own senses or via panels, whether he could contend with it. If he could prevail, then he would engage. If not, he would continue to develop before striking again. If he was utterly outmatched, then he would flee. Having navigated through life thus far, Karga had gradually cultivated an aura of invincibility, ignoring the myriad thoughts that flitted through his mind regarding the subjugation of the half-orcs. Kalga gradually succumbed to slumber. Thus, the dawn of the second day arrived. As he emerged slowly from the cave, a meticulous count revealed that not a single individual had fled. The previous night, he had stood guard at the entrance of the cave, allowing the half-orcs to take refuge within. Unlike many formidable bosses who resided at the deepest recesses of their lairs, Kalga had opted for a different approach. After all, having just subdued them, although a rudimentary order had begun to take shape. Their hearts remained fickle. Should they entertain rebellious thoughts, it would be rather unfortunate if they sealed the cave's exit. While he was not particularly fearful of them blocking the entrance, he also lacked the inclination to dig through stone. If any of the more audacious half-orcs dared to attempt to bypass Calgier's slumbering form and escape, it was merely a possibility. In truth, Calgier's two heads were in a constant state of alternating slumber, with one remaining ever-vigilant one head, then two. Under the scrutiny of the Eldan, no one was missing, and soon they formed a line to report to Calgier. Chaos would give birth to order, and in this moment, a new semblance of order was beginning to emerge. Thus, they embarked once more on a new day of persuasion. Indeed, as Calgier had anticipated, these half-orcs were conflicted in their hearts, their large, bell-like eyes locking onto one another. It was as if they were communicating through their gaze. Why do you stare at me? I am lying low for the tribe. What a coincidence I share the same sentiment, if that is the case. Why not return to relay the message? While this great beast still slumbers, why don't you go back? I wish to remain hidden a while longer, to gather more information. Hasten back with the news. I shall support you. Thus, through the silent exchanges of glances among the half-orcs, they spent the night in a state of mutual watchfulness, as for the credibility of their thoughts and how long they would remain in hiding. It was anyone's guess that IT could be a week, a month, or perhaps a lifetime. After all, some sentiments, when kept bottled up, can transform in nature. The half-orcs, while perhaps simple-minded and physically robust, were not foolish when they undertook tasks. They did so with forthrightness and efficiency. In battle, they were equally decisive, and in surrender, they were just as resolute. Only those whose minds had faltered would choose death, loyalty to the tribe. What was that? Could it sustain them? The backwardness of the half-orc tribal system was once again vividly illustrated. Their loyalty to their own tribe did not even surpass that of their superiors. However, none of this mattered, for they had no chance to return to their tribe. Calgier would forge a new system for them. Thus, continuing the pattern established yesterday, Calgier transformed fragmentation into unity, systematically dismantling the half-orcs' scattered forces one by one. He had entrusted the task of dealing with the disloyal to those half-orcs who had pledged allegiance to him. This tactic of turning his own against one another was designed to leave these loyalists with no avenue of retreat. After all, for the sake of their own safety, a feigned surrender could be begrudgingly accepted, but the act of killing one's kin was something intolerable across any race, meriting the harshest of punishments. 50, 55, 63. As the sweep intensified, Calgier's ranks of half-orcs swelled. Moreover, the closer they drew to the heart of the tribe, the more frequent and numerous the sentinels became. Clearly, even in pursuit of their own safety, the tribal leaders would do all they could to safeguard themselves. The newly joined comrades were evidently many who merely feigned submission, or rather, most were only superficially compliant. Yet, after Calgier repeatedly demonstrated his strength, they at least began to appear more obedient. Initially, some half-orcs had indeed intended to submit in order to gather intelligence, but as more of their compatriots joined their ranks, perhaps to alleviate their guilt, they gradually began to work with greater vigor. After all, the law does not punish the many, and this herd mentality is deeply ingrained in any race. With so many of their own, even if the tribal deity triumphed, it was unlikely they would all be exterminated, right? Holding on to such thoughts, they became increasingly zealous in their efforts to persuade others to surrender. Regardless, the priority was to bolster their numbers. Their endeavors would surely be noted by the divine, and perhaps one day they would be bestowed with the title of captain. Such notions began to take root in the minds of certain half-orcs. One could only say that Calgier's wisdom, derived from the ancestral teachings, was indeed remarkable. Even a mere fraction of that knowledge was sufficient to manipulate the presently lowly half-orc society. Of course, the nature of the half-orcs of Europe remains a mystery. After all, as a race that once thrived at the heart of the continent, Calgier could not believe they were merely endowed with such simplicity. Most likely, they had been irrevocably altered by the ravages of war, leading to a rupture in their civilization. The successors were no longer of the same ilk as their predecessors. It is said that only comrades truly understand one another. Originally, Calgier might have only been able to subdue 6 or 7 out of 10, as there remained some hard nuts to crack. However, with the persuasion of their peers, that ratio expanded once more, saving him considerable effort in the future. Of course, the primary reason lay in Calgier's ruthlessly decisive methods. To put it plainly, he dealt with the disloyal swiftly, leaving no room for resistance. Why keep them alive? Whether to sell to slavers or allow the original tribesmen to redeem them? What good would it do? Apologies, but Calgier had no need for such. What he sought was to quickly and efficiently subjugate more individuals, thereby hastening the collapse of the old order. Under such a straightforward and ruthless policy, even stubborn resistance held no meaning. Thus, many half-orcs quelled their rebellious thoughts. It's not that we lack resolve. Truly, the enemy is simply too cold-blooded, ready to kill at a moment's notice. Who can endure that? Of course, there were indeed some who held a high degree of loyalty to their tribe or their deity, unwilling to forsake their allegiance. For these, Calgier was more than happy to send them to meet their god. Fortunately, the bonds of kinship among the half-orcs were relatively weak. Many did not even know their own fathers, making the case of Captain Isaac an extreme rarity. Otherwise, had familial ties been stronger, those who surrendered might have dwindled even further. Thus, time continued until the onset of night. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the world fell silent, Calgier's half-orc followers had surpassed 100, reaching a total of 124. To this end, he had eliminated more than 30 single-minded individuals. Regarding their actions, Calgier expressed both admiration and acknowledgement. However, if they could not be of service to him, he could only lament their fate. These 124 were divided among 4 half-orcs who had pledged allegiance to him from the outset, further delineating various roles and responsibilities. Now, when faced with enemy forces that required persuasion, it was no longer necessary for Calgier to intervene. These individuals could act on his behalf, and all he needed to do was demonstrate his strength whenever their numbers grew sufficiently. The advantages of establishing a system centered around himself were rapidly becoming evident. Naturally, throughout this process, some traitors chose to flee. As they encircled their former kin, they hurriedly fled, intent on returning to the safety of their tribe. The graves of these individuals were now blanketed with several centimeters of snow. The Steel-Tooth tribe, a relatively unsophisticated half-orc clan steeped in a thin historical legacy, boasted a population of over 3,000 souls. Among them, a tenth had either perished or defected during the recent internal strife. This left a remnant of over 2,700, from which, excluding the non-combatants, elderly and children, there remained more than 2,300 able-bodied individuals. Most of these inhabitants resided within the tribe, with only a select few venturing forth to hunt or to barter goods with other tribes and races. Within the dense forest, they were not the sole tribe in isolation. Rather, a multitude of clans, elves, orcs, half-orcs, goblins, and others were dispersed throughout the terrain. Their diverse lifestyles and racial characteristics dictated their distribution across the woodland's many nooks. The intricate topography and ecological dynamics of the forest hampered any significant population growth, preventing the emergence of city-state systems akin to those of human civilizations. The scarcity of resources perpetually placed them in a state of conflict, yet also compelled them to collaborate. The half-orc tribe, adept at hunting, frequently exchanged their game for weapons with dwarves, medicines with elves, and, oh no, as for the goblins, the lowest tier of the racial hierarchy, they were the targets of scorn from all factions, with no tribe willing to trade with them. They were merely robbed outright. Exchanges occurred only when disparities in strength were minimal. Unequal transactions inevitably led to destruction. At this moment, a caravan laden with weapons and equipment was slowly making its way back to the tribe from the east. This was the culmination of a long-distance trade, and fortunately, both parties had acted without malice, successfully acquiring their desired goods. As a member of the transport team, after such a taxing journey, they finally looked forward to resting within the tribe. Fine wine, exquisite food, and the rewards earned from this venture beckoned to them. Reflecting on this, Swain felt that a splendid life was beckoning him. As the leader of this transport, he was entitled to a share of the spoils, amounting to what a typical half-orc would earn in nearly 2 years of labor. Even in the depths of winter, he could anticipate a comfortable existence that, of course, compared to the dwarven tribe and their luxurious living conditions. His own was still lacking. How they managed to maintain such warmth in winter, akin to summer's embrace, was a mystery to him. Were it not for their excessive exclusivity, he might have considered relocating there. Swain mused. The caravan meandered within the tribe's borders, soon approaching the first checkpoint. Observing the vacant houses before him, Swain couldn't help but chuckle. Those fellows were likely off playing cards somewhere. Once I return to the tribe and collect my rewards, just watch as I win it all from you, he thought. Unlike the tribe's higher-ups who often secluded themselves deep within, he frequently interacted with the personnel stationed at the outer checkpoints, thus possessing a clear understanding of the inner workings. Without further contemplation, they pressed onward, soon arriving at the second checkpoint. Initially hoping for a brief respite to hydrate, they were met with yet another vacant post. These individuals, do they not fear a sudden surprise inspection from those lofty officials? Swain wondered, though he found it not particularly strange. They were fortunate, having approached from the opposite direction of Kalga, thus evading its watchful gaze. They continued on, reaching the third, fourth, yet still, the sounds of their companions were conspicuously absent. A sense of unease began to creep into his heart, but upon reaching the fifth checkpoint, he finally spotted his fellow tribesmen. Breathing a sigh of relief, he presented the tribe's credentials, allowing the caravan to enter the checkpoint's resting area. At this moment, Swain expressed his grievances to the checkpoint leader. Do you have any idea what happened to those patrolling the previous areas? Not a single one to be found. Are they truly so carefree as to disregard the threat of an enemy ambush? It's been a long trek and I am parched. The checkpoint leader, a robust half-orc, standard for their kind, responded, Oh, I was unaware. Have you ventured in? I sent someone yesterday to borrow some supplies, but they too found no one. The leader furrowed his brow. The half-orc territory, while not vast, was adequately sized, and to maintain surveillance over all areas, the higher-ups had divided the tribe into 5 monitoring sectors, scattered throughout the region. This checkpoint was one of the closest to the tribe. In the event of an enemy incursion, the most primitive method of alerting the inner members was by running. After all, not every environment was suitable for constructing human-style signal fires at this moment. The checkpoint leader sensed something amiss and contemplated dispatching someone to report back to the tribe, only to be interrupted by Swain's intervention. Are you foolish? Reporting without clarity. Swain regarded him with an expression of disbelief. As a figure akin to a branch leader within the Steel-Tooth tribe, he clearly occupied a higher echelon of intellect among half-orcs. Even if you must report, at least investigate first if there is truly an issue. That would be one thing that if not, your paranoid behavior will surely leave a negative impression on the higher-ups, Swain advised. Subordinates ought to consider the perspectives of their leaders as thoroughly as possible. Such potentially fruitless actions would undoubtedly be unappreciated by those in authority. The checkpoint leader nodded in agreement and promptly assigned several individuals to conduct an inspection. The outcome was quite surprising. Aside from the few checkpoints nearest to the tribe, all others were completely deserted. In total, around 20 checkpoints, with numbers varying from 3 to 5 individuals, up to more than a dozen, over 200 souls had vanished. This left both the leader and Swain feeling uneasy, their expressions growing increasingly grave as they hastily dispatched personnel to report to the tribe. Meanwhile, the tribe, belatedly recognizing the peculiar situation, became aware of the gravity of the matter. Following the recent internal strife, the half-orc population had not yet rebounded. Even if their children were resilient, they could not mature in mere days. Every member's life was invaluable, let alone the disappearance of nearly 200 individuals. Thus, they initiated a state of emergency throughout the entire tribe and dispatched specialists to investigate the cause. Curse it, you imbecile! Was your brain grown for the benefit of a donkey? So many have gone missing. And you show no reaction whatsoever. A torrent of curses erupted. Who else could it be but the third priest? At this moment, within a familiar conference room filled with those well-known higher-ups, it was as if history was repeating itself. The investigation team leader knelt once more in the center, subjected to a reprimand. His face had swollen to a shade reminiscent of a bitter melon. Just that morning, he had lounged in his cozy nook, basking in the warmth of his stove while enjoying a refreshing popsicle. There is nothing more comforting in the frigid winter than this. Not even the prospect of exchanging it for the most exquisite female orc of the horde would sway him. Yet, Before he could fully relish this comfort, the arrival of an official order compelled him to proceed to the conference room, where he would endure the scathing reprimands of his superiors. How long has it been? Has it even been 2 weeks? Is this never-ending torment to continue? His heart echoed with indignation. He was not typically one to play such a role. Truly, he was not the captain of the reconnaissance team. His full title should rightfully be Chief of Reconnaissance. He bore the responsibility for all matters pertaining to criminal investigations, intelligence gathering, and even the management of the numerous outposts beyond their borders. In essence, he was a figure of considerable influence and authority. Compared to Isaac, the squad leader, the resources and personnel at his disposal were vastly greater. Usually, it was he who chastised and directed others. Few within the horde dared to challenge him. Even those who might attempt to do so would tread carefully, mindful of his rank and the power he wielded. Oh, how was it that, merely days apart, he found himself subjected to such vitriol? What was worse, the ones hurling insults were among the few truly qualified to do so, leaving him with little recourse. Even when they pointed fingers directly at him, he could do nothing but endure. Yet this incident was hardly within his purview. The simultaneous disappearance of over 100 individuals was clearly beyond his capabilities. Furthermore, as the one in charge, how could he be expected to handle every situation personally? If he were to manage every detail, how could he possibly enjoy his own life? With the roles reversed, would you fare any better in such a position? As he observed the third priest, who was muttering incessantly and occasionally showering him with spittle, the reconnaissance captain felt an overwhelming urge to seize that gaping mouth of his and deliver a few sharp blows. Yet, that was merely a fleeting thought. He knew he must remain obedient and endure the tirade. Enough of this. Let's speak less. Even if he were to sever his head, it would serve no purpose. The immediate priority was to ascertain what had transpired. The second priest cast a cold, piercing gaze at the assembly, which finally silenced the third. The hierarchy among the 3 priests was not merely indicative of seniority or status, but also a testament to their strength. Despite their elevated positions, the 3 priests were often overshadowed by the other 2. Perhaps this was why he found it increasingly gratifying to vent his frustrations on those weaker than himself. With the second priest's words, the reconnaissance captain discreetly tuned out the noise. He was accustomed to such matters. He had long since learned to console himself in this manner. As the conference room fell into a hush, the high priest slowly opened his weary eyes. His wise gaze, clouded with age, betrayed the fact that his time was dwindling. He began to speak. It is clear to us all that our warriors have inexplicably vanished, including many capable young men. This is not merely a mystery. It is a provocation, a declaration of war. He surveyed the other half-orcs present and continued, "The lack of substantial evidence at the scene indicates that our adversary possesses formidable strength. However, the complete destruction of certain outposts, coupled with obvious signs of concealment, suggests that the enemy is attempting to mask their presence, and their power does not entirely overwhelm us. Therefore, our task now is to preserve our remaining forces and avoid being picked off one by one." The high priest swiftly rendered the most prudent judgment and proceeded to outline the specific duties assigned to each leader. Conrad, retrieve all stored weapons and distribute them to our warriors. Sarah, double the manpower at the borders. We must not allow a single rat to slip through. Andrew, orders flowed forth and all higher-ups stood at the ready. The 3 priests had clearly defined roles. The 3 priests managed the tribe's overall affairs. The second priest was in charge of combat operations, while the high priest often liaised with divine entities and oversaw all matters of faith. The vast number of bodyguards and priestly aides, including the second and third priests, ultimately fell under his command. Departments that controlled ideology typically held the greatest authority. Thus, the high priest's words were seldom questioned, and the assembly of half-orcs began to take notes on special animal hides as instructed. As the high priest turned his gaze toward the reconnaissance captain, the latter felt a surge of anxiety. Since you occupy this position, you must bear the corresponding obligations and responsibilities that I shall not strip you of your title. But you are to venture to the front lines and uncover the identity of our enemy. The high priest's calm voice brought a sigh of relief to the reconnaissance captain. I shall heed your command and exert my utmost effort. Should I fail, I will present my head before you, he declared, thumping his chest in affirmation that, of course, He had no intention of presenting his head. It was merely a gesture of loyalty. Those in power always sought unwavering allegiance from their subordinates, regardless of the outcome. The high priest nodded in acknowledgement, then proceeded with further instructions and discussions, and the meeting gradually drew to a close. Thanks to their delay, they were spared the foreboding knowledge of malicious intent that plagued the human kingdoms. Otherwise, they might have been less like headless chickens. After the conference concluded, under the direct orders of the high priest, the entire tribe began to operate like a colossal machine, moving slowly yet resolutely. Various departments and personnel swiftly mobilized into a state of heightened alert. The scattered reconnaissance outposts were also instructed to withdraw promptly. After all, the disappearance of dozens of outposts had proven their existence was of little consequence to the enemy. To avoid further casualties, they had no choice but to retract. In a sense, the purpose of their existence had already been fulfilled. They had sounded the alarm of the enemy's approach. However, within the mere span of a single day, 2 more outposts vanished, and over 50 half-orcs disappeared without a trace, with not a soul escaping. This was nothing short of astonishing. While the half-orc tribe's response might be deemed rather sluggish, it was nonetheless effective. Their decision to consolidate their forces successfully left Calgar empty-handed in several subsequent assaults. Consequently, all hidden or overt outposts of the half-orc tribe were either eliminated or withdrawn, resulting in Calgar's ranks swelling to over 150. Reaching 152 individuals. In contemplating the next actions after attacking the subsequent outposts, Calgar considered whether to send his subordinates to persuade the surrender of the enemy. However, after some reflection, he abandoned the idea. He was currently employing violence to control people, relying on the recruitment of defeated foes to continually expand his forces. Should he alter his policy of kill to stop killing, it would give rise to the belief that he was weak and easily bullied, leading many to sacrifice themselves in a bid to demonstrate their own bravery. Even those already under his command would become unsettled. Only by projecting himself as a cold, unfeeling machine could he instill genuine fear in them. To avert such self-destructive tendencies, Calgar decided to maintain the previous policy. If he encountered a few, he would recruit them directly. If he faced many, he would first unleash a massacre to terrify them before bringing them into the fold. What? You propose to lie in wait and strike when the moment is right. Then you may as well lie low for now. After all, what I seek is not your heart submission, but rather the subjugation of your body. Regardless of your thoughts, as long as you can carry out my bidding, that suffices. Thus, the half-orcs, harboring diverse intentions, gradually became a piece of the puzzle in Karga's burgeoning power. However, the half-orc tribe has now wised up and ceased their unwarranted generosity, which leaves Karga somewhat regretful. Nevertheless, it matters little, for his faction has already begun to take shape, by appointing ordinary warriors as overseers and empowering previously marginalized individuals. He has secured the initial support of a few half-orcs. Although this backing is currently fragile, it represents a promising start. After all, one's circumstances often dictate their mindset, and this is no fault of anyone's. Yet at this juncture, Karga has commanded a cessation of activities, having no intention of confronting the tribe head-on. With his adversaries already aware and no intelligence to guide him, how could he act recklessly? His foes are in the light while he remains in the shadows. There is no external threat nor a food crisis, so why rush? Indeed, he must contend with potential lifespan issues, but there is no urgency in the immediate term. Let us not forget, he has assembled a cadre of subordinates. By exploiting their labor, he can procure more provisions than he could through arduous hunting that he has, through these half-orcs, undergone a transformation in status. In the natural world, plants are termed producers as they harness sunlight to create sustenance for other creatures. Herbivores, which rely on a variety of plants for survival, are classified as primary consumers, having acquired the initial means to exert pressure on other life forms. Likewise, carnivores that prey on herbivores are regarded as secondary consumers, wielding a greater degree of oppression. Furthermore, those half-orcs that aggressively hunt carnivores may be deemed tertiary consumers, positioning themselves at the apex of the food chain, by subjugating these half-orcs and compelling them to serve his needs. Karga has ascended to the status of a quaternary consumer. This shift in identity fills him with immense satisfaction, for neither in his past life nor this one has he held the mantle of leadership or savored the benefits of other service. This void has now been wholly filled, that of course. Karga cannot be said to completely oppress these half-orcs. In the ensuing days, he demonstrated this reality. While they amassed sufficient food, Karga's voracious appetite soon plunged them back into a food crisis. Consequently, he assumed the role of a prophet. With his extraordinarily potent ultrasonic abilities, he could venture outside and effortlessly locate abundant food sources. Akin to a buffet at his disposal, he would merely mark these locations on a map and dispatch the newly recruited half-orc squads to retrieve them. The pleasure of waiting for others to satiate his hunger is indeed delightful. Unbeknownst to him, Karga's ultrasonic capability has become a crucial component of his arsenal. Whether in overseeing the half-orcs who feign allegiance, in daily food procurement, or in assisting with skill enhancement through sapphire-like water splashes, it has revealed unprecedented value. The advantage of reconnaissance manifests vividly. Throughout this process, some half-orcs did attempt to flee, only to be apprehended by their comrades. This astonished Karga, who subsequently ordered the escapee to meet their demise. This incident extinguished many of the secretive ambitions harbored by the half-orcs who had pretended to submit to him. What was promised as a feigned defection turned out to be genuine submission. In such an unpredictable environment, mutual suspicion reigned, a state of affairs Karga had inadvertently orchestrated. In truth, even if an entire squad were to defect, escape would be futile. His ultrasonic waves constantly surveil the surroundings. And with his newly developed abilities, he is unmatched in speed, especially during winter. Thus, as time flows on, life becomes increasingly regimented, hearts draw closer, and the momentum of power gradually solidifies. This marks the inception of a faction, where individuals with varied motives converge, each harboring ulterior motives. However, as time progresses, they adapt to the new order and begin to toil for it. Through ongoing self-adjustment and indoctrination, a semblance of loyalty emerges. In this period, the lingering loyalty from the previous faction will continually exert its influence. This is indeed a positive sign, as it suggests that once fully subdued, they will retain a degree of loyalty as subsequent generations arise. The principles of loyalty will take root and flourish under Karga's self-proclaimed divinity. While some half-orcs may harbor doubts, others will embrace belief. Having such individuals as steadfast anchors within this community is more than sufficient. The premise is that this new force should not excessively exploit the beast folk. Otherwise, as the saying goes, the water that carries the boat can also overturn it. Even with the formidable and irresistible power of Kalga as support, they would choose to flee at the slightest hint of dissent. That would signify the collapse of a great force, marking the beginning of its demise. Although Kalga exhibits overt brutality and decisiveness, his cruelty is directed towards those who resist. For those who diligently perform their duties, he seldom interferes. Apart from assigning fundamental tasks, all other matters are entrusted to various leaders for their own arrangement, which serves as a transfer of contradictions. Look, it is your superior who exploits you. It has nothing to do with me. Consequently, these half-beast folk enjoy a considerable degree of freedom. They have also established different hierarchies within their ranks, where the strong command the weak, and the weak, in turn, direct those even weaker. This interlinked, pyramid-like structure is relatively stable. Kalga is responsible for the search for food, while the half-beast folk handle its collection. The former saves time, and the latter avoids danger. Both parties benefit. Moreover, those half-beast folk who initially boarded Kalga's ship under duress have gradually begun to appreciate the advantages. Here, as in their own tribes, they are free from the worries of hunger and clothing, and they do not have to endure the chaotic oppression of bureaucracy. Even better, they are spared the exceedingly tedious ritualistic sacrifices that occur at regular intervals. All they need to do is retrieve food from the points marked on a map by Kalga, leaving the rest of their time for their own pursuits. Whether playing cards or engaging in other activities, Kalga imposes no restrictions upon them. The inclination of their beastly hearts has gradually shifted. 5 days, 10 days. Thanks to the assistance of these half-beast folk in gathering evolutionary resources, Kalga's rate of evolution point accumulation has surged once more. Coupled with previous gains, it soon reached 100%. Without any notification or warning, Kalga chose to commence the evolution process one evening. The duration was brief. During this time, Calga was aware that he had not consumed any special food, so substantial changes in his body were unlikely. Resulting in a relatively shorter period of slumber, to prevent any ill thoughts from arising among the half-beast folk, he kept this to himself and swiftly completed the process. Meanwhile, the half-beast folk continued with their activities, sleeping soundly in their tents. And due to the continuous expansion of Calga's power, the previous small cave was no longer sufficient to accommodate so many half-beast folk. Thus, a nearby area was chosen, allowing them to construct their own living quarters. Merely after a single night, Calga's evolution had concluded precisely as he had anticipated. Apart from his physical size increasing further to nearly 10 meters, there were no significant changes in other aspects. Rather, these alterations were subtle, eliminating useless genes from the depths of his DNA and activating effective ones, enhancing the stability of his body, the fluidity of his strength, and even the smoothness of his magical energy flow. It seemed that this transformation even had an impact on his lifespan. Ultimately, these subtle changes were imperceptible to Calga himself. He merely felt that his body was growing increasingly powerful, and that was sufficient. Despite relying on this evolutionary ability to continually augment his strength, he did not relent in his exploration of magical energy. This is one of the fundamental powers of this world, and always possesses its own advantages. Currently, the two types of magic he has mastered have brought him immense delight. Not only has he developed numerous techniques, but his physical form has also been subtly stimulated, rendering it more resilient. Simultaneously, he has grown exceedingly curious about other attributes of magic, particularly that which the princess wielded against him initially. The mist that could slow down the body remains an enigma to him. He has yet to comprehend its true nature. Though he feels intrigued, he is not in a hurry. What is yours will ultimately be yours, as long as he can absorb this tribe. With a significant expansion of his power, he believes he will eventually discover methods to master more varieties of magic. However, for now, he is yet to reach the limits of the abilities he currently possesses. Coveys, how do you feel? In the eerie cave, Calga's massive form lay coiled, encircling a half-beast folk in the center. A long, barbed tail had emerged from the back of the half-beast folk's neck, yet it had not claimed his life. He was one of the 4 half-beast folk who had surrendered to Calga from the very beginning. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and even the veins on his face were visibly protruding, rendering his already grotesque visage even more fearsome. He gasped heavily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Thank you, my God. I feel my body brimming with power. I believe even Ram would be no match for me." Although Coveys' face bore a grim expression, he could not suppress the elation radiating from him. His robust tail swayed involuntarily, and his entire physique had visibly swelled with muscle, tearing his clothing apart. His formidable aura was significantly stronger than before. Narrowing his eyes, Calga surveyed the outcome with great satisfaction. Coveys was the weakest among the initial, for he had subdued. Despite being a soldier, he lacked even half the strength of a typical soldier, and many who came after him surpassed him by a considerable margin. Yet, due to his early submission, Calga had entrusted him with significant responsibilities, commanding many half-beast folk. Although these individuals would not openly challenge him, they would still express their disdain in subtle ways, aware that he could not expect Calga to intervene on his behalf. Coveys could only bottle up his frustration and feign ignorance. However, half-beast folk are inherently a warlike race. How could they endure such indignation? Calga observed all of this keenly. Coincidentally, he had recently embarked on experimental endeavor after a sudden inspiration, and he required materials. If magical energy could bestow him with formidable strength, what would happen if he injected that power into others? Upon this realization, without a moment's hesitation, Calga seized an innocent squirrel that happened to pass by and subjected it to an experiment. As anticipated, upon the insertion of the tail stinger into its body, the creature explosively perished, akin to an overinflated balloon bursting into a splatter of tomato sauce under intense heat. Although the initial outcome was unfortunate, Calga's 12 eyes keenly observed the physical transformations in the squirrel prior to its demise. The muscles swelled, the skin grew more resilient, clearly indicating a shift towards enhancement to Calga. This phenomenon was a promising sign. Thus, the innate curiosity of the researcher from a past life began to manifest, prompting Karga to conduct experiments on various living beings incessantly. In this realm, devoid of animal protection organizations, Karga was free to act without restraint. While this diverged significantly from his previous research focus, the overarching methodology remained consistent. Consequently, Karga devoted the majority of his energy to this newfound pursuit. Eventually, after a considerable period, he achieved some measure of success. A bewildered hedgehog was extracted from snowdrift, and before it could comprehend its situation, it felt its body steadily growing stronger, an unprecedented surge of power, as if it could obliterate its former self with a mere punch. Subsequently, it was devoured by Karga. This marked his inaugural triumph. With the experience of his first success, subsequent endeavors became feasible. After numerous successful trials and the consumption of more failed specimens, Karga summoned the somewhat sarcastically regarded Coveys. Karga understood that, at this moment, Coveys yearned for formidable strength more than anyone else. Following a discussion, and bolstered by Karga's assurance of a 100 success rate, Coveys consented to the enhancement procedure, although there have been successful cases involving other animals. Karga, wishing to ensure a favorable start and to avoid risking his limited allies, opted to significantly reduce the dosage administered. Even so, Coveys' physical prowess was greatly augmented. Upon returning, he could shatter withered wood with a single blow. However, strength, much like a potent poison, breeds addiction. The ease with which it was acquired, courtesy of divine favor, was a stark contrast to the arduous, time-consuming training methods of the half-beast knights passed down through tribal tradition. Thus, unable to withstand his yearning for power, Coveys, undeterred by the risk of reproach, returned to Karga, seeking further assistance. Karga appreciated the initiative, thus increasing the dosage. This led to the aforementioned scene. Should Coveys perish, it would be regrettable. It would serve to enhance his data collection to Karga's surprise. However, Coveys endured and achieved yet another leap in strength, stirring a sense of excitement within Karga. It appeared that the potential of this ability was indeed vast. Yet, the limits of this enhancement method remained unknown to Karga. While the enhancement was swift, no reward comes without cost, and hidden within were certain sacrifices. One such cost was the depletion of Karga's magical energy. If Karga's total magical capacity were to be quantified as 1,000 units, it would naturally increase by 1 unit each day. Today it stands at 1,000, tomorrow at 1,001, and so forth. However, during Coveys' initial infusion, Karga expended 0.5 units of magic, and during the second, a staggering 2 units. This depletion was permanent, unlike the usual consumption, which could be replenished. Nevertheless, Karga regarded this as trivial, as it merely represented 2 days' worth of magical energy, easily compensated by the increase in his total capacity. Yet, this was merely one aspect of the cost. Gazing intently at Coveys' muscles, which had swelled to near bursting, Karga observed that his magical essence was gradually solidifying within Coveys. The form suggested a slow integration with his physique, predominantly within the muscular structure. Nourished by Karga's magic, Coveys' previously mediocre innate abilities would be significantly enhanced over time, naturally refining his physical attributes. Much like Karga himself. However, such rapid advancements came with consequences. Forcibly unlocking long-held potential could lead to dire ramifications for Coveys' lifespan. Yet, for one who had endured such indignities, nothing was more crucial than the reclamation of dignity. Furthermore, every endeavor bears a cost, albeit to varying degrees. If Coveys were to engage in self-training, dedicating 2 to 3 hours per day over a span of 20 to 30 years, the cumulative time spent would likely eclipse the lifespan sacrificed in this process. Observing Coveys' ecstatic expression, Karga felt no hesitation in conveying this potential consequence. Concealing this possibility would indeed be feasible, but should the truth emerge later, should Coveys' early aging be revealed to Karga's subordinates, it could spell disaster for his influence. Moreover, Karga was no ordinary being. His existence approached that of a deity compared to these lesser half-beasts, and he had no desire to engage in deception over such trivial matters, barring his mood. Upon learning of the price, Coveys momentarily faltered, but swiftly regained his composure, kneeling with renewed reverence. "My God, The mere fact that you expend divine power to enhance my form fills me with trepidation. For me, the slight sacrifice of even a fraction of my lifespan is inconsequential. Acquiring such power is indeed a tremendous boon. His expression bore a mixture of astonishment and profound respect. Across the vast expanse of the continent, tales of deities empowering their followers have long circulated. In truth, such acts have been extolled by various churches to attract devotees. Yet, these occurrences exist primarily in legend, with only a minuscule fraction of individuals ever receiving such honors, necessitating significant contributions. However, for Karga, having known Covey's for but a brief time, the mere act of loyalty had compelled him to enhance Covey's strength, undoubtedly elevating Covey's status among the masses. What was I thinking? I had even contemplated questioning my God's legitimacy, and at one point, I considered fleeing. How foolish of me! I shall henceforth devote myself wholeheartedly to my God, even at the cost of my life. Covey's resolved, filled with gratitude for Karga's benevolence and regretting his earlier thoughts. Observing the fervent expression on Covey's half-beast visage, Karga remained impassive, yet felt an inexplicable bond forming between them. He took note of this sensation in the recesses of his mind. Sensing Covey's heartbeat, Karga felt a sense of satisfaction. After a moment's reflection, he addressed Covey's. Covey's, I am aware of the events that transpired prior and the doubts that linger in your heart. After a brief pause, another head spoke. Now, I present you with an opportunity, a legitimate chance to prove yourself. Covey's colossal head was firmly pressed against the ground, showing no inclination to rise, yet his ears were taut, intent on capturing every utterance from the divine. Currently, my influence remains woefully insubstantial. Most of those who serve me are mere followers, and true devotees are few and far between that I lack genuine believers. Kalga's 12 frigid eyes fixated intently on Covey's, who lifted his gaze to meet Kalga's. However, in the latter's eyes, this was a manifestation of trust and grandeur. My deity, they are oblivious to your magnificence and benevolence. Trust me, grant us some time, and we shall cultivate them diligently, transforming their thoughts. Covey spoke reverently. Once he finished, sensing he had overstepped, he swiftly pressed his head back to the ground, producing a heavy thud. Disregarding Covey's actions, Kalga detached one of his own barbed tails, grasping it firmly with his pincers, slowly turning to continue. Thus, I shall reform our faction that I intend for your existence to transcend mere tribal identity. Evolving into that of my devoted followers, the glimmer of brilliance flashed in Kalga's eyes. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Twilight Pontificate. Raise my banner, proclaim my ideology, and embody my will. His voice resonated with a steadiness devoid of emotion, effectively bestowing a name upon his burgeoning power. The implication was clear. Should anyone dare hinder his path, the last glimmer of twilight they would perceive would be from the corner of their eye. Kalga's choice of name foreshadowed a tumultuous journey ahead. Seek out those three. Inform them to organize a tournament. Whoever emerges victorious shall be the pontiff of the pontificate. He waved the discarded stinger before Covey's as a symbol of identity. The half-orc meticulously etched Kalga's commands into his memory, though a tumult of emotions surged within him. Currently, the strongest within the tribe was Ram, a result acknowledged by all following private contests. Unlike his previous self, who had merely ascended to leadership through Kalga's intimidation, he now struggled to gain the respect of his subordinates. Yet, based solely on Ram's displayed strength, he was undoubtedly no match for Covey's now. The former was merely of intermediate knightly prowess, while Covey's had seemingly reached the threshold of a high-ranking knight at a tournament. What kind of contest? Everything was dictated by Kalga's directives, and the power he wielded was granted directly by the divine. The deity certainly could not be unaware of Covey's burgeoning strength. The only explanation was that this position was effectively predetermined for him. His heart raced uncontrollably. With this thought, Covey's gratitude and admiration surged to a pinnacle. As the leader of a small band of 100, he felt dwarfed by the presence of the divine. However, it should be noted that Kalga rarely intervened in affairs, only providing overarching goals. Thus, in reality, the position of pontiff represented true leadership. Moreover, Judging by Kalga's current inclinations, it was evident that he intended to take decisive action to conquer the entire half-orc tribe at that moment. I would be but one beneath thousands. No, rather, I would stand above tens of thousands. Covey's heart swelled with excitement as he envisioned the day he ascended to that position. He was but a common soldier, yet through loyalty he had attained such honor. Covey's promptly affirmed to Kalga his unwavering commitment to fulfill the task at hand. In truth, this was indeed Kalga's desire, to elevate him within the organization to serve as a model for others. Look at this individual, who, through genuine trust in me, not only holds the exalted position of pontiff, but also wields formidable power. You all should strive to please me. This was the power of example. Though the strategy was rather conventional, the influence of a role model was boundless. It was through such measures that the internal dynamics of a faction stabilized, gradually forming its core values. This was a form of inspirational power, driven by mutual benefit, attracting the half-orcs through tangible incentives to forge a community of shared interests, ensuring longevity. After a final respectful salute, Covey's lowered his head and gradually exited the cavern, but a faction that endures over time often evolves into a labyrinth of complex and superfluous processes that delay progress. However, for Kalga's newly established faction, the lack of time-honored traditions prevented the development of cumbersome procedures, greatly enhancing operational efficiency. Moreover, since this entire faction served as Kalga's personal domain, there was no room for bureaucratic tangles. A simple verbal notification sufficed to commence the tournament. The process was both efficient and straightforward. Under the watchful gaze of the divine, the participants vowed to refrain from underhanded tactics, subsequently gathering all 150 individuals in an open space, where they briefly arranged the venue and outlined the requirements before commencing the contest. The stipulations were simple. No permanent injuries were to be inflicted. After all, what would happen if someone were to be harmed in a mere tournament? Jeopardizing the service to Kalga, weapons and methods were unrestricted. 2 individuals would stand upon a designated area and engage in primal combat. Though many were compelled to join Kalga's faction, that was a thing of the past. Who could foresee the future? Securing a higher position was advantageous for anyone. For those half-orcs who had already pledged their allegiance to Kalga, this was especially true. Thus, despite many knowing their limitations, they were eager to test their fortunes in hopes of claiming that coveted position. Given the explicit rules against causing debilitating harm, the likelihood of losing control was relatively low. Approximately 100 out of 150 individuals signed up for the tournament, with merely 7 rounds of competition. All registered half-orcs could showcase their prowess. Many would receive buys. With sufficient luck, some might find themselves with consecutive buys, resting while others fought, potentially winning the contest. Nevertheless, most half-orcs merely sought the thrill of the challenge. Their nature was inherently combative. For them, the absence of danger coupled with an opportunity to fight was exceedingly rare. Of course, some half-orcs joined purely for the enjoyment of battle, while others aimed for the position itself. Ram and 3 others held considerable acclaim. Many speculated that the victor would emerge from among them. However, when the tournament commenced, all attention shifted to Covey's as he shed his voluminous robe. Covey's had garnered a modest reputation among these individuals. Though it was hardly flattering that as a half-orc, especially one in a mid-tier position, his strength appeared rather feeble. His muscles and fists seemed almost fragile, leading many to ridicule him behind his back. Yet now he was transformed. Previously concealed beneath his loose garments, his physique was now revealed, muscles bulging with the potential to crush, veins coursing like worms across his body. His tail resembled a powerful whip, poised for action. What on earth have you been consuming? Has there been a second awakening? This is the prevailing thought among most individuals at this moment, particularly for those like Ram, who possess relatively formidable strength. The sensation is even more pronounced. Astonishment, curiosity, despair, and inner turmoil intertwine within him, creating a complex tapestry of emotions. The previous Cavis posed no threat in his eyes, yet now an unsettling sense of trepidation lingers. The reality affirms that his feelings are not mere illusions. In the subsequent battles, Cavis reveals his devastating combat style, reminiscent of a force that can wither anything in its path. While his techniques may be deemed mediocre, his sheer muscularity is undeniably extraordinary. evoking both fear and envy. Soon, it is their turn to face off. Amidst the sound of spitting blood, Ram is helplessly sent flying. Several others of comparable strength follow suit. Thus, this hastily convened martial arts tournament comes to an abrupt conclusion. With genuine respect, Cavis is appointed as the inaugural pope of the Twilight Church. Naturally, the victorious participants, the formidable half-orcs, are assigned various responsibilities. Following the tournament's conclusion, Kalga personally intervenes, unleashing his scorching magical energy, which, under the fearful gaze of the onlookers, transforms the previously poisonous shard into a staff, personally placing it into Cavis's hands. Driven by a sense of ceremony and duty, Cavis kneels heavily to the ground, accepting this symbol of identity. The remaining half-orcs, witnessing this, also kneel, chanting praises to Kalga. This marks the birth of the church, the dawn of a new faith. Such rituals are familiar to these half-orcs from their prior tribal practices. It represents a unique divine right and a proclamation of strength. After completing these formalities, Kalga retreats to his cave. For him, engaging in such meaningless formalism, playing house with them, is far less comfortable than retreating to his abode to conduct experiments. The half-orcs evidently prefer not to have such a lethal figure in their midst. Consequently, after Kalga departs, the half-orcs remain kneeling for a moment before gradually rising under Cavis's guidance. Gazing at Cavis, now wielding the staff, the once slender half-orc has vanished, replaced by a robust and imposing figure. With the staff in hand, he exudes an even greater aura of authority. The eyes of the crowd are filled with envy and jealousy. Yet, none dare approach him, for not only does strength stand in the way, but the disparity in status also constrains them. Subsequently, the majority of the half-orcs disperse to attend to their duties. Only a few, either of considerable strength or those who had previously aligned with Aiden, possess the privilege to gather around Cavis to offer compliments and engage in discussions. Congratulations, Cavis. No, Your Grace Cavis. Indeed, congratulations. From this day forth, you stand above all. We shall all heed your command and look to you for guidance. A chorus of either compliments or flattery resonates, leaving Cavis feeling immensely gratified. Although he has temporarily acquired formidable power, this newfound strength has not swiftly transformed his mindset. He remains quite pleased with their words. Well said, well said. We are all working for the great deity. Everything is manageable. After an exchange of mutual flattery, Aiden, unable to contain himself, poses a profound question to Cavis. Your Grace Cavis, what has happened to your body? How have you suddenly become so formidable? Your physique is truly enviable, having cultivated such muscle in such a short time. No one else could achieve what you have so effortlessly. You possess a secret. Oh, that sounds rather peculiar, Aiden remarks. As one of Kalga's earliest loyal subjects, he naturally holds a higher status, making him the most suitable to inquire at this juncture, with someone daring to ask this question. The other half-orcs fall silent, as if in agreement, plunging the space into a stillness. Each one eagerly awaits to discern Cavis's methods. In truth, this is the fundamental purpose of their flattery. Otherwise, who would waste time engaging in such banter? Unless it concerns their essential interests, no one genuinely cares. As the once complimentary voices fade into silence, the atmosphere becomes somewhat comical, and a hint of awkwardness washes over Cavis. However, he does not become irate. He blinks, takes a deep breath, and, in the most solemn and composed tone possible, declares, "All of this is the work of the divine. I can only say that as long as everyone sincerely worships the great deity, they too can attain what they desire." Cavis's limited intellect struggles to convey subtlety. This is Kalga's command, that I provide you with the opportunity to gain strength. You serve me in return. This is a transaction where everyone benefits. However, laying such matters bare would be unseemly for all parties involved, and it would not easily engender a loyal following. Thus, despite the essence of the transaction remaining unchanged, it must be cloaked in the guise of faith. For Cavis, this presents a dilemma. On one hand, he dares not defy the deity's will and is compelled to serve earnestly. On the other hand, he wishes to delay others from obtaining power from the deity, lest it threaten his position. Consequently, he resorts to such ambiguous phrasing that I have spoken. Believe it or not. What? If worshipping the deity yields no results, It must be due to your lack of sincerity. Take him away and give him 50 lashes. With these conflicted thoughts, Cavis struggles to articulate such phrases. Upon hearing Cavis's words, the other half-orcs appear as if they have eaten something distasteful, harboring disdain within. Of course, the news of the tournament was disseminated by the deity. Your sudden surge in strength must be connected to the divine. Your reasoning is so profound. It's akin to flatulence, they think, while maintaining smiles and feigned admiration. Indeed, you are correct, as long as we sincerely worship the great deity. We believe we can attain such strength, though it may never surpass yours. After another round of mutual flattery, the half-orcs, realizing they cannot glean any information from Cavis, gradually disperse, regardless of their internal musings. The outward show of reverence greatly satisfies Cavis and strengthens his resolve to continue serving Kalga. As for the departing half-orcs, they have not left empty-handed. At the very least, they have discerned that their new deity may possess the ability to significantly enhance their strength. Moreover, they possess the ability to perform cosmetic enhancements, endowing them with a robust exterior. Each high-ranking half-orc has their circle of friends and trusted subordinates. Even if their acquaintance has been brief, that it is said that one can connect with any individual in the world through merely 7 transfers. A fact that holds particularly true within the domain of Karga. With so few individuals in total, news spreads rapidly, disseminating from 1 to 10 and then to 100, ensuring that every half-orc becomes aware. This results in the continual fermentation of various ulterior motives. If there were individuals who previously sought a brief period of concealment as informants within the tribe, the thoughts of these individuals have now delved even deeper. They're certainly bound to return to the tribe, but prior to that, they wish to experiment with the newly embraced deity to see if they can attain enhancement, thus enabling them to serve the tribe more effectively. This ambiguous mindset, whether self-deception or deceit towards others, gradually takes root in the hearts of a small number of half-orcs. Consequently, they become more diligent in their daily tasks and increasingly devout in their prayers to Karga. This leads to the consolidation of Karga's power. Oh, no, it should now be referred to as the Twilight Church, becoming even more stable. In truth, organisms and populations share many similarities. Each individual is a confluence of complex thoughts, capable of simultaneously experiencing fear and bravery, sorrow, and joy. It is this infinite amalgamation of thoughts that gives rise to intricate sentient beings. The same applies to a faction. Individuals harbor their own selfish desires, alongside a sense of guilt for betraying their original tribe and a degree of devotion to Karga. The synthesis of these diverse sentiments has shaped the present-day Twilight Church. This moment, the proportion of genuine devotion among these sentiments is steadily increasing. Simultaneously, Karga's ability to elevate other strengths increasingly resembles that of a deity. This compels many half-orcs to genuinely transform their faith. Compared to the life previously revered by the tribe, this newfound deity appears far more powerful and divine. Does it not? Thus, life continues, and with the establishment of the Twilight Church, the cohesion of this rebellious group seems to have significantly strengthened, enhancing both their execution and zeal. The previously lethargic demeanor appears to have been imbued with a sense of mission. Those on guard duty no longer wander in a daze, and those responsible for foraging no longer idle away their time. They genuinely seek to attain formidable power through their fervor. However, the reality is that Karga lacks the capacity to sense faith, rendering their actions ultimately futile. Yet, it is not entirely in vain, as it has at least provided them with spiritual encouragement. Much like many religions that venerate intangible entities, the existence of the object of their faith may not be of paramount importance. What truly matters is that they derive spiritual support through this process. As long as they can perceive their actions as being for that supreme goal or existence, they will generate boundless motivation. For those deities, the worship of these mortals may not hold significance individually, but for the devotees, it embodies the very essence of their existence. If an elusive object of faith can evoke such sentiments, how much more potent must be the reverence directed towards Karga, a tangible and powerful entity. This fervor reached its zenith following the transformation of the 3 bishops. Yes, after Covey's became the Pope of the Twilight Church. Ram, Hegel, and Aidan were each designated as cardinals, uniting under the Pope's governance, each responsible for distinct affairs. Below them were several relatively superior individuals selected from the last battle, along with existing mid-level administrators, serving as priests and nuns, thus establishing a three-tiered hierarchy. Karga had some understanding of political matters, yet he was entirely unversed in religious affairs, and these newly subjugated half-orcs were rather simplistic in their thinking. Therefore, he opted to adopt the hierarchical system reminiscent of the Roman Church from his previous life. The order, from top to bottom, was Pope, Cardinal, Chief Bishop, Archbishop, Priest, and Nun. For now, he merely established a framework, intending to fill it with personnel later. However, using such an intangible notion to win hearts and secure their loyalty is indeed a brilliant strategy. Unlike the other half-orcs, who harbored more fear towards Karga, Ram, Hegel, and Aidan had known him longer and were closer to him. Thus, after a period of inner turmoil, they ultimately overcame their fears and approached Karga to express their desires for the formidable power he could bestow. Karga readily agreed to their request, thus adding 3 more experimental subjects to his database. The newly established organization required manpower, so Karga did not infuse them with excessive magical energy to take risks. He merely administered a dosage akin to that which Covey's received during his initial infusion. Fortunately, aside from some swelling discomfort, the 3 did not meet a tragic end and even experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Karga was exceedingly pleased, even beginning to wonder if the similarity between himself and the half-orcs was particularly high, as thus far, none of the 4 experimental subjects had perished without testing the limits. Survival was merely survival. Karga did not dwell on it excessively. He was not a mad scientist intent on extracting the full value from an individual. Once he had conquered the entire half-orc tribe, he would have an abundance of experimental subjects. With this mindset, he allowed the 3 elated cardinals, who had successfully undergone enhancement, to depart, while he immersed himself once more into the study of magical energy. Continuous research and learning are essential for rapid advancement in strength. Karga may not care, but the 3 cardinals certainly do. After receiving their enhancements, their overall muscularity increased significantly, and they even appeared to have gained some height. With their veins bulging like those of berserkers, without much pretense, they paraded through their territory bare-chested, draped only in cloaks, showcasing their muscular physiques, enduring the biting cold winds without retreating. This display successfully satiated their vanity. Other members of the Twilight Church, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly dumbfounded, their gazes fixated upon them. What is happening? What is going on? It was one thing for the Pope to possess such musculature. But how had these 3 transformed so drastically in such a short time? Their inquiries would inevitably go unanswered, or not asked. The answer lies in the divine benefaction of their Lord. The disparity in information and connections was starkly evident at this moment. In truth, as long as one worked for Karga, regardless of who approached him seeking assistance, he could fulfill that wish, given their status as his subordinates. After all, their lives were not his to bear. However, constrained by cognitive limitations, perceptions, and status disparities, most half-orcs could not fathom this. They dared not approach Karga. Only those few who were closer could glean such insights. Some foolish half-orcs even believed that the physical transformations of the 3 cardinals and the Pope were merely the result of their diligent efforts. This situation underscores that choices often outweigh mere effort. The ramifications of information discrepancies can be profoundly detrimental. Observing this scene, several high-ranking officials had already reaped such rewards, while the recently promoted priests and nuns were filled with anticipation. Their hearts racing with excitement, convinced that they would be next in line. Imagining themselves with muscles bulging a size larger, transforming into such formidable figures, the half-orcs could not help but drool with desire. This was the coveted visage they yearned for. They envisioned a day when they, like the esteemed bishops, could unleash a roar that would rip their garments apart, charging towards their foes wielding massive blades, their spirits soaring with anticipation. However, the reality was that their numbers were insufficient, compounded by the fact that Ierdin and his companions were indeed the elite of their faction. Moving forward, they needed to perform tasks that required a degree of strength, which was why Cargo was willing to enhance them individually, but only after they had sworn fealty multiple times. If a larger group were to approach him, he would remind them that he was a master, not a servant, and would not squander his magical energy to assist them. Such audacity would not be tolerated. It would be more fitting to simply dismiss them. Fortunately, the half-orcs, cowed by his intimidation, refrained from such foolishness. Otherwise, he would have had to consider whether to lead a more astute race. Nevertheless, the presence of 4 living examples, for robust, muscle-bound figures, sparked a glimmer of hope among the remaining half-orcs. The examples set by the Pope and the 3 bishops served as the finest advertisement, clearly marked devoid of deceit, compared to those malevolent deities who took advantage of one's generosity yet failed to deliver. This was infinitely preferable. As long as one sincerely served Karga, rewards would surely follow. Under the encouragement of Erupted and his companions, the camp radiated with vitality, each individual's eyes gleaming with ambition. In truth, the half-orcs had little to occupy themselves with. Their tasks merely involved foraging for food, cooking, and perhaps a bit of patrolling, nothing overly burdensome. Thus, they did not undertake significant fortifications or constructions within the camp. There were no breweries or armories to speak of. Building such establishments required both manpower and expertise. And attempting to handle this independently would be far too cumbersome. It would be far more prudent to wait for Kargas' leadership to seize the original tribe directly. Indeed, this very camp could be abandoned, and they could instead claim dominion over the original half-orc tribe, confident that with divine assistance, their lives would flourish. This moment, many within the Twilight Church were convincing themselves to rebel under the guise of rescuing their comrades. Otherwise, they would struggle to overcome their inner turmoil. The world was vast, and this forest was expansive, home to countless races. Thanks to the captured half-orcs, Karga had begun to grasp the power dynamics in the area. Yet he showed no inclination to act. To expand his influence, he first needed to address the half-orc tribe before tending to other matters. Otherwise, the influx of mixed information and cultural clashes among different races would complicate any efforts to conquer other tribes, leaving him unable to manage the aftermath and yielding insufficient results. Thus, patience was paramount. At this moment, Karga resembled a cold hunter, lurking in the shadows, plotting against his neighbors. As night fell, cloaked by the moonlight, the forest appeared eerily silent. More than 10 half-orcs struggled to drag a colossal creature through the snow, with Erupted leading the charge, his bulging red muscles unmistakably prominent. This creature resembled a monstrous mass of sludge, having been dormant in the depths of the swamp throughout the frigid winter. Concealed by its camouflage exterior and the swamp's murky environment, it was rarely discovered by other creatures. If it could survive the long winter, it would once again reign supreme over the swamp. Alas, it had been peacefully slumbering when the surface of the frozen swamp was violently disrupted. A band of grotesque creatures, towering over 1.8 meters, descended upon it. Even the swamp monster found them repulsive. They began to assault it mercilessly, leaving the swamp creature bewildered. Fortunately, its thick skin allowed it to endure. However, the arrival of a larger and more robust beast delivered a crushing blow. Shattering its nearly fluid exterior in pain, it attempted to flee but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming might of the red beast's massive fists, ending its life. Subsequently, the half-orcs transported the carcass back, gazing at the imposing Erupted leading the group. The other half-orcs were starry-eyed, filled with admiration and envy. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement only grows. Guided by Karga's map, they had come to hunt, only to encounter such a formidable adversary. But thanks to the timely arrival of Cardinal Erupted, the prey was swiftly dispatched. It was worth noting that just days prior, Erupted had been in their ranks, hardly any stronger than them. Now, observing his streamlined physique and exaggerated dimensions, they felt an overwhelming yearning for the power he possessed. Yet they were merely ordinary followers, resigned to deepening their commitment to service. For them, whether Karga was a deity or a monster mattered little. As long as he could bestow strength upon them, they were content to offer their loyalty without the necessity of sacrificing their souls. Thus, this nearly 4-meter-long mollusk was dragged by 10 half-orcs back to Karga's lair at No. It should be noted that it was 9, as one half-orc diligently erased their tracks behind them. This was Karga's directive, to conceal their traces when venturing outside. He had no desire to be pursued unceremoniously. That night, the mollusk entered Karga's belly. Its supple form and slippery exterior were mere trifles to him, incapable of withstanding the searing heat of his volatile fire element or the tearing of his massive pincers. After being easily crushed, it was handed over to the cook responsible for preparing ingredients, transformed into a delectable roast. It must be said, the more unsightly the creature, the more surprising the culinary delight it often yielded. This sludge monster, despite its ghastly appearance, upon being cut and portioned, bore a striking resemblance to the succulent cuts of pork, with a perfect balance of fat and lean meat, both resilient and chewy, making it a delightful accompaniment to any meal. Sated after devouring the final piece of roasted meat, Karga found himself reflecting deeply on the meaning of existence, before succumbing once more to slumber. His influence was now on the right track. He could afford to leave for a time without concern. At this moment, there remained 20 days until the end of winter in this region. Time and perspective shifted once more. 10 days, 20 days as time passed. The half-orc tribe ultimately proved unable to endure the wait. Their food reserves were not infinite, necessitating interaction with the outside world. With this mindset, they discreetly dispatched several scouts. Among them was the half-orc scout captain, who, after several blunders, had exhausted the patience of the higher-ups. Under their coercive orders, he did not present his head to the priests, but genuinely joined the frontline efforts. Fortunately, his near-elite knight strength allowed him to maintain a leadership role even after demotion, directing a band of individuals in their tasks, rendering his duties not overly arduous. Subsequently, he led a contingent on patrol within the tribe's territory. Naturally, he was mindful of his own survival. Never daring to venture far, he would only approach the nearest circle of sentinels surrounding the tribe. As a result, he had never encountered Karga and his companions. Had he possessed a modicum more courage and broadened his exploratory range, he might have chanced upon his former kin, currently observing them with an air of hostility. Unlike the previously stationed guards, whose skills varied considerably, many of whom had been dispatched to the border due to their relative weakness, the reconnaissance captain, despite his disregard for the lives of others, was acutely aware of the presence of enigmatic enemies lurking beyond the tribe's confines. Although the precise strength of these adversaries remained unknown, it was certain they surpassed his OWTO ensure his safety. He had summoned all his most trusted allies and formidable subordinates. A formidable contingent of 50 to 60 orcs traversed the territory, each clad in the sturdiest armor and wielding the sharpest weapons. They encircled the reconnaissance captain, not only to identify potential foes, but also to inspect their domain, thereby providing a sense of security to the higher-ups. After all, from the perspective of the leadership, it was preferable to avoid confrontation, for should they encounter enemies, their lives would be the first to be lost. Even if they managed to retreat, they would have ample time, unlike those who could not coexist with the tribe's demise. Another objective was to seek sustenance, for it was imprudent to rely solely on dwindling resources. However, what troubled the reconnaissance captain was the fruitlessness of his prolonged efforts. He had failed to find even a semblance of prey. Only vermin and small birds graced his search, insufficient to satiate even their appetites, let alone replenish the tribe's stores. Were it not for his undeniable strength, he would have long been relegated to the status of an ordinary foot soldier. Yet, in recent days, the higher-ups seemed to have discerned his habitual superficial patrols near the borders and thus commanded him to venture further afield, threatening to strip him of his position otherwise. Feeling constrained, he cautiously embarked on his exploration, despite his near-nightly prowess providing little assurance. After all, life was singular, and no amount of perceived security could remedy the finality of death. Thus, he led his subordinates onward at a deliberate pace. Suddenly, the keen instincts of a seasoned warrior detected something amiss. He abruptly turned his gaze towards the snowy terrain and seized an arrow from a nearby attendant, releasing it with force that a mournful wail pierced the air, revealing the presence of a hidden observer in the distance. Upon realizing that there was but one individual, and that he appeared relatively weak, the reconnaissance captain wasted no time in issuing a command to pursue. surrounding the source of the sound. However, when he cautiously peered around the corner, he was taken aback. The massive tail and grotesque teeth of the fallen figure revealed that it was none other than his own kin. Dismounting slowly to regard the individual before him, the reconnaissance captain pondered, "I remember you. You are—" His brow furrowed slightly as a vague recollection surfaced, but upon searching his memory and finding it elusive, he abandoned the thought and continued. "Never mind. How did you come to be here? What transpired with the sentinels outside? Do you know if the others are still alive?" A barrage of questions poured forth as the reconnaissance captain grasped at this potential lifeline. Viewing it as an opportunity to regain his former standing, perhaps even to earn accolades. After such an extended search, he had finally unearthed a lead. He harbored no doubt that the half-orc before him had long since betrayed the tribe and no longer belonged to them. He assumed that this half-orc, along with the other missing individuals, had endured some trials, and that this one had fortuitously escaped and happened to be near him, only to be unfortunate enough to take an arrow from his own superior. With this thought, the reconnaissance captain felt a twinge of embarrassment. This individual had narrowly escaped peril, only to be wounded by the hand of his superior. Yet upon a moment's reflection, he cast aside that fleeting embarrassment. What folly was it to feel remorse as a superior towards a subordinate? Was it not the duty of those beneath him to sacrifice for his ambitions? These thoughts flitted through the reconnaissance captain's mind in an instant. While in reality, only a moment had passed, he now beheld the half-orc, who had fallen under the banner of the Twilight Church. Grimacing in agony, an arrow had pierced his arm, and despite the protection of muscle, the pain was excruciating, blood pouring forth uncontrollably. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The prowess of a high-ranking knight indeed proved formidable, nearly shattering his flesh. He realized that his arm was beyond saving. He had been tasked with monitoring the former kin of the tribe from his position. There were several like him stationed at intervals along the perimeter. After such a long duration of fruitless surveillance, he had come to regard this assignment as little more than a tedious slumber. Yet unexpectedly today, a group of former tribe members had emerged on the horizon. Advancing towards his position that moment, he had yet to determine whether to pledge allegiance to his former tribe or report to the Twilight Church. However, before he could deliberate, fate took a swift turn, and he found himself struck by an arrow from his own kin. Overwhelmed by pain, his mind was clouded, and the reconnaissance captain continued to prattle on, transforming his anguish into fury. "Damn it, I've become like this. And you still prattle on, not even considering to tend to my wounds." He seethed inwardly that in moments of suffering, thoughts tend to skew towards the negative, and he was no exception. Soon, a decision crystallized in his mind regarding whom he should side with. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he forced out a smile, more grotesque than tears, and addressed the reconnaissance captain. "My lord, it has been a long time I had the honor of seeing you during my time in the tribe. It is inconsequential if a person of your stature forgets the name of a mere subordinate. Let us prioritize the pressing matters at hand." His words bore an underlying tone, somewhat sardonic, yet the reconnaissance captain paid it no mind. It was commendable that these rugged warriors could articulate themselves at all. He pressed on, urging, "Enough of the pleasantries. Quickly tell me what has become of the missing individuals. Where have they gone?" Observing the reconnaissance captain's urgency, the half-orc wounded by the arrow suppressed a smirk of disdain. Maintaining an outward composure, he continued, albeit with a pained grin, "My lord, previously, a human slave-catching group passed through here, intent on capturing us all as slaves. However, they underestimated the valor of us half-orcs, that we successfully incited an internal conflict and defeated them. Capturing some of their number, we were just about to send a messenger back to the tribe." Upon hearing this, the reconnaissance captain was momentarily taken aback, then quietly exhaled, relief washing over him. The frustrations and discontent of countless days evaporated, replaced by exhilaration. "Oh, that is the case. Ha! Splendid. I thought you all had perished." Which led to my punishment by the tribe shaman. Engulfed in excitement, the reconnaissance captain failed to notice the subtle inconsistencies and illogicalities in the half-orc's words, believing the narrative to be entirely true. Splendid. You have all done greatly. When we return to the tribe, I will advocate for you brave warriors, ensuring that your contributions are duly recognized." The reconnaissance captain laughed heartily, though his words sounded oddly off. What did he mean by ensuring your contributions are duly recognized? If the events unfolded as the half-orc described, would not all glory belong to those who had triumphed over the slave-catchers? Did he intend to claim a share for himself? Such thoughts clouded the wounded half-orc's mind, causing his pained expression to momentarily freeze, only to solidify his resolve further. Subsequently, the others assisted him in rising. After simply binding his wound, he ordered his men to advance towards the remaining living half-orcs. Time, at this moment, felt interminable to the reconnaissance captain, who was eager to witness the fruits of his labor. Similarly, the injured half-orc experienced an agonizingly slow passage of time. The blood oozing from his wound throbbed painfully with every movement. "Just you wait, you bastard, I'll make sure you regret this," he seethed internally. While the half-orc could accept injuries sustained in battle, this senseless wounding, especially when the perpetrator showed no regard for his suffering, maintaining an air of superiority, was utterly repugnant. The very words that robbed him of his glory while demanding his gratitude sickened him further. Moreover, for a half-orc tribe with relatively primitive methods of production and technology, even their robust physiques could not stave off the invasion of bacteria. They lacked the means for surgical intervention. His arm was all but doomed, and he would spend the latter half of his life as a one-armed warrior, an almost unforgivable fate for a race defined by its martial prowess. In battle, losing limbs might earn one the title of hero, celebrated in tales passed down through generations at the village's entrance. Yet in this situation, both rationally and emotionally, physically and psychologically, the wounded half-orc was an excruciating torment. If he had once harbored expectations for his tribe, the pain and negativity now clouded his judgment, leaving him consumed by thoughts of vengeance. This is the power of the insignificant. In Kalga's previous life on Blue Star, they believed the course of history was immutable. No one could alter the wheel of history. Even the great figures merely found themselves at pivotal moments, serving as key players. Without them, others would step in to fulfill the same roles. However, this perspective is rooted in outcomes. Viewed through the lens of the present, every person, animal, and plant is a protagonist capable of inciting upheaval and transformation in the world at this moment, even a mere pawn in the Twilight Rebellion. This injured half-orc was propelling history forward. Traversing the pristine white snow and the vibrant lake surface, they arrived deep within the mountains. Initially, the reconnaissance team's pace was exceedingly slow, a deliberate choice by their leader who, aware of the lurking dangers, was unwilling to hasten towards death. However, now that they understood the unfolding events, their reservations dissipated, and they urged their mounts forward towards the location indicated by the wounded half-orc. This world, too, was home to horses, a significant category of mammals, though they bore little resemblance to the horses of Kalga's former life. Their appearances were nothing short of fantastical, some adorned with unicorns. Others sprouted wings like Pegasi, and some were skeletal remnants of undead steeds. The variations in branches were so numerous that even 100,000 pages of research would scarcely suffice to document them. The horses utilized by such a ferocious race as the half-orcs were no ordinary creatures. They were incredibly strong and imposing. With a third I set upon their foreheads, it remains a mystery what role this I played in the process of evolution. Although these horses were discontent with the winter's chill, they were forced to comply with their master's commands. Approximately 50 half-orcs, each mounted two to a steed, galloped towards the distance. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. The half-orcs, being beasts, and the horses, also beasts, raised a question that would never be answered. Why should one ride upon the back of another? Under the guidance of the injured half-orc, they swiftly traversed a not overly long distance, soon reaching their destination. Throughout this journey, despite formulating thoughts in his mind, the injured half-orc continually rehearsed how to articulate and act upon them. As they arrived, he mentally envisioned the scene that would unfold. In truth, he need not speak. The reconnaissance captain, upon seeing the unmistakable signs of habitation, imbued with the distinctive characteristics of their race, had already begun to fully believe the half-orc's words. "Indeed, you have done remarkably well," the reconnaissance captain remarked, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes as he regarded the injured half-orc. I shall remember your sacrifice of an arm for the tribe. Rest assured, even if you find it difficult to survive henceforth, I shall ensure you receive a bowl of soup." He bellowed with hearty laughter, for that was all he could offer, for one who had lost an arm and whose combat capability was severely diminished. He had no interest in assigning him any significant responsibilities, but a mere psychological boost would suffice. As for whether he would truly assist, who could say? He could vaguely discern a few scattered remnants of his former kin in the distance. But curiously, their gazes upon him lacked reverence and did not approach to pay their respects. Instead, they exhibited a degree of wariness. Could it be my armor is so tattered that they fail to recognize me? I suppose I must tighten the purse strings and strive to forge a new set of armor before summer, the reconnaissance captain mused, though his position yielded scant rewards compared to those of the higher echelons. The sheer number of individuals under his command ensured a steady stream of income. While half-orcs lacked currency, they possessed similar standards of evaluation. My lord, allow me to notify them over there. We owe our survival to the guidance of several powerful lords. The one-armed half-orc said with deep respect, in this biting winter climate, and with the half-orc's rudimentary methods of treating his severed arm, he had permanently lost that limb. Now he could only pray that by diligently fulfilling his duties, the divine might find a way to restore him. Capturing or burying this contingent would undoubtedly serve as a fine stepping stone. Very well, let them emerge if they cannot even recognize their own master. How utterly pathetic, the reconnaissance captain declared. These half-orcs stationed as sentinels fell squarely within his domain. The primitive social relations of the tribal era, combined with vast disparities in individual power, meant that the tribal elite had little interest in maintaining appearances. They acted freely, spoke frankly, and cursed openly, with no intention of concealing their thoughts. They required only to appease those above them, which was particularly true for the straightforward, hormone-driven half-orcs, upon receiving a positive response. The one-armed half-orc struggled to dismount from his steed. His formidable racial gifts allowed him to move relatively unimpeded, albeit in considerable pain. After issuing an apology, he limped towards the distant camp. What they failed to notice was that at the moment he turned away, the one-armed half-orc clenched his jaw, a flicker of resentment flashing his eyes. Someone must pay the price. 10 minutes passed, then 20. This time wore on. The reconnaissance captain's brow furrowed. What on earth are these fools doing? Have they fallen into a pit? Or do they intend to haul the spoils of the slave-catching brigade along with them, hoping to claim credit for my achievements, thus wasting precious time? The captain of the reconnaissance team could not help but ponder. After months of waiting, he was not particularly concerned about the passing moments. However, the sensation of standing motionless in the biting cold was undeniably vexing. Under the attentive service of his aide, he decided to indulge in some frozen fruit. The delightful experience of eating fruit frozen into ice cubes and sliced into pieces was truly exquisite. Finally, after consuming several refreshing slices, just as his patience began to wane, a disturbance echoed from a distance. There, he beheld approximately 70 half-orcs charging towards them with fervor. Their rugged and unkempt attire unmistakably bore the mark of their tribe. Indeed, it appeared that these ruffians were the cause of his unease. The captain's thoughts settled as he began to strategize how to proclaim his own emergence as a savior. My lord, wait. Do you not see that there are others approaching from all sides? This hardly seems like a welcoming gesture, whispered his aide discreetly in the captain's ear. Upon hearing this, the captain swiftly scanned his surroundings, only to find scattered half-orcs emerging from every direction, subtly encircling them. Even the slowest of reactions could not mask the captain's well-trained instincts. Although his prolonged detachment from the masses had undeniably dulled his professional acumen, the intuition of a seasoned warrior and his combat experience provided clarity. Observing the half-orcs rushing towards him in a seemingly welcoming manner, despite their tattered garments, he noted that their weapons were all honed to a deadly sharpness. The glint of malice in some of their eyes signified a clear message to a battle-hardened warrior. A bad omen indeed. Damn it, this is no welcome. We've been deceived by that scoundrel. This rabble has betrayed us. The captain's expression darkened as he began to grasp the truth. He then bellowed to his subordinates, "Steady yourselves. Prepare to engage the enemy." His gaze hardened with resolve. Calmness in the face of adversity was a quality expected of a true warrior, of course, This was merely jest, perhaps once he indeed possessed such virtues. But the years spent in high office had long since eroded his integrity. The reality was that upon a cursory examination of the approaching foes, he discovered that despite their numbers, their equipment was inferior to that of his own men. Moreover, in terms of individual combat prowess, the soldiers he commanded were the elite among half-orcs, far surpassing the ordinary. Additionally, he himself was equivalent to a high-ranking knight in combat capability, which meant that in terms of overall fighting strength, his side held the advantage. There was no reason to retreat. To issue a withdrawal order might risk the loss of a few comrades, and we hold the upper hand. The reconnaissance captain quickly entered a battle-ready state, analyzing the situation around him, and his confidence solidified. All the half-orcs dismounted, adopting a defensive stance. Compared to their fragile steeds, their own physical forms were evidently more formidable, in the context of human nations. Cavalry might possess an edge over ordinary foot soldiers. However, in such terrain, cavalry could not exert their full combat potential, and their mounts were easily startled. Coupled with the half-orcs' tremendous physicality, it was indeed wiser for them to engage on foot. As they drew nearer, the two groups converged, entering into a clash where every half-orc found their opponent. The captain did not order any mercy. Having chosen to become enemies, they must accept the consequences. He would spare only one or two to take back for interrogation. While they possessed superior firepower, the enemy's geographical advantage, stemming from their numbers, rendered the battle evenly matched. Each half-orc from their tribe faced off against two members of the Twilight Church. Whenever one enemy was dispatched, another would come to their aid. Consequently, both sides found themselves ensnared in a stalemate. Yet, the reconnaissance captain fought valiantly, dispatching foes with ease. Although he was a man of indulgence and vanity, his strength was undeniable. Facing adversaries lesser than himself, he fought without restraint, cutting down 3 or 4 enemies in quick succession. Such displays of valor naturally drew the attention of many half-orcs, as he single-handedly fended off multiple members of the church with apparent ease. Why? Why have you chosen to betray us? The captain's voice rang out, challenging his opponents. Among them, he recognized several faces. Those who had once been members of his own department. He found it incomprehensible that, aside from them, no other half-orc tribes were present. Who could they have betrayed, if not their own? The grotesque goblins? Different races typically lived separately, and even the closest of allies dared not fully trust one another. While there existed some nations or tribes where different races cohabited, such arrangements required stringent regulations, enforced by strength or ideology. The most notable examples were the legendary dragons, particularly the malevolent chromatic dragons, who often enslaved goblins, orcs, half-orcs, and gremlins to serve them, creating a hybrid force. However, if such a power truly existed, why not come forth openly instead of lurking in the shadows? This was a question that intrigued him greatly. Naturally, no one would answer his inquiries. They were all too preoccupied with fending off his attacks. In the next moment, another half-orc fell prey to his blade, severed at the neck. The remaining half-orcs, witnessing this, grew increasingly cautious, not daring to lose focus for even an instant. I promise you, I will vouch for you that if you return with me to the tribe and clarify what has transpired, the tribe will not hold you accountable. At most, you may be required to contribute a few months of labor, the captain urged, seeking to persuade them. What the tribe would ultimately decide, he could not know, but it was imperative to articulate such sentiments. Even a slight wavering in their resolve would be beneficial. Upon hearing his words, some half-orcs displayed signs of hesitation, their movements slowing slightly. Yet, none of them ceased their actions. They were acutely aware of Kargatha's methods. He could very well be lurking in the shadows, scrutinizing those who feigned compliance. The moment they surrendered, they might find a shard of ice piercing through their skulls. Please, trust me. I pledge my honor as a guarantee. The captain perceived the flicker of uncertainty in their eyes and continued his plea. Suddenly, before he could finish a sentence, his right eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. With his wealth of experience, he caught a glimpse in his periphery and swiftly shifted his stance from offense to defense. Just then, a large blade came crashing down from behind him, which he narrowly managed to deflect with his weapon. The tremendous recoil caused his hands to tremble, and even with his energy shielding, His palms tingled with shock. "Damn it," the captain couldn't help but exclaim. "What gives? I thought I was the strongest here." Yet suddenly, someone of comparable strength has emerged. Although he was unharmed, this unexpected encounter heightened his vigilance. Upon closer examination of his assailant, he discovered that it was indeed another half-orc, albeit one of notably larger stature. Their muscles bulged, threatening to burst through their clothing, with veins visible beneath their skin. The reconnaissance captain couldn't suppress a grimace at the sight. "What in the world are you? Are you even a half-orc? Is there such a being within our tribe?" At that moment, he was filled with doubt, suspecting that perhaps a distant half-orc tribe had migrated to this area with intentions of overwhelming them. However, what rationale could there be for such a migration in the depths of winter? He was destined to be devoid of any space for contemplation, for at this moment, he had transitioned from offense to defense, struggling to fend off the onslaught of several attackers in the face of a fruitless ambush. The half-orc Aiden chose to abandon pretense. With a powerful exertion of his muscles, the cumbersome yet defenseless leather armor he wore was torn asunder, revealing his robust physique. The others charged directly at the scout captain. With the addition of fresh strength, particularly from an adversary of equal standing, the scout captain found himself in a dire predicament. In his eyes, the remaining half-orcs seemed manageable, their combat prowess within the realm of normalcy. Yet, it was this newly emerged Aiden whose seemingly feeble fighting spirit belied the extraordinary strength of his muscles, a perplexity that left him feeling profoundly frustrated. Legend has it that the half-orcs long ago pilfered the nightly cultivation manuscripts from humans, which were subsequently refined through generations. Given the similar physiques of half-orcs and humans, these texts were adapted to suit the training of the half-orc populace. With their already commendable foundation, they could attain greater physical prowess through rigorous training, thus giving rise to a unique fighting spirit. The synergy of this fighting spirit and physical strength is the cornerstone of their might. Typically, both aspects develop in tandem. However, Aiden's weak fighting spirit contrasted starkly with his formidable physicality, enabling him to contend with the scout captain almost purely through brute strength. This disparity was the reason the scout captain had initially overlooked Aiden. Hidden among the throng, with a resounding clang, he swung his large blade forcefully, driving Aiden and the others back. At this juncture, his exposed body bore numerous wounds, though his muscles clamped down on the injuries. Blood continued to flow unabated. "Retreat! Regroup!" With a thunderous roar, the tribal half-orcs exerted themselves to repel their foes, then hastily retreated towards the scout captain. The scout captain himself also fell back rapidly. This was a concise signal they had practiced countless times. Yet, given their comparable strengths, the notion of a complete retreat was scarcely feasible for the 50 half-orcs who had initially arrived. Several had already perished in the fierce battle, and now, as they forced their withdrawal, a few more had fallen. Leaving only 40, they abandoned their steeds, fleeing into the distance. However, fate had other plans. Soldiers emerged from all directions, obstructing their retreat. The relentless pursuit and the occasional rain of arrows left them beleaguered. Along the way, they suffered further losses. Yet, calamity often oscillates between misfortune and greater misfortune. Just as the remaining members rounded a corner, several ambushing half-orcs sprang forth from the fluffy snow, revealing themselves to be the church's first pope. 2 cardinals and their subordinates. If an ordinary half-orc could, through training, barely attain the strength of a low-level knight upon maturity, a half-orc with superior talent could possess intermediate strength post-training. Those like the scout captain, who wielded the power of a high-level knight, were the elite, few in number within the entire tribe. Yet, what confronted him now? 3 adversaries of such caliber. Among them, the Pope appeared even more formidable, his abilities reaching an unfathomable height. How did he know this? Because he was experiencing it firsthand. Currently, he was bound to a branch, bruised and battered, with his hands and feet restrained, his mouth gagged, resembling a meal prepared for a primitive cannibal tribe. The remnants of his soldiers were similarly bound, resembling little more than meat dumplings. The outcome of the battle had been predetermined from the very beginning, long before the scout captain had arrived at the Twilight Church camp. Their presence had already been detected. Despite the absence of orders from Karga, the newly appointed pope and the 3 cardinals prudently implemented the traditional method of coercion. Defeat first, then persuade. if they refuse to yield. They shall be slain. The divergence in allegiance, even against former kin and superiors, did not elicit mercy. They had become deeply ensnared in the whirlpool of a new power that, of course, they had shown some restraint. Had they unleashed their full strength, the scout captain would not have withstood the combined assault of the four. Their powers had been augmented to an extent previously unimaginable by Karga, which in turn deepened their devotion to him. Although they were unfamiliar with the scout captain prior, they were at least aware of his existence. Those in positions of power often receive special treatment. The church's members were uncertain of Karga's intentions regarding him. Hence they dared not execute him lightly, but instead bound him alongside the others to be taken back to camp, awaiting Karga's personal judgment. As the darkness began to lift, Karga gradually regained consciousness. His slumber had been notably brief, lasting less than a day, indicating that his body had not undergone significant changes this time either. Nevertheless, his physique had finally reached a length of 10 meters. As he peeled away the remnants of his exoskeleton, still clinging to him, Karga felt a wave of relief, akin to the satisfaction of ridding oneself of stubborn dandruff. Were some bloggers from his previous life to witness this, they might very well produce a stress relief video from it, Karga mused. Wait, where are my hands? Realization struck him suddenly. Since arriving in this world, aside from the myriad of legs, the 2 pairs of pincers from his first head, and the 3 tails behind him, he had not possessed any other manipulative appendages. Where then did these hands emerge from? At that moment, he shifted his gaze and beheld the second isotribute head, its surface transformed into a peculiar mixture of solid and liquid. Reminiscent of a non-Newtonian fluid, it was now spontaneously generating 3 long tendrils, busily scrubbing its exoskeleton and scratching itself. Fascinated by this new appendage, Karga marveled, so, this is the nature of this transformation, that it must be related to that delectable meal I had last. The second head remarked, one head with pincers and another with tendrils, quite an intriguing combination. The only downside is that it has become increasingly terrifying, replied the first head. But it matters not. I have little regard for such trivialities. Karga had been diligently gathering data to study his evolutionary patterns, albeit with limited success, resembling a random progression towards positive evolution. Each transformation had granted him some advantageous enhancement. This time, the alteration of the isotribute head was no different. The change in surface properties allowed him to coalesce dozens of whip-like tendrils, as if molding with Play-Doh. However, given the finite volume of the head, the more tendrils he formed, the shorter their reach became, and vice versa. Moreover, the second head's control over ice magic seemed to have become more refined as well. Now, it had become an object of dread for those afflicted with trypophobia. However, he paid little heed to these external perceptions. Such appearances were for the weak to concern themselves with. The strong remained indifferent. Furthermore, in his eyes, this bizarre yet formidable and intimidating form was the epitome of beauty. As he moved aside the barrier that blocked the sunlight from the cave entrance, Karga reemerged into the light. Feeling the gentle breeze and acknowledging the salutes of passing members of the Twilight Church, Karga felt invigorated. The essence of becoming strong was encapsulated in such moments. And as fortune often arrives in pairs, another delightful revelation awaited him. You mean to say that yesterday you captured 42 half-orcs, all of whom surrendered? Karga listened with a sense of surprise to the report from the inaugural pope. Upon hearing the updates regarding his whereabouts from his subordinate, the pope hurriedly made his way to deliver the news. It was remarkable that after merely a day of slumber, such fortuitous events had transpired. It truly was commendable. Gazing with satisfaction at the figure of Kawis, who knelt before him, not daring to lift his head, Karga felt a profound sense of contentment. Indeed, it appears you have fulfilled your loyalty, as you claimed. Deserving of commendation. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Karga spoke slowly. I dare not claim any credit. It is merely my duty. Kawis replied, his voice trembling with trepidation. Yet, the expression on his face betrayed a hint of suppressed pride and satisfaction. Karga paid little heed to this. Good deeds merit rewards, while wrongdoings incur punishment. Let him revel in his joy. Rest assured, I shall remember your contributions. Now, leave me to see them, Karga's steady voice continued. The cultivation of loyalty in the early stages is of utmost importance. Thus, he must instill a sense of deterrence in this newly acquired group. It was unexpected to discover that the newly appointed pope possessed such persuasive skills in coaxing surrender. Among the captives, some had sustained severe injuries in battle and had lost consciousness. At the time, they had gone unnoticed, but later they were saved. Consequently, the total number of surrendering individuals surpassed that of those who had fled with the reconnaissance leader. The eloquence displayed was indicative of a natural talent for such matters. Soon, under the Pope's organization, these newly inducted members, newly joined individuals, were lined up, kneeling before Karga. They trembled involuntarily, sensing the primal aura emanating from Karga, akin to a beast returning from the wilderness. It was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Though they had hunted large beasts before, they had never faced one as colossal as Karga. Beyond mere size, there was a suppression of life force and magnetic pressure that instilled fear within them. Initially, their belief in Kawis's words was tenuous, a superficial submission. However, upon witnessing Karga's imposing stature, any doubt regarding Kawis's assertions evaporated. They even felt that Kawis's description of this deity was somewhat conservative, amidst the looming threat of death. The allure of power and the oppressive faith in the divine, they openly pledged their loyalty, just like their fellow half-beast kin. Even the reconnaissance leader, a high-ranking member of the tribe, surrendered without hesitation after persuasion. In fact, he was among the first to capitulate, setting an example that facilitated the submission of others that he was fearful, having long since lost the courage that comes with high office. To him, survival outweighed all else. For death meant the end of everything. Thus, when faced with a knife at his throat, he resolutely took the lead in surrendering. Moreover, according to Kawis and others, this was a true deity, unlike the false god revered by the half-beast tribes. This deity actively aided individuals in enhancing their strength, as exemplified by the three cardinals and the Pope, further corroborating their claims. The reconnaissance leader was one of the few in the tribe's upper echelons aware of the truth. He was well acquainted with the petty affairs of the tribe's leaders, devoid of any sense of loyalty. A tribal deity? What nonsense! Wasn't that merely a man-eating lizard? Faced with the choice between a giant lizard and a potentially divine being, he chose the latter without hesitation, believing that early surrender would spare him from further suffering. Even if the Twilight Church were not founded by a deity, it was at least a formidable entity or creature. The notion that deities cannot descend to the mortal realm is indeed a truth, but various avatars, incarnations, progeny, and even aspiring deities abound. Thus, the emergence of such a being was entirely reasonable. Embracing this mindset, the reconnaissance leader embodied the adage that those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Following a customary display of power, Karga concluded the day's activities. The advantage of having subordinates is that they would arrange the remaining matters according to the existing power structure. His sole responsibility was to eliminate any who attempted to flee from a considerable distance. Though he regarded these individuals as inconsequential, all equally weak, the capture of the reconnaissance leader, a high-ranking officer, surprised him. He then instructed the Pope to focus on interrogating him, gathering information on the tribe's personnel distribution, defenses, various plans, and particularly details regarding the giant lizard, compiling it for his perusal. Through this high-ranking individual, the Twilight Church could gain more intelligence on their enemies. Karga assured the reconnaissance leader that if he could focus on his duties, he would later enhance his strength. After all, this was the strongest subordinate he had acquired thus far. Deserving special attention. Once fully assimilated, it was uncertain how powerful he could become through enhancement. As for the one-armed half-beast, Karga had also learned of him, but regrettably, his current abilities were insufficient to address such injuries. In recognition of the loyalty and faith displayed, he personally ordered his elevation to the rank of priest, overseeing a group of over 10 individuals. Thus, the first large-scale confrontation with the tribe concluded rather swiftly. The membership of the Twilight Church officially reached 173 individuals. Without interfering with the newly appointed members already in their roles, Karga returned to his lair to contemplate his next objectives. Primarily, the fundamental goal was to assimilate the entire tribe. The only noteworthy opponents were the 3 priests and the so-called divine avatar. Karga's mind began to race. The frigid winter was coming to an end, signifying that his most versatile means, ice, would lose much of its deterrent power. Therefore, if he wished to act, he needed to seize the moment in this final stretch. Karga mused. When comparing the hard strengths of both factions, there was no basis for comparison, in terms of overall member numbers. One side boasted over 1,000 individuals, while the other scarcely reached 200 AS for combat prowess among the upper echelons. His side had only the forcibly empowered Pope and 3 cardinals, while the reconnaissance leader, a newly acquired strong combatant, remained unpredictable. Even if he appeared temporarily loyal, who could guarantee he wouldn't betray them? Thus, the true top-tier combat power amounted to just 4 individuals. On the opposing side, according to the reconnaissance leader, the 3 priests, the mercenary captain, the defense captain, and the logistics captain, an assortment of high-ranking members, each possessed considerable strength. Hence, a direct confrontation seemed devoid of any possibility of victory. No, the data cannot be analyzed this way. Another voice countered, if I were to take action personally, based solely on the displayed abilities of the opposition, I could slaughter them all single-handedly. A crimson glint flickered in Karga's eyes. While a swarm of ants could indeed bring down an elephant, the latter lacked the formidable defensive capabilities he possessed. The numbers of the weak held no significance for him. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that his aim was not extermination, but rather subjugation. This dilemma caused him immense frustration. Slaying and subjugating were entirely different matters. The former merely required a swift cut, while the latter necessitated a delicate balance of restraint. At this juncture, he had begun to appreciate the advantages of having subordinates. He no longer needed to hunt personally, effortlessly acquiring ample resources for evolution. Progressing at an unprecedented pace, he had transcended the simplistic predator mode and entered a state of exploitation. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is far from over. Certainly, this exploiter, in comparison to his previous life Geneva conventions, is far superior to the grueling 996 and 007 work schedules. Moreover, disregarding his own side, merely from the intelligence gathered by the reconnaissance captain, that embodiment of the colossal lizard deity could easily massacre the 170-odd subordinates he had just subdued, using the strength of a single beast. At this moment, Karga felt as though he and the tribal deity across from him were akin to 2 celestial beings engaged in combat, all the while fearing for the safety of his fragile companions. However, there was no alternative. He could not allow the hard-won power structure to be self-destructed. Thus, the ultimate confrontation between the 2 factions would inevitably hinge on the clash of the major bosses. The others merely needed to stand by, ensuring they did not perish on the spot. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that the reconnaissance captain indeed brought forth information or conjectures unattainable by the ordinary soldiers. For instance, the deity's embodiment from that tribe was not truly divine, but more akin to a war machine, routinely strengthened through blood sacrifices of the tribe's newborns to maintain its connection. It would be activated when needed, employed against foes. Although this strategy seemed overly rigid compared to Karga's approach, annihilating the fragile Twilight Church was undoubtedly feasible. The real headache for him lay in how to capture them without bloodshed. Merely eliminating a few high-ranking officials at this juncture, he comprehended why every war in his past life required the presence of numerous advisors. The factors to consider were simply too many for his 2 heads to fathom. If all else failed, he could directly confront them, break down their doors, slay their guards, and compel them to summon that divine embodiment for a head-on clash, the outcome of which would be evident. Lacking a better strategy, Karga narrowed his eyes, glimmering with a crimson light. Of course, such musings were merely frustration. If he were to pursue that course, what would become of his elaborate plans? Ultimately, it all boiled down to the uncertainty of loyalty. Karga mused that, in truth, based on their descriptions alone, Karga had already identified several methods of attack, including but not limited to poisoning, bomb-throwing, and nighttime raids. The simplest among them would be to send a half-orc back to report. Feigning to relay information to the higher-ups, he could wait until all the leaders convened, then produce a homemade bomb. By then, they would likely not have time to awaken that so-called divine embodiment before meeting their demise. Such a human bomb represented the optimal solution to the current dilemma. Yet, who would willingly sacrifice their life for the victory of the Twilight Church. It was likely that they would turn on you instead. Even if Karga continuously gauge an individual's loyalty or deceit through their heartbeat, it remained unreliable. After all, the diversity of biological thought could not be encapsulated in mere words. Otherwise, the societal reliance on lie detectors for solving cases would not have been so pervasive in his past life. Damn it, if only I had the ability to become invisible or to forcibly control minds, things would not be so complicated, lamented Karga as second head WE content. At least we have grown tentacles, capable of scratching an itch, which is quite commendable, retorted the first head. Seemingly realizing they had strayed from the topic, both heads fell silent, continuing their deep contemplation. The winter wind howled relentlessly, particularly during the final cold wave before the end of winter, which was particularly desolate. Under this bitter wind, the newly joined half-orcs learned a new way of life from the elders. Here, there were no cumbersome formalities from their previous tribes, no chaotic rules. All that was required was a single principle: devotion and obedience to Karga. In the elders' descriptions, they regarded this place as more liberated and unrestrained than their former tribes. Especially upon hearing that there were methods to rapidly enhance their strength, they silently nodded in agreement. They had personally experienced this. The Pope's extraordinary physical prowess was simply someone who could disregard the struggles of the reconnaissance captain and lift him as if he were a mere chick. Hearing that it had once been a victim of bullying, much like themselves, filled them with anticipation. However, first, they needed to achieve merit and become priests. After all, the existing high-ranking personnel were all elite members of the Twilight Church, and only they had the opportunity for enhancement. Thus, time gradually passed over a week, and they slowly adapted to their roles. Unbeknownst to them, their high-ranking members, including Karga and the reconnaissance captain, had quietly departed from the church. After a period of contemplation, Karga devised a plan he deemed successful and promptly summoned several half-orc leaders for execution. He aimed to select a foolproof strategy, yet reality proved otherwise. He could not conceive a plan without inherent risks. Since both options bore risks, and the worst-case scenario merely involved exposing their identities and engaging in a battle with the divine embodiment, he resolved to act without further hesitation. After all, according to the intelligence already gathered, even if he could not prevail, he could still escape, with the maximum loss being the foundation he had established during this time. He could always start anew elsewhere. Moreover, since the reconnaissance captain had only been away for a week, the tribe had yet to notice anything amiss. Any further delay would only heighten their vigilance. Thus ensued the current lightning-fast operation. Several half-orcs arrived at the tribal gates from a distance, the Pope and 3 cardinals. Cloaked in voluminous robes and mounted on the same steeds as before, swiftly approached the tribe, following the reconnaissance captain closely. They were keeping a watchful eye on the captain, ensuring he did not act foolishly. Should he attempt to rebel again, the Pope would promptly end his life. Upon seeing a familiar face leading the way, the tribal guards did not offer much resistance or inquiry, opening the gates to allow their entry. After all, he was a high-ranking member of the tribe. Having made numerous public appearances, his distinctive armor had left a lasting impression on many. Before long, they arrived at the core of the tribe. Subsequently, under the reconnaissance captain's declaration of urgent matters to report, the priests summoned the high-ranking officials once more to convene. Speak, what have you discovered? During this time, you have not brought back a single prey. Do not tell me you have merely observed that winter is coming to an end. The third priest squinted, exchanging glances that suggested an imminent outburst. The reconnaissance captain, already accustomed to this, sheepishly bowed to the leaders and reported. My lords, I have indeed yet to uncover the whereabouts of the missing personnel. The third priest's eyes widened in anger, ready to erupt, but the reconnaissance captain hastily continued. However, I've discovered something remarkable that can significantly enhance physical capabilities. He then gestured for Aiden to remove his voluminous cloak. It was only then that the high-ranking officials present realized what lay beneath the cloak. 2 legs, a tail, 1 head, and 2 arms, resembling themselves. A formidable presence, well-defined muscles, slightly reddened skin, and bulging veins. Altogether unlike them, to validate his claims. The reconnaissance captain personally exchanged blows with Aiden and a thunderous clash ensued, and to their astonishment, the two were evenly matched. This revelation rendered the esteemed individuals present restless, each of them overwhelmed with contemplation. Many among them possessed the capability to comprehend the monumental efforts, innate talent, and resources required to achieve such a formidable effect. Within the tribe, individuals of such caliber were few and far between. It was inconceivable for a powerful half-orc to emerge suddenly. Thus, the words of the reconnaissance captain undoubtedly gained substantial credibility. Subsequently, the two cardinals unveiling their cloaks only intensified the restlessness among the assembly. If this were merely an isolated incident, it might lack representativeness. However, the simultaneous appearance of three such striking half-orcs ignited a sense of avarice within them. Their inherent strength was already formidable, and if they could elevate their prowess further, then, without even mentioning their reactions, the three priests exhibited profound astonishment. "This is magical power," the high priest inquired with uncertainty. The three priests were accustomed to wielding magic, hence they had some familiarity with it. Yet was it not detrimental to the body? Otherwise, they would not appear so gaunt. The half-orc before them, exhibiting a fusion of muscle and magic, appeared remarkably robust, leaving them in a state of disbelief regarding their own judgments. The priests envisioned various possibilities within their minds. "My lords, for what I observed, that seems to be a fruit tree. After consuming the fruit from that tree, they transformed into this. If you wish, I can guide you there." The reconnaissance captain stated with a respectful gaze that in response to his words, the three priests exchanged glances and, after a brief nod, addressed the captain. "Very well. Let us arrange for a brief respite before we set out. Are you certain there are no enemies in the vicinity?" The second priest inquired with a piercing gaze. Having dwelled within the palace for an extended period, they were particularly cautious regarding their own safety. This naturally elicited an emphatic affirmation from the reconnaissance captain, who subsequently indicated that his main force was stationed nearby, safeguarding their assets. This also clarified why he had only brought back a handful of individuals. "Your information is invaluable. Let us take this time to rest and allow the others to patrol. Winter shall soon pass, and we can resume our inquiries then," the high priest articulated slowly. "And what of this warrior? Why has he not removed his hood?" The attention of the three priests simultaneously shifted towards the final cardinal, who alone remained cloaked. "My lords, this is a gluttonous captain under my command," the reconnaissance captain continued. "He, while we were distracted, consumed 2 fruits and transformed into this tea the captain's behest." The cardinal dramatically cast aside his cloak, revealing a form that was grotesque and fearsome, resembling an abomination. The shape retained that of a half-orc, with bulging veins and wide, bulging eyes that were genuinely terrifying. Upon seeing him, the three priests and several high-ranking individuals could not help but spring to their feet in alarm. The high priest scrutinized him cautiously. In their eyes, while the ordinary high-ranking individuals were typically of knightly stature, this half-orc monstrosity clearly surpassed that, nearing the might of a great knight. This was an entity that even the three of them could not confront individually. Thus, they prudently maintained a safe distance. The surrounding guards also instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Indeed, what a valiant warrior! Although he had pilfered from the tribe's resources and deserved punishment, such a formidable fighter must not be squandered. "When we reconvene, I shall arrange a suitable position for you," the high priest stated with composure. Since the act of theft had already transpired, it would be unwise to execute him. It was far better to utilize him to their advantage. For them, it was impractical to recognize every individual within the tribe. As merely identifying the high-ranking members was already a feat, they were unaware that the half-orc warrior before them was among those who had gone missing previously. Amidst a flurry of arrangements, they gradually solidified the forthcoming agenda, beginning to deliberate on the tribe's affairs. Perhaps due to their heightened nerves, the air outside seemed to chill noticeably, with occasional snowflakes drifting in. "Hey, did you just hear someone call out?" the armament captain whispered to a nearby companion. "Yes, I also thought I heard something faintly," the latter replied. Just as they were pondering this, a series of blood-curdling screams echoed in the distance. The guard stationed outside the dwelling hurriedly burst in. "Report, my lord, an ominous vortex of ice is rapidly approaching from outside. Many warriors have already been engulfed, their fates uncertain," the guard relayed urgently, his eyes reflecting palpable fear. What were you all doing, reporting so late? The third priest bellowed in haste. However, time was not on their side. The screams grew increasingly closer, clearly indicating that more warriors were meeting their demise before they could rush out. The thatched roof constructed of reeds and branches was torn away, and even the stone walls were breached. As they beheld the immense tornado, it became evident that it was composed of ice and snow. Rightfully termed a vortex of ice. Quickly, we must escape. We cannot be consumed by it. The high priest commanded, his eyes narrowing as he raised his voice to rally the others. Yet, before anyone could respond, they were all engulfed within it. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, they felt as though they had not sustained any harm. It appeared that the vast tornado merely enveloped them, with its interior seemingly empty. Witnessing this phenomenon, they collectively exhaled in relief, though the high priest's expression remained grave. If this were a natural occurrence, it would be one thing. Yet, the very nature of this event indicated it was not a natural phenomenon, but rather an orchestrated one with intentions concealed and dangers lurking. The situation had turned dire. Under the high priest's subtle cue, the three priests quietly began to channel their magical energies. The remaining half-orcs seemed to sense something amiss. Perceiving a colossal entity stirring within the shadows, the vortex, having ensnared them, now stood still, further suggesting it was directed towards them. That a particularly observant half-orc attempted to break free, but upon bursting forth from the tornado, he let out a blood-curdling scream before falling silent. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. The remaining individuals were engulfed in profound terror, instinctively distancing themselves from the reconnaissance captain and his companions. You summoned us here, and now this transpires. Only a fool would believe you have no connection to it. Before they could voice their suspicions, the reconnaissance captain and his team were similarly swept into the icy vortex, leaving the remaining high-ranking members stranded and isolated. Damn traitor. We have been deceived. The three priests expressed their fury. Yet lamentably, at that moment, they found no target for their vitriol, left only with their own impotent rage. Outside the thin veil of the tornado, mysterious shadows began to loom, plunging them into an abyss of despair. They attempted to summon the multitude of guards, but to no avail. Just then, the circular wall of the tornado, originally stretching 2 or 3 dozen meters, began to constrict. 19 meters, 18 meters, 17 meters. As the edges drew closer, they started to seek salvation for themselves. Some wielded their weapons, striking desperately at the periphery, only to be ensnared by an unseen force and dragged away. Thereafter silenced, this left the remaining individuals paralyzed with fear. In this moment, the three priests resorted to their own means. The second priest transformed into a swarm of bats, soaring toward what appeared to be an unobstructed expanse above. However, they were swiftly struck down by a searing ray of light, leaving only a few bats that fused back into the second priest's bloodied form. The third priest gradually conjured a massive, blazing fireball in his hands and hurled it at the edge, yet it too vanished without a trace. The high priest discarded his staff, took a deep breath, and raised his hand slowly. His muscles tensed, and veins bulged upon his forehead. With a thunderous roar, dozens of spikes erupted from the ground around them, forming a stone wall. Yet, in the next moment, the wall was shattered by an inexplicable force, causing the high priest to spit blood, his face pale and weak. Some attempted to plead for mercy from the unknown entity, but their cries went unanswered, just as despair etched itself across their faces. The tornado abruptly ceased its constriction, stabilizing within a smaller radius. Before they could feel relief, the outer winds intensified. They felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. This is bad. Poison. The familiar second priest struggled to utter his final words before darkness engulfed him, and he fell unconscious. Following his collapse, the frilier high priest and third priest succumbed as well. Among the sturdier half-orc warriors, glances were exchanged, and at last, a few could no longer endure the suspense. They collectively charged outward, only to add a few more corpses to the count. After a time, the tribal leaders lay in orderly rows upon the ground. The tornado dissipated, revealing the terrifying form of Karga and 5 kneeling servants behind him. Observing the evident spoils of his victory, satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. Henceforth, I shall name you the Poison Mist Storm. Such a commotion could not escape the notice of the other half-orcs within the tribe. In truth, the conference room was situated at the very heart of the tribe. However, Karga had exploited the cover of winter, allowing many half-orcs to remain oblivious as he stormed in. Along the way, the guards who reacted were swiftly dealt with, ensuring a rapid execution of his plan. This lightning strike culminated in the present decapitation effect. Gazing upon Karga's imposing figure and inscrutable methods, the five present grew increasingly deferential. Particularly the reconnaissance captain, who discreetly swallowed hard. Goodness, had I not submitted earlier, I might well be among those lying down. His exterior remained calm, yet turmoil brewed within. Just yesterday, Karga had summoned them to announce the latest strategic plan. He would serve as the insider, accompanied by 4 high-ranking members of the Twilight Church, infiltrating the tribe to convene the remaining tribal leaders for a meeting, especially to detain the priests. During this time, Karga unleashed a blizzard, taking the form of a tornado, crashing into the tribe. The short-sighted guards failed to report promptly, missing the final opportunity to alert their superiors. Thus, he barreled into the depths of the tribe, guided by the reconnaissance captain's information. This was executed by harnessing the principles of his past life as a skier, condensing several ski boards beneath his feet, propelled by ice and fire magic from behind, enabling him to reach this location in record time. This method proved to be the fastest means of movement, especially during winter. The outcome was unmistakable. The upper echelons had congregated, and he successfully executed a decapitation strike. From the perspective of the Pope and the remaining cardinal, the tribal leaders were initially enveloped by the tornado, which gradually shrank until they lay utterly incapacitated. This was Karga's poison, intermingled with the environment, showcasing its destructive potential. Although he had not wielded poison for quite some time, his growing physique and evolving genes had enhanced both the potency and reservoir of his toxin, while seldom utilized. It now served an unexpected purpose when combined with his other abilities, effectively clearing out insignificant adversaries. Indeed, these so-called tribal leaders and strongmen were, in his eyes, merely a collection of lesser fish. His primary objective in this venture was to eliminate the 3 priests and avert their summoning of the so-called divine incarnation. According to the reconnaissance captain's description, whenever battle loomed, the high priest would enter the cavern of the great lizard to awaken it, subsequently commanding it to face their foes. This process typically required a brief interval, thereby establishing the high priest as the pivotal control switch. Thus, eliminating the high priest and swiftly dispatching the other priests would spare him considerable effort in combat, allowing him to evade confrontation with the divine avatar. Though he yearned for physical communion with beings of equivalent standing, he preferred to proceed with caution if possible. He was no bloodthirsty maniac. Combat was merely a seasoning in the recipe of life, and survival remained paramount. He would never lose sight of his ultimate goal: to seize the populace, augment his ranks of followers, and deal with the divine lizard merely as an ancillary task. Should he truly desire battle, once he had dealt with the populace and secured their precious lives, he could then indulge in a vigorous conflict at his leisure. To this moment, half-orc warriors gradually encircled them, yet maintained a respectful distance from Karga and his entourage. They were not blind. They understood that anyone caught in that massive tornado would meet their end, and they wished to prolong their own survival. The soldiers cautiously scrutinized Karga's gargantuan form and the 5 kin behind him. As they gazed upon the fallen tribal leaders, even the dullest among them comprehended the gravity of the situation. What dumbfounded them further was the sight of their highest-ranking member, the reconnaissance captain, bowing before the enemy. With the upper echelon decimated, no one organized a counteroffensive, paralyzed by fear. Besides, even disregarding the facts, Karga's terrifying stature extinguished any lingering desire for aggression. How to attack? Should they throw themselves at him? Ignoring the fearful glances of the distant half-orcs, Karga directed a cardinal to return to the Twilight Church for reinforcements, while another cardinal was tasked with monitoring the entrance to the divine avatar's lair, ensuring that the priests had no tricks left up their sleeves, that if indeed they had a contingency plan and the divine avatar was awakened, then they would fight. Karga had never feared anyone since arriving in this world. At that point, he could simply assess the situation from a safe distance. If he couldn't win, he'd make a swift exit, for even in winter, he could flee at his current speed. Meanwhile, the Pope and the final Cardinal collaborated with the reconnaissance captain to reassure the remaining half-orc soldiers. I am Roy, the reconnaissance captain of the tribe, previously tasked with investigating Isaac's defection. According to my findings, the tribe's priests have been clandestinely raising magical beasts, utilizing the guise of sacrifice to send newborns into the jaws of danger. Captain Isaac uncovered the truth, which led to his choice to defect. The divine avatar of the tribe is entirely fictitious. There is no divine realm. These brave children have been consumed by magical beasts. For the sake of our children's lives, I have chosen to overthrow their rule. Now that the chief criminal has been executed, are you willing to join us in eliminating those shameless priests? Roy strode purposefully towards the half-orcs. Among the crowd were many members of the reconnaissance team, who, though initially bewildered, having received no prior notice, hesitated not for a moment to align themselves with Roy. It was evident that their superior had already turned against the establishment, and with the situation essentially secured, they had no reason to waver. As for the two-headed centipede lurking behind, what did it matter? It was on their side, and as long as it posed no threat to them, they felt assured. Embracing this mindset, they unhesitatingly stood alongside Roy, with the support of a cardinal clad in red and the Pope of the Twilight Church. The remaining bystanders exchanged glances and, under the weight of their resolve, chose to join the cause. This primitive tribal turmoil presented the perfect opportunity to recruit defectors and expand their ranks. Initially, everyone felt disoriented. But with the persuasion of a higher authority, joining the movement became an easy decision. Naturally, some were reluctant to surrender, such as a certain high-ranking official's relative, who, filled with hatred, turned and fled into the distance. In response to his actions, Roy hurled a spear that pierced his spine with a deafening whoosh. Although Roy's prowess had seemed somewhat laughable in prior battles, where anyone could easily overpower him, he remained immensely formidable compared to these ordinary soldiers. This act also served as a demonstration for Kalga, signaling his genuine commitment to the Twilight Rebellion and irrevocably severing his ties to the past. Of course, his escape route had been obliterated the moment he initiated this uprising. With the submission of these individuals, their numbers swelled. After conferring with Kalga, they hurried to the next location. Politically speaking, many within the tribe were nominally under the authority of the reconnaissance captain. Thus, armed with this legitimacy and the truths he revealed about the tribe, many half-orcs found it almost impossible to accept. Moreover, with the tribal leadership already lying in defeat, these half-orcs were like scattered grains of sand, lacking a unified will. Gradually, as the momentum shifted in Roy's favor, he methodically expanded his following. The vast half-orc tribe could not possibly consist of only 3 priests. There were numerous backup members and their attendants. During this process, they encountered priests and dispatched them without the slightest hesitation. When faced with ordinary half-orcs, they pressed blades to their throats, marking those willing to submit with a scar on their arms, signifying their allegiance. Those unwilling to yield were swept away by the tide of change. Thanks to the assistance from factions already under his command, the entire operation proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Even if a few stakeholders or genuinely loyal individuals resisted surrender, it was of little consequence. They could be dealt with swiftly, stirring no significant upheaval. With Kalga as their backing, they had no fear of confronting any formidable adversaries. Once their numbers reached a sufficient level, Roy dispatched a portion of his forces to guard the outskirts of the tribe, preventing the loss of precious manpower. Observing the reconnaissance captain manage the operation with precision, Kalga's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Indeed, it was clear that a person capable of attaining such high office possessed considerable skill. Kalga mused that even someone initially lacking in ability could achieve significant progress after holding a position for a prolonged period, particularly someone from a political dynasty like the reconnaissance captain. However, it was regrettable that he had nearly eradicated the upper echelons, leaving no capable individuals to assist in managing future governance. Although Kalga felt a twinge of regret, he did not dwell on it. Compared to the swift and decisive execution of the priests, the loss of these so-called talents was trivial. Furthermore, it was imperative for his faction to establish a clear demarcation from the previous half-orc tribes. Otherwise, those in power would remain unchanged, which, even with him at the helm, would not favor the positive development of the faction. Point 1 must dismantle the old rules entirely to establish new ones. Before long, the Cardinal, having summoned reinforcement from the Twilight Church, returned to the half-orc tribe with a formidable contingent. Together, they successfully regained control of the situation. This process, of course, was not without bloodshed. Every revolution demands sacrifice, and theirs was no exception. The families of high-ranking officials, members of the priesthood, and their kin, over 100 souls, were ruthlessly executed. The arrival of the Twilight Church members also sparked a rebellion among a faction of the populace, including some of their relatives and friends. Although familial ties among half-orcs were often tenuous, some maintained relatively strong connections. With the influence of these individuals, the entire half-orc tribe soon succumbed to their fate. Before long, in the plaza of the half-orc tribe, a vast assembly of over 2,000 knelt in unison, none daring to utter a word. Almost all bore a scar on their arms, the blood having mostly congealed, signifying their newfound identities as members of the Twilight Church. Many had been caught off guard during a moment of respite, unarmored and unarmed, yet when the chaos erupted, they unhesitatingly chose to join the fray. Regarding their adversaries, they remained oblivious. They only knew that refusing to join meant death. They halted mid-journey to the latrine, donned armor, seized the weapons distributed by their newfound allies, and marked their arms with a scar before joining the cause. In the ancient realm of Kalga's previous life, the recruitment of the disoriented and defeated was a common practice during warfare. For these half-orcs, whose wits were perhaps lacking, this strategy proved effective. Thus, even though they now fought alongside one another, many remained unaware of their surroundings or the purpose of their actions. However, clarity would soon dawn upon them, under the formal introduction of the Pope. Alongside the former high-ranking reconnaissance captain, they boldly denounced the various crimes committed by the upper echelons of the half-orc tribe. If one were to place an individual under scrutiny, examining every action from their youth to adulthood, one could easily paint anyone as a villain. Viewing a person or event through a biased lens only solidifies such conclusions. The former leaders had never been paragons of virtue. They indulged in myriad pleasures, reaping the finest resources, which contributed to their formidable strength. The resources amassed through exploitation, shielded by their power, had been largely concealed in daily life. Yet now, through the dissection provided by the reconnaissance captain, a man of the industry, the misdeeds of the leadership over the years were laid bare, igniting a tremendous uproar among the gathered half-orcs. Perhaps some of these revelations were already known to the populace, merely unspoken until now, but once articulated by a single individual, they felt emboldened to voice their condemnation. The narrative was far from over. Please turn to the next page to continue experiencing the riveting content. Of course, during this process, the reconnaissance captain skillfully distanced himself from the fray, positioning himself as the sole virtuous figure among the multitude of corrupt leaders. This maneuver reached its zenith with the exposure of the so-called divine incarnations. I knew it. How could someone as noble as Isaac betray us? Lamented the crowd. Such a tragedy. So many brave souls. Their futures extinguished. Beasts, they should be drawn and quartered. As such expressions gradually permeated the square, they ignited a fervent atmosphere of righteous indignation. This was precisely the outcome the Pope desired, that be why establishing a common adversary, especially the ancestral figures of their tribes, it undeniably diminished their lingering attachments to previous powers. After a considerable time, as the discussions began to ebb, the crowd's gaze slowly returned to the stage. This moment, the captain of the reconnaissance team had quietly stepped back, leaving the platform to the Pope, who was well aware that this individual before him was the true leader of action in the current faction. Observing the gathering focus of the audience, Covey slowly opened his mouth, channeling the scant energy within him to ensure his voice resonated throughout every corner of the square. I am Covey's, the Pope of the Twilight Church. Pausing to gauge the reactions of those present, he continued, "Long ago, I was merely an ordinary soldier. Some of you may still remember me. This moment." A few in the crowd regarded this so-called Pope with uncertainty, and upon hearing his name, they finally matched it with the figure from their memories. Yet, They could scarcely fathom how the once slender individual had transformed into a figure as robust as a jungle beast. By a fortuitous encounter, I came to meet the Lord of Slaughter and Destruction. He pierced the veil of deceit spun by our former priests and bestowed upon me immense power. As he spoke, Covey stomped his foot with force, causing the solid stone ground to crack and splinter dramatically. Witnessing this, many half-orcs gazed with wide eyes, captivated by his words. With his aid, we established the Twilight Church and successfully liberated our kin. This was yet another segment of meaningless rhetoric, learned and parroted from the reconnaissance captain. As the speech approached its conclusion, in the near future, my God shall vanquish that false deity's avatar. Now, I ask you but one question. Do you wish to join my Twilight Order? Do you desire to obtain power as formidable as mine? His voice thundered, echoing in the ears of every half-orc. We are willing. We are, with some individuals strategically placed in advance, as well as the support of existing members of the Twilight Church. A deafening roar surged through the square. The sound seemed to herald an imminent avalanche. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, a sudden tempest arose in the sky, and a pair of colossal, two-headed monster heads began to materialize. Their mandibles and exoskeletons were vividly lifelike, exuding a chilling aura. Upon closer inspection, the heads were composed of countless ice crystal mists. The indifferent gaze of the creature swept over the half-orcs, sending chills down their spines and causing their voices to dwindle. Several even contemplated fleeing, but had it not been for the unyielding presence of the cardinals and the Pope, they might have already escaped. Subsequently, an inexplicable aura surged forth, raising the ambient temperature several degrees. A roar resonated through the air, reaching every half-orc's ears. That I serve, the grand and ethereal voice echoed, loud enough to make many wince and cover their ears. Then, a staggering event unfolded. A platform dozens of meters long was suddenly enveloped in crimson as a pillar of fire erupted from the ground, engulfing the entire structure and extending 5 or 6 meters high. The spectacle was akin to a natural disaster. Once the flames subsided, a statue of a centipede emerged prominently on the platform. Following this, the screeching ceased, and a massive misty head surveyed the assembled half-orcs once more before gradually vanishing from sight. The sacrificial site, used for decades, was rendered utterly obsolete. Hail, my lord! The Pope was the first to kneel, bowing in the direction of Karga's dissipating form. Hail, my lord! The other quick-witted half-orcs promptly followed suit, prostrating themselves in reverence. This act ignited a resounding chorus of farewell among the half-orc populace. Many had spent their lives in this remote and impoverished region, never having witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle, which sparked a flicker of fervor within their hearts. As this grand ceremony concluded, the vast majority of half-orcs utterly forgot the previous deity. Who would still believe in that old god? Just looking at this magnificent display made it evident that the Lord of Slaughter and Destruction was far more powerful. Furthermore, who could recognize a god that manifested so rarely? Such thoughts swirled in the minds of the crowd. Powerful beings invariably garner the worship of those who revere strength. Indeed, many races have developed so-called totem systems, naming their tribes after formidable creatures and even deriving powerful power structures from them. A tribe characterized by simple minds and robust bodies, the half-orcs harbored an inherent admiration for the strong. Many among them had previously harbored faint memories of the deity's imposing form. However, without comparison, there is no pain. When juxtaposed with Karga's blinding display of might, the latter's exit was merely grand. Even those members of the Twilight Church who had previously witnessed Karga's true form now regarded him with heightened awe. Karga's actions greatly facilitated the work of the Pope's followers that, in truth, he had contemplated whether or not to present himself directly before so many half-orcs. The advantages of such an appearance were evident. It would better win their hearts and display his own strength. Yet, the downside was that it might lack sophistication and arouse suspicion among the faithful. After all, where do gods so readily reveal themselves? Conversely, should he fail to establish a powerful image in the minds of these newly joined half-orcs, it could jeopardize the stability of their faith and structure. After a moment's hesitation, he unhesitatingly chose the former. He was no fool, all bluster without substance. His power was undeniably real. He cared little for the thoughts of certain insignificant beings. He merely needed to maintain control over the larger picture and be while instilling fear in them for a time. He could secure their support, allowing himself to grow to a truly terrifying extent, at which point he would have no further worries. Thus, he expended all his magical energy to successfully conjure such a grand spectacle. Whether it was the enormous icy mist heads or the final eruption of flames, both were ultimately superficial displays. In pursuit of grandeur, he sacrificed potency, resulting in negligible harm. Indeed, given his current control abilities, he could not sustain the icy mist in any particular form for long. The brief control he exercised today was already the limit of his enhanced ice attribute head's capabilities. In reality, Karga's concerns were merely delusions of persecution, unfounded anxieties that if their strength were quantified as a mere one, Karga's prowess would undoubtedly exceed 1,000, whether he was a deity or, as some half-orcs secretly suspected, a monstrous entity. He remained an object of worship and prayer for these half-orcs. Moreover, the power he could bestow upon others was entirely tangible, devoid of any deceit. This alone was sufficient to rally a cadre of followers willing to serve him. Thus, amidst this grandiose ceremony, the half-orc tribes vanished entirely from the annals of history, replaced by the burgeoning Twilight Church. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Some members may have narrowly escaped this purging due to various unforeseen circumstances, yet they can no longer stir the waters. The old powers have been thoroughly eradicated, and what remains is the task of constructing an entirely new framework. For these obstinate half-orcs, it is evident that they are incapable of envisioning a sound system. In response, Karga directly presented to the Pope the rules from his previous life, requiring only slight modifications to be readily applicable. Every system possesses its limitations and advantages, and Karga's proposal is no exception. However, it is at the very least a broadly viable plan validated over countless years and by numerous individuals. The Pope would preside over all. The Curia would handle matters of faith, the Foreign Affairs Department would manage external trade and mercenary operations, and the Sanctum would oversee provisions, military affairs, and domestic governance, with further internal refinements to follow. Although it may sound intricate, it ultimately narrows down to three primary sectors: the Faith Department, the Internal Department, and the External Department. The half-orcs were categorized into various departments and positions based on their expertise. Despite most lacking significant ability, possessing only brute strength that Karga deemed inadequate, they were assigned to departments at random. With Karga's recent aura of deterrence still lingering, combined with the members who had originally joined the Twilight Papacy and several powerful bishops, the atmosphere remained remarkably stable. The half-orcs completely subdued their typically unruly demeanor. The Twilight Papacy resembled a newborn, eagerly absorbing diverse nutrients to fortify itself. Observing from the shadows, Karga nodded in approval once everything settled into a smooth process. After all, his current influence was built upon the foundation of the once half-orc tribe, rendering him the sole outsider. Thus, it was not surprising that one or two individuals with hidden agendas might attempt to stir unrest. Fortunately, such occurrences did not materialize. Everyone seemed to value their lives, and his power gradually fell into a proper rhythm that half-orcs tirelessly rebuilt the houses damaged in battle, swiftly erasing the remnants that once belonged to the priests. The statue Karga had recently crafted was prominently placed at the heart of the tribe for reverence. This moment, two pressing matters lay before him: addressing the so-called divine avatar and swiftly acquiring the library of the priests. The former resembled a ticking time bomb, threatening to detonate at any moment. According to the information he had gathered, the divine avatar acted much like a puppet, responding only when summoned, devoid of independent agency. It would only emerge in times of genuine necessity, after extensive preparation, to reveal its prowess. Although Karga had dispatched trusted individuals to guard the entrance and prevent anyone from awakening the lizard, the unresolved matter still gnawed at his mind. The latter was of even greater significance to him, far surpassing the importance of the half-orc tribe he had just acquired, as far as he understood. There were numerous intelligent settlements in the vicinity, and with experience on his side, he could easily recruit another batch of individuals to serve him, as long as his strength remained intact. Furthermore, as long as he preserved a few key figures like the Pope. The next recruitment endeavor would be remarkably straightforward. However, knowledge was an entirely different realm. Despite this world being dominated by individual combat prowess, it seemed to have diverged in its technological advancements. Nonetheless, the paramount importance of knowledge was indisputable. He urgently required information about the forest in which he currently resided, the cultivation systems of the three priests, and even the lore surrounding the divine. He had commanded the Pope to dispatch trustworthy individuals to swiftly ascertain and collect the locations of the priest's tomes, ensuring these invaluable resources were not maliciously destroyed. Yet before that, he needed to rest. Despite not suffering significant physical fatigue, his dual elemental magic had been nearly depleted by the theatrics he had recently engaged in, and his mental acuity had also waned slightly. This state of affairs instilled a sense of insecurity within him, prompting him to wait until his magical energy was replenished and his vigor fully restored before attending to other matters. After all, if those priests were cunningly deceitful, they might have set numerous traps around their library, which would be quite unfortunate. Thus, Karga slowly departed to a secluded corner to recuperate, ever mindful never to reveal his relatively vulnerable side to others, even if they were his subordinates or followers. Change is invariably gradual, often unnoticed until one realizes how different life has become. Yet, change can also be swift, akin to a speeding green train shedding its antiquated exterior. The complete demise of the old leadership, or at least the majority, facilitated an exceptionally smooth reform of the tribe. Under the decisive treatment of the Pope and others, the entire tribe blossomed with newfound vitality. They had previously lacked the means for healing, relying solely on the rudimentary tools bestowed by Karga to transform the tribe into a state of disarray. The most immediate change was the abundance of food. Since ancient times, the adage of dividing land among the wealthy has prevailed. The affluent, due to the concentrated nature of their production relationships, possessed resources unattainable by ordinary individuals. Each noble slain could sustain countless commoners. Thus, the pillaging of feudal lords has historically been synonymous with rebellion. Here too, the total annihilation of the upper echelons allowed their food, along with their mountain of surplus supplies, to be equitably distributed among others. This engendered immense gratitude among the half-orcs, intensifying their hatred towards the former priests. They reflected on the actions of these individuals. No wonder there were times when food was scarce. It had all been covertly taken away by them. Such thoughts continuously surfaced in the minds and conversations of the half-orcs. With the upper echelons no longer in existence, it was a refreshing experience to vent their frustrations against those who once oppressed them. Furthermore, the gold, silver, gemstones, and pelts, universal equivalents to be utilized as currency, were confiscated and stored within the papacy's warehouses to reward those half-orcs who had pledged allegiance early on or achieved minor feats. In the wake of victory, great rewards are always to follow. With the higher echelons of the tribe nearly eradicated and the organizational structure undergoing a complete overhaul, a multitude of positions emerged. These roles transformed into valuable tokens for bestowing rewards, igniting a sense of belonging to the new authority. Additionally, the most significant change pertained to the training methods. The former half-orc tribe maintained a semi-restrictive approach to the nightly training regimen. Only those who had established sufficient merit could partake in the training. For the scions of affluent families or the offspring of the elite, it was a simple matter to find justifications for their accolades. However, for the young commoners, where would they find such opportunities? Once they had amassed sufficient military merit, their physical condition was no longer in its prime for cultivation, which would subsequently hinder their future prospects, leaving them in a state of stagnation. This was the result of deliberate control exerted by the higher echelons. After all, if achievements and strength were too easily attainable, the fragile balance they maintained would inevitably be disrupted, jeopardizing their children's chances of securing high positions. For the priests, an abundance of strong individuals within the tribe posed a threat to their status and existence. This explains why most half-orcs only managed to sustain their strength at the level of adulthood. Only those like Isaac, who possess both talent and opportunity, are fortunate enough to acquire cultivation methods and attain a respectable standing as for the passing down of cultivation techniques from one generation to the next without the tribe's involvement. This is indeed feasible. Although the tribe officially prohibits such practices, one can easily cultivate in secret, and once they have gained strength, achieving merit becomes straightforward, allowing them to practice openly. This method is commonly employed by the offspring of the elite. However, under Kargatha's explicit directive, even though the more profound and effective cultivation methods remain under the Church's guardianship, reserved for those who have proven themselves, the more universally applicable and less potent techniques have been indiscriminately made available for all to practice. In previous half-orc tribes, such actions would have been unthinkable. Cultivation requires resources, and resources are limited. If all the food is allocated to one, how would others survive the winter? How would they fill their stomachs? Yet for Kargath, these considerations were of no consequence, leaving the Pope and his associates perplexed. Nevertheless, for them, Kargatha's word was law. While they might harbor doubts, they executed his orders with unwavering resolve. They were astute enough not to voice their questions, lest they appear foolish to their superiors. However, had they dared to inquire, Kargath would have readily provided an answer. What to do if resources were insufficient? Simply put, take them by force. Thus, 2 days elapsed. By now, the Twilight Church had gradually returned to a semblance of order. The damaged buildings had been mostly repaired, and the perimeter walls were re-established, had they not encountered a being of Kargatha's extraordinary caliber. A conventional force would have been capable of withstanding an attack. At this moment, Kargath opened his eyes from a shadowy corner. As his size increased, so too did his reservoir of magical power, prolonging the time required for complete restoration to 2 full days. Once his body had fully recuperated, he approached the entrance of the cavern where the so-called divine incarnations were stored, noticing several burly half-orcs standing vigil. Kargath nodded slightly. It seemed that Covey's orders still held some authority. At least no one dared to exploit the situation. Kargath mused. He then revealed himself, instructing them to summon Coveys, although the entire tribe had been renamed and transformed into the Twilight Church's domain. Kargath had advised Coveys before his departure to assign critical positions to the earliest members of the Twilight Church. Therefore, those stationed here, those scavenging the priest's homes, and those guarding the entrance were all from the initial group that had pledged allegiance to Kargath. Thus, these half-orcs recognized Kargath. Though they felt trepidation, they harbored no doubts and promptly sought out the Pope. The leader elicits varied reactions from different individuals. Before subordinates, one must maintain an air of authority, perhaps even adopting a haughty demeanor. Yet in the presence of superiors, they scurry away as swiftly as rabbits. Such was the case with our esteemed Pope. He had been sternly instructing his subordinates. Though lacking understanding, he felt compelled to project the image of a leader. However, upon receiving Kargatha's summons, his demeanor shifted instantly, and he dashed to Kargatha's side. "My lord, you have finally arrived. Our work awaits your assessment," Covey said with utmost respect. Despite his current high status overseeing thousands, he hailed from humble beginnings, relying heavily on the various commands issued by Kargath and the guidance of the now archbishops. But no longer could he be referred to as a scout leader. He was now the esteemed archbishop. Without his presence, Kargath would have been forced to confront all the divine incarnations directly, a challenge he did not fear, yet would prefer to avoid if possible. Moreover, Covey's subsequent cooperation and undeniable professionalism led Kargath to appoint him as archbishop. The half-orc who had lost an arm due to Covey's was also granted the title of archbishop, with the two managing internal affairs and logistics, respectively. This arrangement served as a means of checks and balances, with their positions currently underutilized. Maintaining a degree of rivalry among subordinates was prudent, lest they become too powerful and pose a threat to Kargath. Although Kargath himself had little need for such measures, the Pope he had painstakingly cultivated required this equilibrium. "How goes the construction of the palace? Have the priest's homes been organized?" Kargath's cold voice resonated. Devoid of any superfluous words, as the apex entity of this power structure, or rather, a deity among men, he could not reside among the others, as it would not only inconvenience his existence, but could also erode the respect his subordinates held for him over time. Proximity to power could easily lead one to mistakenly believe they wielded it themselves. Were he to reside in a cave like the divine incarnations of the previous half-orc tribe, relying on the half-orcs to bring him food? Did they think he was a dog? Though Kargath had gradually shed many of his human flaws, should anyone provoke him or insult him, he would not hesitate to let them experience his wrath. The half-orc tribe, nestled against the mountains and waters, had a mountain looming behind it, with a cavern at its base housing the divine incarnations. Thus, Kargath personally selected a site midway up the mountain for the construction of a palace for his residence. In doing so, he could connect with the entire domain of the Twilight Church while overseeing the tribe from above. This position would allow him to receive offerings from the half-orcs to meet his sustenance needs while asserting his sovereignty from an elevated stance. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge, Kargath easily identified a suitable location for the palace. All that remained was to construct a path from the base to the palace and erect the building itself. My lord, we have catalogued all the tribe's tomes and secured them in the church's repository, currently overseen by Archbishop Eldon, ready to be presented to you at any moment. The path to the palace is completed, and the palace itself is nearing completion. It can serve your needs temporarily, the Pope replied promptly, kneeling with efficiency. He understood well that Kargath was a pragmatist. Therefore, he refrained from employing the flowery language typical of clergy in biographies, wasting Kargath's time. Such verbosity would surely displease him. Upon hearing this, Kargath commanded the Pope to lead him to the nearly finished palace, or rather, the sanctum in regard to the Middle Ages. One may dispute the living conditions they endured or their moral compass. Yet one cannot contest their remarkable work efficiency, lacking the intricate processes and delineations of responsibility characteristic of modern society. And with each half-orc resembling a formidable athlete, they managed to forge a pathway from the base of the mountain to its midsection in merely 2 days. Of course, this feat was not without the lingering influence of Kargath to preserve the aura of divinity. They eschewed well-trodden paths in favor of a secluded route, ultimately arriving at the palace. There was no ostentation to behold. No soaring columns reaching dozens of meters high. After all, 2 days allowed for little more than the preparation of materials, and one could hardly expect half-orcs to possess refined aesthetic sensibilities. Yet despite this, a grand edifice was gradually taking shape. Inside, numerous altars were adorned with an abundance of diverse culinary offerings, both cooked and raw, from the depths of the sea and the expanses of the land. At the inception of the Twilight Pontificate, Kargath had to personally scout for provisions, subsequently dispatching his subordinates to procure them. However, since that time, it appeared he no longer needed to traverse any paths, indulging instead in a lifestyle where he could leisurely partake of sustenance. Dismissing the Pope and others, Kargath embarked on a long-awaited culinary journey, leaving behind those half-orcs who temporarily assumed the role of laborers, diligently constructing the sanctum. For these individuals, Kargath paid little mind, as they were merely his subordinates. These weaker beings were expected to adapt to him, rather than he retreat from their presence, while he could avoid contact with the majority to maintain an air of mystery. He deemed it inconsequential to distance himself from a mere few dozen, especially considering their relatively composed demeanor. Of course, this assessment overlooked the beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads and their trembling muscles. In due course, these individuals became among the few fortunate enough to have witnessed the divine majesty up close, spreading tales of Kargath's terror and might throughout the tribe. That a week later, the towering sanctum was finally completed, though this merely marked the conclusion of the half-orc's labor. Subsequently, Kargath would slowly employ his own fire-infused magical essence to refine the seams between the stones. He had no desire to be awakened from slumber by the collapse of shoddy construction that might leave him dazed and disoriented. However, this place was merely intended as a venue for connecting with his followers. He had no intention of residing here daily, nor did he plan to spend the majority of his time within its confines. Though life was currently tranquil and he had successfully established a formidable influence, he would remain ever mindful of the extraordinary powers that permeated this world. He would never forget the excruciating pain inflicted upon him by that accursed royal princess, who detonated a bomb within his very being during his earlier, weaker days. The half-orcs below understood that this was his sanctum, his resting place. Thus, should anyone harbor ill intentions towards him, or if any external intelligent beings were to plot against him, sleeping here would render him utterly defenseless. Consequently, Kargath resolved to minimize his time spent here relegating it to a mere point of contact with his followers, as his prolonged experiences of sleeping rough had rendered him indifferent to his living conditions. Winter had fully receded during this period, the pristine white earth gradually revealing its verdant attire, as the forest began to awaken and small creatures re-emerged in the wilds. This heralded the return of a bountiful era for the half-orcs. The notable difference was that they had now acquired a new master. Having become members of the Twilight Pontificate, a series of edicts were issued by the Pope, disseminated to the internal departments, which in turn executed them throughout the tribe. Initiatives included paving stone pathways within the tribe, registering all inhabitants, and redirecting river waters, among others. While many remained perplexed regarding the utility of such measures, they recognized that these directives, originating from the esteemed Pope, embodied the will of the divine, an edict they dared not defy. Unlike the previous half-orc tribes, the Twilight Pontificate, though devoid of excessive bureaucratic tendencies and exploitation from obscure sources, demanded that their assigned tasks be executed with due diligence. Otherwise, the several heads hanging upside down at the entrance of the tribe serve as undeniable evidence. In truth, all of this was personally orchestrated by Calgar under the directive of the Pope. From his avant-garde perspective, the construction of the orc encampment was undeniably rudimentary. The evident might of their military strength had far outpaced the social advancements seen in his previous world, Blue Star. However, ignorance was of no consequence. Their sole requirement was to execute orders, to first establish a rough framework, and subsequently to gradually open schools for enlightenment and to enhance overall quality, lacking the hindrance of the so-called parliament, council, or elder group from his former life. Calgar's political ideals were being diligently implemented throughout the orc tribe. Indeed, from a purely political standpoint, a saintly dictatorship is the most efficacious system, assigning all matters of a power or nation to an omnipotent and flawless saint. He would issue edicts and determine the correctness of actions. This structure eliminates the mutual blame among high-ranking officials and the shirking of responsibility between departments. Even the most flawed ideas could yield relatively favorable outcomes. Conversely, even the most well-intentioned ideas could become corrupted through layers of implementation. I could see this moment. Although Calgar could not be deemed a saint, his ideology was indeed relatively advanced. Under his leadership, the tribe began to experience subtle transformations. Perhaps for those directly involved, they did not immediately perceive any significant impact on their lives, continuing to eat and enjoy as usual. However, should a scholar from a human kingdom come to investigate, they would undoubtedly be astonished. This signifies that the civilization of the orcs is rapidly advancing, potentially posing a threat to human realms that, of course, constrained by top-tier powers, they could not stir up much trouble. Setting aside these matters, Calgar was currently engrossed in the ocean of books. Once the new framework of the sanctuary was nearly completed, the orcs presented the various collected books to Calgar's sanctuary. Although their race was steeped in ignorance, over the expanse of time, some wise individuals had engaged in contemplation or had acquired knowledge through conflicts with other intelligent races. These have now become Calgar's gateway to understanding the world. With a wealth of knowledge absorbed into his mind akin to a sponge soaking up water, his thoughts encompass the existence of this world, the comprehension of the forest, and the understanding of professions such as magical priests and knights. These ideas surged into Calgar's mind, corroborating each other and being assimilated at an accelerated pace. The benefits of his language learning were now vividly manifesting in the understanding of these orcs. The vast forest in which they resided was situated on the outer rim of the continent, referred to as Aeliket, which translates to the land of slumber. Its geographical position was neither remote nor particularly advantageous. While various rare resources existed, they were relatively scarce. The orcs currently occupied the forest periphery. Just to the north lay the human kingdom, and to the south, the forest continued to stretch. Logically speaking, with such an expansive living environment, it should have long attracted the attention of certain deities. Whether for the purpose of nurturing their citizens or cultivating followers, it was indeed a prime geographical location. Yet, for reasons unknown, according to the observations of the orc priests of Ur, they had yet to encounter any race under divine protection. All races claiming divine guardianship had been proven to be mere facades, and they themselves were no exception. It was as if this place were a forbidden zone for deities. The true secret concerning the deification of the tribe was also elucidated in the texts. This so-called deification indeed had a certain connection to the divine. In ancient times, a branch of dwarves developed an extraordinarily powerful technological tree. While lacking in combat prowess, they were capable of creating bizarre contraptions. This so-called divine incarnation was one such creation. It was based on the cloned flesh and blood of deities, subsequently rearranged internally to form a war machine. However, it was said to be a mere failure, lacking sufficient intelligence and elemental control, possessing only a formidable exterior. Even this shell had endured extensive wear over the ages. In an unforeseen incident, it was unearthed by an ancestor of the orc tribe, who controlled it through blood sacrifices to serve their needs. Through it, they vanquished one enemy after another, being modeled after a deity, despite being constructed from merely the cloned flesh of a divine entity. It was not on the same level as its original. Nonetheless, its consumption was profoundly daunting. Each month, it required a substantial blood sacrifice, along with a pure-blooded orc from the tribe, and after battles, it needed to replenish a significant amount of food. Moreover, each awakening demanded an exceedingly complex process. Thus, the tribe seldom deployed it in combat, maintaining it more as a deterrent. Upon uncovering the truth regarding the divine incarnation, Calgar felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the priests, fearing the potential disruption of their lineage and the resultant ignorance of future generations, had left behind these tomes. Otherwise, Calgar would not have easily obtained such information. Nevertheless, he maintained a critical perspective. Who could assert that what was inscribed in books was necessarily true? Once something is committed to paper, it no longer remains secure. What if that divine incarnation possessed self-awareness? What if it did not require a complex, awakening ritual, but could simply be summoned with a word? If Calgar were the one penning these texts, he would undoubtedly weave a tapestry of half-truths, imparting only the most essential knowledge to his successors while crafting narratives to deceive outsiders. In such a scenario, when enemies peruse the writings, feeling reassured, they would unwittingly plunge into a trap. Years of relentless training in combat had gradually shaped Calgar's mentality into one marked by paranoia. Now, he perceived everything through a lens of persecution. Yet, all of this remained mere speculation. While Calgar was not afraid, he also refrained from engaging in reckless behavior, opting instead to maintain vigilance over the divine incarnation for the time being, awaiting the moment when he might possess the strength to confront it decisively. Beyond this, he had also acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding cultivation practices, whether pertaining to the priests or the knights. However, it was regrettable that these insights could only serve as references. Concepts such as transporting vital energy or controlling meridians were comprehensible to him on a word-by-word basis. Yet when considered as a whole, they eluded his understanding. Without a competent teacher to guide him, he was akin to a blind man groping his way through the dark, reliant solely on luck. Furthermore, he was a centipede, or rather, he had evolved into an entity that could no longer be classified as such. The intricacies of bodily meridian pathways held no relevance for him. If the legends were to be believed, merely adapting a cultivation method from humans to suit the orcs had consumed countless generations of effort. Why should he, a centipede with two heads, presume to rival the extensive endeavors of so many generations and minds? This left Calgar with a sense of regret, which soon gave rise to an absurd thought, perhaps. I should grow a few more heads. What am I thinking? How could it be said that length is merely length, unperturbed by the fear of Darwin rising from the grave to strike you? The ice-headed visage chuckled softly, mocking its own musings. Indeed, responded the first head. Both heads belonged to the same shared consciousness, merely expressed through two mouths. After this casual exchange, Cargill did not dismiss the matter entirely. Rather, he quietly noted it in his mind. His evolutionary principles, as he had deduced, included a profound inner yearning. The desire for change could lead to transformation, having already tasted the advantages of possessing two heads. He was not averse to experimenting with a third. However, those considerations were for the future. His immediate priority was to thoroughly assimilate the knowledge contained within the tomes, even though much of it seemed irrelevant to him. Nonetheless, it could indirectly provide him with tactical and strategic insights that T.O. Cargill. Knowledge was invaluable. With it, one could attain everything. Even the evolutionary changes he experienced periodically could be replicated if someone were able to analyze them from a scholarly perspective. He had even set aside the rare artifacts that the Pope and several bishops had scavenged from the original priests. Thus, he spent his mornings engrossed in study, his afternoons testing various hypotheses. And when mealtime arrived, he would devour the offerings laid upon the altar. When fatigue from learning set in, he would explore the information of a few artifacts as if opening treasure chests. His days passed with remarkable fulfillment. Meanwhile, the Twilight Church at the foot of the mountain gradually fell into a more structured routine. They instituted stricter controls over faith at the Pope's behest. They were required to worship Cargill daily. This was a form of brainwashing, a mental suggestion. Repetition of a lie could transform it into truth. When a person repeatedly asserts they are honest and kind, they may just convince themselves of that reality. Cargill sought to exert a deeper influence over the Twilight Church in this manner, for it was a stronghold and allowed no room for negligence. His political maneuvers continued to unfold methodically. During this process, some half-orcs who had left the tribe for official or personal matters began to return, only to be forcibly silenced. Upon investigation, those associated directly with the priests were executed, while ordinary half-orc warriors were compelled to renounce their faith. In their expressions of shock and helplessness, they received a cross inscribed upon their arms, formally joining the Twilight Church. I merely stepped out for a moment. How could everything have changed? This thought echoed repeatedly in their limited minds. This was something Cargill had learned from his previous life. How could a religion exist without its symbols? Whether through slogans, insignia, or gestures, a faction must have a common focal point to unify its members, to provide a goal for oaths and aspirations. The choice of the cross was pragmatic. By acknowledging the enemy's surrender and marking one's arm with a cross, one became bound to Cargill, even if surrender was feigned. Allies who saw the mark would tread carefully. Notably, Cargill had yet to reveal his true name to any half-orc, including the Pope and the 3 cardinal bishops. He merely referred to himself as the Lord of Slaughter and Destruction. This was a form of self-preservation, a precaution against anyone with prophetic or curse-inflicting abilities targeting him. Although he was uncertain of the existence of such powers, he deemed it prudent to be cautious. Given his imaginative tendencies from his past life, 10 days passed by this time. Cargill had swiftly read through all the books that it became evident that the notion of a single individual becoming a clan was indeed challenging. He found no methods to enhance his own cultivation. The techniques and summaries for body strengthening held no relevance to his current physical prowess. The concept of fighting spirit was absurd. The strength extracted from the body was utterly inferior to the magical power he currently possessed. They were not on the same level, at least not in terms of versatility. Anything achievable through fighting spirit could also be accomplished with magic. The ability to channel strength outward to slay foes or to create superficial defenses could be achieved equally by harnessing magic. Conversely, the latter's capabilities were beyond the former's reach. It seemed the two were in a hierarchical relationship. Witnessing this, Cargill resolved to abandon the pursuit of this power. After all, he could achieve growth through self-evolution far more rapidly than through conventional cultivation. However, he did not emerge completely empty-handed. At the very least, he made significant strides in understanding the distribution of surrounding forces and the application of magical power. His magical energy now flowed 3 times faster than before. During these 10 days, he enjoyed a lifestyle reminiscent of a lavish vacation from his past life. He lay back while food was delivered to his mouth, and it was an all-you-can-eat affair. He devoured all the exquisite delicacies available, leaving nothing behind, even consuming the bodies of several priests. Indeed, Cargill seldom encountered beings capable of wielding magic. How could he afford to discard such valuable specimens? After defeating them, the Pope, under Cargill's guidance, had preserved the corpses of the priests for future study. In the days that followed, Cargill's anatomical examinations yielded no results, leading him to consume them instead. The priests resembled ordinary half-orcs, neither gaining nor losing any organs. There was none of the magical organ presence he had encountered when devouring the celestial crane. Perhaps the secrets of their priesthood lay hidden within their minds. But such profound knowledge was beyond Cargill's understanding. His role was merely to consume. Fortunately, he found that the bodies of the priests contained a small amount of magical power, contributing to his evolutionary progress. Simultaneously, he wondered if he might one day acquire the ability to manipulate stone, much like the high priest. With his background in the previous life, he believed he could master such powers. Moreover, stone was a material ubiquitous across the continent. Unlike his ice-based magic, which had diminished in potency with the arrival of spring. However, for now, his objectives had been met. With no immediate need for combat, he could afford to lower his guard point 3 more days passed. And upon reaching 100 points of evolution, Cargill once again fell into a deep slumber. With the support of the church's personnel, his rate of evolution increased rather than diminished. In his dreams, he seemed to faintly perceive the 3 priests again, the calm demeanor of the high priest, the cold malice of the second priest, and the furious rage of the third priest. The 3 half-orcs, appearing as nightmares, encircled Cargill's consciousness, incessantly spitting contempt and attempting to gnaw at him that moment. He could no longer discern reality from a dream. It felt as if 3 boisterous entities were surrounding him. Growing impatient, he extended countless tendrils to ensnare the 3 terrified figures and toss them into his mouth. A night passed. Cargill awoke in confusion, 2 large heads glancing at one another with evident hesitation. What did I dream of yesterday? One often feels as though they have consumed something extraordinary, remarked the first head. But why dwell on it? Since we know it is merely a dream, it is best to forget, replied the second head, promptly casting the thought aside. Such was the nature of Cargill's current musings. When multiple ideas arose simultaneously, one head would propose a viewpoint while the other would offer a contrasting perspective, and through their mutual validation, a uniquely intriguing experience emerged. In truth, this was merely the soliloquy of an ordinary individual. Or so it should be. Without overly concerning himself with his state, Cargill eagerly began to explore his newfound form. Unlike when he was still a centipede, each evolution now required shedding a shell. He had completely transcended his centipede identity, having undergone several evolutions without the need to shed his shell, resulting directly in an increase in size. Given the opportunity, he yearned to investigate the various physical properties of his exoskeleton to understand how it achieved both high hardness and remarkable plasticity. At present, his length had surpassed 11 meters. A heavy armor enveloped every inch of his body, exuding an aura of formidable defense. Each scale bore intricate engravings deep within, and rather than appearing excessively elongated, his form radiated a robust sense of power. Even the magical energy stored within his 2 corporeal segments had seen a significant increase, where it had once been a mere 1,000 units. It now stood at 1,300 units. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. There are even more thrilling developments ahead. Nevertheless, these alterations were merely commonplace changes. He had become accustomed to such comprehensive enhancements, for his physical form remained his most potent weapon. Furthermore, under his heightened perception, Cargill discovered that he had not acquired the ability to manipulate rock, which, while somewhat disappointing, did not dampen his spirits, for at that moment, his perspective shifted once more. Previously, he had been able to perceive the flow of magical energy throughout the world, allowing him to effortlessly harness the energies of nature with the strength of an ordinary mortal. However, now, it seemed that his vision had undergone a further transformation. He could vaguely discern that all living beings within his line of sight were enveloped in a faint luminescence. This radiance varied in intensity. Some were vibrant, while others were dim, often correlating with the size of the creature. He himself shone like a small sun, emanating a powerful glow. In his experimentation, he casually extinguished the lives of several ants, causing their already faint glow to vanish entirely. Not wishing to overlook this phenomenon, Cargill seized upon a nearby anthill and commenced further trials. Through the sacrifice of dozens, even hundreds of ants, he began to discern certain patterns. Is this what one might call a soul, or perhaps a life magnetic field? Cargill pondered uncertainly. In his vision, the ants varied in strength, with the more robust individuals radiating a more brilliant light. Upon their demise, Their glow would not vanish instantaneously, but instead linger in the air for a brief moment before dissipating. The more powerful individuals could maintain their luminescence for a longer duration. Yet, for ants, this duration was merely a fraction of a second. Regrettably, even the interface could not identify this light, or rather, it had no subjects to recognize, as the assessments returned only the basic information of various creatures, seemingly obstructed by their physical forms. Even when awaiting the moment of corporeal death and the subsequent dissolution of the soul, the interface could not capture and display the event in time. In Karga's understanding, thought constituted a life form, a collective will of all cells. Among these, brain and heart cells held a greater proportion, storing more memories. However, this did not imply that other cells lacked self-awareness. It was their collaborative efforts that forged individual consciousness, manifesting externally as a magnetic field. Compared to the brain of a living organism, this magnetic field more accurately reflected the essence of a life form. In his previous life on Blue Star, the lack of observational tools had precluded its classification within traditional scientific paradigms, though a few experts had proposed similar theoretical conjectures. Living organisms naturally produced magnetic fields. However, as life ceased and cells gradually dispersed, the magnetic field, anchored to the cells, or what one might call the soul, would also begin to dissipate. The speed of this dissipation depended on the entirety of the organism.